After taking a few steps, Guwen's couldn't help but ask, "Sister, are you really sure he's a cultivator?" Gutantan nodded somewhat confusedly and said, "He makes me feel very familiar, like I've seen him somewhere, but before yesterday, I'm sure I had never met him, and also the other girl from last night." "Are you talking about the girl from the Yi family?" "No. Another one. She's not a cultivator, but she also feels very familiar to me, and she's quite strange." Gutantan thought for a while, not sure how to express her thoughts. Guwen's carefully recalled the other girl he had seen last night. Although he couldn't tell if Suyi was a cultivator, he knew that Gutantan was not the kind of person who spoke without reason. There must be a reason why she had concluded that Suyi was a cultivator. Cultivators in this world were mostly registered in their 13th department, and they always adhered to a principle. When they saw one, they would register one, and they would usually give a warning, so as not to let these cultivators act recklessly. If Suyi was a cultivator, what level was he at? By the way, sister, Wang Degui is a friend of Yi the Divine Doctor. Now that Yi the Divine Doctor has passed away, shouldn't we let him pay his respects and also ask that girl from the Yi family if Wang Degui poses a threat to Suyi? Guwen suddenly felt that Suyi, who seemed harmless, was not trustworthy. If Suyi was really a cultivator, pretended to be an ordinary person, and then called him to deal with Wang Degui, wasn't he just being used as a tool? Wang Degui was very frustrated. Before he even made it down the mountain, his proud disciple was already caught by the police. Upon arriving at the bookstore, he immediately clashed with Wu Wen's from the 13th Division. The next day, he hadn't done anything, and even wanted to protect Suyi and the others from Xia Shan's persecution. However, he ended up receiving a beating from Gutantan and being taken away. After spending the night in a small dark room, Wu Wen's came over and asked him what he wanted to do to Suyi. Wang Degui immediately protested, saying he wanted to protect Suyi and Yishaxuan. But Gutantan didn't listen and beat him until he passed out. When he woke up, Gutantan was standing in front of him. Wang Degui, crouching in the corner of the small dark room, pitifully pleaded with Gutantan, "Sis, I was wrong. I really was. But please tell me, where did I go wrong?" Gutantan ignored him, and Wu Wen stepped forward and informed Wang Degui about the recent change in leadership, warning him not to be too arrogant in the future. The inner turmoil of Wang Degui was overwhelming. In the past, the head of the 13th Division, Yan, was someone who usually turned a blind eye as long as the cultivators didn't go too far. But now, with Gutantan in charge, things seemed different. Wang Degui, a skilled expert at the Golden Core realm, was being treated harshly by Gutantan. Wu Wen's explained that Suyi had called him, expressing concerns about Wang Degui's intentions. After a conversation and understanding their misunderstanding, Wang Degui insisted he had no ill intentions towards Suyi. Wu Wen's apologized on behalf of Gutantan and suggested reconciliation. As the situation calmed down, they discussed compensations for the wrongful apprehension. Finally, Gutantan apologized for the misunderstanding and acknowledged the mistake in their actions. As they left the room, the situation seemed to ease, and they discussed paying respects to the deceased Yishini. On the way, Gutantan suggested probing Suyi, suspecting him to be a cultivator. This idea made Wang Degui wary but agreed to follow through. This decision caused tension among the group, with uncertainties about the consequences of their actions towards Suyi. Yixiaxuan definitely won't be coming to the store these days. Wang Xiao has been arrested. Lin Yun only has some time at night, and Suyi won't possibly come to open the store so early in the morning. It was mentioned before that Xiaoshan would come to guard the store in the morning, but that guy pushed things too far and was directly killed by Suyi, so now they must find someone else. Suyi also followed the recruitment notices of other shops at the entrance, and wrote a recruitment notice with a brush, devoid of any emotions or artistic conception, to avoid triggering any extraordinary phenomena or drastic spiritual disturbances. However, Zhang Luolin couldn't help but ask, "Senior, are you recruiting people?" "Yes, I am." Suyi praised Zhang Luolin and said, "But you are not suitable." "Why?" Zhang Luolin became anxious. "How am I not suitable? Isn't it just selling books and welcoming customers? I have done odd jobs before during my worldly experiences." Suyi said, "Your image is not fitting. I need someone to manage the bookstore, not to attract customers with feng shui. The way you dress and your long hair, will customers come to see the books or you? I can cut my hair and change my clothes." John Llewellyn tentatively asked. Would that be okay? Sui nodded. That should be fine. So, Senior, you agreed? John Llewellyn was thrilled. After Sui gave him a painting that allowed John Llewellyn to touch the rules of the Tao in just a few days, his spiritual energy condensed, and he believed that following Sui could help him break through to a higher realm and see a broader world. I agree. Go tidy up your appearance and come back, Sui said before returning to the bookstore. Having John Llewellyn guard the store wasn't a bad idea. With more cultivators in the campus area now, John Llewellyn's cultivation level was decent enough to watch over things and prevent troublemakers like Wandagui. After leaving the 13 gates, Wandagui was likely to cause trouble for Sui, and Sui was too lazy to intervene, so John Llewellyn's self-recommendation seemed acceptable. An hour later, John Llewellyn changed into white traditional clothing, cut his long hair, styled it in a top knot, and shaved his beard. When he walked on the street, many people stared at him, some even speculating if he was a high-ranking official in disguise. Cultivators naturally stood out due to their unique aura, and John Llewellyn was particularly eye-catching in the campus area. Many cultivators attempted to probe him, but after he emitted a bit of his aura, they dared not provoke him further and considered paying a visit to this senior. John Llewellyn was now in the late stage of Yuanying realm, ranking among the top cultivators in the current cultivation world. After retreating for a few days, he noticed a significant change in the world upon his return. The spiritual energy was richer than ever before, far surpassing the levels of previous years. Additionally, there were inexplicably more cultivators in the vicinity. Conjecturing that it was related to Sui, he immediately headed to the bookstore after exiting seclusion and coincidentally saw Sui posting a recruitment notice. If other cultivators found out about this opportunity, wouldn't they be envious? Working in Sui's store. What a remarkable opportunity it was. So when Sui mentioned that his image was not suitable, John Llewellyn didn't hesitate. Long hair and an elegant demeanor were superficial matters to him. When John Llewellyn returned to the bookstore, Sui was introducing books to a student. Understanding the job of working in a bookstore, John Llewellyn marveled at Sui's patience in the mortal realm and wondered if it was a form of cultivation. However, if he knew that Sui simply loved his work regardless of its nature, he might have considered working in a bar. After a quick chat with the girl, the student soon purchased 2 books. With 3 other customers reading at the big table, Sui signaled John Llewellyn to move to a smaller table. John Llewellyn followed and asked nervously, Senior, do I just need to recommend books to these students? Sui replied, Not really. They will choose their own books. You just watch the store, collect the payment when they buy, and that's it. Puzzled, John Llewellyn asked about their previous conversation. Sui explained and then asked, Can you use a smartphone? Not familiar with smartphones, John Llewellyn hesitated, unused to such modern devices after spending a long time atop the Green Cloud Mountain. Sui handed him a Redmi smartphone and said, Since you're working here, this is for you. You'll earn a monthly salary of 2,000. You'll be responsible for opening the store at 9 a.m. and closing it at 6 p.m. Excited, John Llewellyn exclaimed, I don't need the salary. Can I just stay here? Sui rejected the suggestion, insisting he took the salary and didn't live in the store, while reminding him that someone else was present at night. Confused by the smartphone, John Llewellyn asked, How do I use this? Sui chuckled, feeling superior in that moment. Let me teach you. Also, from now on, don't call me Senior, just call me Zissou, or use my name. After teaching John Llewellyn for a while, the sun began to set, and Gu Tonton entered the bookstore, asking Sui about the promised meal. Sui, looking exasperated, invited John Llewellyn to join them for a meal. Elemental infant cultivator? Gu Tonton could tell at a glance John Llewellyn's cultivation level. With these words spoken, Wu Wen stared fixedly at John Llewellyn, a cultivator at the elemental infant level, who was definitely considered a grandmother in the current cultivation world. What a coincidence to run into him! And it seemed like the person in front of them was unfamiliar. Wu Wen's had memorized the internal data of the 13th Bureau backwards and forwards, but he couldn't recall who this big shot in front of him was. Ahem. Gu, don't you remember me? We met before on Qingyun Mountain. John Llewellyn cleared his throat. He used to have long hair down to his waist, a wooden hairpin in his hair, dressed in Taoist robes, and even sported a long goatee. His current appearance was vastly different, making it normal not to recognize him. Qingyun Mountain? Gu Tantan widened her eyes, staring at Zhang Luolin for a while before finally saying, I don't remember. Oh, I remember now. Wu Wen's pointed at Zhang Luolin, his hand trembling. Master Zhang Luolin. Gu Tantan feigned recollection. 2 seconds later, the qi in her body surged wildly, and she coldly said, expressionless, come with us. Zhang Luolin felt like dying. Needless to say, the incident at the Shijian mountain ruins had made its way to the 13th Bureau. Wu Wen's hurriedly interjected, wait a minute, sister. Gu Tantan continued to stare at Zhang Luolin. If Zhang Luolin showed any intention of running, she would not hesitate to approach and pummel him, then ask questions later. Zhang Luolin smiled bitterly. Do you want to ask me about what happened at Shijian mountain? Hand it over, and I won't beat you. Gu Tantan did not show mercy, facing someone like Zhang Luolin. Wu Wen's felt embarrassed because in the current world, perhaps only his sister dared to speak to Zhang Luolin in such a manner. Zhang Luolin hastily said, Gu, calm down. There's a misunderstanding. I really didn't take those things. You folks from the 13th Bureau must have checked already. You couldn't take them, so how could I have carried them away? As he spoke, Zhang Luolin glanced at Su Yi on the side. He was helping Su Yi carry this blame. Although Su Yi claimed those items were his, it wasn't easy to bear this blame. Zhang Luolin had indeed made progress in his cultivation, but Gu Tantan possessed an innate Dao physique and cultivated bizarre techniques, making her the acknowledged #1 in terms of combat power in the cultivation world. Even Zhang Luolin was definitely no match for her. If Gu Tantan gave him a beating now, Zhang Luolin's reputation would be completely ruined in front of Su Yi. Gu Tantan said, so many people watched as someone escaped from the cave, and all the items disappeared. And you're saying it has nothing to do with you. It really isn't my business. When I arrived, the items inside were already gone, Zhang Luolin subtly explained. He couldn't shake off the suspicion, but decided to bite the bullet and shift the blame to someone else. You mean someone took the items before you? Gu Tantan said, but at the time, so many people only saw you inside. And judging by the timeline back then, when you enter, the items were there, but after you enter, they were all gone. The experts from the archaeological team discovered you, and you hastily fled the scene. If it wasn't you, who else could it be? Su Yi listened from the side. The situation at the time did seem to match what Gu Tantan described. Wang Zhu went in unnoticed, but didn't take the items. Then Zhang Luolin should have notified the archaeological team before entering. Finally, when Su Yi arrived, he packed everything and left without anyone noticing. When the experts from the archaeological team returned inside, the items were all gone, with only Zhang Luolin found there. How could Zhang Luolin shake off this blame? Zhang Luolin pondered for a while, but couldn't absolve himself of suspicion. Finally, with a resolute heart, he gritted his teeth and said, actually, it was Senior Master Zhang who came before me and took everything. If you want the items, find him. Su Yi inwardly thought. Clever. He had just put the blame back on his senior master, a move reminiscent of the old 3 clear battles. Unable to dodge the suspicion himself, he passed it on to someone else. Zhang Luolin appeared genuinely aggrieved when he spoke. It seemed like a reasonable explanation. Gu Tantan fell silent for a moment and asked Wu Wen's, what do you think? Before Wu Wen's could respond, Zhang Luolin quickly said, am I going to falsely accuse my senior master? I think Master Zhang is telling the truth. Wu Wen's pondered and said, considering the power of Senior Master Zhang, it shouldn't be difficult for him to take the items without being noticed. Senior Master Zhang is taking the blame for his senior brother. Gu Tantan thought for a moment and finally said, then you should come back with us to Qingyun Mountain and confront your senior brother face to face. Make him return the items. Zhang Luolin sighed and said with more lament, Gu, aren't you setting me up for failure? If I confront my senior brother on the mountain and even if you retrieve the items, won't he kill me? The truth is this, if you want the items, go up the mountain and ask him yourself. I won't set foot there again in the next few decades. I've severed ties with him. Gu Tantan suddenly didn't know what to do. If the items weren't with Zhang Luolin, it wouldn't be right to act against him. Wu Wen's could only suggest, let's inform Yang Yuan about this matter since the righteous sect is also a prestigious clan and has made significant contributions to the country. Senior Master Zhang and Yang Yuan have a good relationship. Let them discuss it, and there's no need to escalate the situation. You go deal with it. Gu Tantan decided, addressing Su Yi. Let's go. time for dinner. So you didn't say much, just closed the bookstore door, and walked towards the east gate with Zhang Luolin. Along the way, so you didn't forget to message Lin Yun. I'm going out for dinner. Are you coming to the store later? Lin Yun quickly replied on WeChat. Are you going to Sister Yi's house? I heard your grandpa passed away. Su Yi was momentarily speechless. Yi Xiaozhuan told Lin Yun that she was Su Yi's cousin, so by extension, Yi Lin was indeed his grandfather. With his grandpa's passing, should he not be mourning and instead eating hot pot outside? It didn't seem appropriate. As expected, telling one lie requires 100 more lies to cover it up. Su Yi straightforwardly replied to Lin Yun. I'm not her cousin. She misspoke. I was at Yi's house yesterday. Now I'm out. A few minutes later, Lin Yun messaged back. Can you stay alone at the shop tonight? I want to go pay my respects to Grandpa Yi. Sister Yi is good to me. You can go. Su Yi didn't say more. Funeral matters don't involve inviting guests. If someone wants to come, they will come. Lin Yun had good intentions, and he wouldn't stop her. Lao Pei's self-service hot pot. Su Yi hadn't even entered before he discovered that more than 30 cultivators had gathered inside. All the cultivators from the entire school were here. Per guest 68, no pot bottom fee for 3 or more people. Drinks and designated beer are free. Su Yi had actually discovered this restaurant a long time ago. He had been thinking that if he ate here, the boss would probably lose money, but out of righteousness, he had never gone in. Upon entering the restaurant, Gu Tongtong and Su Yi found a table and sat down. The tables in the hot pot restaurant were large round tables that could seat 8 to 10 people. The cultivators had already surrounded for tables, and Wang Degui was among them. Upon seeing Gu Tongtong, he immediately got up and moved to their table, but his gaze towards Su Yi was somewhat unfriendly. As for the other cultivators, they were secretly watching Gu Tongtong's table, but did not dare to come over. We'll take care of our own. Wu Wen's rubbed his hands and then went to get some dishes. Su Yi and Gu Tongtong were leisurely picking the food they liked. Gu Tongtong was quite a carnivore, so after making a round, she came back with 7 or 8 plates of various meat dishes. The nearby waiter couldn't help but kindly remind her, Miss, you may want to finish your food before grabbing more. If we can't finish the food here, any leftovers will be charged an additional 15 yuan per pound. Let's not waste food. I can finish it. Gu Tongtong stated confidently. Su Yi didn't grab much because he was more charitable. The cultivators at the 4 tables were like people who had escaped a famine. Each table was piled high with dishes. After the hot pot was served, the dishes were cooked, but within a minute, they were all scooped out. These cultivators were devouring the food ferociously. Waiter, bring us 2 crates of beer. On the house, one of the cultivators said. The boss standing at the counter wasn't worried seeing the group take so much food. 30+ people would only total about 2,000. What were these dishes to them? Running a self-service hot pot joint, the boss was never afraid that customers could eat too much, especially since they also order beer. How much more could they eat after drinking? When he saw Su Yi and his group, the boss smiled. A delicate young girl, a seemingly cultured teenager, and a middle-aged man with charisma had ordered a plate of pickles and were eating only rice with the pickles. The food in the pot remained untouched. Although there were 5 of them, they had grabbed at least 7 or 8 meat dishes intended for a group of strong men to eat. There was no way they could finish it all. Bring us 2 crates of beer as well, Wu Wen shouted. The boss chuckled. Still drinking? This table would definitely make a profit. Half an hour passed. The boss was dumbfounded, his mouth hanging open with a cigarette dangling as he stared at Su Yi's table. The end of his cigarette was shaking. How much could a delicate young girl eat? The cigarette in the boss's mouth burned down to the filter, a long ash dropping down. He was already starting to question his life choices. In just half an hour, he had seen Gu Tongtong gather almost 40 plates of meat. The middle-aged man was still eating rice, now on his 30th bowl. The boss kept count, mainly out of curiosity. Having a person eat only rice at a self-service hot pot, how many bowls could they consume? The boss stubbed out his cigarette, took a deep breath. It should be about time. Waiter, bring 2 more crates of beer. Wu Wen's had been drinking continuously, toasting with the cultivators at the 3 other tables. He had already downed 10 crates. The boss hadn't seen this person go to the bathroom. Did he have such strong kidneys? Su Yi, on the other hand, had behaved quite modestly. He hadn't been indulging excessively, but what he did consume probably equated to breaking even. He met eyes with the boss and couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for the man. Quietly, he set down his chopsticks. From the boss's appearance, it was clear he was having a day of heavy losses. In the future, Miss Gu will be our street office director. Please take good care of her, and try not to make things difficult for us, Wu Wen said to the cultivators, discussing future work issues with them. The cultivators were truly confused. They had come for a meal today as a favor to the 13 department, or rather, because they were invited by Gu Tongtong and didn't dare to refuse. Before when Yan was in charge, their days were alright. Now, upon hearing that Gu Tongtong was taking over as street office director, they were all panicking. Director Wu, do you know if forward director Yan is doing well? Wu Wen's, slightly red-faced from drinking a bottle of wine, chuckled. Director Yan retired, and now his work is supervised by Director Gu. Damn. The cultivators started to feel a chill down their spines. They had held on to a glimmer of hope. They thought perhaps Gu Tongtong was only overseeing this particular mission, but based on what Wu Wen's was implying, Gu Tongtong would be in charge of the 13 department in the future. Wasn't this a bit ruthless? Finally realizing the situation had been set, one of the cultivators approached Gu Tongtong with a glass raised. Director Gu, please take care of us in the future. I promise to abide by the law, stay out of trouble, and not cause you any headaches. Gu Tongtong raised her glass and downed it, saying, excellent, I don't want to have to beat any of you. The cultivator smiled helplessly, then toasted with Wang Degui, Su Yi, and the others, exchanging a few cups. Then, all the cultivators lined up to toast Gu Tongtong, who accepted each one graciously, continuing to eat and drink without pause. Overall, it was a joyful and harmonious meal. Wang Degui was seated next to Su Yi and leaned in, whispering, Kid, you almost got me into trouble. Su Yi pretended to be clueless and replied, what do you mean? Yesterday, was it you who had Wu and the others come mess with me? Director Wu said if there were any issues, I could find him, so I did. Very clever. Wang Degui said, reaching out to pat Su Yi's thigh, as ordered by Gu Tongtong, trying to assess if Su Yi was a cultivator or not. When his hand hadn't yet landed, Zhang Luolin extended his hand for a friendly handshake. You are somewhat unfamiliar, we haven't met before, and you weren't introduced earlier. Wang Degui scrutinized Zhang Luolin, failing to recognize him. Zhang Luolin had concealed his cultivation level, and in his assessment, it was just check cultivation. My surname is Zhang, and I'm from Qingyun Mountain. Zhang Luolin sensed Wang Degui's malicious intentions towards Su Yi, but Su Yi clearly wanted to hide his abilities, a matter he was happy to take care of. Additionally, he felt like he might have just saved Wang Degui's life. How could a junior like him offend a senior like Su Yi? Saving a life is better than building a 7th-level pagoda. Su Yi must not be provoked, right? Qingyun Mountain? Wang Degui raised his eyebrows and chuckled. Are you just an ordinary lay disciple of the Zhengyi Daoist sect? Now, the image of Zhang Luolin certainly doesn't make it easy to associate him as a Daoist master of the Zhengyi Daoist sect. He has concealed his aura, so Wang Degui assumed he was just an ordinary lay disciple. Zhang Luolin smiled slightly and squinted his eyes as he said, I am Zhang Luolin. Wang Degui was taken aback. The name sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before, but how could a cultivator at the chair of Refining Realm be a disciple of a Daoist master? Wang Degui hadn't quite grasped the situation yet, and gritted his teeth as he said, Master Zhang, Su Yi isn't your disciple, right? These two individuals sat on either side of Su Yi, holding hands in a peculiar posture. Su Yi simply moved his chair back a bit and stood up, saying, You guys talk. Zhang Luolin sneaked a glance at Su Yi and could only say to Wang Degui, He's not my disciple, I work at a bookstore. Wang Degui had a smile on his face, but disdainfully reply, Don't think just because you have the name of the Zhengyi Daoist sect, you can intimidate anyone. Old man, I'm not afraid of your Zhengyi Daoist sect. Oh, really? The strength in Zhang Luolin's hands began to increase slightly. Wang Degui felt a sense of excitement. He hadn't exerted himself yet, and this Refining Realm youngster dared to challenge him. Su Yi, on the other hand, didn't want to be involved and walked over to the bar, smiling at the owner. The owner handed him a cigarette and mournfully asked, Are you guys doing a live broadcast or something? Su Yi pondered. How did the owner know he was doing a live broadcast? He hadn't even started broadcasting yet. This owner seemed quite shrewd. Su Yi took the cigarette and asked, I am? How did you know? Do you guys really do live broadcasts? The owner chuckled and said, well, at least help me promote a bit. Worst case, I'll charge you less. Many shop owners encountered these big influencers who could attract the attention of several people, teaching the owners a thing or two. They had a fan base and couldn't stick to one place. Visiting various shops would bring traffic and fame to those businesses after the video was played. Suyi, feeling confused about this operating model, said, let's forget about it. I see it's not easy for you. Let's say 100 per person, total of 4,100 for the two of us, right? The owner waved off. No, brother, even if it's 50 per person, let's be friends. 41 people, just give me 2,000. Suyi was puzzled. Was the owner being too generous? Would 2,000 not be a loss? Was bargaining in reverse okay? However, when the owner said let's be friends, did he realize that Suyi and the others were cultivators? Suyi glanced at the owner, who seemed like an ordinary person. After all, in Suyi's eyes, there was probably no one who could deceive him. It seemed like the owner was just fond of making friends and didn't value money much. In the past, Suyi had indeed encountered such shop owners who would generously offer freebies to those they liked. Wasn't that what happened with Yan Sheng last time? Suyi thanked the owner courteously and lit the cigarette given to him. Thank you. Speak well of our shop. The owner beamed, happy with the appearance of the young man and the girl, who attracted a lot of fans on the internet. By having them advertise, the business would surely prosper. Investing 2,000 to 3,000 in advertisements was definitely worth it. Of course. Suyi nodded, knowing that this owner's kindness would make him return with friends to dine and share positive reviews about the food and the kind owner. The two conversed and Suyi paid 2,000 through a QR code before bidding farewell to the owner as he left the bar. Meanwhile, Wang Degui and Zhang Luolin were still holding hands tightly. Wang Degui's face was flushed, and he seemed to be struggling, while Zhang Luolin remained calm with a faint smile on his lips. Zhang Luolin hadn't used chat, but being at the grand completion stage of the Nasan Soul realm wasn't just for show. Besides, the Zhengyi Dao sect paid great attention to physical training. How could Wang Degui possibly match up to him when it came to sheer strength with just the cultivation realm of the Golden Core stage? Wang Degui was beginning to question his life choices. How could it be possible? He, a master at the Golden Core stage, couldn't even match up in a simple display of strength with an ordinary lay disciple of the Zhengyi Dao sect. Moreover, this individual was just at the chair-refining realm. Even with innate abilities, this seemed improbable. Gutong sat on the opposite side, concentrating on his meal without saying a word. Suyi sat beside Gutong, observing the performance of the two. Gutong asked, aren't you going to eat? Suyi replied, no need. I've settled the bill. Consider this a meal treat for you. Gutong questioned, did you pay for theirs too? Suyi nodded, as he had realized that he had forgotten to return the money he borrowed from Yu Huiyan last night. Apart from the money borrowed from Yu Huiyan, and which he had used partially, he now had just over 14,000 left. He transferred the surplus from last night back to Yu Huiyan and messaged her, there's still 180,000. I'll give it to you in a few days. Yu Huiyan acknowledged the payment, replying, whenever you have the money, just give it to me. Gutong caught a glimpse of Suyi's transfer information and exclaimed, you're so rich. Suyi shrugged. It's okay. He was disinclined to explain further. I'm treating you to a meal. The others, I'll have Ziwu handle the payment in a bit. 50 each. Gutong was even more astonished. The owner gave you a discount. Yet, the owner is quite nice. In that case, I'll come often. Gutong wondered if the owner, upon hearing her, would break into tears upon knowing Suyi was a streamer who hadn't started yet. The two conversed as Wu Wen's returned with a bottle of liquor, watching Wang Degui and Zhang Luolin with a puzzled expression, seeing them holding hands tightly with Wang Degui's face turning as red as a liver. Perhaps they had bonded like old friends. Many cultivators were not interested in such physical intimacy. The pair being so close might suggest something. Better not disturb them. Wu Wen's rose again to join the other cultivators in drinking, giving Wang Degui and Zhang Luolin space to converse privately, understanding the situation. After a satisfying meal, the group slowly rose to leave, and finally, Wang Degui and Zhang Luolin let go of each other's hands. Wang Degui smirked, you're quite strong, talented. Zhang Luolin nodded, you're not bad yourself. Ha ha. Young people nowadays don't know what's proper. If I were to use chat, your hand would have been crippled by now. Zhang Luolin raised an eyebrow, exuding the Oro the Nasan Soul Realm. Lao Wan, are you having a good time talking to Master Zhang? Wu Wen's, also a bit intoxicated, came over and put his arm around Wang Degi's shoulder with a smirk. I see you to hit it off right away, so I won't disturb you. In this day and age, gender is no longer as important, and both of you are not ordinary people. Your lifespans are longer than others, and in the future, you'll grow old together. Hehe. Forget it. I won't say any more. Wu Wen's, drunk and reeking of alcohol, after hugging Wang Degui, then hugged Su Yi's shoulder and asked, Su Yi, tell me honestly, are you really a cultivator? Su Yi replied affirmatively. No, I didn't think so. Hehe. Wang Degui frowned at Wu Wen's words, his face already looking unpleasant. What did he mean by growing old together? Wait a minute. Master Zhang, up on Qingyun Mountain, there are only 3 who can be called Master Zhang. Apart from the elder Master Zhang Qiande, there are also his 2 junior martial brothers, Zhang Luolin. Wang Degui slapped himself in the face, the pain making him grimace. When he looked at Zhang Luolin again, his face had turned bitter. Master Zhang, I'm sorry, I was rude just now. He finally remembered who Zhang Luolin was. He was one of the 3 elders, a master at the Yuanying stage. No worries. Zhang Luolin hadn't reacted yet, wondering what Wu Wen's meant by his words just now. He was talking nonsense. They didn't hit it off at first sight, let alone talk about growing old together. This kid lacked culture and vocabulary. Wang Degui couldn't help but ask, Master Zhang, why are you dressed like this? Cultivating in the secular world, is there a problem with this outfit? Although Zhang Luolin was not quite used to his current appearance, he felt it was fine, at least very spirited. Sure. Of course. Wang Degui thought back to his behavior just now and felt his head buzzing with confusion. He had actually challenged a master like Zhang Luolin, even saying that if he used his energy, the master's hand would be disabled. The 3 masters named Zhang were all experts at the Yuanying stage, a well-known fact in the cultivation world. Trying to intimidate someone at the Golden Curse stage with Yuanying power was really laughable. Suddenly, Zhang Luolin stared at Wang Degui and asked, Are you unhappy with Su Yi? Well, not really. Wang Degui was startled by Zhang Luolin's gaze. Mainly Deputy Director Gu asked me to test if Su Yi is a cultivator. Zhang Luolin remembered Su Yi saying he wasn't a cultivator. Obviously, Senior Su wanted to cultivate in seclusion and didn't want to be disturbed. How could he let these people know that Su Yi was a true senior expert? That way, wouldn't more people bother Senior Su? He had only just managed to get a job at the bookstore. Did he have to let them have a share too? Although Zhang Luolin was on the right path, he knew that such an opportunity to encounter Senior Su was rare and could not be sought after. If Senior Su didn't want to be disturbed, then he must guard him well. He is not a cultivator. Since Master Zhang says he is not, then he definitely isn't. There's no need to test further. I will inform Deputy Director Gu later. Wang Degui felt nervous and dared not say more. He could already sense that Zhang Luolin seemed to be protecting Su Yi, and there must be some connection between Su Yi and Zhang Luolin. Zhang Luolin took a look at Su Yi and Deputy Director Gu ahead. In his understanding, Deputy Director Gu was already quite abnormal. With her innate Dao physique, coupled with her unique cultivation method, apart from Master Zhang Qiande's senior brothers, and a dozen or so earthly immortals who received the celestial heritage, even at the Yuanying stage, they would only end up being beaten by her. As for Su Yi, Zhang Luolin thought that even if he were an earthly immortal, he probably wouldn't be a match for her. Su Yi, after today's meal, you are now one of us at the 13th Division. Let me tell you about our rules. I am not a cultivator. Su Yi turned to look at Deputy Director Gu, wondering how he had become part of the 13th Division. Deputy Director Gu said, I'll teach you. Su Yi was speechless. Can't I refuse to learn? Deputy Director Gu's aura suddenly surged as she stared at Su Yi. Don't force me to act. I won't hold back this time. She had already heard what Zhang Luolin and the others said behind her, but that no longer mattered. Su Yi also didn't want to fight Deputy Director Gu, so he reluctantly agreed. Okay, you can teach me. He never expected that one day someone would teach him how to cultivate. Alright, then, you're now officially inducted. Let me explain our rules to you now. Deputy Director Gu paused and shouted behind her, Ziwu, come over and explain the rules to him. Deputy Director Gu may be the head of the 13th Division, but she was also the most rule-breaking person there. She didn't even know what the rules were, so she naturally had Ziwu come and introduced them to Su Yi. Wu Wen's, already a bit tipsy, came over and put his arm around Su Yi, chuckling, "What rules?" "Our sister Gu is the rule." The group of cultivators behind also started to make noise. They were all a bit drunk, and who would dare provoke Deputy Director Gu? She was indeed the rule, that was correct. You can tell me about it tomorrow. After the commotion, Su Yi exchanged contact information with Deputy Director Gu and others, and left his phone number. Su Yi was not someone who would disregard rules. If he did things without principles, the world might end up in chaos. After saying goodbye to the group, Su Yi went home by himself. At noon the next day, he received a 3,900 yuan transfer from Deputy Director Gu. "You only need to treat me to a meal. We're already at the bookstore now. When are you coming?" At that moment, Su Yi was half lying under a plane tree, while Su Diandian fed the rabbits underneath. After receiving the message, he got up and told Su Diandian, "Su Diandian, aren't you going to class?" "I'm going to school." Su Diandian squatted under the tree, looking at Su Yi, and said, "I'll go to class after feeding the ants." When she ate her meal, she deliberately dropped some rice grains and put them in her pocket after eating, all to feed the ants later. Su Diandian's life was also very simple: eat, sleep, go to class, feed the rabbits, and feed the ants. Old man John was watching opposite them, so Su Diandian wouldn't get lost. Su Yi said goodbye and left, giving a greeting to Old Man Zhang before leaving. King Shen bookstore was now open with Zhang Luolin. Su Yi had skipped class as usual that morning, but thanks to Wang Junlin and the others, the roll call situation was stable. Previously, Wang Junlin and the others had asked Su Yi why he was always skipping class, and Su Yi had replied that he needed to work to make money. This made Wang Junlin and the others think that Su Yi came from a poor background, and they wanted to help him. Unfortunately, his 3 roommates were also broke, and Su Yi had even paid for them to attend social events. "Master John, do you feel that the spiritual energy inside this store is much richer than outside?" Wang Degui sat in the bookstore and refused to leave. Ultimately, the world's revival of spiritual energy was all due to Su Yi's spiritual gathering array on the desk, so naturally, the spiritual energy inside the bookstore was richer than any other place outside. Zhang Luolin could certainly feel it, but he didn't want anyone to disturb Su Yi. He simply said, "Isn't it all the same?" Wang Degui shook his head, circled around the large desk on the first floor, and finally said, "I feel like there must be some treasures underneath. Why not dig it up?" Zhang Luolin furrowed his brows and said, "It's without the owner's consent." Wang Degui replied, "The owner of this store is the granddaughter of a distant relative of mine. I'll talk to her later. How about we close the door first and try digging? Maybe there are treasures below." Zhang Luolin asked in confusion, "Isn't this bookstore Su Yi's? He just works here." Wang Degui didn't really care about Su Yi, just an ordinary person. Even if he had some connection with Zhang Luolin, or even if he was recruited by Gu Tantan into the 13th department, at his age, wanting to relax, there was basically no achievement to speak of. Then let's not disturb. Zhang Luolin couldn't help but wonder in his heart. If Su Yi was just working here, then who exactly was the owner of this store? Or perhaps, Su Yi was just here to cultivate his state of mind. Wu Wen's also circled around the table, finally stroking his chin and said, "I also feel that the spiritual energy here is indeed much richer than outside. There should be something below." They were all cultivators after all, able to sense changes in spiritual energy, but they could never have imagined that the rich spiritual energy in the bookstore was all due to the gathering array on the table in front of them, as the table itself looked quite ordinary. Zhang Luolin gritted his teeth. "We can't dig." How could he allow Wang Degui and the others to dig around in the bookstore? Su Yi had asked him to look after the store. If someone came and dug up the place while Su Yi was away, how could he explain to Su Yi? Wang Degui and Wu Wen's didn't dare to say more. Zhang Luolin was a major figure in the Yuanying realm, so when he said not to dig, naturally they couldn't. Moreover, Yi Shouwan's family was currently holding a funeral at home, and they might not be able to come for the next few days. As Zhang Luolin said, without the owner's consent, Wang Degui and the others didn't dare to act recklessly. However, Wang Degui felt that someone like Zhang Luolin who had cut his hair and worked here must have discovered something special about the place, so he became even more certain that there was something below the bookstore. But Gu Tantan remained silent, even when Zhang Luolin said that Su Yi wasn't a cultivator. She didn't believe it. She no longer needed to test Suyi. As long as Suyi agreed to join the 13th department, that was enough. Teaching him once or twice would reveal his true abilities. If Suyi wasn't a cultivator, Butantan had decided to teach him. After all, Suyi gave her a strange feeling of closeness, as if they had known each other for many years, even though they had only met a few times. The strangest thing was that even though they had only met a few times, their connection felt profound. When Suyi arrived at the store, Zhang Luolin quickly greeted him with a smile, saying, "You're here?" Suyi nodded and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work." Zhang Luolin quickly said, "Not at all, not at all." Suyi found Zhang Luolin's attitude a bit odd. A cultivator should not be so obsequious, right? At that moment, Suyi inexplicably thought of a famous figure from history, spending his whole life in the wrong era, but with the talent of a half-great Tang dynasty poet Li Bai. How could I bow and scrape before the powerful, depriving myself of Zhou? This person was quite interesting, with remarkable literary talent that even Suyi couldn't help but admire. He was born in a wealthy merchant family, memorized the classics at 5, and studied various schools of thought at 10. He had killed people, sought immortals, and visited Taoists in his life, but his greatest wish was to make a mark in the imperial court. However, fate seemed to be playing a joke on him. According to the Tang Code of Conduct, descendants of criminals and merchants were excluded from the imperial examinations. Therefore, Li Bai couldn't enter officialdom through the regular civil service exams, but he was determined to serve in the court, and even wrote poems to flatter some officials. Finally, he was personally received by Emperor Xuanzan of Tang, but his arrogance led to envy, and he was eventually dismissed by the emperor. In the end, he got involved in the Inlushan rebellion and was imprisoned. But even nearing death, he composed his parting song. The great ROC soars, shaking the 8 wildernesses, but is powerless in the mid-heavens. The remaining wind stirs unrest for millennia, wandering the featherwood and hanging the stones. When future generations receive this, who will mourn for Confucius? Even in death, his lingering influence continues to resonate through the ages. Lao Zhang, don't be too polite, Suyi said, feeling somewhat complex. A person like Li Bai, who knows how many years will it take for someone like him to emerge again. Zhang Luolin also felt that his attitude was easily misunderstood. He simply nodded and gathered his thoughts, realizing that he needed to reflect on his attitude towards Suyi. Suyi, come over here. Ziwu will explain the rules of our unit to you. Gu Tantan beckons Suyi over. After Suyi came over, Wu Wenz looked at him, pondered for a moment, and took out a document from his briefcase. Suyi, if you're sure you want to join our unit, take a look at the contract, sign, and leave your fingerprint. Our unit pays a monthly salary of 5,000, with full benefits, end-of-year bonuses, roughly around 20 to 30,000. If there's nothing going on, you don't have to work, but if a cultivator violates the law, we must intervene and be on call 24 hours a day. A monthly salary of 5,000? If Suyi had just woken up and hadn't worked in a bar, he might think this job was okay. But Suyi could earn 2,000 in a few nights by accompanying people to drink at the bar, and just having a meal with Bai Miao Miao could cost 1,000. Gu Tongtong stared at Suyi and said, "You already agreed last night." Obviously, if Suyi refused to work now, Gu Tongtong would definitely take action. All right. Suyi wasn't afraid of Gu Tongtong or anyone else for that matter. This job seemed quite interesting, and he had already told Gu Tongtong that he wasn't a cultivator, so he would join the 13th department as an ordinary person. He wanted to see if Gu Tongtong could handle him. An ordinary person, in such a unit, being on call 24 hours was not a problem for him. He didn't have a car, couldn't fly, and couldn't run fast. If a cultivator committed a crime, he would probably just watch from the sidelines. Maybe he would even need Gu Tongtong to save him. All this for a monthly salary of 5,000. Wasn't that great? Gu Tongtong and Wu Wenzi definitely couldn't imagine that Suyi had already figured out how to slack off before even starting work. After Suyi signed and left his fingerprints, he also left a copy of his ID card and went straight into the archives. Wu Wenzi briefly explained the rules of the 13 offices to Suyi, which were simply to avoid harming ordinary people, minimize battles in uninhabited areas, and reduce unnecessary economic losses to the populace. If any cultivator or demon cultivator violated laws or regulations, their actions had to be stopped as quickly as possible. and the offender had to be brought to the bureau. The sentencing standards were actually similar to those of ordinary people, especially that murderers would pay with their lives. All right, Suyi, come with me for a task. Just as the contract was freshly signed, Gu Tantan immediately assigned a task to him. Wu Wenzit asked, "What task?" Gu Tantan casually replied, "Mortal immortal." Wu Wenzit nervously exclaimed, "Really, sis? So you just started working, and you are taking him to find a mortal immortal? What if something goes wrong?" Suyi cooperatively asked, "What is a mortal immortal?" After all, he was currently playing the role of an ordinary person, so it was appropriate to ask about such topics. Wu Wenzit pondered for a moment before explaining, "You might have heard some mythological stories or seen some fantasies. Mortal immortals refer to immortals from the heavenly realm who descend to the mortal world through incarnation or rebirth. Regardless of their method of descent, they retain memories from the heavenly realm and usually possess strong abilities. Moreover, for some reason, there seem to be quite a few mortal immortals descending recently. We have already discovered 2 new mortal immortals in the past 3 days, and both of them appear to be demon cultivators." Wu Wenzit frowned. "Sis, mortal immortals or demon cultivators are often violent and cruel. Taking Suyi along, I'm afraid you won't be able to protect him." He could not understand why Gu Tongtong was so sure that Suyi was a cultivator. Even if Suyi was a cultivator, his level must be low. Why bring such a burden to find a mortal immortal who is a demon cultivator? Wasn't that asking for trouble and adding an extra liability? With Gu Tongtong's strength, she might have a chance against a mortal immortal, but if she also brought along someone who didn't know how to do anything, then it was uncertain. Unless Gu Tongtong just left Suyi there and didn't care, but wouldn't that be sending Suyi to his death? Zhang Luolin, who was also listening nearby, thought that Gu Tongtong knew that Suyi was a powerful senior. With someone like Suyi, they should have no problem facing mortal immortals. If they were just recently descended mortal immortals who hadn't yet trained their physical bodies, there was a chance that they wouldn't be able to match Gu Tongtong. If it weren't for knowing that Gu Tongtong had a simple and transparent mindset, not playing any fancy tricks, Wang Degui would have thought that Gu Tongtong was deliberately targeting Suyi and planning to sell him off to the mortal immortals directly. "I can handle it." Gu Tongtong ignored Wu Wenzit's warning and said, "You don't need to come with me today. Call me if there's anything else. Suyi, let's go." Gu Tongtong was very confident in her own abilities, and for some reason, she felt that Suyi should be a cultivator. Since she couldn't see through Suyi's cultivation level, perhaps that meant Suyi's cultivation level was higher than hers. As long as she believed in her intuition, Suyi's cultivation level must be higher than hers. Yes, that's how it is. Suyi didn't say anything and just followed Gu Tongtong. He had always known about the existence of mortal immortals. Just like those gods and Buddhas he had destroyed tens of thousands of years ago, their physical bodies were destroyed, but they reconstructed a new world, namely the immortal realm. This world existed in parallel with the mortal world. In scientific terms, the dimensions were different. They existed in the form of spiritual bodies, and it was not easy for them to come to this world. Just like when Zhang Daoling's soul appeared in the mortal world last time, it was obviously due to being frightened and forced to appear by Suyi. He might have been afraid that once he angered Suyi, the entire Zhengyi Dao would be destroyed. In the past, the spiritual energy of this world was not abundant. When they entered this world, they would consume a lot of energy and had no way to replenish it. When they returned to the immortal realm, they would be extremely weak. In the so-called immortal realm, it was a place of survival of the fittest, where demon cultivators devoured the souls of other immortals to strengthen themselves. Suyi had also visited the immortal realm in spirit form. In any case, it was definitely not a pleasant place, full of crises and killings everywhere. Compared to the immortal realm, Suyi preferred the current world. Gu Tongtong took Suyi to the school parking lot and asked, "Can you drive?" Suyi had seen Yu Huiyan and others drive before. Looking at the white van in front of him, he nodded seriously and said, "Yes." He was naturally talented at learning things quickly. "Then you drive." "Okay." Suyi was very willing to try new things. But when he got into the car and sat in the driver's seat, Gu Tongtong handed him the car key, and he was stunned. This car was different from others. Yu Huiyan's car was a Maserati, while the car in front of him was a Dongfeng van. Gu Tongtong said, "Come on, drive it." Suyi took a deep breath, inserted the key, and recalled the DD car he had taken a couple of days ago. The interior of that car was similar to this one. 10 minutes later, Gu Tongtong stared at Suyi in amazement and asked, "Do you really know how to drive?" Suyi could only say, "I don't know how to drive this type of car." Gu Tongtong furrowed her brow slightly. "Aren't all cars the same?" "It doesn't seem so. Their car has two pedals underneath, but yours has three." Suyi was truly clueless about cars. He didn't even know the difference between manual and automatic, let alone that starting an automatic car required stepping on the clutch. "Then my car must be better," Gu Tongtong said disdainfully. "Look, 3 is more than 2. Obviously, mine is more expensive." "Makes some sense," Suyi agreed and nodded. "Then you drive." "How could I know?" Gu Tongtong got off the car after saying that. "Let's take the bus." Suyi could only go along with it. It turned out that Gu Tongtong didn't know how to drive either, so they had to take the bus. "By the way, where are we going?" "To a piano store in the north of the city," Suyi asked. "Piano store? Someone playing the piano there?" Gu Tongtong said. "It seems to be a place where people are taught to play the piano." "Are you sure?" "Well, that's the information we have. The person is called Wen Qianman." Wen Qianman? Suyi was slightly taken aback when he heard this name. He still remembered it. Not long ago, they had a gathering at the bookstore in Yangzhou, enjoying beef noodles, and the girl playing the chin at the entrance was named Wen Qianman. Thinking that this person in the mortal realm was also the owner of a music store, it was very likely that Wen Qianman was possessed by a mortal immortal. Gu Tongtong asked, "Do you know her?" "I've met her once." "Oh, then let's go see her." Gu Tongtong and Suyi boarded the bus. On the bus, Gu Tongtong couldn't help but say, "I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Maybe I just have an ordinary appearance." Suyi was still contemplating the concepts of reincarnation and possession. In this world, there were mortal immortals who could possess others, but if the spiritual energy was insufficient, after one possession and death, their spirit would basically be extinguished. It would be almost impossible to possess another body again. Perhaps for this reason, there had been very few immortal beings descending in recent millennia. After descending, if they couldn't find a suitable body immediately, it wouldn't be easy to go back, and it would be dangerous after returning. Reincarnating as an infant was even more dangerous. Even if you were a mortal immortal, if you die at a young age, you would truly play yourself to death. Thousands or even tens of thousands of years of cultivation could be wiped out in an instant, a risk not every immortal was willing to take. If they chose reincarnation, it meant erasing their memories, being reborn as an entirely new person, possibly living an unremarkable life, and the soul would definitely be weakened after death. Only those who had reached the realm of a sage with one foot in the clouds could maintain their soul throughout thousands of reincarnations. Gu Tongtong wasn't very satisfied with Suyi's answer, but she couldn't quite pinpoint what was wrong. She rarely paid attention to people she wasn't interested in. Even the immortals in the archives were all remembered by Wen's. So just as she couldn't distinguish what cars were expensive or cheap, it was normal for Suyi's appearance to seem average. The two of them rode the bus for half an hour, and once Gu Tongtong found a seat, she fell asleep. Suyi stood next to her, looking confused, thinking to himself that this girl should know to get off at the next stop. It wasn't until the bus reached the final station and the driver asked them to get off that Suyi finally woke her up. "Are we here?" Gu Tongtong woke up and looked at Suyi. Suyi also looked at her, and the two of them stared at each other blankly. "How would I know? Let's get off first." After getting off the bus, Gu Tongtong took out her phone and checked. Suyi leaned over to look as well. Wu Wen's had sent her a bunch of WeChat messages with the location of the music store, asking if they had arrived. At 5 o'clock, he asked about the situation. Just now, he sent another message saying that he had already arrived at Channel Music Store. Gu Tongtong opened the phone's navigation and sighed. "Oh no, we missed the stop again." This again made Suyi feel a deeper meaning. Clearly, it seemed that this girl was used to missing stops when taking public transportation. Moreover, based on the location Wu Wen sent her, this girl probably didn't even know the specific location of Channel Music Store. It was terrifying, and such a person was taking Suyi alone to find a mortal immortal. Whether they could deal with the other party was one thing. Just finding them was already quite impressive. 12 kilometers? Suyi looked at the distance displayed on the navigation and couldn't help but think that this girl was truly extraordinary. A girl who seemed even dumber than his disciple was quite rare. Before, Suyi had mentioned that she had a name somewhat similar to Su Diandian's. Now, Suyi felt that their intelligence was probably about the same. Gu Tonton said, "Let's run there." Suyi used to enjoy walking, but now he was just an ordinary person. How long would it take to run 12 kilometers? Would he have to look tired afterward? Ziwu has already gone over. "We must get there quickly," Gu Tonton said. "Run faster." "I'll do my best." After their exchange, they started running. After a dozen minutes, Suyi was sweating profusely and panting heavily. Gu Tonton couldn't stand it any longer and said, "I'll carry you." Suyi's acting was quite realistic and he felt embarrassed being carried by the girl. However, he didn't even refuse and agreed directly. Normally, he should have let Gu Tonton go first, and he could follow along. But being carried by a girl was something he hadn't experienced before. In this new era without strict rules between men and women, Suyi was uninhibited, without a care in the world. "Get on." Gu Tonton was also single-minded and insisted on carrying Suyi, so she made him get on her back. Suyi didn't hesitate and leaned onto Gu Tonton's back. This sensation stirred Suyi's emotions. He was a normal man, and after many years of abstinence, now being carried by a girl, his hands around her jade-like neck, occasionally catching whiffs of her unique scent, was truly captivating. That definitely wasn't perfume. A girl like Gu Tonton wouldn't wear perfume. Gu Tonton's physical strength was astonishing, and she ran even faster while carrying Suyi. She followed the navigation instructions, running even faster than before. Those passing by couldn't help feeling bewildered. Damn, a grown man being carried by a girl. Doesn't he have any pride? Is this girl superhuman? Being able to run so fast while carrying someone, is she using cheats or what? Hey, what did you poke underneath there? It's poking me. Gu Tonton suddenly felt something amiss while running. Suyi remained unperturbed. "I heard that it might be dangerous to go to the music store this time, so we're not allowed to bring weapons, right?" "What's the use of bringing weapons?" Gu Tonton was slightly annoyed. "Could you put your weapon in the back or just hold it in your hand?" It wouldn't be a problem to hold it in hands, but putting it in the back, even though it was Suyi, there were limits to how far he could reach. Suyi fell silent. Gu Tonton didn't bother to argue further and followed the navigation. With only 1 kilometer left on the journey, Suyi's weapon, though uncomfortable, wasn't painful, so she didn't say much. Their speed increased once again. Suyi felt a bit embarrassed and suggested running on his own, but Gu Tonton rejected his proposal, continuing to carry him and run, becoming the most eye-catching sight on the street. Fortunately, Suyi remained composed and didn't wet his pants. It was just that he looked a bit reluctant when they arrived at the music store. Indeed, no matter how many years a man has lived, as long as his body is healthy, he is an uncheckable LSP. Or rather, the longer one lives, the more perverted an LSP can become. Cheonil Chin Hall. When Suyi and his friends arrived, Wu Wen's and Wang Degui were seated in a row. When Qian Meng sat in front of a gujen, her jade-like fingers gently plucking the strings, producing a melody that made notes dance. Her face was adorned with a charming smile, completely different from the demure and shy and Qian Meng they had seen at the Yangzhou beef noodle shop. The when Qian Meng now seemed to exude a hint of flirtatiousness in her eyes and smile, captivating all those who laid eyes on her. "You're here?" When Qian Meng said with a smile. Pressing down on the strings of the gujen, the music abruptly stopped. She gazed at Suyi and chuckled. "Good-looking young man, are you here to capture me as well?" "I'm here to see you being captured," Suyi replied, knowing well that the woman in front of him was not the same when Qian Meng he had encountered before. An immortal in the mortal world. "Capture me?" When Qian Meng smiled coquettishly, glanced at Gu Tonton, and her smile instantly froze into a cold demeanor. Innate Dao body. The moment she pressed down on the strings, both Wang Degui and Wu Wen seemed to wake up from a dream. The two men gazed at Wen Qian Meng, breaking into a cold sweat. If Wen Qian Meng had made a move just now, they would likely be two corpses by now. Wen Qian Meng's music had the power to charm hearts. Even someone like Wang Degui, a golden core cultivator, couldn't resist it. Wu Wen's hurriedly shouted, "Sister, cover your ears quickly. Her music can put people into illusions." "Got it." Gu Tongtong replied, using one finger to cover her ears and another to cover Suyi's ears. Suyi, in turn, cooperatively covered his own ears with one finger and Gu Tongtong's with the other. Although Gu Tongtong's behavior seemed foolish, Suyi thought that if he didn't cooperate, she might think he was even more foolish than her. Indeed, Gu Tongtong smiled approvingly at Su Yi's behavior. Wu Wen's hand Wang Degui watched the two blocking each other's ears and felt immense pressure. When Qian Meng couldn't help but chuckle, I thought an 8-Dao body was formidable. Turns out it's just a fool. Blocking our ears won't work. I can hear her cursing me, Bu Tongtong retorted cleverly, retracting her fingers after hearing Wen Qianmeng's words. Su Yi had encountered individuals with an innate Dao body before. These people had a natural affinity for spiritual energy, making their cultivation faster than many cultivators. However, their talents usually only manifested in cultivation, and they often seemed indifferent to other matters. While an innate Dao body wielded unparalleled combat strength, they were often viewed as strange by ordinary people. Su Yi also retracted his fingers, only hearing Gu Tongtong tell Wen Qianmeng, an immortal in the mortal world, right? As long as you abide by our rules, I can refrain from beating you. Such righteousness and reason in her words. Wen Qianmeng raised an eyebrow, smiling flirtatiously. Little sister, do you really think you're invincible? It's been quite some time since I've been in a fight. As expected, let's settle this through battle. Gu Tongtong declared, swiftly launching an attack. But with a swift strum, Wen Qianmeng sent her flying back midair. The invisible music had become a formidable weapon. Just one note caused Wu Wen's hand Wang Degui to spit out blood simultaneously. Su Yi hesitated, wondering if he should also spit out blood at this moment. Not. He decided to just collapse to the ground. Though his acting skills were subpar, no one was paying attention to him at this instant. As the intense battle between Gu Tongtong and Wen Qianmeng escalated, the sound of their fight shattered the numerous instruments in the hall. Su Yi lay on the ground, realizing the situation was getting out of hand. Though Wen Qianmeng lacked spiritual energy, she harnessed the power of her soul to manipulate the surrounding spiritual energy for attacks. Had this been before the resurgence of spiritual energy, she would have likely been defeated. But now, she seemed unbeatable. Despite the formidable display by Gu Tongtong, the ongoing battle indicated that she would eventually tire out and lose against Wen Qianmeng's powerful soul suppression and unique attack methods. Su Yi observed quietly, curious to see Gu Tongtong's limits, deciding to block off the area's sounds and movements, allowing them to continue their battle. From 6 in the afternoon until 8 in the evening, Wu Wen's hand Wang Degui had a change of heart. They checked on Su Yi's condition before he sat up, feigning confusion. Why are we outside? Su Yi asked innocently, not understanding the situation. Wang Degui cleared his throat heavily. I think we were thrown out by Chief Gu. Wu Wen's, ready to rush back in, was stopped by Wang Degui, who advised him against interfering in the battle. They realized that even if the Taoist Master Zhang were called, he might not be able to handle the situation. What should we do then? Wu Wen's asked. We wait. If even Chief Gu can't defeat her, we might need to run. Wang Degui replied calmly. Wu Wen's remained silent but kept a cold gaze on the scene inside the hall. As they stood outside, the sound of the guzheng was muffled, and dust clouds billowed from the intense battle between Gu Tongtong and Wen Qianmeng. Enough! Wen Qianmeng shouted sternly, swiftly strumming the guzheng strings with her 5 fingers. Gu Tongtong was sent flying once more, spitting blood as she crashed to the ground like a broken kite, heavily injured. Despite this, Gu Tongtong rose after 3 seconds, her stance unwavering as she gazed steadfastly at Wen Qianmeng. Had blood dripping from the corner of her mouth, but there was no hint of pain on her face. Her fist was clenched, and even though she seemed unsteady on her feet, she launched another attack. This time, her attack was not as fierce as before, and it seemed somewhat weak. Sister, don't go, Wu Wen shouted and charged in. Wen Qianmeng, who had a charming face, now showed a hint of killing intent. She gritted her teeth and said, since you want to die, I will grant your wish. With that, she prepared to pluck the strings of the zither again. Su Yi slightly closed his eyes and directly used his powerful spiritual sense to suppress her soul. In that instant, when Qianmeng's face turned pale, her body stiffened, her pupils dilated, and just as Gu Tongtong's fist was about to strike Wen Qianmeng, she fainted. Gu Tongtong also lost all her strength in an instant, slipped, and fell on Wen Qianmeng. Wu Wen's, who entered, was stunned. Was it going to end like this? Both of them collapsing due to exhaustion. Wang Degui burst into laughter. Director Gu is truly unmatched in combat. Even an immortal is no match for her, and she exhausted her opponent into fainting. How would he know that if Su Yi hadn't intervened at the last moment, Gu Tongtong might not have just fainted due to exhaustion? Let's take them back to the office first, Wu Wen said, looking worriedly at Gu Tongtong. Su Yi stepped forward and said, I have some medical training. Let me take a look. You studied medicine? Wu Wen's frowned and asked, I checked your file. Your father is a painter. Your mother is a farmer. Who did you learn from? They were planning to bring Su Yi into the 13th division, so naturally, they needed to investigate his background. However, Su Yi's background was fabricated by Yuan Guo, and Su Yi didn't even know who his parents were. Su Yi did not answer him, and instead checked Gu Tongtong's pulse, saying, she's fine. Just fainted from exhaustion. She will wake up soon. Are you sure? Wu Wen still found it hard to believe Su Yi's words. Su Yi nodded. I can wake her up now, but I think it's better to let her rest a bit. Wang Degui quickly said, shouldn't we deal with this immortal first? What if she wakes up first? Wu Wen's frowned. Even if she is an immortal, we don't have the right to arbitrarily take lives. For now, we need to find a way to control her, so that even if she wakes up, she cannot pose a threat to us. Then I'll seal her meridians first, Wang Degui said, touching Wen Qianmeng's forehead and lower abdomen to seal her chest. Su Yi knew that this would be meaningless. Immortals descended through possession, mostly controlling the power of heaven and earth through their souls. What use was it to seal their meridians? But it didn't matter much. With Su Yi present, not to mention immortals, even if it were true golden immortals or beings like saints, erasing them was just a matter of a glance. After about 10 minutes, Gu Tongtong slowly woke up. In that short period, her injuries had miraculously healed due to the powerful natural dacha surrounding her. Shall we take her back? Gu Tongtong stood up, glanced at the unconscious Qianmeng, showing no concern for her own injuries. She was probably used to it. Su Yi had assumed that the 13th Division in Qingzhou City had an office or even a prison cell, but he later discovered that Gu Tongtong and the others were renting a guest house. Located in the old city area, the building seemed older than Su Yi's residence, with moss-covered red bricks and the surrounding streets in a disarray, housing only staff from the 13th Division. This was their main base. The car stopped in front of a 3-story small building. Gu Tongtong held Wen Qianmeng's hand and dragged her upstairs like a dead weight, knocking into things along the way, showing no care. Wang Degui, not being part of the 13th Division, got off the car halfway. He probably didn't want to get too involved in the situation. Su Yi and Wu Wen's followed upstairs. Before Gu Tongtong could put down Wen Qianmeng, she heard Wen Qianmeng ask, who are you? Why are you holding me? Where am I? She asked 3 questions in a row. Gu Tongtong remained vigilant, gripping her wrist, staring into her eyes, and asked, are you the original owner of this body? What are you talking about? When Qianmeng nervously looked at the disheveled girl, glancing around and seeing Su Yi, she exclaimed, you're here too? What are you all planning to do? Su Yi said, don't worry. We won't harm you. He had already sensed that the immortal soul had hidden itself, suggesting she hadn't fully possessed Wen Qianmeng but rather chose to coexist with her. Dual existence? Su Yi could have erased the immortal soul directly, but he chose not to. Everyone had their struggles, and he wasn't sure if this immortal had committed any wrongdoing. In Su Yi's view, not all demonic cultivators or immortals needed to be eliminated. At least this immortal didn't directly erase Wen Qianmeng's soul. This is a bit tricky. Wu Wen scratched his chin. If that immortal decides to misuse her body again, we'll be in trouble. We can't just lock her up now, and even if we do, only you, Director Gu, might be able to keep watch over her. When Wu Wen's mentioned Gu Tongtong being able to watch over her, he meant it as an assumption. After all, during their fight earlier, Gu Tongtong had been in a disadvantageous position most of the time. Gu Tongtong remained silent. Most of the time, she was not good at pondering such matters. Anything that couldn't be solved with fists was usually handed over to Wu Wen's. Now that Wu Wen's found it tricky, it indeed posed a challenge. At this point, Su Yi asked, you mean she's actually two people? Wu Wen's nodded. Since the immortal wasn't harmed by Director Gu, she must be fine. She's probably hiding within Wen Qianmeng's body, so it's not unreasonable to say there are two people in one body. Su Yi inquired, how do you plan to deal with this immortal? Wu Wen's awkwardly smiled, scratched his head, and said, actually, we don't have any malice. We just want to talk to her and ask her not to commit wrongdoings. As long as she behaves, we won't do anything to her. Su Yi almost laughed at their simple-minded approach. Why don't I chat with her? Su Yi said, I've always been good at chatting. If Yin Huiyan and Bai Miao Miao heard Su Yi saying this, they would probably laugh out loud. Wu Wen's, however, was unaware of Su Yi's background. He assumed that Su Yi knew when Qian Meng'an was a university student, and university students should be good at chatting. But now that the earthly immortal isn't coming out, how will you chat with her? Su Yi replied, I feel that if it's really, as you all say, she will eventually come out. When the time comes, I'll appeal to her emotions and reason, and she should listen. Then let's wait for now. Who knows when the earthly immortal will come out? Naturally, Wu Wen's was not going to let Su Yan and Qian Meng be alone together. Judging from Su Yi's performance at Channel Music House today, Wu Wen's couldn't believe Su Yi was a cultivator. When ordinary people encounter earthly immortals, they usually kneel on the spot. Moreover, this earthly immortal has the ability to charm people's hearts. What kind of people are you? When Qian Meng leaned against the wall, observing the three people in front of her, feeling a bit confused. What do they mean she's actually to people? And what is an earthly immortal? Are they all talking nonsense? Are they all crazy? However, when she heard Su Yi playing the zither earlier, playing the 8 views of Chang'an, she thought, such a person is more likely to be an extreme lunatic, otherwise how could they play the 8 views of Chang'an at such a young age? Wu Wen's, being a professional, seemed to have prepared how to respond in advance. He calmly said, don't you find it strange? Why did you suddenly appear here? When Qian Meng stared at him, tears in her eyes, and with a hint of crying in her voice, said, shouldn't this be a question for all of you? She was starting to think she might have encountered crazy people. Don't cry, please. Wu Wen's also panicked. When a girl like when Qian Meng cried, most men couldn't handle it. Let me tell you, don't you feel like you're missing a part of your memory? Like you've encountered a ghost? Wu Wen's hastily explained. Think about it. Today is already the 19th. What date did you remember? Today is the 19th. When Qian Meng was also surprised, slightly opening her mouth, forgetting to cry, and then, feeling her body, she realized she didn't have her phone with her, and somehow she was now wearing a mature kipao. Who helped me change my clothes? When Qian Meng nervously gripped her clothes as she asked, looking at Su Yi and then at Wu Wen's. Could it be these two who helped her change? Wu Wen's gave her a look and said, you changed them yourself. Why don't I remember? When Qian Meng realized that something strange was happening, her memory was still stuck on the morning of the 15th, but now someone was telling her it's the 19th. What happened in those days? Could she have really encountered a ghost? I'll show you a video, and then you'll understand. Wu Wen took out his phone, opened an app, and played a video taken at Channel Music House. Su Yi was stunned. He never expected Wu Wen had recorded everything that happened in the music house. It was fortunate that his acting skills, although a bit clumsy, should not have given him away. From the video, it was clear that after Wu Wen and Wang Degui entered Channel Music House, when Qian Meng, dressed in a gorgeous kipao, looked charming and beautiful. When Wu Wen explained that he was from Division 13, and wanted to talk to her, when Qian Meng asked them to listen to a piece before chatting. After playing a few chords, Wu Wen and the others didn't move. When they listened to that melody in the video, they didn't enter a trance, likely because when Qian Meng's music lacked the power to captivate the soul. When Qian Meng watched the video on the phone, clearly seeing the woman in the video was her, but it also felt like it wasn't her. She couldn't produce that music. Using music to attack people, it felt more like a fantasy movie. Is that me? When Qian Meng was frightened, looking down at the kipao she was wearing. The kipao was well made, had a great cut, and a beautiful color scheme, but it definitely wasn't her clothes. Wu Wen said, you can think of it as a paranormal event. You've been possessed by a deity. We're trying to find that deity to talk things out, so she doesn't harm you. Otherwise, you may not exist anymore. He chose to say she was possessed by a deity rather than a ghost to make it sound less scary. A deity? When Qian Meng bit her lip and said, but I don't know. I don't know what to do. How should we talk? Can she hear us now? While Wu Wen and when Qian Meng chatted, Su Yi had already started talking to the earthly immortal. Don't cooperate well later, or I'll have to erase you. Su Yi didn't speak, his expression unchanged, but his words were clearly transmitted to the earthly immortal. What are you? Were you the one suppressing me in the music house earlier? The earthly immortal was a bit flustered. She had the bloodlines of dragons and Hydra, and in the fairy realm she was a renowned figure, but recently her territory was invaded by powerful enemies, forcing her to take the risk and enter the human realm. When it came to the strength of souls, In this human world, no one should be able to match her. But Suyi had suppressed her without changing his expression earlier, which was terrifying. You don't need to know who I am. Just know that I can erase you at any time, Suyi said. Firstly, my current identity is just an ordinary person. Also, you can temporarily stay in this girl's body, but you must not harm her, and you must not commit any illegal acts, or else ... After Suyi finished speaking, the earthly immortal felt an invisible pressure coming towards her. She had seen a lot in the past, and to bring such a powerful oppression, perhaps only the divine kings in the fairy realm could achieve that. How would she know that even the so-called divine kings in the fairy realm would be like ants in front of Suyi? Understood, the earthly immortal said. Senior, I will abide by the law and peacefully coexist with this girl. Suyi claimed to be just an ordinary person, but it was obvious this was just a facade. With his strength, it was perfectly acceptable to address him as senior. First, greet this girl, and then let's have a good chat. I believe you know how to proceed with the conversation, right? I understand. The earthly immortal was no longer being willful at this moment. Recalling her impolite behavior when she first met Suyi, she couldn't help but shudder. Miss Wen, when Qian Meng was still in shock, feeling a sudden voice in her mind, making her feel cold all over and too scared to speak. Wu Wen saw the panic on Wen Qianmeng's face and quickly asked, "What's wrong with you?" Someone ... Someone is calling me. When Qianmeng's voice trembled. Although the voice just now wasn't unpleasant and didn't drag on like in some horror movies, it still sent chills down her spine unexpectedly, making anyone feel scared. Especially after Wu Wen's had just told her that a celestial being had possessed her. Even though it was a celestial being, Wu Wen's also mentioned that if ignored, her consciousness might cease to exist. This deepened Wen Qianmeng's fear. It's a celestial being. Wu Wen's immediately became tense. Gu Tongtong also stepped forward, ready to act at any moment. Within half a meter, Gu Tongtong was confident she could subdue Wen Qianmeng instantly. Miss Wen, rest assured, I have no ill intentions towards you, said Ji Yunayan Yan. My name is Li Youayu. You can call me Sister Youayu. I entered your body out of necessity, and for the time being, I can't leave your body. Once I leave, I will soon dissipate. So, can I stay in your body for a while longer? Don't you like playing the zither? I can teach you. I can also offer you many benefits, such as, if someone bullies you, I can help you. Li Youayu could only think of this much for now. When she was in the fairy realm, she mostly resorted to intimidation. Will you not harm me? When Qianmeng subconsciously asked, blurting out her question directly. You can rest assured of that. How about you let me talk to those around you? Li Youayu's current attitude was very polite. She was afraid of speaking incorrectly due to the pressure Suyi imposed on her. After a moment of silence, when Qianmeng said to Wu Wen's, she said her name is Li Youayu and wants to chat with you all. All right. Then let her chat with us. Wu Wen's thought for a moment before saying to Suyi, I'll talk to her first. There are some things you may not know. Let's try to avoid conflict. Suyi nodded. He wasn't really interested. He had already made it clear to this celestial being, no matter who talked to her, the result would be the same. After a while, when Qianmeng's eyes changed. In a moment, from looking pitiful, her eyes were now filled with seduction and charm. Just this change in her eyes indicated she was no longer the same person as before. This was much more exciting than actors relying on makeup to portray a transformation in movies. I'll introduce myself first. My name is Li Youayu, from the fairy realm. According to your address, you would call me a celestial being, right? Wu Wen's took a deep breath and said, Hello, I'm Wu Wen's, the deputy director of the 13th division. This is our director. Actually, we are not hostile towards you. Our director has already told you that as long as you don't break the law, we can live peacefully. Living peacefully? Of course that's possible. Li Youayu stole a glance at Suyi and said, You can rest assured, I will not harm this girl. Wu Wen's and Gu Tongtong exchanged a glance. They didn't understand why this celestial being suddenly became so friendly. Even when she had a physical confrontation with Gu Tongtong earlier, she had always been in control. If she had intentions to do harm, it wouldn't have been so. How can I trust you? This was an important question. After all, talk is cheap. Even if Li Youayu was willing to sign an oath, Wu Wen's was still hesitant. But even if he didn't trust her, it seemed they had no way to deal with her. She was a celestial being. They couldn't defeat her, They couldn't just imprison Wen Qianmeng for life. I swear by the soul of my ancestors, if anything I said earlier was a lie, may my soul be vanquished. As she finished her words, a mysterious force descended from the heavens and landed on her forehead. Taking an oath as a cultivator was different from an ordinary person. Many people casually make promises, even breaking them without consequences. However, for cultivators, their vows were usually bound by the laws of the universe. Especially, when Li Youayu swore by the soul of her ancestors, she must not break it. Otherwise, she would face the consequences. We believe you. Wu Wen's was at a loss for words in the face of such a pledge. Li Youayu seemed relieved after making the pledge and said, "All right then." Her biggest fear was not anyone else but Su Yi's disapproval. If Su Yi was unhappy, the consequences would be severe. Su Yi looked at Li Youayu with a smile, but didn't say anything. However, his smile made Li Youayu feel as if she was bathed in a spring breeze. It seemed that Su Yi was very satisfied with the situation. Seeing how easy Li Youayu was to deal with, Wu Wen forgot to introduce Su Yi to her, and Li Youayu also didn't ask. Gu Tongtong remained silent. She never expected this celestial being to be so friendly. From the video Wu Wen's recorded before, Li Youayu had the opportunity to harm them at the music store, but didn't act on it. This indicated that she didn't have strong malicious intentions. Once everything was settled, Li Youayu retreated into Wen Qianmeng's body again, and when Qianmeng's eyes returned to normal, she said she won't harm me. Wen Qianmeng hesitated for a moment and said, "I believe her." Strictly speaking, Wen Qianmeng was the one suffering from the arrival of the celestial being. Now that the victim herself didn't mind, and Li Youayu had made an oath not to cause trouble, what else could they say? "Miss Wen, leave me your phone number. We'll contact you if we need anything in the future." Wu Wen didn't really know how to handle the matter with the celestial being. In the past, when celestial beings descended, none of them were willing to negotiate with them. Even orthodox cultivators from the mortal realm didn't see eye to eye with their 13th division. If it was a demonic cultivator, it would inevitably end in a fight. Even with Gu Tongtong, who was unmatched in battle, facing a celestial being meant they were at a disadvantage. This was the first time they had encountered a celestial being like Li Youayu, who was so easy to talk to. Wu Wen felt that they had no jurisdiction over this matter at the 13th division. If Li Youayu really wanted to possess someone, what could they do? "Can I leave his number instead?" When Qianmeng looked at Su Yi and timidly shrunk her neck. "Senior, it really wasn't me who asked her to save your contact information. I know, you've said it 3 times already." Returning from Gu Tongtong's place, it was already early morning, when Qianmeng hadn't left yet. No, it should be said that Li Youayu hadn't left yet. She repeatedly explained to Su Yi that earlier, it was only when Qianmeng's intention to get Su Yi's contact information. "It's already very late, you can leave, as long as you don't do anything out of line. I won't bother you." Su Yi was really worried that at this hour, some old folks might not be able to sleep and peek into his yard, and then tomorrow would be full of gossip. Li Youayu said, "Senior is indeed broad-minded. The junior has already made an agreement with Miss Moon. In the future, if there are no special circumstances, the junior will cultivate deep in her mind, without taking the liberty of using her body." "That's good." Su Yi sat down on the old rocking chair under the wadong tree. "Then I won't disturb you." Su Yi heard her say this, so he simply closed his eyes, preparing to take a short nap. How did I end up here?" Su Yi had just closed his eyes when he heard Wen Qianmeng's voice. It was really Wen Qianmeng. "Li Youayu." Su Yi couldn't help but shout in a low voice. Li Youayu had just used Wen Qianmeng's body to come to Su Yi's yard, and now she had suddenly left. In this way, Wen Qianmeng couldn't help but feel like she was missing a piece, and it felt inexplicably like she had ended up at Su Yi's house. Li Youayu had bid farewell, but left Wen Qianmeng in Su Yi's yard. It was approaching early morning now. Should Wen Qianmeng be left to go back alone? After he shouted, Wen Qianmeng was stunned, looking foolishly at Su Yi, but Li Youayu didn't come out, probably playing dead directly. Wen Qianmeng looked around, and then at Su Yi, cautiously asked, "Su Yi, is this your home?" Su Yi coldly replying, "Or do you think otherwise?" Just with this tone, it was already evident that he was keeping her at arm's length. He was a normal man, and in general, he treated girls slightly better than men. But Li Youayu's actions irritated him. Li Youayu clearly wanted Wen Qianmeng to get closer to Su Yi, and she should have figured out that Su Yi wasn't a killer and was testing the waters. "Woman, you were playing with fire. So you didn't forget to warn Lee Yoayu. Lee Yoayu remained silent and continued to play dead. When Kyeon Meng was also startled by Suyi and could only say, "Then I'll go first." With that, when Kyeon Meng left Suyi's yard, it was already late, and technically, it was somewhat dangerous for a girl to be walking in the old city area at this time, but Suyi didn't show any intention of escorting her. Lee Yoayu was playing tricks with Suyi, but Suyi wasn't buying it at all. He wasn't concerned about when Kyeon Meng's safety at all. Lee Yoayu had said that unless there were special circumstances, she wouldn't come out, but if someone insisted on seeking death, Suyi really wouldn't interfere. He didn't value human life as much as Wu Wen's did. He wanted to be a law-abiding citizen, but he couldn't expect everyone to be like him. Even if Lee Yoayu really killed someone, as long as it didn't affect those around Suyi, he actually wouldn't care. When Kyeon Meng walked out of Suyi's yard, Dan took a taxi straight home. In the car, she only heard Lee Yoayu say to her, "Miss Wen, your luck with immortality is quite good." When Kyeon Meng wasn't used to someone suddenly speaking next to her, but she had seen some films and television shows before, like where there was an old man hidden in a ring or a deity temporarily inhabiting a mortal's body. Was this the second type? "You don't have to speak out loud. I know what you're thinking and feeling." Lee Yoayu chuckled. "The old man inside the ring. You can think of it like that. With me around. Besides the senior just now, no one should be able to bully you." "The senior just now? Are you talking about Suyi?" When Kyeon Meng asked in confusion, "Is he really powerful?" "Of course. I've lived for over 10,000 years and never expected to encounter such a person in this world. He should be on par with the immortals and deities in the immortal realm." Lee Yoayu chuckled. "Moreover, this senior should be a righteous person. In the future, you should interact with him more often. It will be beneficial for both of us." Lee Yoayu had thought it through. She wasn't interested in this world and just wanted to return to the immortal realm for revenge. Wanting to return to the immortal realm, with her simple cultivation, even if it took 1,000 years, it probably wouldn't be possible. But she had unexpectedly encountered someone like Suyi. If she didn't take advantage of this opportunity, wouldn't she miss out on an opportunity for immortality? When Kyeon Meng said, "I don't think Suyi wants to talk to me." When she said this, she felt a bit conflicted. As a girl, being kept at arm's length in conversation wasn't pleasant. "What are you afraid of? If he wants to kill, he would kill me first." "I'm not afraid, so try to get closer. If you can cultivate together, that would be the best. Even if not, forming a good relationship would be good." Cultivate together. When Kyeon Meng smirked, "Who wants to cultivate with him? You're not interested? When the opportunity comes, let me handle it." Lee Yoayu smiled coyly. "I've lived for so many years and never thought about cultivating with anyone. But he is quite exceptional. Heh. Don't act recklessly. Don't forget, you promised me that, except in urgent situations, you won't misuse my body." When Kyeon Meng was a bit uneasy hearing her talk this way. If Lee Yoayu really used her body with someone, and she woke up not understanding the situation, having rolled in bed with someone, how could she handle that? Isn't that urgent? Do you not remember you saying you don't want it? Worst case scenario, it will be you at times, me at times, or we'll all feel together. Just thinking about it feels exhilarating. When Kyeon Meng blushed and retorted, "That's not appropriate." "Then will you still interact with the senior?" "No." When Kyeon Meng admired Suyi's music skills, but if he kept up that attitude, she wasn't going to force herself on him. She wasn't infatuated. "What does infatuated mean?" Lee Yoayu asked curiously. "You should be considered one." When Kyeon Meng didn't know what to say, always talking about cultivating together. Wasn't that infatuated behavior? Does infatuated mean like a flower? Yes, that's it. I'll just call you that from now on. Lee Infatuation. I feel like you're insulting me, but I think that name isn't bad. When Kyeon Meng felt she shouldn't let Lee Yoayu take control of her body unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, if one day she fancied someone and went up to ask them about cultivating together, it would be embarrassing. Gu Tongtong and Lee Yoayu's appearance did not disrupt Suyi's life. Early in the morning, Suyi had nothing to do, so he went next door to practice boxing with old Lin and checked on his physical condition, which had improved a lot compared to before. He could probably guess how Yi Xiaoxuan would eventually use medicine on old Lin. Judging from the things Suyi taught her, only the 7th book, Regenerating Deficiency Acupuncture Method, could treat liver cancer. This set of acupuncture methods can supplement the 5 internal organs, but it is only a way to prevent further damage. According to Su Yi's secret method, when a person is born, they receive 360 units of che from the heavens and the earth, combined with the che passed down from parents, totaling 384 units, and when the che is exhausted, life ends. By the age of 40, an average person has already depleted over half of their essence. Old Lin had only a little over 10 units of che in his body previously, and with his age and liver issues, Su Yi could tell at a glance what his fate would be. However, in recent days, with Old Lin taking Yi Xiaoxuan's medicine and practicing the boxing taught by Su Yi, the che in his body had not decreased but had even increased slightly. Although the increase was not significant, the accumulation over a month would be enough to supplement the damage to his liver. Old Lin, you look good, Su Yi said with a smile as he practiced boxing. Old Lin replied, thanks to your boxing and Ziyi's medicine, I almost feel like I won't die. Won't die? Su Yi chuckled. After all, despite Yi Xiaoxuan's treatment of his liver cancer, and even with Su Yi's daily boxing practice, at his age, he might only live for another 10 years. Not die? Can I borrow another 500 years from heaven? Old Lin joked. Su Yi just smiled, then didn't say anything. Borrowing 500 years from heaven was impossible. If Su Yi wanted, he could possibly extend his life by several decades or even over 100 years. But having not yet exhausted one's che did not guarantee immortality. Yi Lin was a prime example. When Su Yi met him, Yi Lin had enough che to live another 30 years, but he still died. There was a higher power at work, and Su Yi did not wish to interfere too much. Zhang Ting had opened a breakfast stall on the street, selling soy milk, fried dough sticks, tea, and eggs in the morning and cold noodles at night, enough to support her family. Su Diandian held a bag of soy milk and two others in her hands, looking like a little penguin as she walked into the courtyard. Brother Su Yi, Grandpa Lin, are you practicing martial arts? Yes, we are. Do you drink soy milk? Su Diandian handed over the soy milk. Su Yi accepted it and took a sip. Just like Su Diandian, can you do the kind of martial arts that make you fly? I saw on TV that people can fly. Su Yi replied, I can fly too, and even higher than the ones on TV. Su Diandian's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Su Yi. Can you fly to that big tree in your courtyard? Of course. Su Yi was not boasting. Flying to a tree that high was no issue for him. Then fly there. I won't fly, unless you bring me another bag of soy milk. Wait for me, Su Diandian said, and ran out of the courtyard in excitement, probably imagining she could fly. Old Lin chuckled, watching her leave, and handed Su Yi 3 coins, saying, I'll treat you today. Su Yi accepted, saying, I should have asked Dianian to bring me to more fried dough sticks. Old Lin's demeanor changed, saying, if you want to eat them, you pay for it yourself. Stingy. Su Yi chuckled. They chatted for a while longer. When Su Diandian didn't return with the second bag of soy milk, Su Yi suddenly said to Old Lin, I'm off to class. He walked out of the yard. Lin Yun had not returned last night, so there was no ride for Su Yi to school. However, his main reason for going out was not for school. At the bustling Wudong Street, a group of thugs was causing a scene at Zhang Ting's stall. 5 thugs were shouting in front of Zhang Ting's stand, with many neighbors watching. Su Diandian, covered in dirt, was sobbing behind Zhang Ting, with a large handprint on her face. Zhang Ting, your husband Su Chuan still owes 2.38 million to Boss Wang. If he doesn't pay within a month, don't blame us for being ruthless. Zhang Ting shielded Su Diandian behind her and tried to remain calm, saying, Wang Yu, tell Boss Wang that I've divorced Su Chuan, and I can't manage his debts anymore. Don't come looking for me in the future. Guan Yu smirked and said, who knows if your divorce is real or fake? Besides, you weren't divorced when Su Chuan borrowed the money, right? Now that he can't repay, I will find you if not you. Zhang Ting gritted her teeth. You think I don't know the law? If the husband's loan was for personal expenses or legal activities known to the wife, such as gambling or usury, then the debt is the husband's personal debt, and the wife has no obligation to repay it. Guan Yu laughed even more exaggeratedly. Come on, Tingya, do you think I'm here to discuss the law with you? Let me put it this way today. If you don't pay back the money, I'll have to go to your old man. Don't you have a house? Even though it's not worth much, it can cover some of the debt. Sell it within a month. Do you understand? If you don't understand what I'm saying, be sure to watch your precious daughter. Guan Yu glanced at Su Diandian behind Zhang Ting, increasing his threats. The crowd buzzed with discussions, with some bold elders trying to intervene but quickly pulled back by their women. These were all lonely elderly people who couldn't afford to offend the lowlifes in society. John Ting held Su Diandian in her arms. She treasured her the most now, feeling heartbroken seeing Su Diandian getting hurt. But as a woman with no support, what could she do? Over 2 million. Even selling the old house couldn't settle it. And that old house was her father's last bit of property. If she sold it, was she going to let her elderly father end up homeless? Seeing John Ting remain silent, Huan Yu became more arrogant, pointing at her and threatening. John Ting, don't even think of running away. For the next month, we will come check on you every day. If you're not here, I'll go find your old man. With a bag of soy milk in his hand, he took a sip and smirked, saying, "It's not bad." As they spoke, Su Yi had arrived at the stall. He glanced at Su Diandian's face, then turned to Huan Yu and asked, "Did you hit her?" Originally, Huan Yu was planning to leave, but the sudden appearance of Su Yi made him happy. "Hey, little kid, feeling brave," Huan Yu said with his mouth full of soy milk, a strange smile on his face. The people around him laughed even more. They were afraid of the police coming, but didn't mind dealing with Su Yi before leaving. When they arrived, they had already scoped out the area. There were no surveillance cameras nearby, and the nearest police station was about 10 kilometers away towards the west of the city. Plus, it was the morning rush hour. Even if the police were called, it would take at least 10 to 20 minutes to arrive, so they were acting so recklessly. So you wanted to take down these people on the spot, but he held back because it wouldn't be good if the children saw such things. "Su Yi, they are bad people." Su Dian cried with terror streaming down his face, looking pitiful with his small face already swollen, and the large palm print looked so out of place. Su Yi reached out and touched Su Dian's cheek. With his ability, this small injury was nothing. As his hand passed over, Su Dian felt a cool sensation on his face, and the burning pain ceased. "Su Yi, take the bad guys to find the police, uncle." Su Yi smiled. Su Dian was a naive child, but not just anyone can hit them. "Kid, what the hell do you mean?" Huan Yu stared at Su Yi incredulously. "Take them to find the police, just based on this kid." Su Yi had a smile on his face, but his mood at this moment was not very pleasant. "Aren't you looking for money? Let me go with you," Su Yi said. "You are causing trouble for a widow and an orphan, not fun." Huan Yu raised his neck and asked, "Do you have money?" "Not at the moment, but I can," Su Yi said. "Take me to see the Mr. Huan you mentioned." "Sure. Let's go," Huan Yu said before turning around. "I'll take you to see Mr. Huan. You can talk to him yourself." "You didn't answer my earlier question." Su Yi didn't move. Huan Yu raised an eyebrow. "What question?" "You hit the guy, right?" Su Yi had already walked up to Huan Yu. John Ting grabbed him, but couldn't hold him back. "Tingji," turned Su Dian's head away. John Ting didn't know what Su Yi wanted to do, but could only bury Su Dian's head in her arms. "You're getting excited, aren't you?" Huan Yu reached out to push Su Yi. Su Yi grabbed his hand, and the next moment, only a miserable scream was heard from Huan Yu's mouth. In the intense pain, he knelt directly in front of Su Yi, his expression fierce, tears flowing uncontrollably. Crack! Su Yi crushed all the bones in his hand, a pain that not just anyone could bear. Smack! After Su Yi released his hand, he slapped Huan Yu's face. This slap directly knocked him out. The few lackeys behind Huan Yu looked dumbfounded. They clearly saw that Huan Yu's hand had completely deformed. Just by grabbing a hand, he forcibly twisted it to such an extent. How strong must he be? And then he slapped the person unconscious. They could see that Huan Yu, who had fought with people all year round, wouldn't necessarily pass out even if his head was smashed open with an iron rod. The strength of Su Yi's slap could easily be imagined. "Take me to see that Mr. Huan," Su Yi said coldly. "Take this person with you." Those lackeys had no resistance or refusal. Two of them helped Huan Yu up, while the others led the way. This was not a display of authority. The pressure that Su Yi gave was substantial. He was the one truly setting the rules. Not only could he order these little hooligans to lead the way, but even if he asked them to commit suicide on the spot, they would be trembling with fear and follow his orders. Su Yi followed them onto a white van. Soon, they passed through the old town, into the outskirts, and after driving for a while, they stopped in front of a small rural road. "Brother, Mr. Huan should be inside." "What do you mean should?" Su Yi raised an eyebrow, and the guy who had spoken earlier quickly explained, "We don't have Mr. Wang's contact information, but our casino is inside. Mr. Wang often comes to inspect. If you want to find him, ask the person in charge inside. The casino is in this kind of place. Bro, there's a crackdown now, so it can only be in a place like this. It's convenient to escape when the police come. Although Su Yi's question seemed stupid, the guy didn't dare to talk back. Huan Yu was usually able to take on several opponents at once, but in front of Su Yi, he fell with just one blow. They didn't know why, but facing Su Yi, they felt a genuine fear from the depths of their souls. That kind of fear made them lack the courage to do anything. Su Yi now probably understood why Su Chuan owed so much money to others. Throughout history, families have been ruined by gambling. In the old days, men gambled away their entire families, and it was not uncommon to sell their wives and children. Such men naturally did not deserve sympathy. But in today's society, selling one's family after losing money is illegal. What happens at the gambling table stays at the gambling table. Let's go. So you didn't necessarily have to find trouble with Mr. Wan, but he didn't want anyone else to disturb Zhang Ting and her daughter. If it was just about repaying over 2 million, especially at the gambling table, it was a piece of cake for Su Yi. The lackeys threw Huan Yu into the car and led Su Yi through winding mountain paths, finally arriving at a small village. Every 100 meters or so, there were 1 or 2 people guarding outside the village. After Huan Mao and the others led Su Yi up, Huan Mao only dared to say he was a guest. Su Yi finally saw the so-called casino now. It was just a broken brick house, with dim lights hanging inside, the room full of haze, with various curses and laughter mingling into one. A dozen gamblers gathered around a table, full of bright red banknotes bundled up and weighed next to an electronic scale. There were some people inside and outside the house, all with weapons at their waists. Strict security. Once inside the brick house, a man in a black suit with a scar on his face asked, "What would you like to play, sir? Is there anything to play?" Su Yi didn't mention finding Mr. Wang. Since he was at the gambling den, he might as well win over 2 million, help Su Chuan pay off the debt, and then chat with Su Chuan. 3 cards, baccarat, blackjack are also available. Su Yi had never heard of these 3 types of games, but was a bit interested at the moment. What's the minimum bet? What's the maximum bet? 1,000 minimum, 1 million maximum, with a 5% commission. Su Yi nodded and asked, "Catch, can you scan a payment? We have a POS machine. Do you have a bank card?" These private gambling establishments usually don't accept scanning, as such gambling funds are traceable. I didn't bring one. Su Yi didn't even have a bank card. How much would you scan? Scan 10,000 first. Let's try. Su Yi smiled. The attitude of the man with the scar face changed immediately, saying coldly, "Scan the money to Huang Mao, I'll give you the money." He really wasn't interested in someone coming to play with just 10,000. So he held 10,000 cash in the room and looked around for a while, probably understood the rules. Although based on his luck, even if he didn't understand the rules, he would still win without losing if he sat down. But it wouldn't be any fun if he won the money without understanding the rules. Scarface also inquired about Huang Na and learned that Su Yi had actually knocked out Huan Yu, which made him alert. He stared at Su Yi intently and even greeted the brothers in the room. If this kid causes trouble, just chop him directly. Scarface's face showed a fierce expression. He snorted and said to his brothers, if he loses the money and wants to leave, detain him, cut off one hand first, consider it as avenging old Huan. He also heard from Huang Mao that Su Yi seemed to have good skills and strength. But so what? Even if he is skilled, can he take on 10 opponents alone? Is this a movie shoot? Su Yi strolled around the room, then took to 10,000 gambling capital, found a chair to sit down, and casually threw the money. 10 minutes later, cash piles were already in front of Su Yi. Brothers, what should we bet on? Danker or player? At this point, a large group of gamblers had already gathered behind Su Yi. Su Yi bet on whatever he wanted, as if possessed by the gambling god. At the beginning, those people didn't notice, but in these 10 minutes, Su Yi went from winning 1 million to over 3 million. He was like a godlike presence. I'm done playing. Su Yi stood up. He was not someone who would break his principles. The gambling house was not a charity organization. He came to win money, and it was time to stop. Furthermore, with so many people following his baits, the casino wouldn't make much money. Don't go, brother. Keep playing. Your luck is so good now. If you don't play now, when will you? That's right. You're like a guardian angel. Stopping now would be a pity. Win 10 million and then leave. let the brothers have a good time too. The gamblers behind Suyi were more excited than anyone else. Others might not care about money, but these gamblers considered money as their lifeblood. Encountering a gambling god like Suyi was rare. How could they not stick close to him? No more playing. Suyi smiled. He didn't enjoy these scenes. He had been in similar situations before and didn't like playing in gambling houses. Unless he deliberately wanted to lose, even if others were cheating, it would not work. Luck was extraordinary. It wasn't something to be taken lightly. Suyi stood up and waved to Scarface. Scarface walked over with a dark expression. Are you cheating? Suyi didn't beat around the bush. He said, Su Chuan owes your boss. It's all here. Consider it settling the debt. Don't go bothering Zhang Ting and the others in the future. Do you really think this is a place like that? Scarface raised his hand as if to grab Suyi's collar, but before he could, Suyi grabbed 3 of his fingers. I'm here to reason with you. Do you want to fight me? Suyi's eyes narrowed slightly. If you really want to fight, I won't be polite. Stop acting tough. Get him. Scarface shouted, and the onlookers rushed over, each holding a weapon. The nearby gamblers hid their money, fearing they might get caught up in it. Suyi simply snapped Scarface's 3 fingers. One of the onlookers rushed at him but was kicked away by Suyi. He had complete control of his strength now. Even though the kick would probably break multiple bones, it was the minimum. Within 2 minutes, none of the onlookers could stand up. Their weapons were as useless as decorations. The gamblers watched in silence. Who was this ruthless person? A gambling god at the table and a killer off the table. Suyi stared at Scarface and asked, I'm repaying Su Chuan's debt. Do you accept it? Brother. I accept. Scarface said, I swear, I won't go looking for trouble with Su Chuan's wife again. Should have said so earlier. Suyi took some money from the table and put it in his pocket. I need to take back my own capital. This is just extra. He then left the house directly. The young man who had brought Suyi in earlier leaned against the wall with a flattering smile at Suyi and said, Bro, I didn't do anything. Suyi glanced at him without responding and walked out on his own. He didn't bother hailing a car and soon returned to Wadong Street. He didn't want to dwell on the matter. Paying debts was just, and the person who attacked Su Dian had his hand disabled, likely never to wake up. That was the price. As long as Scarface kept his promise, Suyi didn't want to get involved in this matter again. When Suyi returned to the courtyard, there were 2 police cars parked in front of Zhang Ting's house, and some of the police officers were taking statements. Zhang Ting saw Suyi and asked anxiously, Suyi, are you okay? I'm fine. Suyi looked at Su Dian. Dabo's face was not swollen, and the slap mark had disappeared. He looked even more like a silly penguin. Young man, did you go with that group just now? The police officer asked Suyi, mainly because Zhang Ting had reported the incident saying that a friend helped her and was taken away afterward. As for Suyi's involvement in the fight, the neighbors remained tight-lipped, and even those who usually gossiped kept silent on this matter. Suyi nodded, saying, they were a group of rogues and hooligans. The policeman raised an eyebrow, asking, You're not injured? Suyi grinned. I scared them off. The policeman became interested. Scared them off? How did you do that? Suyi looked around, picked up a sturdy brick from the corner. The officer said sternly, You didn't scare them off with a brick, did you? Young man, if you injure someone, it's still illegal, even if it's self-defense. But excessive self-defense won't be tolerated. Suyi said, I didn't touch them. With that, he held the brick in his left hand and made a palm shape with his right, pretending to swing with force and broke the brick in 2. That's how I scared them off. The policeman was stunned. You have training? Breaking a brick directly with one hand was too harsh. Typically, when performing such an act, a brick would be laid underneath, and sometimes lifted slightly. Suyi smiled. A little bit of training. The policeman picked up the broken brick and knocked it with his fist but didn't apply much force. He could imagine the damage if Suyi's blow had landed on someone. Tendons and bones would have shattered. Young man, what do you do? The police had to pay attention to people like Suyi, skilled in martial arts. In case of a fight, even without weapons, they posed a significant danger due to their powerful attacks. I'm a freshman at Qingzhou University, in the History Department, Class 3. Suyi. Suyi directly reported his current identity. A university student, the policeman said. Could you show me your ID? Suyi didn't refuse and showed his ID. The policeman made a quick inquiry and found that Suyi had no criminal record and was indeed a student at Qingzhou University. He smiled at Suyi and said, Young man, You have good skills. Who trained you? Suyi smiled. A master. That's good. If this were ancient times, you would be a hero who safeguards the peace of the land. The officer returned Suyi's ID card and his attitude had softened. He joked, but, young man, don't easily resort to violence. It might lead to trouble. Practice martial arts, but also practice virtue. I believe your master has taught you that. I'm a reasonable person. I usually avoid fights. That's good. We'll investigate this matter thoroughly. If you face trouble again, make sure to call the police. We'll have officers patrol this area regularly. After verifying the information, the policeman left but reiterated to Suyi not to engage in fights easily as it could have legal consequences. Suyi, I really didn't expect you to be so amazing. How could Zhang Ting have imagined that Suyi, a seemingly gentle young man, would be so talented? Not to mention drinking and playing dice, Suyi was like a godly figure. Generally, someone who drinks regularly wouldn't have great physical conditioning, but Suyi could actually break a brick with his bare hand. Zhang Ting knew how hard the bricks in their courtyard were. The old house was built by her father more than 20 years ago, using the best materials. The bricks at that time were not as porous as they are now. Even after 20 years, they remained extremely hard. Suyi's hands were smooth, without calluses, appearing fair and slender, even more attractive than many women's hands. How could such hands break a brick? It was truly unbelievable. Su Dian clung to Suyi's leg, looking up at him and asking, "Brother Suyi, do you really know martial arts?" Suyi laughed and replied, "Didn't you see it just now? Then prove it by flying for me." But Su Dian's face lit up, forgetting the bullying incident earlier, and all she wanted was to see Suyi fly up and stand on a tree. If you don't believe me, that's fine. Suyi had no interest in playing along with such a foolish child. Su Dian, still clutching Suyi's leg, eyes twinkling, exclaimed, "If you fly, I'll believe you." Suyi gave her a glance and said, "How can I fly if you don't let go?" Su Dian immediately released Suyi's leg, took 2 steps back, pointed to a large Chinese parasol tree in Suyi's yard, and asked, "Are you going to fly over there in one go?" Zhang Ting, holding Su Dian, said, "Stop fooling around. Suyi brother cannot fly." Suyi smiled. Of course, he couldn't really fly up to a tree. He was not a monkey. Just then, a white van pulled up in front of the yard, and Gu Tongtong and Wu Wen's got out of the car. Wu Wen's, carrying a briefcase and a large black suitcase, called out to Suyi as soon as he got out of the car. Suyi knew it was work-related. They all entered Suyi's yard, and Su Dian wanted to join them but was stopped by Zhang Ting to avoid causing trouble. It was apparent that Wu Wen's and his team had business with Suyi. "Suyi, this is your work permit, along with some equipment that I will teach you how to use," Wu Wen said as he opened the large suitcase in Suyi's house, revealing some high-tech products. Taking out a white button-like object, Wu Wen's explained, "This is a mini camera that you can connect to your phone via Bluetooth, so you can record all your operations and later analyze the weaknesses and vulnerabilities of your enemies." Wu Wen's then showed another item, saying, "This signal interference device can block communication devices outside our unit within a 2-kilometer radius when the power is maximized. This is a specially made anesthetic gun designed for use against cultivators. A hit will even disrupt the chest circulation of a golden core cultivator, causing dizziness and disorientation." Wu Wen's had a multitude of items in the large suitcase, each with special functions. For instance, the close-fitting protective suit, equivalent to a bulletproof vest, not only had excellent shock absorption, it also featured smart detection. If the suit was pierced and its wearer injured, it would automatically release hemostatic agents. These items certainly broaden Suyi's horizons. "Suyi, I want you to cultivate your che." Gu Tongtong grabbed Suyi's wrist and attempted to investigate Suyi's body with her own che. It was only after she returned home yesterday that she thought of using che to determine if Suyi was a cultivator. Suyi did not resist and let Gu Tongtong investigate. He only retained 300 ju of che in his body, maintaining a state close to that of an ordinary person. Strictly speaking, everyone could use their che as a primer to absorb spiritual che from heaven and earth for personal use, but most people could not even prevent the loss of their own che. After Gu Tongtong's investigation, she found no signs indicating that Suyi was a cultivator. The amount of che in his body was slightly stronger than that of an average person, at best. To be recognized as a cultivator, One's check content must be at least 380 for Jew. Suyi clearly did not fall into that category. You're not a cultivator. Gu Tong raised an eyebrow. Suyi smiled and said, I've explained it many times. Wu Wen's frowned and asked, then can he join our unit? Initially, he thought Gu Tong's intuition was always correct, but now, after the investigation, it seemed like it wasn't. Even if it was a gold core cultivator, Gu Tong's investigation should have revealed something, albeit subtle. The breath might be concealable, but the check content in the body could not be hidden. Apart from being an elevation of spiritual and mental realms, Gold Core and Union cultivators varied in their capacity to carry che. The more che, the higher the level. If Suyi wasn't a cultivator, wouldn't he be a burden in the 13 division? Expressionless, Gu Tong said, let him in. His employment is already processed, and I'll teach him. Sis, is this? Wu Wen sighed and said, fine, but if the mission is particularly dangerous in the future, don't involve him. Wu Wen's recalled yesterday's incidents with the earthly immortals and felt a chill down his spine. Gu Tong had actually taken an ordinary person to confront earthly immortals. Wasn't that leading someone into a pit of danger? Suyi, close your eyes and follow my instructions, Gu Tong said straightforwardly, planning to teach Suyi how to cultivate che. Suyi complied, closing his eyes and feeling Gu Tong's che forcing its way into his body. Forcibly teaching, Suyi went along with it, and under Gu Tong's guidance, he circulated his che along a grand circle and absorbed a hint of heavenly and earthly che. Just a hint. Gu Tong explained, now that you know what to do, meditate on and sense the che inside you, circulate it, and your che will gradually increase. Repeat this routine every day. Suyi pondered silently. If he was truly an ordinary person, this teaching method by Gu Tong undoubtedly wouldn't work. How could one guide someone who didn't even understand what che was, make them circulate it once, and leave them to figure it out themselves? I think I understand. Suyi pretended to run a grand circle of che within his body, absorbing a bit more che. Wu Wen stood by watching Suyi and Gu Tong dumbfoundedly. Can that actually work? Gu Tong had never used this method before. However, didn't it take a full day and night for an ordinary person to circulate their che in a grand circle? Why was Suyi able to accomplish this with just one rotation? Is it possible to complete a grand circle every 2 to 3 minutes? This went beyond being talented. It was utterly insane and outrageous. Suyi was actually quite interested in the job at 13 places. Just the fact that there were so many strange devices made him want to study them closely. If he showed no potential, maybe Mr. Wu wouldn't let him work there. Isn't it just circulating che around the body in a Dazhao Tian? Even Yishiak Suan can do it, so he shouldn't overdo it. Not bad. Just keep doing this every day from now on. Gu Tong's method of teaching cultivation was simple and direct. Suyi nodded. Got it. Mr. Wu felt like a weak chicken. Gu Tong actually thought it was just not bad. Not bad. If this was just considered not bad, then what was he? It was no longer a matter of comparing people to each other. Faced with the abnormalities of Suyi and Gu Tong, he even doubted if he still counted as a human. The gap was too big. In another month of practice, you should be ready for official work. Gu Tong was quite satisfied with Suyi's performance. Can I get paid this month then? This was the question Suyi was most concerned about. If he just wanted money, there were many ways to get it, but the feeling of going to work without doing anything and then getting paid, especially getting paid by Gu Tong, was completely different. Mr. Wu said, we pay salaries on the last day of the month. Just leave your bank account number. I don't have a bank card. Suyi replied, should I have the company arrange one for you now, or will you do it yourself? Mr. Wu was a bit puzzled. Were there still adults without bank cards these days? Let the company arrange it for me. Suyi really didn't know how to get a bank card. He didn't want to bother Yu Huiyan, but also didn't want to appear too clueless. 13 Places was a special department where they could issue bank cards directly to employees. The internal employee cards were similar to credit cards from other banks, with a savings function. Ordinary employees also had a limit of 100,000, and as the head of the department, Gu Tong's internal bank card had a limit of 10 million. In case of emergencies, with just a phone call, he could access up to 1 billion in funds. These limits were for urgent employee needs. Once used, as long as it was reported for work purposes, the department's finances would replenish the limit. After everything was settled, Mr. Wu received a phone call. Suyi overheard him saying there was a problem in Fengjing Town. Then Gu Tongtong and Mr. Wu left. Suyi was familiar with Fengjing Town. He had spent a few years there before. Tang Yao's hometown was also in Fengjing Town. Suyi wasn't particularly concerned about this matter. There was no debt between him and the Tang family. If the Tang family did anything out of line, Gu Tongtong would likely handle it directly. With Gu Tongtong's strength, Suyi was not worried at all. There were very few things in the world that could harm Gu Tongtong. He had decided to find Su Chuan first. Although they weren't very close, Suyi had repaid a debt for him and felt obligated to warn him. Suyi had been to Su Chuan's house before. When he returned, he found that Su Chuan's house already had new owners. Evidently, his house had been sold to repay a debt. Finding a person was never difficult for Suyi. He simply closed his eyes slightly and sensed Su Chuan's presence in Macau. And there were even acquaintances of Suyi nearby. In the next moment, Suyi appeared in Macau. The bustling casino city made Suyi feel very uncomfortable, filled with a restless atmosphere. Suyi entered a casino, quickly understood the rules, exchanged money for chips, won tens of thousands, and sat down next to Su Chuan. Su Chuan's eyes were bloodshot from gambling, his greasy hair indicated days without sleep, and his companion, He Liao, was also nervously clenching his fists, their chips dwindling. Suyi sat beside him, unnoticed by them, as they focused on the table. Su Chuan. Suyi kicked Su Chuan's chair. Su Chuan turned to glance at Suyi, then immediately returned his gaze to the table, breathing heavily as he asked, "How's your luck?" "Not bad," Suyi replied before throwing all his chips on the player's side. He saw that Su Chuan and He Liao bet on the banker side. It should have been the banker's turn in this game, but the moment Suyi placed his bet, the cards for the player changed. Banker with 7 points. Player with 8 points. Player wins. "Damn it. I give up." Su Chuan and He Liao jumped up, cursing and losing tens of thousands more in that round. He Liao also noticed Suyi but didn't greet him. After winning a lottery, they had a falling out, and now that he had suddenly become wealthy, he sought association with the rich kids of Qingzhou City. However, they treated him like a fool. So, Su Chuan found him, played a few rounds of cards with him, and brought him to Macau. They had agreed to leave after winning $1 million, but he ended up lending Su Chuan over $1 million, losing the same amount back, and their chips were running low. "Brother Chuan, what to bet on this round?" He Liao was getting nervous, only thinking of winning back the capital and quitting to continue his nouveau rich lifestyle. Su Chuan looked at the trend chart on the computer screen, analyzing quietly, rubbing his hands. "Keep betting on the banker side. We've lost to the player side 4 times in a row, so this time, bet everything on the banker side. How much do you have left?" 80 something. He Liao clenched his teeth, took a deep breath, and said, "If we bet everything and lose, we won't even have enough for the trip back." Su Chuan looked at the chips in his hand, then whispered, "We've lost to the player side 4 times already. If we don't take a risk and the bet is too low, even if we win, we won't make up for our losses. Trust me for this round." He Liao tightened his fist, gritted his teeth, left 1,000 chips for himself, and then, with determination, bet everything on the banker side. Suyi watched and smiled, casually threw a small chip onto the banker side. Regardless of what was supposed to be opened before, the moment Suyi placed that chip, everything was already decided. Banker with 9 points. "Oh, damn. 9 points and we didn't win. Damn it." Su Chuan and He Liao stood up in frustration, waiting for the player's cards to be revealed. The player leisurely looked at the cards, then finally breathed a sigh of relief and threw the cards down. The dealer calmly announced, "Banker with 9 points. Player with 10 points. Player wins." Then, Su Chuan and He Liao's chips were collected in full. Suyi won $100 as well. Su Chuan and He Liao seemed to lose all their energy in an instant, sitting slumped in their chairs, not snapping out of it for a long time. 5 consecutive wins for the player's side. "Loan me money. Quick. Lend me $2 million. I'm going all in on the banker." Su Chuan quickly called the stacker who had brought them in, shouting for a loan, refusing to believe that with 5 consecutive losses, a 6th loss would happen. This was his chance to turn things around. The main job of the code stacker in the casino is to find customers for the casino and introduce low referrals. Naturally, the loans are high interest, there is no doubt about that. 9 out of 13 return, plus compound interest. Even so, people in a desperate situation will still borrow. Of course, the lenders are not fools either. They won't lend to just anyone. For example, gamblers like Su Chuan and He Liao. Even the lending boss cannot lend them to million at once. The code stacker made a very reluctant look and said to Su Chuan, "Chuan-jie, are you making it difficult for little brother? As soon as you ask for 2 million, I need to consult the boss." Su Chuan did not take his eyes off the gambling table as he spoke to the code stacker. "You better hurry. We've already missed 5 consecutive baits. There won't be a next time. Give me as much as you can now." The code stacker also acted quickly and immediately called over a tall, scruffy-looking man, whispering a few words to him. The scruffy man grinned and said, "If you need it right away, I can lend you a maximum of 50,000. 50,000? Where is that enough?" Su Chuan looked at the table and said, "Brother, don't waste time, give me more. If I win, I'll pay you back. The game is about to start." "Maximum 50,000. The scruffy man said, holding a stack of chips and continue. "Here are 45,000 chips. If you repay today, will be 72,000. This interest." Su Chuan's face changed slightly, but quickly said, "Just lend it to me first." "All right. I see you are an honest person, brother," the scruffy man said, handing the chips to Su Chuan. "Betting on banker or player, winning will still be deducted by 5%. This is surely profitable. No need to gamble. Just win directly." He wasn't afraid Su Chuan wouldn't repay the money if he lost. A few tens of thousands were nothing. If he didn't have it, he could ask relatives and friends to redeem himself. If there were no relatives or friends to redeem him, selling organs would fetch more than this amount. Debt repayment was strict business for them. Just as Su Chuan and the scruffy man had just agreed, the game had started on the table. Su Yi still placed dates on the player. So this time the player won again. Player wins the 5th round. Su Chuan seemed possessed, muttering to himself, "This round must be won by the banker." Even the nearby scruffy man and the code stacker were intrigued. They had seen quite a lot in the casino. Even if the player won consecutively for 5 rounds, or even 10 rounds, they had all seen it. But it couldn't keep winning every time. If there was enough money, with each round of betting, they would eventually choose correctly. However, as a lender, the scruffy man deeply understood the dangers of gambling. He didn't want to earn easy money betting. What if he won once or twice? Once addicted, the whole person would be ruined. As long as one kept gambling, the casino would always make money, so he set strict rules for himself and his subordinates, never to engage in gambling. So he had placed small baits for these few rounds, so the winnings weren't much. His purpose here wasn't to win money. When Su Chuan received the chips, without saying a word, he bet everything on the banker. He Liao also bet all his remaining chips that were originally kept for travel expenses on the banker. Su Yi smiled, and at the last moment, he bet 100 on the player. "Oh my god, another player. Are they crazy?" At the moment of revealing the cards, Su Chuan cursed as if he had lost all his strength. Just as he finished, Qin Lin walked over to Su Yi. Su Yi had already noticed Qin Lin when he was inspecting Su Chuan's location earlier. It seemed like he was in charge in the casino. When Su Yi came in, Qin Lin also happened to notice him. "Su Yi, did you come here to gamble with the money from Yin Yin?" Qin Lin walked over to Su Yi and chuckled. "I've already sent the surveillance videos of your gambling to Yin Yin. How do you think she will view you?" Su Yi just laughed. "Do you believe me if I call you Huiyan now and tell her I lost gambling? Ask her to send me some more money. Can't you have a little dignity?" Qin Lin suddenly realized he had no way to deal with this guy. His Qin family was also a professional lender in this casino. He wasn't the boss, nor a shareholder, so he naturally wouldn't dare to violate the rules of the casino. As for finding a group of people to stuff Su Yi into a bag and throw him into the sea, he thought about it. Su Yi's skills seemed good. If done this way, it might not be successful. Plus, he had just sent the video of Su Yi in the casino to Yu Huiyan. If something happened to Su Yi, it would be troublesome to deal with Yu Huiyan. "I didn't borrow money from you. Don't bother me gambling." Su Yi waved his hand with a full face of disdain, and then all the surveillance cameras in the entire casino malfunctioned. This frightened the casino staff. They had dedicated personnel maintaining the surveillance system, but at the same time, all 500 cameras in the casino malfunctioned. Was this due to a hacker or something else? How could Qin Lin know that just because of his idle chatter, the entire surveillance system of the casino had broken down? "Chuan-jie, Are you done losing? Su Yi ignored Qin Lin and started chatting with Su Chuan. Su Chuan had actually wanted to borrow money from Su Yi, but he and Su Yi were not close, otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to high-interest loans. Su Chuan gritted his teeth, glanced at the chips in Su Yi's hand. It was only around 20 to 30,000. How about this? If you swear to me that once you win back the money you owe, you will stop gambling, then I can lend you money. Su Yi still wanted to give Su Chuan a chance. After all, the ... was so small without a father. It was pitiful. Teal. I swear, as long as I pay back today's debts, I will quit gambling for the rest of my life, Su Chuan said resolutely. He was already close to madness, not thinking about why he must win back. Su Yi's words seemed like a lifeline. He had to grab hold of it. Su Yi pushed all the chips in front of Su Chuan. 10 rounds. After 10 rounds, stop playing. If you can do it, all this money is yours. All right. Su Chuan took the chips, bit his teeth and decisively pushed the chips back onto the banker. He wouldn't believe in bad luck today. The chips Su Yi gave him were worth 25,000. If he won 10 rounds in a row, he would definitely have extra money today. Banker with 8 points. Player with 5 points. Banker wins. Damn it, finally opened. Su Chuan felt relieved, then glanced at Su Yi. Afraid that Su Yi would take the chips back, he bet on the banker again. Banker with 7 points. Player with 6 points. Banker wins. Yad. Su Chuan clenched his fist tightly after withdrawing the chips, then he bet on the player again. With Su Yi there, and Su Yi said 10 rounds, then he wouldn't lose in these 10 rounds. This was a more badass existence than the god of wealth in mythology. By the 8th round, Su Chuan had already piled up a large stack of chips in front of him, totaling nearly 6 million. He had also repaid the money owed to the scruffy man and Yi Liao. Su Chuan seemed to have the Midas touch at the moment, with some gamblers and stacking players coming over to him. Upon hearing the news, boss is on fire. Boss. Make a fortune. As long as these people congratulated Su Chuan, he would throw 1 to 2,000 chips as a token of good luck. Even the stacking player who originally brought him into the casino had unknowingly accumulated over 10,000 chips. If it weren't for the stubble man watching nearby, he might have succumbed to the temptation to gamble. Su Yi just stood by quietly, observing. Starting from the 9th round, Su Chuan no longer went all in each time, but instead wagered around 100,000, indicating he was prepared for the long haul. The situation on Su Chuan's side had already caught the attention of the casino's management, winning 8 rounds in a row and turning 25,000 into over 6 million. Did he think he was some gambling legend? The chips exchanged by gamblers were embedded with magnetic recognition codes. Placing these chips within the designated area on the gambling table allowed the recognition device installed on the table to swiftly and accurately identify all baits placed by the gamblers, with the data being transmitted to the casino's computer control system. Following analysis by the specialized software of the casino's computer system, the shuffler connected to the computer system performed shuffling, cutting, and dealing to yield results that favored the house. Under such circumstances, no one could win like Su Chuan did. Considering the recent breakdown of the casino's surveillance system, the casino manager had to suspect that Su Chuan might be the troublemaker they were looking for. Since he was causing trouble in the public hall, it was clearly provocation, almost as if he was waiting for them to intervene. A middle-aged man in a black suit, with a tie neatly fastened, approached Su Chuan. The 9th round for Su Chuan had already commenced, and he continued to win as usual. But this time he regretted why he had gone all in. If he had, he would have had 10 million by now. However, he lacked the courage to go all in. Furrowing his brows, the middle-aged man pondered this unreasonable situation. They had only experienced a surveillance malfunction. The back-end system had not crashed. On his way there, he had already informed the back-end staff that Su Chuan should lose. Yet he kept winning. Could he be cheating? Among the renowned gambling experts, there was a database of records where they would be listed. Who was this sudden expert? As the 10th round began, Su Chuan wagered another 500,000. The middle-aged man signaled his associate to communicate with the back-end staff that Su Chuan must lose this time. He wanted to see how Su Chuan would win. How had he cheated? He won again. Boss is favored by fortune. Bro, you're amazing. The surrounding crowd cheered as though they were the ones winning. Some casino employees did not dare to gamble themselves, adhering to the code of conduct in the casino. However, whenever Su Chuan won money, he would reward them with tips. Each dealer had received roughly 50,000 in tips for these 10 rounds. The middle-aged man had been attentively observing Su Chuan's every move. Su Chuan showed no signs of cheating. But how did the cards change? Could it just be extraordinary luck? Boss, why don't we head to the VIP room? It's boring here. The middle-aged man was now convinced that Su Chuan was waiting for his invitation. Continuous wins like this, wasn't it a provocation to the casino? They even had their surveillance system tampered with. Su Chuan hesitated, glancing at the middle-aged man before looking at his chits. After deducting fees and tits to those around him, he had slightly over 6 million left. With such good luck today, if he didn't reach 10 million, wouldn't that be a missed opportunity? At that moment, Su Yi coldly stated, "It's already the 10th round." Although Su Chuan furrowed his brow slightly, he maintained a smile and said, "No worries, I have good luck today. Once I reach 10 million, I'll stop." Su Yi interjected, "You made a vow before. The money you've won should be enough to repay your debts now." Hiss. Su Chuan gritted his teeth. "Can't you understand what I'm saying? I only borrowed 25,000 from you. I'm returning 50,000. Quit nagging." With that, he threw 50,000 in chips in front of Su Yi. Su Yi smiled, picked up the 50,000 chips from the table, and then took a seat. Su Chuan and He Liao followed the middle-aged man into the VIP room, while Qin Lin sat beside Su Yi, chuckling. "Su Yi, do you think these two will keep losing today?" Qin Lin also noticed that Su Chuan wasn't cheating, weaving the only explanation that he was incredibly lucky. But luck was fleeting. Who could always be lucky? Su Yi glanced at Qin Lin and asked, "Are you bored? Why do you keep bothering me?" Qin Lin was almost infuriated. He had just come to the casino for an oversight, only to unexpectedly encounter Su Yi. "Su Yi, be honest with me. How can I get you to leave Yu Huiyan?" Su Yi replied, "If I tell you that actually I'm not that close to Yu Huiyan, would you believe me?" Qin Lin shook his head. "I'd be a fool to believe that. You borrowed 20,000 from her, and she transferred over 100,000 to you. Isn't that close?" Su Yi fell silent for a moment, then took out his phone and sent a message to Yu Huiyan. "Ziyu, do you think we're close?" Yu Huiyan quickly replied, "Not particularly close, right?" Su Yi showed the message to Qin Lin and said, "Believe me now." Qin Lin felt like he had lured a dog into a trap, grit his teeth, and said, "If I sent her a message, she'd take at least a dozen minutes to reply, or even not respond directly. But you got an instant reply, and you say you're not close." Su Yi couldn't understand Qin Lin's logic. "She doesn't even care about you. Why do you bother if we're close or not?" Su Yi remarked. Qin Lin said, "It'll take time. I believe she changed her attitude towards me as long as you promise to leave her." Su Yi felt the urge to curse at this point. He had already said he wasn't close to Yu Huiyan, had just asked Yu Huiyan about it, and even she confirmed they weren't close. "Why talk about leaving or not leaving? I've been reading a lot of books recently," Su Yi said. Qin Lin couldn't follow why Su Yi changed the topic so abruptly and asked, "So what?" Su Yi pondered for a moment and then, smiling, said, "I finally found a term to describe someone like you." Frowning, Qin Lin looked at Su Yi. Taking his time, Su Yi spoke, "You're what they call a sycophant." Qin Lin's mouth twitched. D***kemenet. A sycophant. F******. He was a whole generation of talent, even though his family background couldn't compare to Yu Huiyan's. He was definitely not inferior, surrounded by countless women, yet Su Yi called him a sycophant, and he didn't know how to refute it. "You're not gambling anymore. Why did you stop?" Qin Lin didn't leave just like that. He wanted to watch Su Yi lose all his money at the casino. Does a gambling addict dare say he's a bootlicker? Even if Yu Huiyan has a good impression of Su Yi, if Su Yi keeps borrowing money from her repeatedly, all the good impression he has accumulated will be ruined. In fact, Su Yi currently has more than the 50,000 chips Su Chuan returned to him. When he entered the gambling hall, he had already won a lot and had around 500,000 in chips in his pocket. However, he knew that the people running the casino were not doing charity work, and what he disliked most was jeopardizing someone's livelihood, no matter what industry they were in. "Transfer 180,000 to me." Su Yi pushed 180,000 in chips in front of Qin Lin. Qin Lin twitched his mouth and asked, "On what basis should I exchange money for you?" Su Yi seemed not to hear his question and took out his phone, saying, "Add me on WeChat. Transfer the money to me, and I'll return it to Yu Huiyan." He actually intends to repay the money. Is this the pace of quitting? If he quits playing, returns Yu Huiyan's money. How will that damage his image in front of Yu Huiyan? We don't seem to be very familiar, right? Qin Lin almost wanted to beat Suyi up. He didn't understand why Suyi wanted to add him on WeChat and exchange money with him. If you don't transfer to me, then I will have to find another employee to do it, but the result will be the same, Suyi said seriously. I only owe Yu Huiyan 180,000 now, which shouldn't be a big deal for her. Qin Lin smirked. Then you can find another employee, because I won't add you on WeChat or exchange money for you. Suyi raised his eyebrow slightly and said, Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. I must be crazy to exchange money for you, Qin Lin replied. After some contemplation, Suyi said, If you don't exchange money for me, then I won't repay it for the time being. When I return home, I'll pay her back 1,000 each time we meet. 18,000. Wouldn't that be about 180 times? Qin Lin felt overwhelmed with anger and frustration, but couldn't bring himself to say anything. Suyi handed him the WeChat QR code and placed his phone on the table, smiling slightly at Qin Lin. After hesitating for some time, Qin Lin finally took out his phone. Now that Suyi has returned the money to Yu Huiyan, he will stick to gambling, which will lead to more borrowing. Repay and borrow repeatedly. Isn't this more detrimental to his character? But if he doesn't transfer the money to Suyi, and if Suyi indeed repays 1,000 each time, just as Suyi said, wouldn't it give him more opportunities? I will transfer to you. Qin Lin took a deep breath, feeling his chest tighten, almost exploding with fury, but he could only add Suyi on WeChat, pocket the chips, and transfer the money. After receiving the money, Suyi sat there and transferred it to Yu Huiyan. After sending the money, he voice messaged, Thank you. When Yu Huiyan received the money, she asked, No need to be so polite. Don't you have enough money? I do. Suyi listened to the message from Yu Huiyan on speakerphone, and Qin Lin on the side could also hear. Qin Lin felt as if he had been stabbed in the chest. Despite sending Yu Huiyan a video of Suyi gambling before, she hadn't responded and hadn't questioned Suyi either. Now Suyi repaid her, and she politely asked if he had enough money. Has Yu Huiyan completely fallen for Suyi? What are you doing? Yu Huiyan messaged again. Qin Lin couldn't help but laugh, thinking if Suyi tried to lie, Yu Huiyan would surely know. Would Suyi dare to tell the truth? Suyi bluntly said, I'm gambling at the casino and just met Qin Lin. Qin Lin couldn't help but laugh. How bold could one get to boast like that at a casino? He really wanted to know what Yu Huiyan would say. After 15 seconds, Yu Huiyan's voice message finally arrived. Suyi glanced at Qin Lin and asked, Do you want to listen? Qin Lin turned his head away, chuckling. Who wants to listen? If you want to listen, return the chips I gave you, Suyi challenged. Qin Lin was certain he had internal injuries. He needed to get a medical checkup later. Don't want to listen? Suyi suddenly found it uninteresting to chat with Qin Lin while gambling. His heart must have been in turmoil, but no matter how he felt, Suyi was quite happy. Without saying anything to Suyi, Qin Lin pushed back the chips Suyi gave him. 18,000 just to hear what others say. Suyi couldn't help but exclaim, Boss, you're a character. Qin Lin was starting to get impatient, saying, Just play it already. Suyi pressed play, and all they heard was Yu Huiyan advising, You met Qin Lin? Be careful, I think he might have some bad intentions towards you. If you lose all your money, don't borrow from him. His rates are absurdly high. If you run out of money, come to me instead. I can lend you at most $1 million, but try not to gamble. If you need money, I'll support you. Gambling places are just for fun. After listening to this, Qin Lin clenched his fists and almost grabbed Suyi's phone. Spending 18,000 to hear those words nearly drove him mad. Suyi quickly grabbed his phone back, glaring at Qin Lin. What do you want to do? Breathing heavily, Qin Lin was at a loss, so he just smashed his own phone in frustration. It landed on the soft carpet in the casino and didn't break. Qin Lin had brought two subordinates with him, and one of them rushed to pick up the phone, handed it back to him, and with a smile said, Qin, don't be upset. I know a few Malaysian girls who are in town. If you're interested, I can introduce you to them. Get lost. Qin Lin kicked the subordinate's leg, grabbed his phone back, not sure what to do next. He was dizzy with anger. The subordinate stood aside, too scared to speak. Suyi chuckled. Should I explain to her on your behalf so she doesn't misunderstand? Qin Lin calmed down slightly, realizing he had overreacted, forcing an unpleasant smile. You really have no interest in Yu Huiyan. Absolutely. But if you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Suyi made a gesture for Qin-Lin to shush, then said, "I'll explain to her." Qin-Lin leaned back in his chair, nodding slightly. He also began to wonder if he had misunderstood Suyi. If Suyi truly had no interest in Yu Huiyan, then his pressure tactics had been unnecessary and damage-causing. Holding the phone, Suyi said maturely, "Yu, don't presume Qin-Lin has bad intentions towards me. I think he's quite decent. Why would a talented young man have any ill intentions towards me?" Qin-Lin nodded with a gentle smile, feeling more amiable towards Suyi now. "I feel like I've hit it off with Qin-Lin. I just heard from his friend that there are some attractive Malaysian girls here, and he's likely to take me to meet them, giving me a chance to broaden my horizons." Qin-Lin initially reluctantly felt that Suyi was still someone who could be respected when he listened to those words, but when he heard the last part, he was completely taken aback. Did he say he was going to find those Malaysian girls? What does he mean by should take him to experience? To explain this, Suyi had never actually done those things before, but Qin-Lin had become the type to frequent such activities. "Yin Yan, listen to my explanation. I never said I would take Suyi to find any Malaysian girls." Qin-Lin couldn't sit still, so he picked up his phone and started explaining to Yu Huiyan via voice message. However, Yu Huiyan didn't reply to his message, but Suyi received a voice message. "You guys have fun. I won't disturb you." Upon hearing this message, Qin-Lin was at a loss for words, staring at Suyi askew. In theory, he should have violently attacked Suyi at this point, but after much thought, he realized that if it came to a fight, he might not actually be a match for Suyi. Even with his two henchmen, they could still be overpowered by Suyi. "Are you still up for a gamble?" Qin-Lin felt that he had truly made a mistake coming to find Suyi at this moment. He had never been so wrong in his life. Suyi said, "Sure." After saying that, he threw $100 chip onto the table. Qin-Lin glanced at the table and said, "Are you planning to play like this all day long?" "What else?" Suyi raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Do you want to gamble against me first?" Qin-Lin's spirits were lifted by Suyi's words. "Shall we move to the VIP room? Your two friends are there too." Suyi knew exactly what this talented man was thinking. "All right, let's go." Qin-Lin finally saw hope for revenge. He had nearly been driven to the brink of madness by Suyi today, and such vengeance couldn't be delayed. Suyi held chips worth for to 500,000 but still followed Qin-Lin into the VIP room. The VIP room was exclusively for gambling, with a minimum bet of 5,000 and no maximum limit. Qin-Lin seemed to be familiar with the casino staff. They quickly opened the door for him and Suyi at the entrance to the VIP room. By the time Suyi entered, Sichuan and He Liao had very little chips left. Both had been gambling for a day and night, and their mental states were in an inexplicably excited state. Sitting across from Sichuan, a middle-aged man furrowed his brow slightly, casually tapping the table with his fingers. He initially thought Sichuan had come from another establishment to challenge or cause trouble, but after some probing, he realized that Sichuan had no real gambling skills. His card counting was off, his emotions were written all over his face, and his micro-expressions had given him away completely. At first, he even thought Sichuan was acting, but after a few rounds, he discovered that Sichuan was genuinely inexperienced. Losing just over 5 million had already turned his face green, and he was breaking into a cold sweat. It was quite boring. This particular round of cards was somewhat special. The middle-aged man casually pushed his chips forward, stating to Sichuan, "You only have a few 100,000 chips left, while I have about over 30 million. I'll go all in. If you win, all of the over 30 million is yours. If you lose, you just lose to hands, that's it." Sichuan's hand in this round was 2 aces, and looking at the community cards, he had a full house of 3 aces and 2 kings. With such a hand, unless the middle-aged man had a straight flush, there was no way Sichuan could lose. Over 30 million. Sichuan's eyes were bloodshot, fixed on the pile of chips on the table. "There's no way I'm losing." Struggling to breathe, with determination, he pushed his chips forward and shouted, "I'm in." The middle-aged man smirked, flipped his hand revealing his cards on the table, then got up. Sichuan stared at his cards, eyes wide in disbelief, yelling, "How is this possible? How can this be? You must have cheated." Without a glance, the middle-aged man, with 2 strong men at his side, dragged Sichuan towards the back of the VIP room. "What are you trying to do? This is illegal." Sichuan tried to resist, but his strength was futile against the 2 men. "Suyi, help me." Sichuan saw Suyi entering the VIP room, and hoped against hope. Yet, Su Yi seemed oblivious and didn't even spare him a glance. He had given Su Chuan a chance to turn over a new leaf, and even for Zu's sake, Su Yi had already done enough. Su brought this upon himself. A gambler like Su Chuan meeting such an end was quite normal. Su Chuan was taken away, and the result was self-explanatory. He Liao was only 18 years old and his recent ups and downs had been too rapid. From an ordinary bar server to a millionaire through the lottery, only to lose everything and witness the bloody violence of the casino, he was completely stunned. Su Yi couldn't help but sink into contemplation. There were many things he shouldn't interfere with too much or offer opportunities recklessly. If He Liao hadn't won that lottery ticket, he would probably still be at the bar, enjoying drinks with wealthy women, not necessarily rich but living a comfortable life. Could these matters really be blamed on Su Yi? You can leave now, the middle-aged man told He Liao. Kids like you shouldn't play in the casino. He Liao walked out dejectedly, while Qin Lin cheerfully called out, Zhao, I brought a friend to play. The middle-aged man smiled and approached, saying, any friend of Qin is a friend of mine. What would this friend like to play? Su Yi glanced at the gambling table, saying, just this. The middle-aged man assessed Su Yi and felt his demeanor was quite good. Perhaps another second-generation wealthy individual like Qin Lin. He asked, how shall I address you? Brother, call me Su Yi, Su Yi said. I haven't played this before. Can you explain the rules to me? It's quite simple. The middle-aged man explained the rules of Texas Hold'em to Su Yi. Then, smiling at Qin Lin, he said, Qin, this young man Su is quite something, isn't he? Qin Lin chuckled. I can't vouch for that. What if he's really good? The middle-aged man squinted slightly and asked, Su, were those two people your friends just now? Su Yi replied, they don't count as friends, but from what I observed, weren't you together? And that person knew you. The middle-aged man, being in charge of the casino, felt that despite Su Chuan's seemingly farcical scenario, it wasn't as simple as it seemed. The Qin family had long coveted a stake in the casino. Could these few individuals have been arranged by Qin Lin? Qin Lin was even thinking to himself that it would be quite a celebration if Su Yi's hand were to be chopped off later. After all, this was someone else's territory. And even if Su Yi was skilled, there was no way he could fight his way out from here. Zhao Xie, my friend is not simple. Qin Lin squinted slightly, afraid that Su Yi might be pretending to be weak. He wanted to remind Zhao Xie that if they didn't trap Su Yi here today, then he would have suffered for nothing. Zhao Xie, whose real name was Zhao Jiwan, was a senior executive and shareholder of this casino, and was famous in the gambling circle as a master of calculations and a gambling god. However, Qin Lin's words sounded completely different in Zhao Jiwan's ears. If Qin Lin and Su Yi were in cahoots, then today's situation could be explained. Su Chuan and the others had provoked, and Su Yi by Qin Lin's side was the trump card. Of course, Qin Xiao's friend must be extraordinary. Zhao Jiwan smiled, but his gaze towards Qin Lin had turned slightly hostile. This colloquy. Qin Lin, Zhao Xie, you need to ask my friend about that. Zhao Jiwan, all right, then. I'll wager my shares in the casino. If your friend loses today, then your family shouldn't do business with our casino anymore. How about that? Qin Lin was in a difficult position, thinking, what the hell? I came here to set Su Yi up. Su Yi was observing the change in their expressions and realized the relationship between the two. Zhao Jiwan had misunderstood. Su Yi slowly spoke, asking, Zhao Xie, right? Zhao Jiwan nodded and said, brother, if you have the ability, come forward directly. Since I dare to host the game here, I am not afraid of any challenge and don't need to play tricks. Qin Lin quickly spoke up, Zhao Xie, you've got the wrong impression. Su Yi, however, interjected, saying, Zhao Xie, since you've mentioned this, we don't need to talk more. Let's bet. If I win, you kowtow 3 times to Qin Xiao. If I lose, I leave to hands here. You leave to hands? Zhao Jiwan sneered. Are your to hands qualify? If you have to leave, it should be Qin Xiao's. Qin Lin looked at Su Yi, feeling confused about the situation. What the hell is going on? Zhao Xie, I didn't mean it. Qin Lin said desperately, I just wanted you to win against him. Oh, really? Zhao Jiwan chuckled. Qin Xiao, do you believe that yourself? This misunderstanding situation escalates between the characters. If you need a further translation or explanation, feel free to ask. Zhao Jiwan was quite confident in his gambling skills. He couldn't imagine how Su Yi could win, if Zhao Jiwan was shuffling and dealing the cards. Zhao Jiwan asked, "Do you want to cut the deck?" Su Yi smiled slightly and said, "No need. Just shuffle and deal directly." Not cutting the deck. This was even more outrageous. In this way, wouldn't all the cards be under Zhao Jiwan's control? Zhao Jiwan even suspected that Su Yi might have intentionally come to challenge him for a failed suicide attempt, seeking death. Zhao Jiwan quickly dealt the cards to whole cards for each player, 5 community cards. The hand Zhao Jiwan dealt himself was a royal flush, exactly the same as the previous hand. Qin Lin sneered on the side. He had only wanted Su Yi to lose some money so he could control him later or even make him work for him. But Su Yi's reckless actions, stirring up the relationship between him and Zhao Jiwan, made him regretful. Su Yi revealed his whole cards and the 5 community cards, creating a best hand of just a pair of aces. Zhao Jiwan couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Young man, you are looking for trouble yourself. Don't blame me. I really didn't expect you to have the courage to gamble your life with me." While saying this, the burly man beside Su Yi was ready to take him down. Zhao Jiwan flipped his whole cards onto the table without even looking at them, and said to the burly man, "This brother is also a just person. Let him have a good time." The scene fell silent, except for Zhao Jiwan. Everyone was staring at the cards he threw on the table. Su Yi's burly man didn't make a move either. Suddenly, Zhao Jiwan realized that something was amiss. He stared at the thrown cards with widened eyes and a slightly open mouth. How could this be? He dealt the cards himself, so how could he be wrong? Why did he not even have a pair? It was clearly a royal flush. Su Yi's whole cards were correct, so how did his own cards change? Throughout the game, Su Yi didn't even touch the cards he dealt. Could they still change? How did you do it? Zhao Jiwan felt like a fishbone stuck in his throat, trembling all over. If Su Yi's whole cards change, there could be an explanation, but his own cards changing was too bizarre. Su Yi said with a smile, "I didn't do anything. You dealt the cards, I didn't cut the deck, and I didn't touch your cards. It's just luck." Luck? Zhao Jiwan's face twitched. He raised his hand and slapped himself hard in the face, then stared at Su Yi, saying, "Young man, you are quite skilled." Zhao admits defeat. He then stared at Qin Lin and said coldly, "Qin, are you satisfied now?" Qin Lin was still in shock. He couldn't fathom how Su Yi won. Zhao, he must have cheated. Qin Lin was at a loss for explanation and now just wanted to get rid of Su Yi. Zhao Jiwan's expression turned even colder. Su Yi had definitely cheated, but the way and extent of the cheating were beyond his grasp. As a casino owner, if someone cheated in front of him without flinching, changing his whole cards from 5 meters away across the table without him noticing, how could he not admire him? "Qin Lin, do you think I haven't lost enough face? Do you want to slap me in the face again?" Zhao Jiwan said coldly. "Whatever you want to play from now on, come at me directly. The Zhao family is always ready to accompany you." After speaking, he snorted heavily, walked to Su Yi's side, paused, and said, "Su Yi, if you're interested, you can come and help me. I'll pay you 5 times what the Qin family offers you. And just behavior must be met with defiance." If Qin Lin wanted to deal with him, did he really have to sit and wait for death? Digging up someone in Qin Lin's presence, tearing up the protective facade. There was nothing to hide now. Su Yi smiled slightly and genuinely said, "I will consider it." Zhao Jiwan nodded, handed Su Yi a business card, and said with a smile, "I really hope you seriously consider it. There's no future with the Qin family. If you work with me, I guarantee you a life of wealth and prosperity." Su Yi took the card, glanced at it, and nodded, saying, "I will consider it. Or you can give me a chip now, and I won't help him." Zhao Jiwan was puzzled. "A chip? What do you mean?" Su Yi smiled. "Just as I said." Zhao Jiwan's eyes sparkled. If the Qin family had a high roller like Su Yi on their side, it would be a huge challenge for him. Faced with a master like Su Yi, how could he fight back? "I find him unpleasant at the moment and willing to make a friend with you," Su Yi said with a smile. Despite getting slapped by Zhao Jiwan, it seemed accepting defeat in gambling was tolerable. Zhao Jiwan scornfully glanced at Qin Lin and said, "This despicable man likes to stab people in the back. There's no fun following him. Su brother, being skillful and bold as you are, I'd be happy to call you a friend. If the Qin family troubles you in the future, just let me know, and I'll help you deal with it." Zhao Jiwan threatened Qin Lin, "Now that Su brother is my friend, If you even touch a hair on him, the Chin family will have no place in Macau. Chin Lin's mind was roaring. He feared his father's reaction. Why did he bring Su Yi to the VIP room to gamble? Wasn't it to use Zhao Jiwan's power against Su Yi? Now, things had spun out of control, and the same knife was pointed back at him. Was this considered suicide? The Chin family had a few financial companies in alliance with Yuan Guo, but even his father didn't have much influence in Macau. Wanting to invest in a casino and find a new backing, they had now offended Zhao Jiwan. The most frustrating part was that Zhao Jiwan had befriended Su Yi. Chin Lin was in total confusion. He wasn't sure if his father would kill him when he returned, but he knew that he better not show up in the cause gambling scene again, or there would be dire consequences. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhao Jiwan, Su Yi excused himself. Zhao Jiwan, even caring if Su Yi had bought a plane ticket, and warmly invited him for a drink, which Su Yi politely declined. They exchanged contact information, and Su Yi left with the chips Zhao Jiwan had given him. As for the chips he won at the casino, he gave them directly to Zhao Jiwan for cashing in, to be transferred to him in a couple of days, as he didn't have a bank account yet. Chin Lin left the casino without even a chance to explain. Worried he might be ambushed on the way out, driving away in haste. Su Yi certainly wouldn't take a plane. Where he thought to go was a mere thought. It is still afternoon now, and Su Yi has already returned to Qingzhou City. He had just returned home when Ren Lanyu's phone call came in. Su Yi then remembered that he had accepted a live broadcast activity a while ago. Su Yi, have you familiarized yourself with the live broadcast process these days? Ren Lanyu could see Su Yi's potential. As the chairman and CEO of a company, there weren't many people she personally inquired about. Su Yi said, I have a general understanding. Have you thought about what to live broadcast? If you don't want to show your face, you can wear a unique mask. That way, it will be more distinctive. It might even bring in a certain amount of traffic. These days, Ren Lanyu hadn't contacted Su Yi. In fact, she was customizing a plan tailored for Su Yi. While many live broadcasts are innovative these days, most internet celebrities don't have any real skills. They mostly rely on looks or nonsense to make a living. In today's society, even without good looks, one can use heavy filters to attract followers. But Su Yi was different. Since he didn't want to show his face, he could just rely on his real talents. To be honest, even Ren Lanyu felt that Su Yi dabbling in live broadcasts was a bit beneath him. If Su Yi was willing, she could completely transform him into a pop star. A mask? I do have one. Su Yi remembered that there was a mask in his wooden box. What mask? Ren Lanyu excitedly asked. I think the V for Vendetta mask should work. Su Yi had no idea about V for Vendetta and asked, what should I do in the live broadcast now? Once you put on the mask, I'll have the company's top anchor join you. You can play some small games with her to boost your popularity first, Ren Lanyu explained. What kind of games? Su Yi was puzzled. There was a moment of silence from Ren Lanyu's end before she said, I remember sending you a document on WeChat. Did you not see it? I didn't see it. Ren Lanyu took a deep breath. If it weren't for Su Yi being somewhat unique and his relationship with Yu Huiyan not being simple, she would have certainly let someone else handle Su Yi. She had organized some live broadcast procedures into a document and sent it to Su Yi, but he hadn't even looked at it, and he was so confident about it. Now, you need to quickly increase your popularity by having a PK with the main anchor, playing small games like brain teasers, guessing song names, charades, etc. This will help you gain popularity quickly. Once you have a solid fan base, you can showcase your talents and eventually do live e-commerce as well. It's all possible. Su Yi found it a bit confusing. These small games, he knew brain teasers, but things like guessing song names were not really suitable for a person of his age. Whose songs do you like to listen to normally? Ren Lanyu asked. She remembered that Su Yi didn't even know who Jaeshu was. When she asked this question, it was without much hope. Su Yi said, I don't listen to music. Well, I remember you saying you can chat, so maybe chat with the guild's main anchor first. Ren Lanyu said, you know what I mean, playful banter between a man and a woman. Create a buzz. I'll try my best. Su Yi thought he was good at everything before, but now realized that doing a live broadcast was quite different from what he had imagined. After all, even street performers didn't flirt openly in the streets. But since he had agreed to do it, Su Yi decided to give it a try. Next, Ren Lanyu explained the live broadcast process to Su Yi and asked him to go online. Su Yi found the long-forgotten bronze mask from the box. Ren Lanyu guided Suyi on WeChat on what to do, and soon, Suyi put on the bronze mask and connected with the main anchor as Ren Lanyu had said. Suyi saw the main anchor on his phone, a young lady with twin ponytails, speaking softly, looking innocent and adorable. What the heck is this? Where did this little anchor come from? How can she connect with my sugar? Damn it, wearing a ghost mask is scary. Suyi had put on a mask, the bronze mask Kadi Ching from the Song dynasty, with only his eyes visible. Appearing suddenly in the live room caused the barrage of comments to flood the chat. Someone posted a message saying "I protection," followed by hundreds of similar messages, neatly lined up. The main anchor's name was Xiaotantang. She also had over 20 million fans on Ren Lanyu's live broadcast platform. At this moment, the number of viewers had exceeded 1 million, and many loyal fans began to find out about Suyi being a rookie. A novice anchor could actually connect with Xiaotantang, which was clearly arranged by the platform. Many viewers figured out that the masked person was sent by the platform to boost Xiaotantang's popularity. The masked person was more like a prop. "Hello, Green Mask." Xiaotantang calmed down and greeted Suyi. She knew that the person she was connecting with was arranged by Ren Lanyu. Ren Lanyu's instructions were clear that the goal was to increase the masked person's popularity. Suyi spoke calmly and said, "Hello." Xiaotantang sweetly asked, "Green Mask, why are you called Green Mask?" Suyi coldly replied, "You can tell just by looking at my mask." Xiaotantang giggled sweetly. "I was just thinking, how does your face look under the mask? It must be very handsome." Okay. Suyi was starting to regret why he agreed to do the live broadcast. Chatting with a young girl like this was a decision he would certainly regret for a long time. "I think your mask is quite unique. Was it custom made somewhere?" Xiaotantang was told by Ren Lanyu that this anchor might not know how to play small games. Chatting for a bit and then showing some talent would be best. Ren Lanyu knew exactly where Suyi's strengths lay, and now as she watched the live broadcast, she instantly understood what Suyi meant by being good at chatting. This was going to bore people to death with chatter. Xiaotantang, just compete with him directly and showcase your talents. No more chit-chat. Ren Lanyu couldn't watch any longer. If the conversation continued like this, the audience in the live room would lose patience. After receiving the message from Ren Lanyu, Xiaotantang quickly suggested to Suyi, "Green Mask, what can you do? How about we compete?" Suyi fell silent for a moment and said, "Can you sculpt?" There were no musical instruments or anything like that at home, but he did find a small carving knife in the box. He thought doing a live broadcast with carving could work. Sculpting? Xiaotantang was stunned. Did Ren Lanyu send him to crash the party? Was he really going to compete with her in sculpting on a live broadcast? Ren Lanyu really can understand Suyi. She asked little Tang to compete with Suyi in talent. If Suyi directly played the piano or something, it would undoubtedly be stunning, and it would likely bring him a large number of fans. However, there are rarely people who live stream the process of carving. Because the process of carving is dull and boring, even the videos of those carving masters are mostly edited. But Suyi wants to live stream carving. Tang, let's switch to someone else for the live chat. It's not interesting. Carving live. Is he crazy? Still live streaming carving. I am in this industry. Don't play around, young man. From the moment Su said he wanted to carve, the barrage exploded. Suyi didn't care about all this. In fact, he just casually mentioned it. If the audience wanted to watch him carve, he could perform a little. And if the audience didn't want to watch, he could just end the live broadcast. Suyi's initial agreement to go live was out of pure curiosity. He didn't want to become famous, so what's the point of having fans? At that moment, Su Dian walked into the yard with her hands in her pockets, waddling like a clumsy penguin. She saw Suyi wearing a mask and was so scared that she stopped in her tracks and asked loudly, "Brother Suyi, what are you doing? Are you pretending to be a ghost?" Suyi's mask looked a bit ferocious, but Su Dian recognized Suyi's clothing. "I am a ghost." Suyi held his phone and walked into the house, the camera no longer capturing anyone else. The chat room became even more chaotic. More and more people suggested that little Tang should stop the live chat and change the anchor. Nevertheless, Suyi didn't forget his job. Since he had agreed to go live, he felt obliged to complete the first session. After entering the house, he brought out a teacup and teapot, and placed the phone between them to stabilize it. Suyi, being a novice in using a phone, was unaware of phone stands. If those experts in the antique industry saw this scene, it would probably break their hearts. exquisite June porcelain tea utensils being used to support a phone. The value of the 2 items used to prop up the phone was over 5 billion. The audience in the live chat room finally stopped seeing shaky visuals. Little Tantang also dared not speak out of turn, only explaining to the audience in the chat room, expressing her interest in watching Suyi carve something. Because of this, the audience in the chat room reluctantly refrained from criticizing Suyi, although they were sarcastic. They probably thought Suyi was seeking attention. Carving was not a simple task, and who would have the patience to watch him carve a piece? They didn't want to watch, and Suyi didn't seem to have much intention to focus on the live stream at that moment. He just sat there. Su Dian asked, "Brother Suyi, are you still pretending to be a ghost?" "Yes." "Are you here to feed the rabbits?" "No." Su Dian said seriously, "The teacher asked us to go home and complete a handicraft activity with our parents." "Handicraft?" Suyi furrowed his brow slightly, looking at his phone and asking Little Tang, "What is handicraft?" "Damn. You don't even know what handicraft is." "Oh, damn. My daughter also wants me to do handicrafts with her. Teachers nowadays are toxic. I still have to teach my son English, but I only know a few phrases from that country. You know what I mean." The chat room suddenly turned into a discussion about teachers. Through Little Tantang, Suyi understood what handicrafts were, and, after a moment of thought, he ran into the kitchen. PFF. This streamer really seems to be a newbie, leaving after a short while. A waste of time. After a short while, Suyi returned with a watermelon radish and a small carving knife in hand. Dian, how about I carve one for you?" Suyi contemplated, since he had already mentioned carving in the live stream, and Dian was supposed to do a craft. He figured it would be suitable to carve a figure of her using the radish. "You'll carve me?" Su Dian looked at Suyi and nodded foolishly, her eyes fixed on the radish in Suyi's hands. After sitting down, Suyi's carving knife moved quickly, shaping the white radish into pieces, while Su Dian hurriedly picked them up to feed the rabbits. The audience in the chat room was captivated by the adorable appearance of Su Dian, and they refrained from criticizing Suyi. Some even said they wanted to learn how to carve radishes like Suyi and show off in front of their children or younger siblings. Suyi's fingers were agile, carving swiftly. In just 2 minutes, a rough model of Su Dian had emerged. At this speed, the streamer must have been playing with knives since childhood. Carving with a radish only brings a rough resemblance. After all, it lacks hardness. If he can carve it, it's already impressive. Is a true master really going to live stream here? Suyi's movements became faster and faster. Even without looking at Su Dian, the contours of a radish were becoming more defined, and the facial lines were becoming clear. The bullet comments went from casual chatter to amazement. The formations were orderly, and there were no other comments. Most importantly, Suyi's speed was incredibly fast, making the viewers dizzy. In under 5 minutes, he had already carved a miniature version of Su Dian, perfectly proportioned and flawless in expression and size. Dian, can you show this to your teacher? Suyi liked this kid a lot. Since Su Chuan was now incapacitated, and John Ting was probably still busy, it seemed the teacher had asked her to do a craft with her parents, so Suyi didn't mind acting as a stand-in parent. Looking at the miniature radish sculpture in Suyi's hand, excitement sparkled in Su Dian's eyes. "Wow, brother Suyi, you are so amazing." Su Dian carefully held the radish sculpture, fearing she might accidentally damage it. The barrage in the chat room was never-ending. Little Tantang engaged in a PK with Suyi, and Suyi's PK value, which had been low before, suddenly skyrocketed. Learned becomes unlearned. Brain. You got it. Hand. No, you didn't. This little kid named Su Dian is so cute. Is she the streamer's sister? Many people online were keen on physical appearances, and Suyi conquered a group of viewers with his skills, while Su Dian's cuteness melted the hearts of many otaku. In just a short time, Suyi's fan base had soared to several thousand. Ren Lanyu instructed the operations department to promote Suyi and Little Tantang's live streaming room to the homepage, attracting more and more viewers. "I need to cook, so I have to end the live broadcast for now. Goodbye." Little Tang. Suyi had only been live for half an hour, and the popularity had surged. Still, he had to end the broadcast soon. He couldn't stream for 12 hours straight like other streamers, and he couldn't cook live either. The speed at which Suyi signed on and off left people stunned, and Little Tang once again gained a surge in followers. Videos of Suyi carving online were also captured and circulated, garnering a decent number of views. Suyi and Su Diandian were eating under the Paulownia tree, while Bu Tongtong and Wu Wen's parked the car right at the door. These two were here to freeload a meal. They had called Suyi before coming. Originally, they had invited Suyi to eat out. However, upon hearing that Suyi was cooking at home, Gu Tongtong decided to save a meal and went directly to Suyi's house to mooch. Suyi knew that these two had monstrous appetites, but there was only so much food, albeit plenty of white rice cooked. Gu Tongtong wasn't picky either and started devouring bowls of white rice, causing Su Diandian, sitting nearby, to drop her chopsticks on the ground. Taking up the chopsticks, Su Diandian whispered to Suyi, "Sister here must not have eaten her fill for a long time. Poor thing." Gu Tongtong, who had good hearing, heard Su Diandian's comment and glanced at her, saying, "I eat this much every meal." Su Diandian retorted, "Then you'll definitely get very fat. That's none of your business." Gu Tongtong replied haughtily, continuing to shovel rice into her mouth. Wu Wen's couldn't help but smile wryly as his sister argued like a child. Suyi, on the other hand, remained unfazed, thinking that aside from sharing a similar name, Gu Tongtong and Su Diandian probably had similar intelligence levels. Children bickering with each other was quite normal in his eyes. After finishing her meal, Gu Tongtong stretched and said, "Ziwu, I always feel like something's amiss in Fengjing Town. Why don't you keep an eye out?" "All right, I will," Wu Wen's reply, pouring the soup from his plate onto the rice and suggesting to Suyi, "How about we pay you for food monthly and dine together here?" Suyi's culinary skills were so good that Wu Wen's already felt takeouts wouldn't be as appetizing in the future. "No way. Suyi, though fairly free, wasn't that free to cook for others? If not, forget it. We can come over for a meal occasionally," Wu Wen shrugged. Suyi, expressionless, warned him, "You better not think about that." His idea of occasional meals probably meant 3 meals every 2 days, practically freeloading. Wu Wen smiled awkwardly, changing the topic. "By the way, Suyi, we found out today in Fengjing Town that the girl who was with you that day seems to have some connection with the Tang family." Suyi furrowed his brow slightly and asked, "Are you talking about Lin Yun?" "Yes, the girl who was with you when the elder sister Gu captured Wan Degui," Wu Wen's confirmed, adding, "I only caught a glimpse of her and couldn't be certain. She disappeared before I could get to her. I know Yishiak Suan, so that girl should be Lin Yun." Suyi fell into silence for a moment. He had initially thought Lin Yun was the woman he remembered from tens of thousands of years ago, reincarnating repeatedly because of their striking resemblance. However, Gu Tongtong's appearance had left him puzzled. Even if she had a natural talent, she couldn't have practiced his unique cultivation technique. In the vast world, there could be people who looked exactly alike, but Suyi's cultivation was truly one of a kind. Thus, he thought Gu Tongtong was more likely the reincarnation he had in mind. But what about Lin Yun? What puzzled him the most was why Lin Yun had a connection with the Tang family. If he wanted, he could appear in Fengjing Town now and unravel everything. However, he didn't wish to do so. Life was already long enough. Uncovering everything in a day would make things more tedious afterward. Without asking, without interfering, he would watch as events unfolded a bit intriguing. Suyi was certain something was going on with the Tang family. While that hidden dragon pearl of Li Shimin wasn't a big deal to him, it could be regarded as a priceless treasure by most cultivators, capable of changing many things. In the evening, Suyi finally saw Lin Yun in the bookstore. He was astonished to find that Lin Yun had reached the infant transformation stage after a mere 2 days. Just 2 days had passed, and she had achieved infant transformation. Yishiak Suan, despite receiving personal guidance from Suyi, had only reached the Golden Core realm after all this time. Lin Yun's progress was nothing short of incredible, perhaps insulting to Yishiak Suan. Suyi probably had an inkling of what caused this. That morning, he had dripped a drop of his blood onto Lin Yun's fried dough sticks. Initially, he had only aimed to help her stay awake without getting tired, underestimating the energy in his drop of blood. He remembered how that drop of blood could brine and drive spiritual energy of the world, transforming the world. Even the inkstone and brush became spiritual due to it. Yishiak Suan had directly consumed that drop of blood. Suyi, do you want a better future? Lin Yun sat at the large table in the bookstore, her aura completely changed. 2 days before she seemed gentle and somewhat timid, akin to a girl next door with a slightly shy disposition. But now, There was a confidence exuding from her, emanating vigor between her brows, eyes filled with self-assurance. As the saying goes, after 3 days, look with new eyes. Lin Yun's transformation in just 2 days was astonishing. Zhang Lin left work at 6 in the evening. Noting the change in Lin Yun, he believed that Lin Yun's progress was probably due to Su Yi's influence. Even with Lin Yun's substantial change, Zhang Lin thought there was nothing too surprising when standing beside someone as extraordinary as Su Yi. Su Yi remained seated, reading a book, and asked, "What do you mean by a better future?" Lin Yun said, "I've told Sister Yi, after tonight, I won't come to work anymore. I've started my own company. If you're interested, you can come work for me." Su Yi inquired, "What kind of company?" Lin Yun replied, "Finance. Give it a try." Su Yi smiled. "I don't have a proper job anyway." Lin Yun fell silent for a moment and asked, "Aren't you curious about why suddenly can start my own company?" Su Yi smiled faintly. "Everyone has their secrets. Why should I ask so much?" After contemplating, Lin Yun flipped through her phone and pulled up a web page, passing it to Su Yi. "Take a look." Su Yi glanced at the phone and said, "History." He took half an hour to realize that the actions of the male lead in the book were similar to those he had performed over 2,000 years ago. When he raised his head to look at Lin Yun, she said, "I wrote this book. These scenes kept appearing in my dreams, so I wrote them down. I can't clearly remember the man's appearance, but when I saw you, it felt like that person was you." Lin Yun's book didn't have high click rates on the internet because she wrote truthfully, but the storyline was always intermittent, leaving serious readers feeling dizzy and unsure of what she was writing about. The reviews in the book review section were mostly negative. However, Su Yi understood this intermittent story. Yet, this made Su Yi even more puzzled. Could Lin Yun really be that person? "You're writing about the Eastern Han Dynasty era, and how could I possibly be Liu Xiu?" Su Yi encountered such a situation for the first time. Normally, after reincarnation, the soul does not have memories, but there are special individuals who, after death, hold on to attachments. Occasionally, memories of past events may flash during reincarnation, but that usually only happens in childhood. Lin Yun recalling events from over 2,000 years ago appeared abnormal. From the Eastern Han Dynasty to modern times, Su Yi had been with several women. During the Eastern Han Dynasty era, Su Yi did indeed use Liu Xiu's name to be emperor for a while. He even encountered an interesting person named Wang Mang. When Wang Mang learned that the Han Dynasty was restored, he gathered a force of 420,000 elite soldiers, claiming a 1,000,000-strong army to attack and headed towards Kunyang and Wancheng, where only 9,000 Han soldiers were stationed at Kunyang. At that moment, the Deputy General Liu Xiu stepped forward, convincing everyone to defend and wait for reinforcements. Liu Xiu later summoned 17,000 reinforcements outside the city, totaling just over 20,000, which wasn't enough to face the 420,000 army. However, a person like Su Yi, even if playing, was not someone Wang Mang could defeat. Meteors fell in the camp at night, clouds like mountains during the day, and the army's morale plummeted. Liu Xiu led the reinforcements to repeatedly charge and attack, claiming dozens of heads, astonishing his comrades. They were amazed by Liu Xiu's sudden boldness, as he was normally quite timid. Under Liu Xiu's leadership, everyone fought bravely. Su Yi had done many things under Liu Xiu's name in the past, and recently, when reading a book, he learned some of Liu Xiu's exploits. Someone even called him the Son of the Dimension. Su Yi found this title quite fitting. Without him, Wang Mang might have really united the world back then. What was most important was that Lin Yun's book was written from the perspective of Liu Xiu's wife, Yin Lihua. At the time, Su Yi also had a concubine named Guo Shentong, who was also a beautiful and intelligent woman. But Su Yi found himself more partial to Yin Lihua. He ended up neglecting Guo Shentong, leading many in the palace to believe she was confined to Cold Palace. What was most special was that Lin Yun and Yin Lihua seemed to be very similar, which was why Su Yi immediately felt drawn to Lin Yun upon their first meeting and thought she might be the one who had reincarnated thousands of years. But why did Lin Yun specifically remember events from the Eastern Han Dynasty era? If she recalled events from the Qingming period, that would have made more sense, as the Eastern Han Dynasty era might feel distant to many who have undergone reincarnation. Lin Yun stared at Su Yi for a long time before finally saying, "All right, we should consider ourselves friends. If you're willing to come work at my company, I can offer you a higher salary." "I appreciate that," Su Yi replied. In the past few days, Suyi had thought it over. Even if Lin Yun truly was the one who had reincarnated for thousands of years, if she didn't genuinely like him now, there was no need to entangle further. After reincarnation, shouldn't she be a completely new person? Suyi couldn't even count the number of women he had had over the years. Why persist in entangling with someone lifetime after lifetime? Talking about deep feelings would be too insincere. Suyi knew he was never one for deep emotions. He simply felt comfortable with whoever he was with. Even calling him a scumbag would not be an exaggeration. Ling Yun didn't say much more, but Suyi could sense that this woman had indeed undergone significant changes. When leaving work at night, a private car came to pick up Lin Yun. She asked Suyi, "Do you want to come with me, or should I drop you at the dorm?" "No. I'll go back to the dorm," Suyi replied, suddenly realizing that he didn't actually like Lin Yun that much, and that mysterious fondness she had shown him before had vanished into thin air. He had to ponder whether this change was due to him or because of Lin Yun. "In a few days, my grandpa and I should be moving. I'll take him to a big hospital for treatment, so you need not worry," Lin Yun said. Likely aware of her grandfather's condition, Suyi suggested, "I think it'd be best to have Yi Shek-suan take a look at your grandpa." Lin Yun responded, "It's not that I don't trust her, but she's too young. I just hope my grandpa can recover faster." "All right, it's up to you," Suyi replied, feeling somewhat strange inside. Old Lin's illness had reached a critical stage, and there were few who could cure him. Now that Yi Lin had passed away, if not her, then who could completely heal Old Lin's illness? But it was Lin Yun's decision. After all, Old Lin was her grandfather, and Suyi respected her choices. That night, Suyi didn't return home but stayed in the dorm. Suyi rarely stayed in the dorm, which excited Wang Junlin and the others. They even taught Suyi how to play computer games. In the university dorm, with 3 computers, they first taught Suyi how to play League of Legends. Suyi grasped some basic controls and began dominating the game with various ingenious plays, leaving the others stunned. "Su, are you kidding us? Is this your first time playing a game?" "Just started today." Suyi found the game quite interesting. All the different skills were fascinating. "How about CSGO? Can you play that?" "Let's give it a try." Suyi suddenly found playing on the computer quite enjoyable. No wonder his doormates could spend nights playing without resting. CSGO was similar to CS from before, but with 3D graphics, falling under the shooter category. Once he figured out the controls, it was headshot after headshot, showcasing his accuracy and speed. These games demanded fast reflexes, precision, and steady hands. Suyi's reaction speed didn't need to be mentioned. And as for his steady hands, Suyi could carve a lotus flower out of tofu with 1,000 pounds of axe. No problem. "Pro, your skills could rival a pro player's." Wang Junlin and the others were flabbergasted. Such precision and performance were usually only seen in professional gamers. Suyi should probably be considered as using a computer for the first time, but just using it this time made him dizzy with all the different operations. In the eyes of Wang Junlin and the others, their godlike operation was just an ordinary thing in Suyi's view. "Pro, even if you're not a professional gamer, your skills are more than enough for live streaming," said Wang Junlin. "Can you live stream with this?" Suyi had just live streamed during the day, and finally understood that in this era, selling talents could almost sell anything. He took a look at the Lan Yue live streaming platform, and realized that you could even live stream eating or reading, with quite a few viewers. This was probably the weirdest thing he had seen. Suyi didn't plan to live stream gaming. In fact, he wasn't even planning on live streaming anymore. Initially, he thought live streaming was a novel thing, but after trying it once, he found it more boring than accompanying guests to drink in a bar. Of course, the most important thing was that he didn't care about the opinions of the audience. The comments in the barrage meant nothing to him, so such live streaming naturally had no joy. When he was about to go to sleep at night, Ren Lanyu also messaged Suyi, suggesting that he start streaming earlier tomorrow. Suyi directly told her that he didn't want to do it anymore. Ren Lanyu also recognized Suyi's abilities. The video he recorded of the carving had gained some popularity, and if Suyi persisted with live streaming, it would be a matter of time before he became popular. "If you don't want to do it, I won't force you. Just let me know if you ever want to start streaming in the future." Ren Lanyu felt quite regretful. Suyi had excellent image and temperament, and he didn't even need to use beauty filters, making him quite hard to come by as a streamer. But since Suyi was unwilling to show his face, It was impossible to groom him into a new generation internet celebrity or star. The night was as thick as ink, and numerous dark shadows descended from the void above Fengjing town. In the Tang family's old mansion, the hidden dragon pearl floated in midair, and the five-clawed golden dragon inside the hidden dragon pearl flickered with bloodlight. In just a moment, the entire town was shrouded in bloodlight as the shadows in the void drilled into the minds of the town's residents. Tang Yue stood in front of the hidden dragon pearl, his eyes closed tightly, and his aura becoming more and more terrifying. Tang Yaowen leaned on a cane in the courtyard, watching his son's increasingly ferocious face and the gathering of relatives in the courtyard. I, Tang Yue, pledge allegiance to the Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor and ask the Emperor to give me the most powerful inheritance. Tang Yue muttered with his eyes closed, suddenly opening them. The bloodlight in his pupils condensed into substance, black energy swirling around his eye sockets, and his body suddenly gaining half a meter in height, with his muscles bursting through his clothes. Tang Yaowen's face turned pale, and the family members at home seemed to be possessed by foreign demons. Perhaps it was because of his past association with Suyi, or because he had possessed the artifact left by the Tiashai of Qingyun Mountain that he had escaped unscathed. Tang Yue was now directly loyal to the Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor. Idiot! Do you know what you are doing? Tang Yaowen looked at the hidden dragon pearl floating in midair, clutching his cane in frustration. He probably realized why the external demons had chosen their Tang family. The Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor might not be an external demon, but what was happening before his eyes was clearly not an inheritance from the higher realms. It looked more like a case of possession. In the so-called inheritance, one would obtain cultivation methods or power from the heavenly beings, but possession was more like the arrival of immortals in the mortal world. Once possessed, one's consciousness would be largely annihilated. In that case, what would be the use of gaining immense power? Tang Yu's gaze was eerie and frightening as he stared at Tang Yaowen. Old man, don't think I don't know that I'm not your biological son. Don't worry, that wretched daughter of yours will join you soon. After speaking, he waved his hand, sending Tang Yaowen flying out. Tang Yaowen lay in a corner, spitting out blood, eyes filled with despair. Tang Yue had known for a long time that he was not his biological son. Were the 13 still stationed in Fengjing town, they too would have been possessed by the external demons. However, these demons had melded the memories of the 13 operatives. When Wu Wen's inquired about any anomalies in Fengjing town, they denied any abnormalities. Among the entire town, only Tang Yue had not been possessed but had actually gained the inheritance of the northern Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor, making him a disciple of the Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor. Old man, I ask you, why did you suddenly order us to go into hiding? Tang Yue slowly approached Tang Yaowen, his gaze cold and threatening. I know you're not a coward. State the reason, and I might consider leaving your body intact and burying you and your daughter in the ancestral tomb. Tang Yaowen coughed twice, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Laughing heartily, he said, the inheritance of the Zhuangming Emperor. What do we have to fear? Return to Qingzhou and rule the world. Ha ha. HMPH. You're digging your own grave. Tang Yue sneered. But you're right. What you fear, I do not. Now that the world's spiritual energy is reviving, before long, the immortals and demons from beyond will descend in various ways. The Zhuangming Emperor will first dominate the entire world. Tang Yaowen slowly closed his eyes, no longer speaking. He knew Suyi was powerful, though he didn't know exactly how strong he was. If it came down to it, who would win if he were to face Suyi? As death approached, he was reluctant to even mention Suyi's name. The last time he saw Suyi, Suyi had asked him several questions, each one striking his soul. He owed nothing to Suyi, but if possible, he hoped Suyi would be fine. Tang Yue didn't ask any more questions, now that he had already obtained the inheritance of the Zhuangming Emperor, along with the hidden dragon pearl and thousands of demonic cultivators under his command. He was practically invincible in the world. Qingzhou, I want to see what kind of existence even makes an old man like you afraid. Facing the group of demonic cultivators before him, Tang Yue said, starting tomorrow, everyone should infiltrate Qingzhou City. Do not reveal your cultivation base. Try not to have a direct conflict with the 13. Tang Yue thought he was the leader of these demonic cultivators, but little did he know that many of them were direct subordinates of the Zhuangming Emperor. They didn't really care about him. They were just not yet familiar with worldly affairs. As for the people of the 13 realms, the subordinates of the Zhuangming Emperor didn't even regard them. After this possession, their main focus was on cultivating diligently rather than conquering the world. After all, when they die, after descending to the mortal realm, they would truly be dead. They were now acting with extreme caution, and the only threat they had to guard against were otherworldly immortals or powerful cultivators. Daytime. Although Suyi slept in the dormitory, he still skipped classes as usual. Not for anything else, but because he and Lao Lin were considered friends, and Suyi had planned from the beginning to cure his illness. When Lin Yiyun mentioned taking Lao Lin away, Suyi still intended to go back and take a look. On the way, he also hesitated, wondering if he should cure Lao Lin's illness. There were few things in this world that he couldn't accomplish, but many times, even after doing something, other people's destinies would change in an unpredictable direction. Qi Liang and Sichuan were good examples. Suyi fulfilled Qi Liang's wish to become rich, but Qi Liang experienced ups and downs, and his future was uncertain. At least for now, he was still poor. Suyi helped Sichuan repay his debts, and even made him win continuously at the casino. But Sichuan lost both hands. Perhaps whether Suyi helped Sichuan or not, his ultimate fate was predetermined. This was why he was more inclined to let Yishiaxuan help cure Lao Lin's illness, rather than solving all problems with just a drink. Is there a fate in the dark? When Suyi returned to Wadong Street, a luxury car was already parked in front of Lao Lin's yard, with a driver in a suit sitting in the front, and a middle-aged woman in the back seat. Lao Lin was not boxing, but having noodles with Lin Yiyun in the yard, and there were many beautifully packaged gifts piled in the yard. As Suyi passed by the door, Lao Lin quickly called out to her, "Zisu, have you eaten?" Suyi raised the 2 bags of soy milk in his hand and asked, "Do you want more? Let me treat you." Yesterday, Lao Lin treated Suyi to soy milk, so when Suyi passed by Zhang Ting's stall, he bought 2 bags. Of course. Lao Lin grinned. "You're not going to class today again? That's none of your business." Suyi walked into the yard, handed the soy milk to Lao Lin, who had almost finished his noodles, went inside to get a small bowl, poured the soy milk into it, and said, while pouring, "Ziyun, Grandpa is not moving away. He has lived here for most of his life, and is familiar with the neighbors. If you want me to move, who will I socialize with here? Grandpa, what's important is not whether to move or not, but about your illness. You need to see a doctor." Lin Yiyun glanced at Suyi and said, "Suyi, please advise my grandpa." Suyi remained silent, but Lao Lin stubbornly said, "Do I not know my own illness? I felt much better recently after boxing with Zisu. Little Yi is also a descendant of a divine doctor. If she can't cure me, who else can?" Lin Yiyun fell silent. She was already a master at the Nasan Soul stage, and had even received an inheritance from a certain great deity from the upper realm. It was evident to her that the martial arts Suyi taught her grandfather were special, as they could adjust the qi in an ordinary person's body. But Suyi was clearly just an ordinary person. At least he didn't possess golden cores nor Nasan souls. "Ziyun, I know you're doing well now, but as long as you live well, Grandpa will be at ease. I'm old, and I don't want to spend the rest of my life lying on a sickbed and being troubled. The current situation is good." Lao Lin said magnanimously, "If you want to move out, then move out, but at least come back to visit me once in a while. If you're not moving, then I won't move either." Lin Yiyun had indeed changed a lot over the years, but after being so close to Lao Lin for so many years, it wasn't easy for her to just let go now. "No, you have been apart from your mother for so many years. Go and accompany her first. Grandpa is fine." Lao Lin waved his hand, saying, "I'm fine now, and I don't need anyone to take care of me." Suyi, listening on the side, couldn't help but be curious about the situation. Lin Yiyun's parents had passed away, right? Had she found her mother? Wasn't she looking for her mother in Fanjing town yesterday? Was Lin Yiyun's mother related to the Tang family? Suyi had once asked Zhang Changfeng if there were any descendants in the Tang family, and Zhang Changfeng's response was that Tang Yaowen had a daughter. And Suyi also knew that Tang Yaowen had a son named Tang Yue. So if all this was as Suyi guessed, then wasn't Lin Yiyun Tang Yaowen's granddaughter? The relationships in this world were truly coincidental. Of course, Fengjing Town didn't just have people from the Tang family. Lin Yiyun's mother might not necessarily be Tang Yaowen's daughter. "Grandpa, I'll stay here with you." Lin Yiyun slowly got up and said, "Let me tell Mom that I won't leave with her." Lao Lin's expression suddenly darkened as he coldly said, "Why not leave with her? I, an old man, have raised you for so many years. Isn't it enough? Hurry and go with your mom." Lin Yiyun shivered. knowing her grandfather was trying to provoke her with these words, but hearing them made her even more reluctant. "Don't upset me, okay? Let me stay." Lin Yiyun shakily got up and took a deep breath, saying, "Grandpa, I'll come back often. This is also my home." Lao Lin waved his hand without looking at Lin Yiyun, buried his head in drinking some milk, his eyes welling up with tears. Lin Yiyun said to Suyi, "Suyi, if you have time, can you please look after Grandpa? Call me if anything happens." "Okay." Suyi nodded slightly. Lin Yiyun eventually got into the luxury car at the door. The sound of the car starting gradually faded away, and Lao Lin put down the bowl, looked towards the gate of the yard, his body slightly trembling. Suyi smiled and asked, "What happened? Did Zilin find her mother?" Lao Lin nodded, wiped away his tears, and said with a smile, "Yeah, kid. You've lost your chance now." Suyi asked, "Is Zilin's mother wealthy?" "She's a young lady from the Tang family." "My son, ah." Lao Lin sighed. "Zisu, remember, when you find a wife in the future, make sure she comes from a similar background. If their backgrounds don't match, nothing will work." When Lao Lin said this, Suyi could probably already imagine a story of a romance between a rich girl and a poor man. Backgrounds don't match, right? Suyi knew about the importance of social status, but as a lone individual, where could he find someone with a matching background? No. He was just a lonely person. Where did this talk of social status come from? Not long after Lin Yiyun left, Yi Shaxuan entered Lao Lin's yard carrying medicine. When she saw Suyi, she couldn't help pouting. During these days, her dear master didn't even comfort her, and they hadn't been in touch at all. It was as if she, his disciple, was completely ignored. Suyi saw Yi Shaxuan and didn't ask anything else. He just calmly said, "You're here." HMPH. Yi Shaxuan raised her little face, quite haughty, and then said to Lao Lin, "Grandpa Lin, have you been taking the medicine as I instructed?" Yi Shaxuan entered the courtyard and immediately started chatting with Lao Lin, completely ignoring Suyi. She was aloof, and when Suyi reciprocated in aloofness, he simply sat there in silence. Yi Shaxuan checked Lao Lin's pulse, then started brewing medicine. Suyi greeted Lao Lin and then returned to his own courtyard to read. He was reading the Great Encyclopedia of China, Legal Code, which was something that had to be done in almost every dynasty. He familiarized himself with the contemporary legal code, trying his best not to break the law and not to cause disorder. While many people believed there were loopholes in the law, Suyi was fascinated by it. At least in his opinion, compared to past dynasties, the current legal code was much more comprehensive and fair. After Yi Shaxuan finished her tasks, she went back to Suyi's courtyard huffing and puffing, only to find Suyi leisurely reclining on a chair. He was her master. Her grandfather had passed away, and apart from briefly visiting that evening, Suyi had not offered any words of comfort. Not having seen him for a few days, she now had a lot of questions she wanted to ask Suyi. In the courtyard, besides the old chair, there was only a stone stool. Yi Shaxuan had already decided that she would have someone make a chair like Suyi's so she could also recline like him. "Master." Suyi let out a sound from under his nose without even looking at Yi Shaxuan. Finally realizing her mistake, she thought that showing anger would prompt Suyi to console her. But now it seemed she had overestimated. Yi Shaxuan sat on the stone stool and said, "I have something to ask you." "Ask." Suyi was sparing with his words, a true definition of aloof and standoffish. Yi Shaxuan took a deep breath and asked, "Did you really know why grandfather 68 years ago?" Suyi let out another hum from under his nose. Then ... "How old are you this year?" Yi Shaxuan really couldn't imagine Suyi's age since he still looked like a young man. Could he be over 100 years old? And if that was the case, everything before made sense. Why her grandfather wanted her to apprentice under Suyi. Why her grandfather said Suyi didn't care about her. Why Suyi seemed to know everything. And why he always had an old-fashioned appearance. Seeing that Suyi had turned a page and closed his book, looking into Yi Shaxuan's eyes, he said, "How old? It's hard to say for sure, but I've lived quite a long time." According to the current calendar, he had probably lived for tens of thousands of years. However, in the era he originally lived in, there were no ages or years as units of time. At that time, if one rotation of the Earth was a day would be more than 5 times longer than now. The Earth was much larger, and various deities and demons fought all year round, causing mountains and rivers to break and mountains to disappear. In that era, Suyi's one palm made the earth smaller by around. Thus, it was very difficult to accurately calculate Suyi's age. Yi Xiaoxuan asked anxiously, when you say quite long, how long is that? You must have some idea. Suyi frowned. Anyway, it's been quite a while. I've met the first emperor of Qin, so I don't need to say anything more in that regard. Yi Xiaoxuan was at a loss for words. Met the first emperor of Qin. That would mean he was over 2,000 years old. What does the first emperor of Qin look like? This was what Yi Xiaoxuan really wanted to ask, whether Suyi had a wife before. If so, how many? But this question changed before it came out. Suyi had also read many modern books recently, so he thought for a moment and said, Dan Feng eyes, high nose, chest muscles, about 2 meters tall. In your time, he would be considered a handsome man. Yi Xiaoxuan giggled. But according to historical records, it says the first emperor of Qin had a rounded back, long eyes, vulture-like neck, and jackal-like voice. How did you turn him into a handsome man? Suyi laughed. A rounded back just means that his nose was high and nicely shaped, long eyes are like Dan Feng eyes, and vulture-like neck means his chest muscles were developed. Saying that, Suyi glanced at Yi Xiaoxuan's chest and remarked, bigger than yours. Cough. Yi Xiaoxuan almost died on the spot, laughing a moment ago and now feeling infinitely shocked. Indeed, men like you tend to like big ones. Yi Xiaoxuan rolled her eyes and said, so, Master, were you ever romantically involved like Summerhill? Suyi chuckled and asked, is Bai Miao Miao considered an old woman? That's right, you're so old. In your eyes, Bai Miao Miao is still a young girl. Yi Xiaoxuan grunted. The older, the more lustful. Suyi didn't admit to such things. After living for so many years, he no longer had the same interests in male-female relationships. Although he might have some physiological reactions when stimulated, he could still control it. After all, he was not like Xia Shan, an LSP. Yi Xiaoxuan then asked a series of historical questions like an inquisitive child, and Suyi, bored, started chatting aimlessly with her until it was close to noon when Gu Tongtong entered the courtyard, and their conversation came to an abrupt stop. Why are you here? Yi Xiaoxuan stared at Gu Tongtong. Having met Gu Tongtong twice before and knowing her identity, she couldn't understand how Gu Tongtong had found her way here. Gu Tongtong ignored Yi Xiaoxuan and looked at Suyi, saying, it's lunchtime. Suyi raised an eyebrow. You don't plan on coming to my house for a meal every day, right? Come for a meal? Yi Xiaoxuan immediately became vigilant. A girl coming to his master's house for a meal was obviously suspicious. Just as men understood men, women also understood women. Girls generally had some restraint, and if they came to a man's house for a meal, 9 out of 10 times it meant they had taken a liking to that man. Not every day, Gu Tongtong replied. If you cook, I'll eat here. If not, we'll go out to eat. Before Suyi could speak, Yi Xiaoxuan excitedly said, that's not allowed. Why do you get to come and have a free meal? Glancing at Yi Xiaoxuan, Gu Tongtong asked Suyi, your wife? Suyi shook his head. No. Oh. Gu Tongtong once again ignored Yi Xiaoxuan and said, can I come to your place for a meal? Your cooking is quite good. Feel free to come, Suyi said, but if I'm not at home, you can arrange for yourself. Although Suyi was not like Xia Shan, he did not resist having a meal with attractive girls. While Gu Tongtong might not be exceedingly beautiful, she had delicate features and was pleasant to look at. Yi Xiaoxuan stood there with a flushed face, and Gu Tongtong really got under her skin, especially with that last sentence. Your wife? Wasn't this woman too audacious? Wasn't she implying that as long as Suyi didn't have a wife, even if he had a girlfriend, she could still come for a meal for free? Was she really so bold as to try to snatch him away like that? Suyi felt that it was about time, so he stood up and placed the law book he was holding on the stone table. He said to Yi Xiaoxuan, come with me to the kitchen. You said you wanted to learn how to cook, right? Okay. Yi Xiaoxuan's expression improved a bit at this moment, and suddenly she realized. Why did she have to call Ling Yun the future master? Ling Yun didn't even like Suyi. The master's father was the disciple's. Although Yi Xiaoxuan did not consider herself a hostess, she was at least Suyi's disciple now. Even if Gu Tongtong came, she could only be considered a guest. Master, who's that Gu Tongtong? Are you close to her? Yi Xiaoxuan asked gossipingly as she picked vegetable leaves. Does she already know how formidable you are? Suyi had already blocked the sound of his conversation with Yishiak-suan using his abilities, as Gu Tongtong's hearing was quite sensitive. You should already know. She is the head of Department 13, and I have joined Department 13, Suyi said as he poured oil. For now, she probably just thinks I am a junior cultivator refining chat. Yishiak-suan asked again. Why did you join Department 13? Don't tell me you have your eyes on her too. Suyi glanced at her. Have you been watching too many love stories lately? I've only been reading CEO novels recently. After a moment of contemplation, Suyi said, Well, do you think your master looks like a CEO? Yishiak-suan chuckled. If we only consider the face, definitely not. But after knowing your age, I think you look more like a creepy uncle. Otherwise, why would you have bad thoughts about girls in their 20s? Suyi muttered, I think you can go out now. No, I won't. Yishiak-suan squinted her eyes slightly, her lips revealing a sly smile as she said, How about this time? Let me cook, and you can chat with that lady outside. Suyi, somewhat incredulously, asked, Are you sure? He simply doubted if Yishiak-suan could cook a decent meal, as it seemed her mind was a bit offbeat. She might be slightly smarter than Gu Tongtong, but probably not in terms of cooking skills. You can watch on the side, and in the future, if she comes, I will be the one cooking. Yishiak-suan chuckled and said, You can relax and guide from the sidelines now. Suyi wasn't someone who doesn't give others a chance, so since Yishiak-suan wanted to cook, he could take a break. Are these all the ingredients we have at home? After a question from Yishiak-suan, she threw the vegetable leaves she had just picked from the water into the pot, causing thick smoke to billow up, the oil splattering nosily. Fortunately, Suyi reacted quickly, waving his hand to intercept the splattering oil, otherwise, it would have gone everywhere. Woo woo woo. My bad. Yishiak-suan, flustered, took the spatula and shielded herself, standing about 2 meters away from the stove, watching as the smoke rose from the pot, as though signaling for help. Suyi quickly turned down the heat, dissipating the smoke in the kitchen. Do you still want to cook? He asked. I do. After Yishiak-suan firmly answered, her brain seemed to suddenly turn, feeling that Suyi's question carried some ambiguity in it. She replied straightforwardly, and her face blushed again. Can you even drive after cooking? Yishiak-suan, how did you turn into this kind of girl? Oh no. Am I going to die like this? What's going on in my head these days? Suyi decided to give Yishiak-suan a chance and started guiding her from the side. Yishiak-suan finally started cooking with the spatula, but no matter what Suyi said, she put in a lethal amount of salt and chili. Suyi raised an eyebrow. I suspect you did it on purpose. How is that possible? I just have shaky hands, and it's my first time cooking. Yishiak-suan, who was usually precise when it came to picking herbs, never needed a scale. It was impossible for her to have shaky hands. Suyi probably also guessed the woman's thoughts. She clearly harbored hostility towards Gu Tongtong by putting so much salt and chili, aiming to deter her from coming over for meals in the future. You take your time, I'll go talk to her. She probably has something to discuss with me. Suyi thought Gu Tongtong's visit was likely not just about eating, and since Yishiak-suan wanted to mess around, he'd let her. After all, Suyi wasn't hungry now. Go ahead. Yishiak-suan, who had calmed down a bit, thought Gu Tongtong didn't have any advantages. She lacked femininity in her attire. Her chest seemed smaller than hers, no makeup, plus her personality was something else. Just from the incident where she beaten up Wanda Gui, it seemed this woman likely had violent tendencies and wouldn't engage in normal conversation. How could Suyi possibly like such a woman? He's worrying for nothing. Suyi walked out of the kitchen, and Gu Tongtong was lying on Suyi's armchair. In just a short while, she had already fallen asleep again. It seemed there was nothing left to talk about. It wasn't until Yishiak-suan came out with the food that Suyi woke Gu Tongtong up. Dinner's ready. When Gu Tongtong heard these words, she suddenly opened her eyes and mumbled, Food. As she took the first bite of the rice, she muttered incomprehensibly, It's not cooked. Despite saying this, she swallowed it and then picked up some vegetables, chewed a few times, and swallowed. Too salty, a bit spicy. Suyi and Yishiak-suan were left dumbfounded. How could she swallow that down? Suyi had seen how much salt Yishiak-suan had put in. The salt might be cheap, but the way she seasoned it, there was no room for it to be edible. Suyi wondered if Gu Tongtong had spat out the first bite she took. But this girl actually swallowed it and continued eating. The rice in her bowl. Was that even rice? It was barely cooked, and yet she could still shovel down a big bowl, and in less than a minute, she had emptied it. There were 3 dishes in total. Each one was devilishly seasoned. Suyi was certain he wouldn't be able to eat it, but Gu Tonton, piece by piece, kept shoveling it down as if she had just escaped a famine. "Aren't you eating?" Gu Tonton asked Suyi and Yi Xiaoxuan as she continued eating. Yi Xiaoxuan's mouth dropped open as she watched Gu Tonton. The one word that came to her mind to describe this woman was horrific. Could she really eat all this? Is she determined to freeload a meal even with such unpalatable food? Could she still swallow down such hard-to-eat dishes? Are they unable to stop her determination to freeload a meal with such difficult-to-swallow dishes? "I'm not hungry." Suyi had no interest in trying Yi Xiaoxuan's food that was like poison. To put it bluntly, even pigs would reject this food. Gu Tonton also set down her chopsticks and then said, "Suyi, I'm going to tidy up. Come with me to Qingyun Mountain tomorrow." Suyi asked, "What are we going to Qingyun Mountain for?" Gu Tonton hesitated for a moment, took out her phone, and said, "The first thing is to deal with those cultural relics with Zhang Jie. The second thing is, because of the revival of spiritual energy, the dragon veins have also awakened, resulting in many blessed lands and hidden realms appearing. Many cultivators are starting to fight for territory. Just in these few days, there have been 58 incidents of cultivators shedding blood." As she read, Gu Tonton abruptly stopped and pulled Suyi into the WeChat group for 13 places, saying, "I added you to the group, you can check it out yourself." "All right." After joining the group, Suyi saw the messages sent by Gu Tonton. She mentioned Wu Wen's, asking him to provide information about going to Qingyun Mountain. After reading it, Suyi roughly understood the purpose of their visit to Qingyun Mountain this time. Basically, all these things had happened because of Suyi. The old celestial master Zhang Chuande on Qingyun Mountain hadn't done anything, causing all sorts of trouble. The old director of 13 places had already gone to Qingyun Mountain, but endeavors had been in vain. Now, many veterans in the archaeology community had settled on Qingyun Mountain, refusing to leave without the relics, so Gu Tonton naturally took charge. Then there was the matter of cultivators vying for dragon veins and blessed lands. Even with the intervention of 13 places, the effect was minimal. In just a few short days, over 113 places staff had been injured. After discussions between Director Yang and Zhang Chuande, they decided to directly hold a cultivator martial arts competition on Qingyun Mountain. This was to determine the ownership of the blessed lands and hidden realms. This approach aimed to avoid innocent casualties and also allowed these cultivators to divert their excess energy, preventing frequent battles. Suyi saw that the group had around 500 members, with Gu Tonton as the group owner. Wu Wen's also informed Suyi in the group that he wouldn't be going to Qingyun Mountain this time. The roaming cultivators weren't interested in going to Qingyun Mountain, nor were they interested in fighting for the blessed lands and hidden realms. However, Wu Wen's would stay behind to ensure these people didn't cause trouble. Therefore, this trip to Qingyun Mountain had to rely on Suyi. Suyi's role was to ensure Gu Tonton's daily life and meals, and also to act as a guide to prevent Gu Tonton from getting lost. "All right, I'll go with you." Suyi didn't refuse because, strictly speaking, he didn't have anything urgent to do. It wouldn't hurt to stroll around Qingyun Mountain. "I want to go too." How could Yi Xiaoxuan let Suyi go alone with Gu Tonton to Qingyun Mountain? This was practically a government-funded trip. Unaccompanied men and women traveling together. What if there was only one room left in the hotel or on Qingyun Mountain? Gu Tonton looked at Yi Xiaoxuan and asked, "Do you know how to drive?" "I do." Yi Xiaoxuan had just agreed when she felt something was off and quickly added, "Isn't it more convenient to fly from Qingzhou to Bamiyan province, which is over 2,000 kilometers, by car?" "Why drive?" "I was just asking." Gu Tonton remembered they could take a flight and said, in the group, "Ziwu, help me book flight tickets and a hotel with Suyi." Wu Wen's called Suyi directly. "Suyi, I want you to accompany Sister Gu and assist in arranging these. Can you manage these things in the future?" Suyi said, "You can leave it to me." After hanging up the phone, Suyi said to Yi Xiaoxuan, "Zuexu, you handle booking the flight and hotel." Suyi knew that most things could be done on a mobile phone, but he wasn't sure exactly how to go about it, so he left it to Yi Xiaoxuan to handle. Yi Xiaoxuan quickly took out her phone, asked for Gu Tonton and Suyi's ID, and started booking the flight tickets and the hotel. She decided not to teach Suyi these things. If she did, wouldn't she seem useless in the future? Booking flight tickets, of course, so you would sit beside her, and Gu Tongtong would sit in the front. As for the hotel room, Yi Xiaoxuan randomly chose a 5-star hotel and found out that there were only 2 rooms left for tomorrow. 2 rooms for 3 people. Hetty. Yi Xiaoxuan couldn't help but laugh out loud as she looked down at her phone. So Yi glanced at her and asked, "What's so funny?" Yi Xiaoxuan quickly raised her head and said, "Nothing, I've booked the flight tickets, but as for the hotel, there are only 2 rooms available for now." So Yi said, "Oh? Can't we just switch to another hotel? All the others are fully booked, not a single room is available." I don't know why, but a lot of people from out of town suddenly came to Fumin City. Yi Xiaoxuan didn't even look at other hotels. At this moment, her face reddened, her heart beating fast, feeling ashamed of her own reserved thoughts. But it had come to this, and there was no room for backing down. So Yi said, "Then you 2 girls can share 1 room." Yi Xiaoxuan felt like she had stepped on a cat's tail and hurriedly said, "I can't sleep in the same room with a stranger." So Yi furrowed his brows, "I can't room with her either, can I?" Gu Tongtong said, "That's fine." So Yi had to reluctantly say, "All right, don't worry, I won't have any inappropriate behavior towards you." Gu Tongtong asked in confusion, "What inappropriate behavior could you have towards me? Can you even beat me?" "I can't beat you." As Yi Xiaoxuan listened to the conversation between the 2, she was dumbfounded. What had she done? She said she couldn't sleep in the same room with a stranger, but Suyi wasn't a stranger, and Gu Tongtong agreed to room with Suyi without even thinking. Did she plan this in advance? I found a hotel with 3 rooms. Yi Xiaoxuan couldn't let Gu Tongtong have her way so easily. Suyi asked, "Didn't you say the hotel was fully booked? Somebody just cancelled their booking." Yi Xiaoxuan said, "I'll book it now." Gu Tongtong said, "No need. Saving a little is go. I'm the one paying, so no need to save." Yi Xiaoxuan hurriedly started looking for other hotels. To her surprise, all the other hotels were indeed fully booked. The 2 rooms she had booked just now were really the last 2 available. No way. Yi Xiaoxuan almost cried. Wasn't it said that the master was like the disciple? After all that fuss, she ended up putting the master in another woman's bed. From their conversation, they seemed like a perfect match. Fumin City. Suyi and the others arrived at the hotel entrance. Yi Xiaoxuan first ran to the front desk and asked again if there were any extra rooms, and the lady at the front desk told her that there were indeed no spare rooms at the moment. Gu Tongtong, let's share a room. Yi Xiaoxuan had to compromise. It was better for her to share a room with Gu Tongtong than for Suyi to share a room with him. Gu Tongtong said gloomily, "Didn't you say you can't sleep with strangers in the same room?" "You're not a stranger," Yi Xiaoxuan said seriously. "After all, you're a girl. It's not good for Suyi to share a room with you." Gu Tongtong dismissed. "What's so bad about it? If I share a room with Suyi, I can teach him martial arts." "Teach him martial arts?" Yi Xiaoxuan looked even more puzzled. Does Suyi, with his abilities, really need Gu Tongtong's guidance? This was clearly not about the wine but the people. As for who had other thoughts, Yi Xiaoxuan didn't know. The worst part was that both of them had such thoughts. "So, I'll share a room with him." Suyi also said, "Xiaoxuan, it's fine. I'll share a room with her." Yi Xiaoxuan curled her mouth disdainfully. "Of course, you're fine, old pervert." Maybe he had planned this from the beginning. In the end, Yi Xiaoxuan couldn't prevail, helplessly watching Suyi and Gu Tongtong enter the room. After entering the room, Gu Tongtong asked, "Are you going to take a bath?" "Go ahead." Suyi really hadn't taken a bath in a long time. His body was dust-free, and he hadn't changed his clothes since putting them on. If Yi Xiaoxuan knew that this was the conversation between the 2 as soon as they entered the room, she would probably scold these shameless 2. "Then you go first, I'll change clothes." The room in the 5-star hotel was quite spacious, especially the room Yi Xiaoxuan booked. It had a large waterbed that was 5 meters wide and 8 meters long, with rose petals shaped like hearts on the bed, and the living room had red wine and various snacks. So you walked into the bathroom and saw the beautifully packaged toiletries. The hotel lady was really attentive. With 2 rooms, Suyi and the others were clearly in a couple suite. Suyi fumbled around and figured out how to use the bathroom heater. When he saw the beautifully packaged toiletries, he curiously opened and examined them. After some exploration, he figured out what they were used for. Since these things weren't something modern, he recognized the English words on the packaging. Just with this item, It wasn't enough to make Suyi feel uneasy. He threw the item into the trash, changed clothes, and left the bathroom. After Gu Tonton entered the room, she immediately changed into home clothes. Suyi then realized that the girl's original flat chest was actually fake. She must have been wearing a chest binder. Although she was not comparable to Bai Miao Miao in scale, she was definitely not comparable to Yishak Suan. There was probably room for another Yishak Suan between Gu Tonton and Yishak Suan. Do you always bind it like that? Suyi felt a bit uncomfortable just looking at it. Gu Tonton nodded. Otherwise, it's inconvenient to fight. Oh. Suyi responded, then sat on the sofa playing with his phone. After Gu Tonton finished bathing and came out, he realized that the girl looked quite attractive when she was completely clean. She had a delicate face, with a smart and otherworldly look between her brows. Gu Tonton grabbed Suyi's wrist, which startled him. Let me check out your progress in cultivation. Gu Tonton checked Suyi's pulse and said, very good. You've completed the check cultivation. I'll teach you to condense the virtual Dan. Teaching to condense the virtual Dan. In the past, this was what Suyi used to do, but now she was supposed to learn from Gu Tonton. Suyi thought for a moment, as he planned to slack off and get pay. Condensing the virtual Dan was absolutely out of the question. Get on the bed, Gu Tonton said, as she stood on the bed. Then she sat down and frowned. This bed is weird. Of course, it wasn't right. This was a couple's exclusive water bed. It was comfortable to lie on, but sitting on it felt like undulating waves underneath. Suyi didn't think too much and sat on it. He immediately noticed that the bed wasn't right, and the flower petals on the bed. Gu Tonton didn't understand anything, but Suyi wasn't so naive. He just silently commented on how modern people like to play around. If it was a normal person, most likely, they would have asked Suyi to sit elsewhere, as it was possible to cultivate elsewhere. However, Gu Tonton couldn't be considered as a normal person. She didn't think much and said, sit cross-legged, sink your che into danshan, leave the rest to me. Gu Tonton was forcing the rhythm for Suyi to condense the virtual Dan. Generally, cultivators had masters. When facing the hurdle of cultivating che into a virtual Dan, the master would usually lend a hand not only to protect the disciple, but also to help them align their che inside the body, as this was a critical point. Suyi just listened to her, relaxed his body entirely, and let Gu Tonton help him. It must be said that Gu Tonton's che was indeed very thick, so it was entirely feasible to forcibly help someone condense the virtual Dan. But Suyi didn't want to condense the virtual Dan from entering the room until 6 in the morning the next day, which was more than 10 hours in total. Gu Tonton had tried more than 20 times, but hadn't succeeded once. Every time, just when Suyi was about to condense the virtual Dan successfully, it would disperse. This isn't right. Gu Tonton was already exhausted and sweaty, but Suyi hadn't made any progress. She always felt that something was off but couldn't pinpoint it. Let's not try condensing the virtual Dan for now. Suyi felt embarrassed. He had already said it 7 or 8 times, but Gu Tonton refused to give up. Let's try once more. As Gu Tonton was about to continue, the doorbell rang. Suyi quickly got out of bed and said, I'll go answer the door. Gu Tonton breathed a sigh of relief, feeling exhausted, so she just lay on the bed. Suyi opened the door, and Yishak Suan walked in briskly, saying, it's time for lunch. Lunchtime? What time is it now? Suyi had also lost track of time. He could go without eating and not notice the passing time. Yishak Suan walked to the bed and saw Gu Tonton, who was still sweaty. She puffed up her cheeks, pointed at Gu Tonton, then at Suyi, and tearfully said, You. Suyi immediately snapped out of it, and hurriedly explained, it's not what you're thinking. I don't believe it. Old pervert. Yishak Suan was now full of jealousy and had forgotten that Suyi was her master. When Gu Tonton heard the sound, she sat up and looked at Yishak Suan, saying, it's time for lunch, right? I've been working all night. I'm exhausted. Yishak Suan and Suyi's faces darkened. What do you mean by working all night? Suyi was at a loss. It was hard to explain now, and his image as a resolute master was ruined. During the meal, Yishak Suan glanced at Suyi and then at Gu Tonton, feeling that something was off between the two of them. From the scene she had just witnessed, she couldn't believe that the two of them had been practicing all night. Most importantly, when she checked out, the front desk informed her that the box in Suyi's room had been tampered with out of curiosity, only glanced at and then thrown into the trash. How could she not feel suspicious? Gu Tonton, however, didn't notice Ishiak-suan's expression and quickly dug into the food in his bowl, saying to Suyi, "We'll go up the mountain later to retrieve the relic from Zhang Qiande." Of course, Suyi knew that those things were not with Zhang Qiande. He could only ask, what if he doesn't give them? If he doesn't, Hu Tantan paused for a moment, then said, "We'll just have to beat it out of him until he hands over the items." Unable to resist, Suyi asked, "Can you beat him?" Furrowing his brow slightly, Gu Tantan replied, "If I hadn't helped you with the condensing till last night, I should be able to. What about now?" "Now. We'll know once we try." Hu Tantan still had some confidence in his heart. After all, Zhang Qiande was a legitimate head of a sect. How could he be just an ordinary person, wanting to give it a try? Suyi had to admit that this girl was really different. As far as Suyi knew, the legacy of the legitimate sect had not been broken. Although no one had ascended to the immortal realm after Zhang Daoling, the heritage of nearly 2,000 years persisted. Even if Gu Tantan was unrivaled in strength and mastered his techniques, trying to challenge a head of the sect at such a young age seemed far-fetched. Unless Yi taught her a few things, it would be tough for her. Of course, as Gu Tantan said, you had to try to know. After all, Zhang Qiande was not young. And as the saying goes, one fears the young. With Gu Tantan's strength, if he persisted against the head of the sect, he might really exhaust Zhang Qiande. After the three finished their meal, they headed straight to Qingyun Mountain. Standing at the entrance of the scenic area, Suyi was slightly stunned. 33 yuan per person for the entrance fee. He remembered more than 1,000 years ago, Qingyun Mountain was still a holy place for cultivation, with only a small town at the foot of the mountain, rarely visited by people. The common folk were full of awe for the immortals on the mountain, and there was even a protective formation at the foot of the mountain, preventing ordinary people from going up. Now, things were different. The protective formation was gone. Tourists were everywhere taking pictures, some even playing around on the mountain. This place used to be a pure land of the Tao. Tickets purchased. Ishiak-suan bought 3 tickets, and the 3 of them began hiking up the mountain. There was also a cable car directly to the top, but Suyi and the others were full of energy and climbed to the top without breaking a sweat. "Ishiak-suan, are you interested in joining our 13 division?" Gu Tantan had not given up on recruiting Ishiak-suan, as she had been handling all the trivial matters on the way, showing her capable skills compared to Suyi. Suyi was a typical slacker, not good at anything and weak in strength. If she hadn't trusted her instincts so much, she wouldn't have let Suyi into their department. "What benefits does your 13 division offer? Do you get a sword and a golden robe?" Ishiak-suan was not interested in joining and just mocked them, letting Gu Tantan be her leader in the 13 division. "Impossible. Sword and golden robe." Gu Tantan was taken aback, suddenly becoming serious, and said sternly, "You little girl, let me tell you, it's the 21st century now, and our country advocates prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, free. Enough. Stop it." Ishiak-suan never expected this seemingly silly woman to try and lecture her on the core socialist values. It was terrifying. Speaking of which, this morning, she found something frightening on Gu Tantan's chest. She thought they were on par, but Gu Tantan had far more resources than her. "Let me tell you about the benefits of our unit," Gu Tantan said. "We have a monthly salary of 3,000, 5 insurances and 1 fund, meal and transportation subsidies, and housing included." "I'm not coming." Ishiak-suan couldn't be swayed by such a meager salary. Could she live on 3,000 a month? Just for today's stay and dining at a 5-star hotel, the cost was over 4,000. Gu Tantan quickly gave up on persuading and recruiting her, showing an attitude of "if you don't want to come, then don't." Her pitch probably came from learning from others, sloppy and unlikely to attract anyone. Soon, they arrived at the mountain top. As they reached the Qingming Temple at the summit, they wanted to enter the main hall directly. The middle-aged Taoist at the entrance handed them incense, with a donation box hung on his chest. Ishiak-suan took out a stack of 100 yuan bills from her bag and put it in the donation box. "The way of the immortals is precious, and the impoverished Taoist thanks the benefactor on behalf of Qingming Temple." The middle-aged Taoist bowed and thanked Ishiak-suan. Suyi didn't take the incense, as even the 3 clears couldn't bear his offering. If he were to offer incense to the 3 clears out of resentment, their spirits might descend directly. After all, it was this guy who destroyed the entire cultivation world with one slap. The main hall in Qingyun Mountain was also known as the Sanmao Zhenjin Hall, where the statue of Wang Lingguan was enshrined. If he offered incense to Wang Lingguan, would Wang Lingguan be able to bear it? Gu Tongtong followed Yi Xiaoxuan into the hall and lit incense. When she came out, she asked the middle-aged Taoist, "Can you take me to see Zhang Qiande?" The middle-aged Taoist frowned and called out to the infinite heavenly venerable, asking, "What business does the lady have with our head?" "I'm Gu Tongtong, head of the 13 division." She was straightforward, directly revealing her position, as the middle-aged Taoist was also a cultivator, a golden core stage cultivator, so he should naturally know about the 13 division. "So you're Gu of the 13 division. Please follow me to the back mountain," the Taoist said. So Yi followed the middle-aged man past the main hall to the edge of the cliff where there were no tourists. He reached out towards the 1,000-foot cliff and said, "Please." Yi Xiaoxuan's mouth twitched. Was the Taoist asking them to jump off the cliff? Gu Tongtong directly climbed over the railing and then disappeared into thin air. The Taoist nodded with a smile at Yi Xiaoxuan and said, "Please rest assured, it's just an illusion. There's a path forward." So Yi saw through the illusion at a glance, realizing that this was the true method of the Qingyun Mountains legit sect. Ahead, there was only a palace, where the 3 clears were enshrined, and next to the main hall was a bamboo house, where several old men were sitting. Among them was a white-haired man who was probably Zhang Qiande, the current head of the sect. "A few of you, please wait a moment. I will go report to the head teacher." Once the middle-aged Taoist led Suyi and the others into the magic circle, they entered the bamboo house. Suyi squinted slightly, noticing the sun-shaped imprint on Tid's brow, which concealed Zhang Daoling's Yangping Zhidu Gong seal. This jade seal was Zhang Daoling's magical tool, passed down for 2,000 years, infused with the essence of each generation of Qiashai. With this jade seal, Tid's essence energy would almost never be cut off, and it also carried Zhang Daoling's heritage. Originally, Zhang Daoling received the Taoist legacy from the Supreme Old Lord, while Gu Tongtong only mastered Suyi's set of cultivation techniques. However, her means of attack relied entirely on martial arts. In a fight, she would likely not be a match for most. In the brief time the middle-aged Taoist went inside, Suyi had already ignored all the array formations and explored several nearby peaks, discovering that apart from the Taoists on Qingyun Mountain, hundreds of other cultivators had arrived, with 60 or so still wandering around the scenic area, and the rest had moved to Yunjin Mountain nearby. Many rooms were available on Yunjin Mountain for the cultivators staying there. Before long, Tiada and the others finally emerge. "Old Yan, haven't you retrieved the items yet?" Upon meeting Tiada, Gu Tongtong immediately asked the chubby old man next to him. The chubby old man wore a green robe, small eyes magnified by reading glasses. He smiled and said, "Little Gu, I asked the Qiashai, but the items are not with him." Zhang Luolin said otherwise, that they're with him. Gu Tongtong stared at Tiada, the essence energy within her starting to circulate, distortions appearing near her fists. Tiada, with white hair and a long beard, bright eyes, glanced at Gu Tongtong and muttered to himself, "Is this a naturally gifted Tao body?" Old Yang didn't bother explaining further to Gu Tongtong. Instead, he turned to Tiada with a smile. "Qiashai, you see, right now, the 13 places are not solely under my control. The little girl is a bit stubborn, so please go easy." He was a cunning old fox. He was willing to trust Tiada, but the artifacts found on Shijian Mountain had some connection to Taoism. Later on, Zhang Luolin pointed fingers at Tiada, claiming that he had taken those artifacts. What if the items were truly in Tiada's possession? Since Gu Tongtong was about to take action, he certainly wouldn't intervene. Plus, he also wanted to see Tiada's strength. "Young lady, no use talking more. Let's follow the rules of the immortal cultivation world. May the strongest prevail." Tiada thought that if his junior brother tried to shift blame onto him, it must be because he took those artifacts from Shijian Mountain. According to the photos old Yang showed him, those items had significant backgrounds and were not suitable for display in a museum. If Zhang Luolin really took possession of the items, he didn't need to explain anything. The rule of the cultivation world was simple: the victor dictates all. Whoever has the might determines the outcome. "All right," Gu Tongtong spoke, already in front of Tiada. With a fierce punch, unmatched momentum rushed forward. Tiada lazily extended his palm. His seemingly withered hand emitted profound energy as he effortlessly caught Gu Tongtong's fist. The punch, strong enough to kill an elephant, was casually intercepted, without a ripple. As Gutantan prepared to attack again, Tiada lightly pushed forward, and a dim golden light passed through his fingertips. Gutantan groaned, then was sent flying back like a disheveled sack, crashing to the ground, unconscious. Old Yang gasped in shock. Was this the true power of a first Daojiashai? Initially, he thought Gutantan could at least match Tiada, but the latter took the initiative, seemingly with ordinary attacks, and managed to knock Gutantan out cold. This was beyond expectations. Tiada calmly said, "Rest assured, she's unharmed. Perhaps he has been consuming too much essence energy recently. It doesn't seem like the rumored naturally gifted Dao body." Suyi awkwardly helped Gutantan up without saying a word. He held her delicate hand, almost instantly replenishing her essence energy, and during her unconsciousness, Gutantan even learned a residual skill. With just that one move, Suyi dared not teach her more, as his attacking techniques were far too destructive and could easily destroy a small city by accident. Initially drowsy, Gutantan suddenly awakened with renewed energy and a gleam in her eyes, staring at Tiada, saying, "Let's try that again." Tiada looked surprised. It said that those with a naturally gifted Dao body receive gifts from heaven and earth, even when their essence energy is depleted. A remarkable speed of recovery is possible. But what I see from you, is it too fast? Gutantan had no significant attacking skills before. However, during her moment of unconsciousness, an inherited set of techniques flashed through her mind. One palm, covering horizon hand. She couldn't help but want to try it out. When she executed the palm technique, following the inherited technique in her mind, she felt as though all the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was under her command. Suddenly, the wind and clouds surged on Qingyun Mountain, casting a dark shadow as a black giant palm covered the sky for miles. Tiada raised his head, unable to find words. He could sense the terrifying aura emanating from the black giant palm. If that palm were to descend, it might flatten the entire Qingyun Mountain and its surroundings. The tourists on Qingyun Mountain were now in a panic. This was no longer a spectacle. The eerie atmosphere seemed like doomsday approaching, making many people's legs go weak with fear. The impending death made it impossible for them to snap photos. Defense formation. Tiada couldn't hold back any longer. With a low drink, his body emitted a golden light, and red and blue sword lights flew out from the main peak of Qingyun Mountain. The Denya and Zanzi swords left by the ancestral Taoist Zhang Daoling. The immortal sword's formation rose, piercing through the clouds, with a barrier formed by Tiad Di Xiang Ping Jadu Gong seal along with glowing rays. He aimed to intercept the giant palm. Gutantan, have you gone mad? Stop now. Old Yang couldn't believe that Gutantan suddenly displayed such strength. He recalled that she might only have some martial arts skills, but lacked the techniques for remote attacks, let alone such formidable abilities. Gutantan was also surprised. So, this was the covering horizon hand. Seemed quite potent. However, her essence energy was not sufficient to support such a move. As the spiritual essence within her rapidly depleted, she once again fell unconscious. Feeling embarrassed, Suyi helped Gutantan up, then lightly flicked his finger towards the sky, instantly dispelling the almost complete covering horizon hand, vanishing the terrifying aura, and bringing back the sunlight. The dark clouds dissipated, as if nothing had occurred. It was all just a false alarm. Zhang Qiande was also scared to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat. Is this innate Dao body? It's a bit too terrifying, isn't it? If that palm had fallen just now, even the protective mountain formation of Qingyun Mountain, along with his added sun alignment healing seal, could at most protect an area within 10 miles. One must understand that the coverage of this palm is at least 1,000 miles in all directions from Qingyun Mountain as the center. Under this indiscriminate attack of the palm, there is absolutely no possibility of survival for anyone below the Golden Core realm. The only fortunate thing is that this palm did not actually fall, or it would truly have resulted in a tragic event. After everything returned to calm, the immortal cultivators on Qingyun Mountain were all filled with lingering fear. Except for those present, everyone thought that Zhang Qiande was using force to intimidate them because the two immortal swords and the sun alignment healing seal that suddenly flew out of Qingyun Mountain belonged to Zhang Qiande. Suyi remained relatively calm, as even if Gutantan's palm had fallen, he could have dispersed it with a wave of his hand. There wouldn't have been any harm to innocence. He just hadn't expected that Gutantan's cultivation level would exhibit such power through the hand of heaven concealment technique. But it was just a remnant style. If that's the case, He really needed to carefully consider what kind of attacking technique to teach Yishuo. Techniques like the Hand of Heaven concealment would surely not do. Oh, the cultivators in their realm are going to have a competition, right? Let's observe their moves, imitate them, try to conform as much as possible to the modern standard of the immortal cultivation realm, and then teach Yishuo. Otherwise, using overly shocking techniques will indeed be excessive. Old Yan, you should talk to this young lady properly. Such divine abilities can't be casually used. Zhang Qiande furrowed his brows. If Gu Tonton weren't from the 13 halls, his first action earlier would definitely not have been activating the mountain protection formation, directly killing Gu Tonton. Old Yan smiled awkwardly, saying, I didn't know Miss Gu had become so powerful. Master, rest assured, I will definitely talk to her properly. I'll say this one last time, those things are truly not taken by me. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Qiande said, after my junior brother returns to the sect, I will ask him exactly what happened. Master need not say more. I trust Master. Old Yang nodded and said to Suyi, take Miss Gu to rest at Yunjin Mountain across. Suyi carried Gu Tonton and walked towards the back mountain. The peak they were currently on was called Jianmen Mountain, and the opposite peak was Yunjin Mountain. Jianmen Mountain and Yunjin Mountain were over 3,000 meters apart at their mountain peaks, connected by two rope bridges. The mountain winds howled in the valley, clouds shrouded beneath the bridges, deep and invisible, making the swaying rope bridges between the peaks quite fear-inducing. Suyi reached the edge of the bridge with Gu Tonton on his back. Yishuo glanced down the cliff, her face turned pale in fear. We're not going to cross from here, or we? Although she also had golden core cultivation, she had been cultivating for a short time, and hadn't learned any supernatural abilities. At the end of the day, she was just someone with cultivation, not much different from an ordinary girl. Falling down this cliff would mean certain death. No, not even a corpse would be found. Let's go, Suyi said as he picked up Gu Tonton and stepped onto the bridge. If he wanted, he could have easily flown across, or even more outlandishly, teleported with both of them in an instant. But in front of others, he just wanted to display the realm of Che cultivation. With a Che cultivation practitioner carrying a person on his back, it was more appropriate to walk solely across the bridge. The mountain breeze in the gorge seemed quite pleasant as it blew. I won't. Yishuo stood at the edge of the cliff, her legs weak, not daring to move forward. At that moment, she had forgotten that she was an immortal cultivator. Repairing or not, she couldn't fly anyway. Suyi could only helplessly say, then, I'll carry her first. I want to be carried too. Yishuo pouted, saying, you can't just leave your dear little disciple behind, right? Suyi felt a headache coming on. This disciple of his was really embarrassing. Thankfully, not many people knew that Yishuo was his disciple. If those ancient gods knew that Suyi's disciple was scared stiff in front of these two small mountains, they would probably burst into laughter. Suyi had lived for many years and could count his disciples on one hand. Those people, whether their cultivation was profound or they possessed great talent and vision, not to mention anything else, each one had the courage and spirit beyond ordinary. The pitiful appearance of Yishuo, who hugged a nearby wooden stake and almost cried, was really stretching things to say she was Suyi's disciple. Then wait for me. Suyi was also helpless. He even thought about picking up Yishuo and throwing her across to the other side, but considering her cultivation level, he dismissed the idea to prevent injuries. Then I'll wait here for you. Yishuo puckered her lips, hugging the stake beside her, sitting on the ground, as if she would not take a step forward no matter what. Suyi, carrying Gu Tonton, continued across the rope bridge, back to Yunjin Mountain. Soon, many odd-looking immortal cultivators gathered around to watch them. Hey, which girl from this family got scared and fainted? Had to be carried over. One person commented, this young brother is quite capable. He can carry someone while at the Che cultivation stage. Not bad at all. Which sect are you from? Want to spar with me? This woman seems somewhat familiar. Seems like I've seen her somewhere before. Gu Tonton's head rested on Suyi's shoulder, her long hair covering half her face, so many people had yet to recognize her. Suyi glanced at them and casually said, she is leader Gu Tonton from our 13 halls. She's just sleeping now. If you want to spar with her, just call out loudly. Gu. Cough. Suddenly, silence fell. The name of Gu Tonton resounded throughout the entire immortal cultivation realm. A human weapon, a violent girl, almost invincible below the nascent soul realm. Spar with her. Ridiculous. The onlookers were now silent. Yi, with a faint smile, led by young Daoist, entered the guest room. After tending to Gu Tonton, who lay down to rest, he had intended to go back to fetch Wan, but the group of cultivators surrounded him again. Little brother from 13 halls, apart from Gu Tonton, none of your 13 halls members can stand up to us. How about we have a practice fight? A young man in glasses provocatively looked at Yi, his tone filled with disdain. The 13 halls relied on Gu Tonton to show off and made their lives difficult. They dared not provoke Gu Tonton, but that didn't mean they wouldn't pick on others. A young Czech cultivator who seemed very young. If they didn't bully him, there was no way to take revenge. Suyik had no interest in fighting these people, especially when it was such an obvious provocation. I have to go pick up someone on the other side. Why don't you spar with her later? She's also a girl. The young man sneered. A girl? Would a descendant of the Z family like me fight a woman? Suyik didn't know which Z family the man was referring to. There were so many with the surname Z that he couldn't keep track. So he could only say, our director Gu is also a girl. Are you trying to scare me, Zizu Chen? The young man lifted his eyelids and, with unexplained courage, said, I just don't want to bully women. Then try sparring with director Gu when she wakes up. I'll go pick up the person first, Suyik said. Wait. Zizu Cheng reached out and tried to grab Suyik's shoulder. Suyik instinctively moved slightly sideways and easily dodged the grab. You've got good skills. Zizu Cheng chuckled and said, how about I spar with you using my Czech cultivation? I'm not interested, Suyik said as he walked towards the bridge. You say you're not interested, so you're not interested. Zizu Cheng extended two fingers, and a burst of sword energy erupted between them as he aimed to stab Suyik's back. Suyik also didn't want to fight, but Zizu Cheng was pushing him, so he had no choice but to grab Zizu Cheng's two fingers with his hand. With that grab, Suyik directly caught Zizu Cheng's fingers, instantly dispersing the sword energy between them. It's over. This kid's hand is probably disabled. Zizu Cheng's ancestor was the sword god Zi Xiaofen, who could transform his fingers into swords, and his sword energy was unparalleled. Even a regular iron object couldn't withstand it, and yet this Czech cultivator dared to defy him. At such a young age, he is already able to transform his fingers into swords. Has he already reached the realm of no sword? Among the younger generation, he might even be able to compete with Gu Tonton. Suyik held Zizu Cheng's fingers and smiled. Why don't you find someone else to spar with? I'm too weak. Zizu Cheng's heart was already in turmoil. Just now, Suyik's move seemed ordinary. He didn't even sense any che in Suyik's palm. But with a light pinch, he crushed Zizu Cheng's already solidified sword energy. Was he still human? Could his cultivation ignore his sword energy? If that were the case, being the heir of the sword god would be meaningless. His hand is fine. The onlookers couldn't help but exclaim. Normally, if Suyik had grabbed Zizu Cheng's fingers like that, there would have been blood flowing, but looking at Suyik's hand, there wasn't a scratch. It seems like Zizu Cheng showed some mercy. After all, they are standing at the entrance of the True One sect. They have to save face for the old celestial master. Don't you see how sensibly they handled it? The bystanders made various comments, suggesting that Zizu Cheng had shown mercy and withdrew his sword energy at the critical moment. Suyik also figured out which family Zizu Cheng belonged to. He was from the Shenshen villa, Zi Xiaofen, who was hailed by the martial world as the Emperor of Swords 500 years ago, the man with the #1 divine sword in the world. However, in Zi Xiaofeng's time, cultivation had already begun to decline. His so-called inner power was nothing more than the evolution of Che, and his sword energy was the same. In fact, Suyik also carried the title of sword god in the ancient times. At that time, he called himself Su Duanhan, the real expert in sword energy who could travel tens of thousands of miles and chill the 19 continents with a sword. Everything touched by his sword would be severed. Not even the great sages of antiquity dared to challenge his sword. Zizu Cheng was also puzzled. The technique he had just practiced, turning his fingers into a sword, was still new to him. Looking at Suyik's appearance, he was indeed at the stage of Che cultivation. Could it be that he had made a mistake just now? Was it really possible for someone at the Che cultivation level to crush his sword energy? Yes, there must have been something wrong with himself. Thick-skinned, Zizu Cheng waved his hand as if nothing had happened and said, "You go and pick up your person. You are indeed too weak. I can't be bothered to fight you." Suyik nodded and smiled. then crossed the rope bridge. When he reached the other side of the Tianmen mountain, Yi Shaxuan was still clinging tightly to the wooden stake at the edge of the cliff, looking anxiously at Su Yike. "Don't you know how to move to a different spot?" Su Yike was speechless. Was this girl perhaps a fool? Clearly scared to death, yet still clinging to the edge of the cliff. Wasn't she afraid of falling off? When Yi Shaxuan saw Su Yike approaching, tears immediately flowed from her eyes, crying, "My legs are weak. I can't stand up." Su Yike could only say, "Stand up, I'll carry you over." "I can't." Yi Shaxuan clung to the wooden stake. Tears stopped flowing, but she refused to let go. This didn't seem like the behavior of a cultivator at the Golden Elixir realm. Su Yike said, "Hurry up. If you don't get up, I'll kick you down." Just as Yi Shaxuan had stopped crying, she seemed a bit dumbfounded. Was this her dear master speaking to her like that? Yi Shaxuan tearfully looked at Su Yike. "I want to hug." "Are you a 3-year-old child?" Su Yike raised his eyebrows. "No hugging. I'm only 3. Yi Shaxuan pouted. All right. Su Yike was helpless. She was acting like a child, crying more than Su Diandian. Finally, Yi Shaxuan mustered up the courage to let go of the stake she relied on for support. Su Yike picked her up, but she immediately wrapped herself around Su Yike like a sloth bear. "Could you not grip so tightly?" "I can't help it." Yi Shaxuan had initially thought being carried by Su Yike would be a romantic experience, and the proper position would surely be a princess carry. But when she accidentally looked down at the bottom of the rope bridge, she became even more reluctant to move. Such a position was far from romantic. However, the benefit was that she rarely had such intimate contact with her master. Even though she could occasionally hear the wind, knowing that beneath Su Yike's feet was a cliff, she firmly believed that as long as she didn't move, nothing would happen. Gu Tongton, that woman, had also been carried by her master, so she had to be carried over too. Along the way, Su Yike didn't have any special thoughts. After all, the mountain wind was strong enough to blow away any scent from Yi Shaxuan's body, so he didn't find himself getting distracted. Yi Shaxuan was a little nervous and excited. She truly hoped this rope bridge had no end. Then no one would try to take her master away from her. "We're down. We're here," Su Yike shouted after crossing the bridge. But Yi Shaxuan still didn't let go, saying, "My legs are still weak. I can't walk." "Fine." Su Yike had no choice but to indulge her in her stubbornness. He couldn't just throw her off the bridge. Yi Shaxuan was behaving like a spoiled child. Zizu Cheng and his group stood by watching. Initially, they were waiting to see Zizu Cheng spar with someone again, but they didn't expect Su Yike to bring a girl across the bridge by carrying her. Many of them were cultivators and had little experience with women, being single most of the time due to their cultivation practices, like steel-hearted men, doomed to lose their chances with women. They suddenly realized something. A Czech cultivation novice carrying Gu Tongtong across and now carrying a beauty across the bridge. They had initially wanted to see Su Yike embarrassed, but unexpectedly, they were the ones making a fool of themselves in the end. Zizu Cheng did not seek to spar with Yi Shaxuan again. After all, the poor girl was already scared. It would feel like bullying if he insisted on sparring. Su Yi, who was also easygoing, carried Yi Shaxuan into the guest room. In the not-so-large room, with just the two of them, Yi Shaxuan embraced Su Yi in a somewhat ambiguous manner. The atmosphere was starting to feel off. "Calm down." Su Yi's voice was stern as he lifted his eyelids. Just a moment ago, Yi Shaxuan was wondering if her master was going to throw her on the bed. That scene must have been very stimulating. But at his shout, Yi Shaxuan startled, quickly released Su Yi, and stood there dumbfounded. Su Yi set her down and turned to leave, only to find that Li Youayu had also arrived. A mortal, or a demon cultivator, had actually come to Qingyun Mountain. It took quite some courage. However, with her strength, unless Su Yi and Zhang Chande intervened, no one could really do anything to her. Su Yi had just stepped out the door, and Li Youayu was already standing there, with Yi Shaxuan following behind. While others saw Su Yi as a Che-level novice cultivator, she knew Su Yi was truly a deity. Su Yi asked coldly, "What are you here for?" Li Youayu sent me," came the reply. This caught Su Yi off guard. He realized that it was Wen Qianmeng, not Li Youayu, controlling this body now. Li Youayu was still hiding. Su Yi softened his tone and asked, "What did she send you for?" Wen Qianmeng looked pitiful, avoiding eye contact, fiddling with her clothes, and said, in a low voice, "She sent me to contend for a blessed land." With a slightly indifferent expression, Su Yi asked, Then why are you standing here? I just wanted to say hello to you. When Qian Meng, like a frightened little rabbit, nervously said, I met you here. You've said hello. You may leave. Suyi interrupted. Oh, goodbye. With her head down, when Qian Meng turned and walked back to her room. Whispering in Suyi's ear, Yi Shaxuan asked, Master, have I seen this girl somewhere before? Suyi replied, You saw her last time in the beef shop, playing the guzheng. Squinting her eyes slightly, Yi Shaxuan remarked, Master, I must say, your ability to attract people is top-notch. Not needing much calculation, she noted that within a few days, Suyi had accumulated to more women around him. Was this old man planning to establish a harem? You talk too much. Go back to your room for cultivation. Suyi didn't think he was attracting others. Rather, he felt people were approaching with ulterior motives. Even he found himself wondering if an ordinary person would become immortal by consuming a piece of his flesh. Of course, he would never do such a thing. He wasn't that vulnerable. Where are you going? I'll go with you. Yi Shaxuan, not thinking too deeply, was taken aback by when Qian Meng's sudden appearance, and seeing her shy demeanor while talking to Suyi made her cautious. I'm going to see if Guti has woken up, Suyi said before heading to Guti's room. Unsatisfied, Yi Shaxuan questioned, Why do you care about her? She's so powerful. Do you really worry about her? She's certainly fine, but I have things to attend to, so he decided this time not to let Shengyi bear the responsibility. After all, the archaeologists led by Yang Zhengcheng were still lingering on Qingyun Mountain, unwilling to leave if they didn't obtain something. Then let's go together, Yi Shaxuan expressed reluctance. She couldn't fathom what Suyi could have to do, much less if it involved some secretive affair with Guti. Suyi remained silent and proceeded to Guti's room without replying to her. At that moment, the former head of Section 13, Lao Yang, had also arrived at the door. You're Suyi, right? Lao Yang's spectacles reflected the sunlight as he observed Suyi, remarking, A few days ago you were an ordinary person, and now you've reached the Che realm's grand completion. Your talent is remarkable. No wonder Zigu values you so much. It's all right, Suyi responded with a faint smile, as he found others' admiration meaningless. Lao Yang commended the young man for being composed, neither humble nor arrogant, suggesting that he had potential. He pushed open Guti's door, took a glance at her bed, then turned and walked out. Now, only the three of us from Section 13 are on the mountain. What do you think we should do about the ancient artifacts on Shijianshan? This question struck a chord with Suyi since he was thinking of handling the matter himself. It's quite simple. We shall provide fake ones for those archaeologists, Suyi suggested. As far as I know, they've only seen photos and haven't actually touched the artifacts. Lao Yang nodded in agreement, saying, As I understand it, Boss Luban of the Carpenters Guild is also on the mountain. I've discussed this with Zhang Qiande as well. We'll say that these artifacts possess mysterious and unpredictable powers. Zhang Qiande will bring them up, seal their powers, exchange them, and provide an explanation. That should suffice. Suyi curiously inquired, Who does Director Yang think has those artifacts in their possession? Zhang Luolin definitely knows. Lao Yang stared at Suyi, continuing, I heard he's now working with you at a bookstore. Yes. I can't be sure if Zhang Luolin has the artifacts, but Yuan Zigu needn't worry about that. Zhang Qiande should handle it properly. This time, Section 13 needs to secure a blessed land. How is your combat strength? My combat strength? Suyi chuckled. I'm good at making fakes, but not so much in fighting. Making fakes. Lao Yang was surprised by Suyi's casual mention of combat strength. When he learned Suyi's ability to create fakes, he immediately recognized a potential problem, asking, Are you saying you can replicate the artifacts from Shijianshan? I should be able to make them look authentic, Suyi affirmed confidently. While replicas might seem convincing, preserving the aura of the original artifacts without contaminating them with his own essence was critical. Otherwise, the fakes might end up surpassing the originals in quality, causing difficulties. Hence, Suyi planned to suppress his own essence after replication. After a moment of silence, Lao Yang suggested, Let's first go meet Boss Luban. After all, he's the professional here. Suyi might claim to replicate the artifacts convincingly, but mimicking those items wasn't as easy as it seemed. Although he commended Suyi earlier for his composure, it appeared that the young man was still too eager to showcase his talents. Suyi soon met the old man known as Lua Yi, the guardian of the Lubin Gate. He was a tattered old man, with his left leg amputated below the thigh. He used a crutch to support himself when standing, looking quite miserable. Suyi glanced at him and thought to himself, this must be an ordinary person who had learned some secret skills but had encountered 5 disadvantages and 3 deficiencies. Although not a cultivator, mastering a certain skill to perfection had already changed his destiny. Lao Yang, this matter you mentioned is quite troublesome. Luoyi chuckled as he looked at the photo given by Lao Yang. I heard that there are relics from the Yutang period in the Shijian mountain cave. These few items don't seem simple at all. Just passing the carbon-14 dating technology test alone will reveal the authenticity. Even if it's well made, once examined, the truth will be revealed. Carbon-14 dating technology is a method used in archaeological work to test carbon-containing artifacts and can generally date items within about 20,000 years. In addition to carbon-14 dating, there are also thermoluminescence dating, elemental analysis techniques, and structural analysis techniques. Trying to deceive archaeologists through forgery is wishful thinking. Even if Luoyi's skills were extraordinary and his imitations were convincing, using modern materials would be easily detected upon inspection, leaving no room for doubt. This is a problem. Lao Yang frowned. Even if Luoyi could produce the items, if verified as fake by the scholars, it would cause a great uproar. Suyi, standing aside, calmly suggested, why don't we just ambush them again on the way back? Lao Yang and Luoyi looked at him simultaneously. Ambush them again? Kid, you're quite cunning. Lao Yang nodded, saying, but that's a good idea. He wanted the group of scholars to leave Qingyun Mountain and return to their research. After all, this matter was beyond their control. Even their 13 divisions could do nothing about it. What could a group of elder scholars do by causing trouble on the mountain? If in a few years they all joined the Dao sects, the items wouldn't be obtained, and they themselves would be lost. The country highly valued such scholars and archaeologists. If all of them turned to cultivation on Qingyun Mountain, it would indeed be a disaster. Luoyi, as long as the items look real, just show them to the scholars. Then I'll arrange for them to be taken down the mountain, only to be ambushed along the way. This way, they won't come looking for trouble at Qingyun Mountain. Lao Yang could only think of this solution now. Qingyun Mountain was not easy to provoke, and the place was currently unsafe. Today, Gu Tonton had startled him with her display of power, and if the scholars were harmed by cultivators, things would become complicated. So, this will take some time. Look at this jade pot, its craftsmanship, its pattern. Even if it's not an antique, it's still a rare piece of art. You can ask me to imitate a few swords, but this item is more difficult. How can I replicate this if I have to use broken wood carved into this quality? And the inscriptions and designs on it, even the wood is hard to carve. If using jade, it would take at least 2 to 3 months. Of course, if you want a rough version, that would be another matter. He was referring to the sky-swallowing pot of the demonic master Kunpeng and Suyi's night pot. The sky-swallowing pot's texture already looked extraordinary even in photos, exquisitely crafted and rare in the world. Would you help me make those for swords first, even if using wood? I'll figure out the rest. If it really takes 6 months, Lao Yang looked at Luoyi, asking, can you assist? 6 months? Luoyi smirked. Lao Yang, just so you know, I only have 20 days of life left. Asking me to spend 6 months is already pushing it. Helping with those for swords is my limit. And don't forget, you agreed to my condition. Lao Yang took a deep breath and assured him, don't worry. Can't you trust me? Many practitioners knew when their time was up, such as the historical examples of Zhu Zhiliang, Li Chunfeng, and Yuan Chang'an. Although Luoyi was just an ordinary person with secret skills and not a cultivator, he still had some abilities. Having only 20 days left in his life, helping someone with forgery here, it was unknown what condition Lao Yang had agreed to. Luoyi shifted his gaze to Suyi and said, this kid looks quite pleasing to my eyes. If he's willing to help me with the spirit tablet and acknowledge me as his godfather, I might put in more effort and make 1 or 2 more items for you. Upon hearing this, Suyi couldn't help but smile slightly. Let him be his godson. This old man sure dared to dream. Suyi had seen too much life and death to feel pity for the dying. He had no respect for the elderly either, as no one was older than him. Just for these items, you need half a year to make them? Suyi looked at Luoyi with disdain. His emotions were all controlled by his mood, and whether the other party was worth sympathy or had a story of their own, it was irrelevant to Suyi. Requesting to be his godson was a hint that Suyi was now considering becoming a law-abiding citizen. Otherwise, this old man might even face repercussions before death. Suyi, Luo Yang was shocked and shouted. If Suyi angered Luo Yi, and he walked away, no one would be able to resolve this mess. However, Luo Yi didn't get angry, he just gestured to Luo Yang and then asked Suyi, "So, are you implying that you can make these things in a shorter time?" Suyi calmly replied, "In one day." One day, Luo Yi chuckled in disbelief. "Kid, do you know what you're saying? Do you think making these swords is easy? Even carving the patterns and glossy finish alone make them extraordinary. You could barely manage with wood carving, let alone forging one. Each requires decades of craftsmanship. Even a lifetime won't be enough." Suyi gazed at him calmly, showing no signs of wavering. "And this hammer, the delicate inscriptions on it would take even me 3 days. As for this jade pot, what material could you use as a substitute? Even if you were to carve it in jade, unless you bring all the country's carving masters, half a year won't be enough." Suyi acted as if he hadn't heard, saying, "I told you, I can make all these in one day." Luo Yang was almost speechless with exasperation. Each time he thought Suyi was doing well, he would start acting weirdly. This time, he had floated up to the stratosphere. Making all these items in a day, did he think he was a master craftsman in name only? I.e., you don't need to stoop to the level of children. Just pretend you didn't hear anything. Luo Yang finally lost his patience. He had worked hard to come up with a way to deceive the group of old scholars on the mountain, and he couldn't afford for any issues to arise at such a critical moment. Although Luo Yu could only imitate the first swords at most, he should at least give those old men an explanation. Getting them down the mountain was the first step. If Suyi caused trouble, and Luo Yu decided not to proceed, that would truly be a debacle before they even started. "Luo Yang, I can't just ignore this. I have a day to spare, so let's see what talents this young friend from your 13 places has." Luo smiled slyly and said to Suyi, "Young man, you are bold, and I like that. If you can't complete it, then you will be my son, and after I pass away, you will be in charge of my spiritual tablet and morning duty. If you can really replicate these things within a day, I'll pass down the Luban book to you." Making Suyi take care of his spiritual tablet and morning duty. It was truly audacious. From ancient times until now, he might be the first person to do so. Forget about the Luban book. Just give me a day, that's enough. Suyi had never taken Luban skills seriously, as they were just minor tricks behind the art of craftsmanship. He had once passed on a secret technique, jade slip, to the 9 heavens mystic maiden, who then passed it on to Huandi, and Huandi bestowed it upon Prime Minister Fun Ho. Fun Ho condensed the contents of the jade slip into 3 parts, which later became known as the art of unusual methods attributed to Fun Ho. The 3 books were Dalyu Ren, Taiyi Divine Calculation, and Chemen Dunjia. Later on, Zhang Zia only learned the principles of Chemen Dunjia, but found it too profound and intricate. At that time, Chemen Dunjia still had 1,080 different yin-yang formations. Zhang Zia then deduced and eliminated over 1,000 yin-yang formations, leaving only 72 of them. Later on, it was passed down to Huan Shigong, Zhang Liang, and when it reached Zhang Liang, there were only 18 yin-yang formations divided into San Che, Bamen, and Dunjia. As for Luban, apart from excelling in architectural techniques, the latter part of the Luban book was merely learning some superficial aspects of Chemen Dunjia from Huan Shigong. So why would someone like Suyi be interested in the Luban book? "Suyi, can you do it?" How could Luo Yang believe that all these things could be replicated within a day? Just the inscriptions alone would take a long time to engrave. Suyi had already walked out of the room, saying, "You don't need to worry about how I'll do it. Give me the pictures, and I'll have the items for you by tomorrow." The reason he wanted the pictures was just to divert attention. The items were still in his spatial ring, and he could replicate them one by one. Even if he did replicate them, he wouldn't need to produce the original items. Yi Xiaxuan was standing outside the door, watching as Suyi and Luo Yang came out. Luo Yang whispered, "Suyi, you better not accept that Luban book. You must have heard of its 5 disadvantages and 3 deficiencies. Even though you have reached the realm of Che condensation, it could still affect you." In reality, Luo Yang wasn't too concerned about whether Suyi could do it or not. After all, it was just a day's time. If Suyi couldn't complete it, it would serve as a lesson for him. On the other hand, Lawa had found a person to take care of his spiritual tablet and morning duty. Suyi smiled, then didn't answer. Was there even a need to say anything? Lao Yang continued, if you need anything, just tell me. Find me a sharp axe, nothing else is needed. Suyi's request was simple, one sharp axe would suffice. An axe? Can we cut trees on Mount Qingyan? I'll inform Master Zhang. It should be possible. Perfect. Shortly afterward, Lao Yang found a sharp axe for Suyi, a cutting axe. Suyi handed the axe to Yi Xiaxuan and said, come with me. Yi Xiaxuan followed Suyi eagerly. They walked into the depths of the forest. This deep mountain area was not accessible to ordinary people. Most could only see the tourist area of Mount Qingyan. Few would dare to casually jump off cliffs and enter array formations. Master, what are we doing? Cutting trees. Suyi led Yi Xiaxuan to a secluded part of the jungle and pointed to a large tree that two people could barely wrap their arms around. That tree. Chop it down in 30 minutes. What? Yi Xiaxuan held the axe, looking confusedly at Suyi. He brought her out here to chop trees. Suyi shouted, what are you lying about? Start chopping. If you can't cut it down in half an hour, I'll have to bury you. Yi Xiaxuan pitifully stared at Suyi. Seriously? You're not going to bury your disciple alive, are you? Don't worry, I'll leave your head outside for reflection. Yi Xiaxuan seriously doubted whether her master would actually go through with it. She picked up the axe and began chopping the tree. Meanwhile, Suyi walked toward another end of the jungle. You chop here. I'll come back in half an hour. Yi Xiaxuan pouted, watching her master's unreliable behavior. He brought her here to chop trees, then disappeared. But she had no choice and could only continue chopping wood. She never imagined that the young mistress of the Yi family would one day find herself chopping trees in the deep forest. Miss Yi, the little princess of the Yi family, was chopping trees in the deep forest. What a rare sight it was. Suyi wandered around the mountain for a while, then stopped by a creek and picked up a huge stone on his way back. When he returned, Yi Xiaxuan was sitting on the felled tree, swinging her legs boredly, with her chin resting on her hand, waiting for Suyi to come back. Despite being a check condensation cultivator, she had at least some strength, even if she had never chopped trees before. Suyi glanced at her and said, this time you have to spar with someone. This axe is now your weapon. Cut down the trees around here first and get familiar with it. A weapon? Yi Xiaxuan held the axe in her hand. This was her weapon. Goodness me. A maiden in her prime using an axe as a weapon. And this thing could actually kill if it landed on someone. She didn't want to be executed so young. Yes, this is your weapon. Hurry up and chop. If you can't finish off 100 trees before nightfall, you won't be allowed to leave the mountain. Suyi didn't bother to waste words and waved his hand, conjuring a sword that rippled like autumn water. This sword was the Jushan Slaying Immortal, one of the first swords of the celestial scriptures. If Suyi had not forcibly suppressed its sword aura, the world might have already changed dramatically, and the sword Che would have soared into the sky. After Suyi took out the sword, Yi Xiaxuan's eyes lit up and she shouted loudly, I want this. Finish chopping the trees before talking to me. Suyi couldn't be bothered to deal with her. He waved the sword and cut open the huge rock he had just picked up from the stream, revealing a shiny and translucent jade embryo, similar in color to the swallowing heaven pot. Yi Xiaxuan's eyes widened. Suyi's swordsmanship was really cool. Love it, love it. What are you doing? Aren't you going to chop? Suyi had already peeled off the entire piece of jade stone, but Yi Xiaxuan was still staring at him silly, not knowing what she was being silly about. Yi Xiaxuan quickly touched her lips and thought, luckily, she didn't drool. However, the swordsmanship Suyi just displayed was simply too amazing. Even the cute swordsmen in ancient costume dramas, regardless of the special effects or beautifying effects, were no match for Suyi by a millionth. She didn't dare delay, so she quickly raised the axe and began diligently chopping trees. Suyi held the Zuxian sword in his hand, stepped on the ground, and an invisible domain spread out, covering a radius of 10 miles, ensuring that the atmosphere here would not leak out. He then lifted the sword to pick up the jade stone on the ground. The sword light danced like a floating shadow. The shards of the jade stone flew wildly, and in less than 3 minutes, a jade pot identical to the swallowing heaven pot appeared on the tip of the sword. Yi Xiaxuan continued chopping trees, stealing glances at Suyi, and after a while, she looked silly again. What kind of divine operation was this? At first, Suyi lifted an ugly huge rock, but in the blink of an eye, it turned into a shiny and translucent jade stone. After a while, with just a bit of effort, he actually carved out a jade pot with the sword. She then realized that her focus was wrong from the beginning. She completely missed Suyi's magical operation, just focusing on his face and figure. No wonder so many young girls would fall for those cute but actingless pretty bows. Just looking at the face was enough. Was everything else really that important? But Suyi's skills were truly phenomenal. His face wasn't feminine, nor did it have sharp lines like a knife, axe, or chisel. It was just harmoniously perfect everywhere, as if any slight change would make it imperfect. Also, his perfect body, divine aura, and swordsmanship more magnificent than special effects. Yixiaxuan, what are you doing? Should I just let you chop the axe on your face? Suyi put away the jade pot, frowned, and scolded in anger. Yixiaxuan was so scared that she almost dropped the axe on the ground. Oh no, she had just been infatuated again, chopping the tree, staring blankly with the axe in her hand. I'm chopping the trees, Yixiaxuan said, and then raised the axe to chop the tree next to her. Suyi snorted and casually found another stone, beginning to create the godly thunder hammer of the Tanshin sect. The inscriptions on it, he naturally remembered, were just some inscriptions for blessing artifacts. Suyi wielded the Zuxian sword again, turning the ordinary stone into the appearance of the godly thunder hammer, with all the inscriptions engraved on it. After engraving the inscriptions, Suyi waved his big hand, forcibly suppressing the power of the inscriptions and sealing them within the stone. The false swallowing heaven pot was the same. The power of the inscriptions had to be completely contained, as if the invisible essence left by Suyi was actually not much lower in grade than the original artifacts. If the leader of the Tanshin sect were here, he might be more willing to accept Suyi's imitation because it still contained Suyi's essence, something that was truly rare even after practicing for thousands of years. Change color. Suyi thought for a moment and added an illusion array to make the stone look the same color as the godly thunder hammer. Illusions could easily deceive. Actually, if you wanted to deceive everyone in the world, just an illusion array would suffice. But for Suyi, creating these imitation artifacts was just a trivial matter, something to do when bored. That was probably the idea. Wow. Yixiaxuan just felled a tree and saw her master turn an ordinary stone into a beautiful and powerful hammer, her eyes sparkling with stars. It was evident that her master was truly a divine being. Wow. I really want to kick you right now, you know. Suyi glanced at Yixiaxuan, wondering what was wrong with this girl. He just asked her to chop a few trees, but she was daydreaming with an axe in her hand, saying what all the time. Only a fool would accept such a silly disciple. Am I not chopping trees? Yixiaxuan pouted pitifully and continued to chop the tree. Suyi didn't stop either. He brought out the primordial jade rui of Yuanqi Chanzun, and casually made another one. In addition to these three, there were also the Hou Yi's Bao, Lianshan ruler, the first swords of Zuxian, and the seal of the heavenly emperor, all of which were ancient divine artifacts. As for the authentic ones, they were all stored in Suyi's spatial sleeves. For these few items, Suyi decided to make them all out of wood, and then he sat on the tree that Yixiaxuan had originally chopped down, taking on the role of a supervisor. Finished so fast. Yixiaxuan swung the axe and casually asked, "Chop faster, lower your waist, hold the axe steady. Did you not eat?" Suyi noticed that his disciple was becoming more lacking in respect, laughing and joking every day, daring to act like a rascal in front of him. Today was the day for him to establish the strict teacher's demeanor. "I didn't eat enough for lunch. You dare say you didn't eat enough? You're almost catching up to Gu Tonton. Don't talk to me about her. She can eat anything, waiting to grow fat and become an ant when she reaches middle age." Suyi sneered. "She has an innate Tao body, pure in essence. Even if she lives to be 100, she will never grow fat. So you like her that way? Ha." Yixiaxuan muttered under her breath, clearly so big, still hiding. "Trying to surprise you." Suyi ignored the previous sentence and just said, "Do you really want to grow bigger?" Ha. Yixiaxuan was slightly stunned. Then her face turned as red as blood. But she still bit the bullet and said stubbornly, "Which girl doesn't want to? At least in the future, the child can eat enough." Suyi said seriously, "I'll teach you a set of massage techniques. When we get back, there should be some effect." Then, Yixiaxuan almost asked if he could help with the massage, but felt it was too embarrassing, so she said, in a voice as soft as a mosquito, Okay, hurry up and chop." Suyi took out a book, sat on the tree trunk, and said, "When you're done chopping, I'll give you a sword if you like it. Of course, I like it. Yi Xiaoxuan quickly said. Which girl uses an axe like this as a weapon? I'm reading my book, you chop your trees, don't bother me, Su Yi said. Then opened the book and started reading, pretending to ignore everyone. Yunjin Mountain has an altitude of over 3,000 meters, with clouds and mist surrounding the mountain, resembling a fairyland. As the sun sets in the west, the clouds add a thin layer of golden light to the scene. Although they are deep in the mountains, Yi Xiaoxuan has cut down nearly 100 large trees in the vicinity, and at a glance, the stunning scenery is clear. It's so beautiful. Yi Xiaoxuan stood on a tree trunk, unable to resist spreading her arms and shouting loudly. The wind blew through her long hair, creating a breathtaking sight amidst the swirling clouds and mist. Su Yi calmly closed the book in his hand, glanced at Yi Xiaoxuan, and asked faintly, "Finished chopping?" "Finished. Exactly 100 trees." Yi Xiaoxuan turned to Su Yi and said, "Master, come see, it's so beautiful." Su Yi glanced at the sea of clouds and smiled, saying, "Not bad. You're such a killjoy." Yi Xiaoxuan rolled her eyes. "One simple not bad. What kind of response is that?" The atmosphere suddenly changed. Su Yi asked, "Do you want to see something even more beautiful?" Excitedly, Yi Xiaoxuan asked, "Even more beautiful? How beautiful? Where can I see it?" "Right here." Su Yi slowly stood up and said, "Watch carefully." Yi Xiaoxuan turned her head and looked at the sea of clouds. Suddenly, the clouds churned, and the sky lit up with colorful light. The sea of clouds transformed into various exotic flowers and beasts, with countless ancient mythical creatures gradually appearing. Divine dragons, phoenixes, killins, heavenly horses, and other mythical creatures came to life, as if transported back to the ancient primordial era. Yi Xiaoxuan was left speechless, staring at the scene in front of her. She had never seen these flowers and beasts before. Even though they were formed by the clouds, every detail was vivid and clear. "How's that? Impressive, right?" Su Yi stood by Yi Xiaoxuan's side, looking at the sea of clouds. This was just a small trick for him and should not have any lasting impact. People would likely just view it as an illusion. "It's amazing." Yi Xiaoxuan jumped for joy and ran around on the mountain. Meanwhile, Su Yi remained still, and after a while, he waved the sword in his hand, lifting a huge log. Under the sword light, 4 wooden swords were quickly inserted into the ground, each engraved with an ancient concealment formation, making them indistinguishable from the authentic swords. In addition, the bow of Ho Yi, with the bowstring casually made of a vine, was only for show. As for the measuring ruler and the seal of the heavens, the raw materials were all from the trees Yi Xiaoxuan had cut down. At a glance, they looked identical, with only the color needing to be concealed. When Yi Xiaoxuan returned excitedly and saw these things on the ground, she was greatly surprised. "Master, did you make all these?" "Yes." Su Yi thought for a moment and took out another sword. This sword was the Broken Soul sword he possessed tens of thousands of years ago. The name Broken Soul was derived from this sword. As he drew out the Broken Soul sword, he suddenly remembered that this sword was not sealed. As the sword appeared, it sang its ethereal song, causing the sea of clouds to disperse, and the strong wind stirred at the mountain top, nearly suffocating Yi Xiaoxuan standing nearby. "Return." Su Yi let out a low growl and forcefully sealed the excited sword spirit of the Broken Soul. The Broken Soul made a soft whining sound, like an aggrieved puppy. Su Yi hadn't used a sword for many years, and the Broken Soul had not appeared for tens of thousands of years. Once unleashed, it behaved like a wild dog off its leash, howling as expected. But Su Yi easily sealed it with a word. The situation was akin to taking a husky locked at home out for a walk after a year, only to be brought to the pet hospital for vaccinations without getting a chance to run around. Only a dog could understand how miserable the sword spirit felt. "Check if you like this sword." Su Yi did not draw the sword. The Broken Soul sword had 2 sword spirits, one in the blade and one in the sheath. The spirit in the blade was more vibrant, while the one in the sheath was more subdued, like an elderly person, stable. "This sword is very nice." Yi Xiaoxuan eagerly took the sword, admiring the various mythical beast patterns on the sheath. Little did she note that these patterns were of mythical beasts slain by the sword. These creatures were once ferocious, and some even saints dared not provoke them. Still, they all met their end under Su Yi's sword, with many looking delicious to him. Yi Xiaoxuan slowly drew the sword from its sheath, feeling amazed. A white light covers the sun and moon. The autumn water remains unflowing. That's the description of this sword. Su Yi's sword, even with its sword spirit sealed, remained a supreme divine sword. Its rank even surpassed the 4 swords of Jushion, making it a true imperial sword. Master, what is the name of this sword? Yi Xiaoxuan asked. It used to be called Broken Soul. Now it's yours to wield, so you can name it yourself, Su Yi said. Avoid unsheathing it unless it's a matter of life or death. The sword spirit was sealed within, but its ferocity remained. In the current world, there was still no weapon that could match it unless Su Yi decided to erase the spirit completely. Then let's call it Xiaohun. Yi Xiaoxuan chuckled and placed the sword back into its sheath. The Broken Soul made another light sound. Xiaohun. Such a lousy name. The Broken Soul was a divine artifact, something beyond any primordial treasure or spiritual treasure. All spirits and treasures would defer to it, but now Su Yi was giving it away, and this girl gave it such a name as Xiaohun. Su Yi smirked and said, seems like it doesn't like this name. Oh well, it will be called Xiaohun. Protest denied. Ha ha ha. Yi Xiaoxuan burst into laughter, genuinely happy despite not holding anything tangible. Su Yi had performed such a grand trick for her and given her a sword, which made her ecstatic. Let Xiaohun teach you your swordsmanship. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, unlocking some of the bonds on the sword spirit so it could communicate with Yi Xiaoxuan at least. The sword techniques were easily understood by the sword spirit. Xiaohun, can you talk? Yi Xiaoxuan was shocked once again, as the sword spirit began to complain to her, expressing its disapproval of a name change and boasting about its prowess. Su Yi acted as if he didn't hear and told the spirit, teach her some sword techniques, nothing lethal unless it's a life or death situation. Master, are you kidding? Drawing a sword without killing is a disgrace to swords. This task should be handled by Lao He, the sword spirit of the sheath remarked. Su Yi, feeling helpless, as he had never sealed the sword spirit within the sheath, hesitated and said, Lao He, you take over. Lao He was the sword spirit of the sheath. Let Lao He handle it. Su Yi did not hesitate to teach Yi Xiaoxuan swordsmanship. On the contrary, he gave his former sword to Yi Xiaoxuan in the hope that she could comprehend the sword's intent. Sword techniques are not important. Understanding the sword's intent is the most crucial. The soul breaker has 2 spirit vessels. The sword spirit in the blade has been sealed of its power, but even so, the scabbard spirit is considered invincible in the world. Yi Xiaoxuan, holding the soul breaker, would not be harmed in the slightest even if Zhang Qiande used the 2 immortal swords left by his ancestors. With this, no matter what challenges Yi Xiaoxuan faces, self-preservation would definitely not be an issue. However, Su Yi couldn't help but wonder if he had given Yi Xiaoxuan the soulbreaker, what kind of great tribulation she might encounter in the future to fall. If he wanted to predict Yi Xiaoxuan's fate, it was not difficult, but he didn't want to do so because of past experiences. Whenever Su Yi predicted the fates of his close friends and family, their fates would be clouded by destiny, and if Su Yi helped them avoid disasters, the subsequent calamities will only become more terrifying, possibly even affecting more people. It was because he had foreseen the death calamity of the 9 Heavens profound maiden years ago and even helped her pass through it. In the end, he unexpectedly provoked his own heart demon, leading to a massacre that wiped out the whole world, and the 9 Heavens profound maiden died under his palm. Over the years, he gradually understood a truth. Whoever he predicted the fate of would experience great changes in their luck. Besides their own death calamity, this world would seemingly default to Su Yi harboring murderous intent towards that person, and that person would be completely trapped in a desperate situation, unstoppable. If he refrained from deliberately predicting, perhaps that person could live a little longer. Going with the flow and letting nature take its course was the best choice. At least helping people change their fates against the heavens should not be done. Yi Xiaoxuan had just obtained the soul breaker and out of curiosity, she began conversing with the 2 spirit vessels. Teach her how to use sword che, without using a sword if possible. Su Yi, acting as a negligent master, instructed them to impart sword che techniques to Yi Xiaoxuan. The 2 spirit vessels, who had accompanied Su Yi for some time, began teaching Yi Xiaoxuan how to use sword che enthusiastically. Under the guidance of the 2 sword spirits, Yi Xiaoxuan started to practice hand gestures. Simply gesturing in the air, she directly cut across hundreds of towering trees waist high, causing everyone on the mountain to gaze in astonishment. Previous displays by Su Yi had already caught the attention of everyone, but the sword spirit's sword chants sent shivers down people's spines. Now, with hundreds of towering trees collapsing noisily, How could one not pay attention? Yexiaxuan gestured again, cutting off a corner of the mountain peak, which plunged into a vast abyss. Dumbfounded, she stood there, clutching her hands tightly, afraid to gesture carelessly. Are you trying to demolish this mountain? Sui frowned, his gaze fixed on the soulbreaker in Yexiaxuan's hands. Yexiaxuan was only at the Golden Cur realm, and having just learned to use sword chat, she couldn't possibly cause such destruction with a mere gesture. All the power just then came from the scabbard spirit. Sui had always thought this spirit was reliable, which was why he did not seal its power, not expecting it to be an unreliable fellow. With a glance, he completely sealed the power of the scabbard, leaving only the ability for the two sword spirits to communicate with Yexiaxuan. With these reckless sword spirits, if Yexiaxuan were to engage in combat, wouldn't she cause mass destruction with a casual strike? Master, isn't this normal? I didn't lend her much power. The scabbard spirit felt wrong. Based on an estimation of the power Sui had used when slaughtering ancient beasts in the primordial era thousands of years ago, it hadn't even reached 1/10 of that power. It was already stable enough. In its view, if Sui asked them to teach this girl sword chat, wouldn't it be fitting for sword chat to sweep across 3,000 miles? Putting that aside, merely by waving casually, wouldn't it sever several large mountains in half on the opposite side? The small-scale display just now was due to Yexiaxuan's inadequate handling as a beginner. Sui coldly remarked, times have changed. Spare lives whenever possible, and don't harm the environment. There aren't many mountains like this one now. Surprisingly emerging after thousands of years of silence, these sword spirits are unaware that the current mountain ranges are minimal compared to the primordial times. Stay put, Xiaohun, and don't allow Xiaohun to come out. The scabbard sword spirit was quite strict, shifting the blame directly onto the blade sword spirit. It being the scabbard, if it did not allow the sword to be drawn, unless Sui intervened, Yexiaxuan wouldn't even be able to unsheathe the sword. Xiaohun. After some thought, Sui agreed. Very well, Xiaohun. Released by Sui, but restricted by Xiaohun from unsheathing the sword and with their powers sealed. Wasn't this situation similar to continued silence? Sui couldn't be bothered to talk further with the two sword spirits. Although they had existed alongside him for thousands of years, their intelligence was at best on par with that of the foolish child, Zudi and Diane. Speaking to them only served to make Sui feel like his intelligence was being pulled down infinitely. Now use your sword che to cut down that tree, Sui said, looking at Yexiaxuan, pointing his finger at a large tree 100 meters away. Sui had, indeed, thought too much. If he left the spirit vessel's powers unsealed, it was not merely Yexiaxuan's safety at stake. Without a sense of scale for the sword spirits, who possess such a divine weapon, a slight mistake could result in her accidentally destroying an entire city. Yexiaxuan had never used a sword before, and the so-called sword intent was just something she had recently encountered. Just now, Xiaohun had lent her so much power, but her sword che couldn't spread beyond a kilometer, making it weak. However, the size of the disturbance just now inexplicably inflated Yexiaxuan. It was just a tree 100 meters away. Couldn't she just wave her hand and be done with it? She gestured like before, but the large tree remained still. Not to mention cutting it down. There was not even a trace of sword che between her two fingers. Sui coldly said, if you can't cut down that tree standing over 100 meters away, you don't need to come down the mountain. With that, he left on his own. Is this for real? Yexiaxuan thought Sui was joking and prepared to follow him. Sui slightly turned his head, staring at Yexiaxuan, and said, if you can't do this, not only will I take back the Soulbreaker, but I will also expel you from the sect. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. Yexiaxuan paused in her steps. She realized Sui was serious. If she couldn't cut down the tree 100 meters away using sword che, Sui would not only take back the Soulbreaker, but also expel her from the sect. If it were someone else who had never used a sword before and yet could use sword energy to cut down a giant tree 100 meters away, that would obviously be a difficult feat for a strong person. But Yexiaxuan is different. Having received teachings from two spiritual swords and possessing the cultivation of a golden elixir, if she couldn't do this, it would only mean that Yexiaxuan's aptitude is truly poor. So he didn't leave any face for her. He collected everything with a wave of his sleeves and left, leaving Yexiaxuan standing there all alone. She looked a bit aggrieved as she watched Sui's departing figure. Just a moment ago was so romantic, and now things have changed. His stern expression made her feel a bit nervous. But isn't this how her master should be? Suyi's proud demeanor is what makes him likable. Yi Xiaoxuan didn't dwell on it too much. She began to consult the two sword spirits and tried to guide the internal Cha to transform into sword energy. Suyi returned to his guest room, and Zhang Qiande had already gone up the mountain to investigate. When he saw Yi Xiaoxuan continuously waving her fingers, condensing sword energy time and time again, he probably understood what was happening. This young girl who had just entered the golden elixir stage was actually practicing on the mountain. Looking at the large trees all cut down in a row, Zhang Qiande couldn't help but furrow his brows. Although he didn't witness how Yi Xiaoxuan did it, judging from the cut marks on the wood, it was evident that the sword energy was fearsome. Among the younger generation, probably only Zizu Cheng from the Z family could achieve this. What piqued his curiosity was that Yi Xiaoxuan didn't draw her sword. Instead, she was waving her fingers. Those should have been cut with a sword, but now the sword energy between her fingers dissipated after just half a meter, making it unrealistic to attack a giant tree 100 meters away. Zhang Qiande considered it acceptable. He took a sneak peek and then turned back, not letting his disciples approach. Let her practice. Qingyun Mountain doesn't lack trees. As long as Yi Xiaoxuan doesn't chop down the whole mountain, it's not a problem. Suyi returned to the room assigned to him by the sect. He casually threw the things he had made in the mountains into the room. It wasn't until the next morning, with the golden hues of dawn and the mist rising, that Yi Xiaoxuan had not come down from the mountain. She had stayed up all night, not sleeping or eating a morsel. She kept running the internal Che as instructed by the sword spirits, trying to grasp the sword intent above the severed soul. According to what the sword spirits said, to generate sword energy, one must understand the sword at least. The sword intent is the most important. Suyi had just opened the door in the morning when Lao Yang was already standing there. Suyi, are you planning to give up directly? Lao Yang adjusted his glasses and said, if you lose, just accept it. Don't take it too seriously. It was never something achievable in the first place. Lao is actually a pitiable person. 3 generations of his ancestors studied the Lu Ben book and suffered from the backlash of the 5 maladies and 3 deficiencies. Now, as you can see, Lao not only suffers from disabilities, but also has no descendants. Lao Yang said with a heavy tone, if you are willing to help him hold a spiritual tablet, it's actually a good deed. It's just that Lu Ben book. You have to think it through yourself before deciding. There are always some downsides to it. Suyi smiled slightly and said, I have already made everything. These things are really not easy to make. Lao takes at least half a year. Lao Yang hadn't heard what Suyi said clearly at all. When he regained his composure, he stared at Suyi blankly and asked, what did you just say? I said, I have done everything. Suyi repeated. What a big deal. You can't joke about this. Lao Yang fixed his gaze on Suyi and said, young man, it's better to be down to earth. The things on the Washjian mountain are not something you can replicate just by imitation. Lao, as a descendant of the Lu Ben school, proficient in the Lu Ben book, although not claiming to be the best in the world, is undoubtedly a professional in this field. It would take him at least half a year to make all these things, yet Suyi claims he has done it all. How can you believe that? With the information he gathered, Suyi might be good at calligraphy and painting, a very good student, but making counterfeits isn't something that can be achieved overnight. They are all inside the room. Go in and take a look. Suyi stood at the door, not even showing an intention to enter. Lao Yang's expression became serious as he walked into the room. When he saw the things placed in the room, a burst of light shone from his eyes, widening them significantly. Shocking. The items in the room were almost identical to the photos. He almost suspected these things were the artifacts from Washjian Mountain. Suyi, Lao Yang shouted from within the room. Suyi walked to the door and asked, is there a problem? Are these all fake? Lao Yang, who had previously served as the head of Division 13, naturally wasn't an ordinary person. At least his eyes were sharp. The workmanship of the items placed in the room was extremely exquisite. Even if it were a true master craftsman, a sculpting master, it would be impossible to replicate these items in such a short time. Suyi chuckled. Do you think I could find the real ones for you? I thought the High Master provided them to you. Lao Yang had a fleeting thought that maybe Zhang Qiande had put these items in Suyi's room to help them return them. To save face, that is. Suyi said, they are all fake. Fake is fake. Suyi wouldn't distort the truth. Wait here. I'll bring Lao over. Lao Yang left the room. This matter had to be seen by Lao Ro. The child followed Lao Yang with a bag of tools. Suyi didn't even greet him. He waited for Lao to walk into the room and see the objects that could easily pass for real. Lao was dumbfounded. When he picked up a sword and examined it carefully, the more he looked, the more shocked he became. He wasn't stupid. Although the weight of the sword was off, it gave the impression of being made of metal. He trembled as he placed the sword back down and moved on to inspect the swallowing pot. It was the swallowing pot that truly astonished him. The craftsmanship was simply exquisite, almost no different from the jade pot in the photo. The inscriptions on it were also clear, and touching it, it was indeed carved from real jade. Setting aside where Suyi found such a piece of jade, the skill in carving this piece would likely be unmatched by any master in the country. Suyi had finished it all within a dozen hours. Besides this jade pot, there were several other large items. Lao couldn't help but admire such craftsmanship. It had to be acknowledged. If he knew that Suyi had created these items in less than half a day, it would probably scare him to death. Uncle Lu glanced at the bow of Houyi and the measuring ruler of Liantia in disbelief. His body couldn't help but tremble. He limped over to Suyi, his voice trembling as he asked, "Did you make all these things in just one day?" Suyi smiled and replied, "Otherwise, wouldn't you think these things are all real?" "Real." Uncle Lu took a deep breath, licked his lips, and said, "If they were all real, I wouldn't be surprised. But the fact that they are fake ... If everything in the room was real, it would be easy to explain. But if these things were originally on Qingyun Mountain, and were just handed over by Zhang Tianqi through Suyi, then Suyi would just be a tool and nothing remarkable. But all these things are fake. Suyi's skills would be too terrifying. Who is your master?" Uncle Lu couldn't believe that someone as young as Suyi, with such skills, didn't have a master. Suyi smiled slightly and said, "My master once warned me not to mention his name." Since he didn't have a master, Suyi could only come up with an excuse. "With your young age and talent, your master must be a great senior. I admire you." Uncle Lu grinned. "I never expected to meet a skilled craftsman like you before I die. It's a satisfying way to go." After speaking, he walked towards the cliff with his cane. Lao Yang followed behind, saying, "Uncle Lu, rest assured, there are many orphans in our unit. I will have them give you a proper burial." "No need." Uncle Lu, with his back towards Lao Yang and Suyi, waved his hand and said, "Qingyun Mountain is also a beautiful place. Having been lame all my life, I just want to throw away this cane and be buried under these green mountains. You." Lao Yang hurried after him and asked, "Uncle Lu, are you planning to end your life? Living a few more days doesn't matter much. Today is a good day. No need for someone to see me off. I don't want to discuss the young people." Uncle Lu smiled with his mouth wide open. With that, he reached a spot not far from the edge of the cliff, threw away his cane, spread his arms, smiling. Though lame, he ran to the edge of the cliff with all his might. When he reached the edge, he leapt, his slender body appearing like a soaring eagle. "My life is in my own hands. I decide when to die at least." When Suyi and Lao Yang reached the cliff, Uncle Lu had already fallen down the thousands of feet. Lao Yang gazed at the misty cliff ahead and sighed. Uncle Lu departed with such freedom. Suyi didn't say anything. Mortals practicing secret techniques had limited spiritual energy to use. If they used those techniques, they used their own energy. But ordinary people lack the concentration of immortal practitioners, easily revealing secrets and disrupting the natural order. The offspring of this descendant of Lu Ban's family probably had a tumultuous life. Knowing when one would die early on was also a torment for someone like him, feeling like his life was being played by fate. At the end, he attempted to change his destiny. Suyi didn't calculate or investigate the situation at the bottom of the cliff, but suspected that Uncle Lu might not have died by jumping off this 1,000-foot cliff. Even Suyi couldn't control fate. Although there were still 19 days left, Uncle Lu wanted to die today. But to jumping off the cliff ensure death. "I control my destiny, not heaven. At least I can decide when to die." Suyi didn't find this person admirable or courageous, just pitiful. "Suyi, come with me to meet those old scholars." Lao Yang quickly let go of the matter concerning Uncle Lu, turned and walked down the mountain. Suyi followed silently behind Lao Yang. "Suyi, with your skills, you can contribute to the country and people." Lao Yang's words were full of leadership qualities. "Most importantly, you must stay on the right path." Suyi smiled but didn't respond. Leadership qualities? Qin Shihuan probably had leadership qualities, but they were useless in front of Su Yi. He quite liked the current society. Contributing to the country was also possible and would make the society better, benefiting him as well. This was not wrong. After a pause, Lao Yan suddenly asked, Su Yi, are you sure all the things in the room are fake? Su Yi couldn't help but laugh and asked back, you don't think all those things are real, do you? Lao Yan looked complicated and said, they just look too real. I suspect that maybe Zhang Tianqi and you planned for those things to appear real, but they were originally real, just returned through you. Su Yi stated, fake is fake. No matter how real it looks, it's still fake. Okay. Lao Yang nodded without saying more but had already made up his mind. After retrieving the items, they would investigate on their own, putting everything else aside. The sheen, texture, and patterns on those first swords didn't seem fake, and the inscriptions on other items exuded an ancient and solemn aura. Lao Yan had seen enough in his life. Those things didn't look like they were newly made. Even if they were fake, they were worth studying. Sneaking a glance at Su Yi, Lao Yan thought, Pong Tong was truly perceptive, seeming silly on ordinary days. If those items were truly made by Su Yi, even if he was not a skilled warrior, he was definitely a treasure. Leading Su Yi, Lao Yang arrived at the Qingyun Mountain scenic area and found the group of old scholars, led by Yang Zhencheng. These archaeologists were mainly in their 70s and 80s, with the youngest being around 40. After Lao Yang and the others entered, a professor wearing thick glasses hastily asked, Director Yang, how did the talk go? We found the items, Lao Yang said. I will have them sent back to Qingzhou tomorrow. Found them, indeed. It was that brazen thief, the professor exclaimed excitedly. What kind of monk steals these of all things? Caught red-handed, yet denies it. Director Yang, you must handle this well. That monk must be sentenced to 12 years. Stealing precious national relics is no small crime. Lao Yang nearly choked. Sentence Zhang Qiande to 12 years? Even if Zhang Qiande was involved in such matters, what evidence did they have at Section 13 to arrest him? Even if arrested, where would they detain him? Let's not create a fuss. These items can't be taken by ordinary people, but you scholars can't study them either. Lao Yang explained. Zhang Qiande did seal mysterious powers in them. Even if he gave these to you, you wouldn't be able to study them. These professors and scholars couldn't do anything with the items on Shijian Mountain, as they had been there for a long time, and touching them would lead to death, let alone studying them. Lao Yang was just mediating, not wanting to tarnish the reputation of Zhenyi sect. Lao Yang, what exactly is the mysterious power you mentioned? The old professor frowned and said, those artifacts we encountered before, simply being near them resulted in death. What kind of power is this? Lao Yang calmly replied, Professor Yan, there are too many things in this world that cannot be explained by science. Do you recall seeing that black giant hand in the sky today? That terrifying power, what do you think it is? Are you suggesting there really are immortals? After hesitating for a moment, the old professor asked, could you please convey to the master that I have some academic questions to consult him about? Lao Yan couldn't help but laugh. One moment he was talking about arresting people, now he wanted to discuss academics with someone. The speed of his change in attitude was quite remarkable. Lao Yan patted Professor Yan on the shoulder and said, with a solemn tone, Professor Yan, in certain areas, I believe Master Zhang probably won't discuss things with you. Since we have all obtained the items, let's all leave the mountain. His implication was clear, discussing academics with them was impossible. Would a group of old relics researchers go discuss esoteric matters with a Taoist master? More importantly, these people had been cursing the Taoist master just moments ago at his gate. Did they really think the Taoist master had a good temper? Lao Yan was efficient. He called for a few people from Division 13 to come and bring down the items. Yang Zhencheng was among these old scholars. After the conversation between the old professor and Lao Yang, he walked over to Su Yi, smiling, Professor Su, you're here too. You've seen those things, haven't you? Professor Su. Once this title was mentioned, all eyes were on Su Yi and Yang Zhencheng. While Yang Zhencheng was not from the archaeology team, he was a renowned scholar with a certain reputation in the academic world. For him to be referred to as professor, what kind of figure was Su Yi? Su Yi responded expressionlessly to Yang Zhencheng, I have seen them. Yang Zhencheng quickly asked, can you tell what those things are? I showed you the pictures last time, right? Have you found any new information by examining the actual objects? Several people beside Suyi were focused on him, and Suyi replied coldly, I cannot discern anything. You can take them back and study them yourselves. They were all fakes, and they would surely be robbed on the way back. Whether they would study them or not was just a perfunctory phrase. You can't tell either. After Yang Zhencheng expressed his doubts, he fell into silence. He could sense that Suyi was not interested in discussing these matters with him. Suyi was low-key, so he decided to inquire about these issues privately after returning. Lao Yang, do you know what this young man does? Professor Yan couldn't help but curiously ask. Yang Zhencheng used to be the principal of Qingzhou University and was no less knowledgeable in historical research. Wondering about the nature of this young man who was addressed as a teacher, Lao Yang was a puzzle for him. Yang Zhencheng suddenly became witty and said, an old friend who is currently a freshman. He had promised Suyi not to mention his translation of the content on a stone tablet. A freshman. Professor Yan stared deeply at Suyi, then asked Lao Yang, Director Yang, is this young man part of your unit? Division 13 was a mysterious unit throughout China, and in his impression, people from Division 13 should be extraordinary individuals, especially a young man like Suyi accompanying the old director. He must have exceptional abilities. Initially baffled, Lao Yang already knew of Suyi's talent in creating fake items. Since Suyi could produce such authentic replicas, it indicated his knowledge of artifacts. Lao Yang laughed and replied, Suyi recently joined our unit and has some knowledge about artifacts, albeit not comparable to the esteemed professors present here. Director Yang need not be so polite. Yang Zhencheng smiled without saying a word, without any explanation. After all, he had witnessed Suyi's capabilities. Suyi remained silent as well. After the people arranged by Lao Yang brought the items into the room, the group of old scholars were excited, itching to start their research right there. Everyone, the items have been brought here. Let's take them back to study in detail. Lao Yang said, I have arranged for armed police and our colleagues to escort these artifacts. Please rest assured, since the items were now in their possession, and as Lao Yang had explained earlier, Master Zhang took these items for their own good, providing them the chance to study them up close. The thought of touching these mysterious artifacts up close when they returned made the old scholars more excited than seeing a beautiful woman. With the items in tow, the group made their way down the mountain. Lao Yang walking with his hands behind his back, eyes shining as he made a phone call. Once the artifacts arrive in Qingzhou from Qingyun Mountain, take them directly to our unit for research. Stage it as a robbery. Make sure not to harm the scholars. Suyi remained silent throughout. After all, this was his suggestion. Undoubtedly, this method was quite underhanded. They arranged for the escort of the items and were also the ones planning to rob them. After Suyi and the rest returned, Yixiaxuan finally descended from the mountain. This girl had been practicing sword energy on the mountain for over 10 hours, guided by the two spirit devices, and ultimately managed to cut down the huge tree 100 meters away. She couldn't afford to cheat. If she didn't cut down that tree, she wouldn't dare to leave the mountain. If she cheated, the spirit devices would definitely expose her, and she would be expelled from the sect by Suyi. Yixiaxuan was excited to report her achievement to Suyi, but Zhang Qiande suddenly appeared and intercepted her. Miss, may I ask which sect you are from? Zhang Qiande saw Yixiaxuan practicing sword energy and was surprised by her progress. Initially, she could barely project sword energy half a meter, but when he revisited later, she had sliced a giant tree 100 meters away using her fingers. Such advancement was astounding. She was a rare genius of the century. With various sects competing for ownership of auspicious places in recent days of the cultivation world, he was curious to know which sect Yixiaxuan belonged to. If Suyi knew that Zhang Qiande regarded Yixiaxuan in such a light, he would probably burst out laughing. Yixiaxuan was the least talented and the most foolish among his disciples. It was indeed laughable for her to be considered a genius. Yixiaxuan is acquainted with Zhang Qiande. Being a legitimate celestial master, he is no ordinary person. However, even so, she still thinks her own master is more formidable. I have met Master Zhang. Yixiaxuan saluted towards Zhang Qiande and said, I do not have a master. No master. Zhang Qiande is no fool. He absolutely does not believe such words. Unless Yixiaxuan possesses a natural affinity for the Tao like Gu Tantan, with inherent heritage, how could she possibly be self-taught without a master? That's right. No master. At this moment, Yixiaxuan is still holding the soulbreaker given to her by Suyi. John Cheondae finally notices this sword. The resounding sword hum from before was clearly an indication of some divine weapon appearing. When he sees the sword in Yi Shaxuan's hand, his heart can't help but be shocked immensely. This sword, it's definitely extraordinary. Despite Suyi sealing the power of the sword spirit, this sword was personally crafted by Suyi and has slaughtered numerous primordial beasts. Just the malevolent souls attached to the scabbard alone are already quite extraordinary. If not for the two sword spirits suppressing it, just the sinister aura on the Soulbreaker would be enough to turn the entire Qingyun Mountain into a deadly place. Yun Daoist, what are you staring at? Haven't seen such a powerful sword before. Take another look. Believe it or not, I can cut you down. The scabbard spirit is modest in comparison, but the spirit within the sword is accustomed to being arrogant. How can a mere small Yuan infant dare to stare at it? If Suyi hadn't sealed its power, it would only need to release a bit of its sword intent, and the Daoist would have to kneel obediently. The sword spirit suddenly speaks, startling John Cheondae as well. The two immortal swords left by his ancestors, the Den medicines and the demon slaying, were already considered extraordinary in the world, but the sword spirits of those two immortal swords had not yet developed their own consciousness. If a sword spirit possesses its own conscious intelligence, how terrifying would that be? John Cheondae doesn't dare to question the words of the sword spirit. With a sword spirit like that, it would be a breeze for it to eliminate a nascent infant realm cultivator like him. Even if he were to utilize all his treasures, he might not necessarily be able to deal with the sword spirit. Master John, I'm really sorry. My little spirit can't speak. Yi Shaxuan was also startled. Isn't this sword spirit a bit too arrogant to actually threaten to strike down Master John with a sword? It's okay. Miss Yi is it? John Cheondae smiled. I wonder what Miss Yi has come to Qingyun Mountain for this time. He now truly believes that Yi Shaxuan has no master. With a sword like the one she carries, nurturing a sword spirit, does she still need a master? Such a sword spirit could easily serve as her master. I just came to have fun. Yi Shaxuan was momentarily a loss of how to respond. She can't say that Suyi is her master. If Suyi comes up, she will follow. If you're not busy, Master John, I'll take my leave. Yi Shaxuan needs to find Suyi. She doesn't have time to linger with John Cheondae. John Cheondae nodded and didn't ask further. After Yi Shaxuan left, John Cheondae couldn't help but sigh. The young generation nowadays is truly extraordinary. Zijia Zizu, being so young and already achieving the Check-condensing sword transformation, is remarkable in itself. Gu Tongtong, not to mention her heaven-concealing hand is truly astonishing. Now Yi Shaxuan carrying such an immortal sword with her is simply terrifying. When Yi Shaxuan found Suyi, Suyi was still with Lao Yang. When Lao Yang saw the sword in Yi Shaxuan's hand, he was completely stunned. As the former head of Division 13, he also had cultivation in the later stages of the nascent infant realm. Just like John Cheondae, he could tell at a glance that this sword was extraordinary. Thinking back to the previous hum of the sword, he had to reevaluate Yi Shaxuan. Xiaoyou, are you interested in joining Division 13? Lao Yang, upon seeing Yi Shaxuan, thought of recruiting her as well. Yi Shaxuan laughed awkwardly. Mr. Yang, I'm used to being free-spirited, so I'll pass. If Suyi were the head of Division 13, Yi Shaxuan would definitely beg to join. But with Gu Tongtong as the head, she wouldn't want to be commended by that silly girl. Lao Yang didn't employ the brainwashing tactics on Yi Shaxuan. Instead, he glanced at Suyi and asked, "Are you looking for Suyi?" "Yes." Yi Shaxuan nodded and then looked at Suyi. "Then talk with him. I'll leave first." Lao Yang was quite tactful. Since the young people were talking, he standing there was indeed inappropriate. Furthermore, considering the relationship between Yi Shaxuan and Suyi being so good, as long as Suyi is part of Division 13, Yi Shaxuan is also half a member of the team. For example, if Suyi encounters any tricky situations on a mission, wouldn't Yi Shaxuan help? As Lao Yang walked away, a slight smile crept up on his lips. Being handsome sure has its benefits. He resembled his own youthful days. After Lao Yang left, Yi Shaxuan lifted her smiling face to Suyi. "Master, I cut down that tree. Good job. I thought you'd have to wait until tomorrow to cut it down." Suyi said, "Do you think I'm so witless in your eyes?" Suyi smiled without saying a word. Yi Shaxuan felt another blow as if silence was more striking than words. Suyi glanced at the sword in Yi Shaxuan's hand, reached out and said, hand me the sword. Yi Xiaoxuan promptly handed over the sword. Su Yi took the soul breaker and with 2 fingers, the entire sword transformed its appearance. The exquisitely crafted soulbreaker scabbard had now turned into a plain wooden sword. Yi Xiaoxuan immediately became unhappy, saying, "Master, you're being tricky. You promised to give it to me, and now you've given me a wooden sword." Su Yi handed her the sword back, saying, "The sword is still the same as before. Since you don't need to draw the sword, let it be like this, or else it might attract too much attention." The appearance of the soulbreaker looked intimidating. Cultivators, like Lao Yang, could discern its power, and Su Yi didn't want Yi Xiaoxuan to draw too much attention. Otherwise, some ignorant individuals might come and try to snatch it, and he wouldn't bother to take action. Yi Xiaoxuan took the wooden sword, feeling that the weight hadn't changed, and the sword spirit continued to chirp in her ear. "Truly deserving to be the master, your low profile and simple style is your characteristic. Master, is this your way of having little Yi play possum?" Su Yi stared at the soul breaker and said coldly, "Remember, from now on, she is your master." This sentence seemed to possess an immense magic power. Yi Xiaoxuan could feel a certain connection growing between herself and the 2 sword spirits. That the sword spirit had already started to weep. "Is this true, Xiao Black? Master doesn't want us anymore, and we've truly changed masters." Exchanging sword spirits is a matter of great significance. They followed Su Yi and were originally proud. Making them accept a junior girl in the early stages of the Golden Core as their new sword master is truly difficult to swallow. If Su Yi doesn't seal their power, with just a slight release of their sword intent, they would be able to make a whole group of Golden Core cultivators kneel neatly. But Su Yi's words are final. He said that from now on, Yi Xiaoxuan is the master of the broken souls, giving her the power to control the 2 sword spirits with life and death in her hands. The idea of sword spirits devouring their master is absolutely impossible. As long as Yi Xiaoxuan wishes, a single thought can obliterate the 2 sword spirits that have existed for thousands of years. This is what makes the sword spirits despair. Upon hearing the sword spirit's words, Yi Xiaoxuan immediately felt displeased. "Little soul, do you not like me?" It's not that. Although the sword spirits have existed for thousands of years, in terms of intellect, they are not much different from children. After all, following Su Yi, they rarely had time to come out during normal days, mostly just slaying fierce beasts tens of thousands of years ago. Hearing Yi Xiaoxuan's words, they could only awkwardly concede. After all, the situation is now set, and they will follow Yi Xiaoxuan from now on. How could the sword spirits not like their sword master? Su Yi glanced at the slightly disappointed Yi Xiaoxuan, holding a wooden sword, and said, "You can just shrink and be a pendant on normal days. Being despised by the sword spirits is actually quite normal. After all, Yi Xiaoxuan's strength is truly overwhelming. Even the former divine and immortal kings would have looked down on her. The first master was too strong, so it's natural to be uneasy with a new master. Can they shrink even further?" Yi Xiaoxuan asked in surprise while waving the sword in her hand. As soon as she spoke, the wooden sword in her hand had shrunk by more than 10 times, becoming only the length of a finger and as wide as 2 fingers. Su Yi took out a sparkling fine rope from his sleeve and handed it to Yi Xiaoxuan. "Tie it with this." He wondered if he was being too good to Yi Xiaoxuan. This fine rope is a tendon from the Candle Dragon, an unparalleled treasure in the world. None of Su Yi's previous disciples had received such treatment. Previously, Su Yi had already given Yi Xiaoxuan a pair of ink treasures and the Sword of the Broken Soul. This treatment was almost unprecedented. After some thought, it might be because Yi Xiaoxuan is the most clueless among his disciples. It's probably the case that fools have their own luck. This rope actually looks quite nice. Yi Xiaoxuan looked at the sparkling dragon tendril with a smile, and after she put on the broken soul, she said to Su Yi, "Master, could you help me put it on?" This was a gift from Su Yi, not meant to be used as a weapon, but as a pendant, which looked quite nice. If Su Yi personally put it on her, it would be even more delightful. "Do you not have hands?" Su Yi furrowed his brow slightly. "Don't tell me you can't put it on yourself." Yi Xiaoxuan was momentarily speechless. She was overthinking. Or is your head too big, and the rope is too short? Su Yi carefully examined Yi Xiaoxuan's head and said, "It seems a bit big. You shouldn't tie it on directly. After threading it, wrap it around your neck before tying it. That way, you'll definitely be able to wear it." Yi Xiaoxuan looked at Su Yi with a somewhat resentful expression. "It's your head that's big. While referring to her as if she were mentally disabled, she wondered if Suyi knew she could wrap the rope around her neck first before tying it. "I can wear it." Yi Xiaoxuan tried to put it on herself stubbornly, but as she went from top to bottom, she got stuck at the bridge of her nose, realizing that the rope was indeed a bit short. "I told you, your head is a bit big," Suyi said irritably. "I've always thought you were dumb, but now you're not only dumb, but also stubborn." Yi Xiaoxuan could only smile wryly, but she insisted on putting it on bit by bit until she succeeded. "My head isn't big. The rope is just a bit short," Yi Xiaoxuan said sternly after putting it on. Looking a bit upset, one can't help but feel unhappy when called big-headed, especially for a girl. And her head wasn't even that big. The way Suyi said it made it seem like the big things were small, and the small things were big. Yeah. Suyi nodded absent-mindedly and said, "Remember to learn from the sword spirits." Yi Xiaoxuan's cultivation speed was considered quite fast. She was only at the nascent soul stage when she sparred with Xia Shan last time, but now she had achieved the golden core stage. In today's cultivation world, this level could not be considered low. However, Suyi didn't think the progress was particularly fast. Those he personally taught, with access to techniques and treasures, would have probably reached the Yuanying stage or higher by now if they had better aptitude. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, Yi Xiaoxuan realized that, no matter what she did, Suyi treated her only as a disciple. There was never any hint of ambiguity between them. Even if there was some atmosphere between them, it would quickly be extinguished by Suyi. Thinking about how Suyi treated other women, Yi Xiaoxuan could accept this reality. "I'm going to find Gu Tonton. Do you want to come? Why do you want to see her?" Yi Xiaoxuan didn't understand why Suyi was so concerned about Gu Tonton. "To register your name," Suyi said, "you need to participate in a match this time, have more practical experience, see what tactics others use, and I'll teach you." Suyi's attacking techniques were quite formidable, and Yi Xiaoxuan's cultivation level didn't allow her to use them. In the upcoming competition for the Immortal Realm's Blessed Land, Suyi wanted to see the current average level of the cultivation world and maybe imitate some moves. Perplexed, Yi Xiaoxuan asked, "Why do I have to register with her? Can't I just go directly to Zhang Tianqi?" Suyi explained, 13 factions are competing for a Blessed Land, and each faction would normally send to representatives. Right now, only Gu Tongtong and I are here from the 13 factions. Since I don't plan to compete personally, I'll have to send you as my substitute. All right, Yi Xiaoxuan reluctantly agreed, but Suyi also mentioned that she could choose up to 2 techniques from others and learn them for self-defense. "Got it. Can I choose any technique?" "Yes." Suyi nodded slightly. These were just ordinary techniques used by normal cultivators. He could easily understand the principles behind them and teach Yi Xiaoxuan to imitate the movements. For someone like Suyi, it was a simple task. When Suyi and the others found Gu Tongtong, she was still sitting on the bed in a daze, but it was clear that she had already recovered. "Is she dumb?" Yi Xiaoxuan stared at Gu Tongtong for a long time. Her eyes were dull, and it was unclear what she was thinking. Suyi signaled for her not to disturb Gu Tongtong. Gu Tongtong had entered a state of no self, indicating a breakthrough. Born with innate talent, she had rarely encountered opponents and typically dominated in fights. However, after the battle with Li Yuayu and Zhang Chande, she had exhausted her spiritual energy due to the Hand of Heaven technique. After recovering, a breakthrough was expected. After waiting for more than half an hour in the room, Gu Tongtong's eyes suddenly burst out with 2 beams of light. Her spiritual energy surged for a moment before quickly converging. "What do you want?" Gu Tongtong looked at Suyi and Yi Xiaoxuan. Suyi said, "This time, the competition for the Blessed Land is supposed to involve 2 people, right? I won't participate. I'll have Zhuan go on my behalf." "All right, she can be a temporary worker, 200 for a day." Gu Tongtong felt that the salary was fair. After Gu Tongtong left, she took a deep breath, shouted, and called out her power. A black palm print suddenly appeared in the void, landing fiercely on the ground. After the dust settled, only a half-meter deep palm print remained. Suyi squinted, realizing it was a mini version of the Hand of Heaven technique. Gu Tongtong had grasped the essence of the technique and developed her own move. Seeing this move, Yi Xiaoxuan was astonished. The hard stone on the mountain would only spark if hit with an iron stick. Gu Tongtong's attack from the void was unpredictable. How could anyone withstand such a blow? "Suyi, however, understood it differently. The power of the palm he had taught Gu Tantan was earth-shattering for current cultivators. Gu Tantan's modified version, though less powerful, was just right. A martial arts genius. So Yi couldn't help but wonder what heights Gu Tantan could reach if she became his disciple. As Gu Tantan had agreed to let Yi Xiaoxuan act as a temporary worker, she was entitled to represent the 13th Division in the competition for the Blessed Land. They reported to Zhang Qiande. After hearing their intentions, Zhang Qiande advised, when you compete, be mindful of your strength. Gu Tantan assured him they wouldn't cause casualties. Addressing Yi Xiaoxuan, he warned her to go easy. Zhang Qiande had seen the damage caused by Gu Tantan's strike and the terrifying power of Yi Xiaoxuan's sword skills. He wasn't confident he could handle it. Despite Yi Xiaoxuan's modesty, Zhang Qiande knew her sword was formidable and potentially lethal. As for the competition, Zhang Qiande clarified the rules, stating that the first to discover and claim a blessed land would be its owner. Despite Yi Xiaoxuan owning the bookstore, others had reported their claims. According to the rules, they could contest multiple sites, but each party could only send two representatives. Yi Xiaoxuan insisted on fighting for the bookstore even though she was already contending for another site. Zhang Qiande warned against spreading themselves too thin as there was stiff competition, especially from powerful individuals like Wen Qianmeng, who was rumored to be an earthly immortal. The next day, at noon, on Cloud Brocade Mountain, Zhang Qiande directly chose the open space where Yi Xiaoxuan had cleared yesterday as the place for the competition, making Yi Xiaoxuan almost think that Suyi deliberately made her do hard labor yesterday. Everyone, the purpose of today's gathering is simple, to hope for peace in the world after today. Zhang Qiande stood on the mountain rock that Yi Xiaoxuan cut with sword energy yesterday and said, the first place to fight for now is the Spiritwood town at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Those who want to participate can sign up now. It will be a free-for-all, with the open space as the arena. Whoever goes out of bounds loses. Whoever falls to the ground for 10 seconds loses, and one can also admit defeat or leave the area. Now, those who want to fight for the Spiritwood town, please step forward and register. Hope you all stop at a certain point. Kunlun Mountain is known as the ancestor of 10,000 mountains, the origin of the entire Huaxia dragon vein. Nowadays, with the rejuvenation of spiritual energy, the spiritual energy of Kunlun Mountain is naturally lush. There is the Lingshu Palace on Kunlun Mountain, considered the #1 cultivation sect today. Naturally, no one dares to invade. 13 factions only aim for the Spiritwood town at the foot of the mountain. Zizu Cheng is a disciple of the Sword God. He is not afraid of Gu Tantan and is determined to fight for the Spiritwood town. This competition for the Spiritwood town only involves 3 people. Besides Gu Tantan and Zizu Cheng, there is also a young man in his 20s. This person's name is Yuan Haoran, rumored to be a descendant of the warlock Yuan Chang'an, with considerable strength. Gu Tantan and the others entered the ring, and the spectators around began to watch. Zhang Qiande also asked if there were any other participants, and after confirming there were no others, the 3 of them were ready to fight. Gu Tantan casually stood there. Zizu Cheng and Yuan Haoran exchanged glances and suddenly launched an attack on Gu Tantan. It seems they are planning to deal with Gu Tantan first. The natural-born Dao body has a great reputation. It is right for Zizu Cheng and Yuan Haoran to deal with her first. 2 men bullying a girl, how disgraceful. The onlookers were discussing, but they could only talk. Zizu Cheng and Yuan Haoran had already started fighting with Gu Tantan. Gu Tantan's fighting talent far exceeds ordinary people. Although she seemed to have no specific moves and was somewhat awkward in the face of attacks from 2 strong opponents, she managed to cope with it. The speed of the 3 people's actions was extremely fast, with many people of lower cultivation unable to see their movements clearly. Yi Xiaoxuan stood beside Su Yi, frowning and said, those 2 are really shameless. Although she didn't like Gu Tantan, 2 men teaming up against a young girl was indeed somewhat dishonorable. Su Yi remained silent, as in his view, there was nothing dishonorable about the situation. The battle was organized by the Zhenyi sect and the 13 factions, and forming alliances on the battlefield was normal within the rules. Given Gu Tantan's personality, it was unlikely for her to ally with anyone, so the current situation was already predetermined and unrelated to her strength. The movements of the 3 on the field were extremely fast. In a short time, Zizu Cheng and the others had launched hundreds of moves, with Gu Tantan, although formidable, only able to defend temporarily without the opportunity to counterattack. So Yi watched expressionlessly without speaking. While others thought Gu Tongtong was at a disadvantage, in his eyes, Gu Tongtong had yet to fully exert even half of her strength. She was just getting accustomed to the rhythm of the two opponents. For the two previous battles, facing these two opponents simultaneously might have been challenging for Gu Tongtong. But after the battles with Li Youyu and Zhang Qiande, her combat strength had increased at least twofold. This awkward situation was only temporary. Zhu Cheng shouted, and a golden sword aura suddenly condensed in his hand, a sword cry echoing through heaven and earth as the sword aura swept towards Gu Tongtong and Yuan Haoran. His alliance with Yuan Haoran was not so strong, and seizing the opportunity, he wanted to defeat both of them with a single move, unleashing all his trump cards directly. The sword aura extended up to 3 meters, its momentum terrifying. It was about to sweep over Gu Tongtong and Yuan Haoran. The death soul around Yi Xiaoxuan's neck suddenly trembled, causing the 3-meter-long sword aura to dissipate suddenly. The sword spirit was displeased. Someone dared to play with sword energy in front of it. Despite its power being sealed by Su Yi, as long as the sword spirit existed, no sword in the world would dare to emerge. Even the sword energy was ineffective. Zhu Cheng was dumbfounded. He suddenly realized he couldn't even gather sword energy. It was as if he had been completely drained of strength. Zhu Cheng, are you playing dirty? Yuan Haoran was the first to object, roaring angrily and striking out with a palm towards Zhu Cheng. As he struck out, even an 8 trigrams diagram solidified in the void. The palm wine contained the power of yin and yang and the universe. Previously, Zhu Cheng might have been able to resist, but now he couldn't even raise a shred of sword intent. When he tried to draw his sword, he was horrified to discover that the sword could not be pulled out. Doom! This palm directly sent Zhu Cheng flying dozens of meters away. In midair, he vomited blood, still bewildered. How could the sword not be pulled out? It didn't make sense. Not to mention the sword energy being unusable. What was going on? Even if he was poisoned, the sword should be fine. He couldn't believe that the root cause of all this was Yi Xiaoxuan standing outside. And even Yi Xiaoxuan herself didn't understand what had happened. Master, what happened to that person? Su Yi glanced at the small wooden sword hanging around her neck without speaking. Following Su Yi's gaze, Yi Xiaoxuan lowered her head. She isn't exposed, right? It seems like she can't be exposed either. Zhu Cheng being removed from the field left only Gu Tongtong and Yuan Haoran. While hammering Zhu Cheng, Yuan Haoran didn't forget to stay on guard against Gu Tongtong, kicking out a foot. Gu Tongtong swung a fist horizontally as he stepped back 2 meters, maintaining a safe distance from Gu Tongtong. Gu Tongtong, now it's just you and me. Show me what you've got. Clearly, Yuan Haoran was not that simple. He coldly watched Gu Tongtong, ready to defend at any moment. Oh. Gu Tongtong nodded, took a deep breath, raised her hand, and then flipped it. Suddenly, a black palm print appeared in the void and descended. The black palm print landed 2 meters away from Yuan Haoran, creating a huge pit. Yuan Haoran was directly stunned. What kind of move was this? Oh no. Off target. Gu Tongtong looked disappointed, furrowing her brow slightly. Lost in thought, Yuan Haoran looked at the pit 2 meters away, not knowing what to say. Is this off target? It's way off. Thought she had some great move up her sleeve. Again. After Gu Tongtong said this, she kept raising her hand and flipping it. Several black palm prints fell from the sky densely, with fast speeds. In the beginning, Yuan Haoran still thought that Gu Tongtong was a bit silly. When the palm strike came down, the deviation was unexpectedly large. Even if the power was great, but without accuracy, it would be useless. But when the overwhelming palm imprint came down, he was suddenly stunned. Her palm strike just now could be considered a big move. But what kind of unlimited big move is this of yours? Yuan Haoran, in a panic, stomped the ground, swiftly forming a spell with his hands, and suddenly a huge green innate bagwood diagram evolved around him. The black palm imprint descended like a storm, yet Yuan Haoran stood firm like a rock, and the green innate bagwood diagram actually erected an invisible barrier. The palm imprint exploded with a bang just above Yuan Haoran's head, and the shock wave soared into the sky, causing a fierce wind to rise, blowing the trees on the mountain crooked and the leaves swirling in the sky. Even those standing outside the circle were blinded by the dust. Suyi and Yishiaxuan formed a vortex about half a meter in radius, where dust and trees could not approach. Zhang Qiande watched from afar, feeling that this was Yishiaxuan's credit. After all, Suyi was just a junior cultivator, unable to form such a barrier with his che. Not only that, Zhang Qiande stood in the Qian position with a divine light in his brow, appearing like a deity descended to earth. Between his uplifted eyes, his golden eyes sparkled, and the green light of the innate Bagwood diagram under his feet shone brightly, directly blocking all of Gu Tongtong's sky-covering hands. Suyi squinted slightly, a descendant of Yuan Chonggong. It seems that the innate Bagwood diagram and the skill of the wine behind the mystic gate are still quite advanced. He had, indeed, underestimated this Yuan Haoran. A sorcerer's strength is not solely determined by spiritual che. Standing in the Qian position, he was the heavens, and Gu Pongtong standing in Yuan Haoran's scheme, no matter how strong her spiritual che was, would be constantly suppressed, burning the world with fire. Yuan Haoran shouted lowly, causing a blazing fire to erupt suddenly at the spot where Gu Tongtong stood. The flames soared 3 meters high, shocking everyone into silence. The sudden ignition caught everyone off guard, and the fierceness of the fire made most people present lack confidence in evading such an attack. Yishiaxuan nervously grabbed Suyi's arm, exclaiming, "Master, Gu Tongtong won't be burned to death, will she?" The spot where Gu Tongtong had just stood was engulfed in flames, completely obscuring her figure. As the saying goes, fire and water have no mercy. Even though Gu Tongtong was extraordinarily strong, in this raging fire, it would be difficult for her to survive. "Don't worry, it's still early." Suyi lightly patted Yishiaxuan's hand and said calmly, "Gu Tongtong won't die." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Tongtong flew out of the raging fire. The palm prints in the sky had disappeared, and there were still sparks on Gu Tongtong's clothes, but she was already launching herself towards Yuan Haoran. Although the sky-covering hand was powerful, Gu Tongtong preferred close combat. "She's fine." Yishiaxuan clung even tighter to Suyi's hand, saying, "I told you that woman isn't that easy to kill." Gu Tongtong wanted to engage in close combat, but Yuan Haoran started shifting his position, and in the blink of an eye, he was already standing in the Zhenggongmao position. Suyi smiled slightly. Yuan Haoran had also seen Gu Tongtong's strength and had played all his cards. In the Zhenggongmao position, which governed thunder, as soon as Yuan Haoran stepped into the position, lightning entwined around him, and within a radius of 3 meters, electric light crackled, ensnaring Gu Tongtong as she attempted to close in. Crack! Before Gu Tongtong could even touch Yuan Haoran, she was struck by over a dozen lightning snakes, her body paralyzed, her fists raised, but unable to muster any force to strike back. The electric snakes continued relentlessly, with purple lightning striking Gu Tongtong, causing her hair to stand on end and her skin to turn black. HMPH. Yuan Haoran snorted, and a purple electric light the size of a water tank crashed down. Sensing the danger, Gu Tongtong swiftly circulated her spiritual che, retreating backwards 5 or 6 meters, managing to escape the Zhenggongmao position. Yuan Haoran's spell changed, and he uttered a low shout. As soon as Gu Tongtong's feet touched the ground, she suddenly sank deep into it. The originally extremely hard bluestone ground had suddenly turned into a swamp. Not only that, the ground seemed to be a monstrous creature attempting to consume Gu Tongtong. Even with her extraordinary strength, this sudden change caught her off guard, and she was eventually swallowed up by the boggy ground. The onlookers outside the circle sighed in awe at the scene before them. Gu Tongtong is in trouble this time. She truly lives up to her status as a descendant of Yuan Chonggong. The skill of the wine behind the mystic gate is executed with pure fire. The battlefield has its restrictions. With such a limited range, Gu Tongtong has been under Yuan Haoran's control from beginning to end. How could she win? Suyi watched the scene expressionlessly. It seemed that, as the others were saying, with Yuan Haoran's step, the entire battle arena came under the cover of his innate Bagwood diagram. If Gu Tongtong had avoided the circle and fiercely attacked from outside, she might have had a chance of winning. But being within his control, victory wouldn't come easy. Yuan Haoran's hands returned to his back as everything returned to calm, but the swamp that had swallowed Gu Tongtong was nowhere to be seen. It had reverted to the usual hardened bluestone ground. Gu Tongtong had been buried alive like this. A gentle breeze blew, and Yuan Haoran looked at Zhang Qiande, saying, "John Master, you can announce the result now." Zhang Qiande furrowed his brow slightly, feeling Gu Tongtong's presence even as she was buried. Yuan Haoran said, "Rest assured, after all, she is a natural-born Dao body. It's not that easy to die. She just be unable to come out for a while." As he finished speaking, a dark cloud suddenly appeared in the sky. Zhang Qiande looked up. This scene seemed somewhat familiar. The dark cloud rapidly condensed into a black giant palm, completely covering the entire battlefield. Although the power of this black giant palm was not as terrifying as when Gu Tantan first used the sky-covering hand, the power it contained was still chilling. "Coming at me again?" Yuan Haoran started sweating on his forehead. The wind behind the mystic gate he had just used was not easy. Gu Tongtong seemed like an indestructible cockroach burned by fire, struck by lightning, now buried alive, yet still able to unleash such a powerful move. The palm print in the sky condensed rapidly, and Yuan Haoran, not slow either, activated the innate Bagua diagram once again, preparing to face Gu Tongtong head-on this time. Having been buried underground, even if Gu Tongtong utilized the power of the 5 elements, she would be unable to overcome him. Yuan Haoran was confident that as long as he faced this move head-on, even if Gu Tongtong was a natural-born Dao body, she wouldn't be able to muster a second move. "Everyone, step back," Zhang Qiande quickly shouted. Gu Tongtong's precision was such that one never knew if she might miss her target. The previous palm had the power to destroy mountains. Even though the power of this palm strike was just a fraction of the first one, those below the golden elixir realm might find it difficult to emerge unscathed from the attack. After Zhang Qiande finished speaking, the onlookers who were originally watching dispersed one after another. They finally realized that this scene seemed familiar. Wasn't that terrifying black palm print in the sky yesterday the same? Both the aura and the current scene were incredibly similar, the only difference being that this time it wasn't as terrifying as yesterday. Many people had thought that the almost earth-shattering palm strike yesterday had come from Zhang Qiande, but now they understood. It turned out, the most twisted one was actually Gu Tongtong, this woman. So he also stepped back with Yishiaxuan, not wanting to attract too much attention. On the field, Yuan Haoran also mustered all his energy to deal with it. The green octagram seemed solidify, forming what looked like a fragile barrier above his head. He felt that even if a meteorite were to fall from the sky, he might be able to block it. The palm print in the sky was becoming more and more terrifying. Before long, the giant palm in the sky thundered down, lingering in midair for a moment, causing various subtle rifts in the void. Yuan Haoran's pupils shrank, quickly rolled away like a donkey, and fled in embarrassment outside the ring. At the moment he escaped, the fragile barrier in the void cracked apart. Doom. With a loud nose, the ground shook, leaving behind only a huge palm pit where Gu Tongtong and the others had fought just now. Damn. Is this going to demolish the entire mountain? Gu Tongtong is this terrifying. I need to be more careful in the future. Yuan Haoran was lucky to dodge quickly. If he hadn't, he would have been either dead or crippled. Zizu Cheng's face turned pale, standing far away unable to utter a word. He had thought he could fight Gu Tongtong evenly before, but now it seemed he had been thinking too much. His sword was powerful, but no matter how strong it was, at most, he could only be considered a martial arts expert. Gu Tongtong, on the other hand, was truly cultivating as an immortal. She moved like a flexible spring. Who could compete with her? Not to mention Gu Tongtong, even Yuan Haoran wouldn't be able to handle his Fengo Kaiman technique. After a whirlwind of dust settled, the area where Gu Tongtong had fought left only a large palm pit. This woman Gu Tongtong is so terrifying. I need to be more careful in the future. So he also told her, go back and rest for a while. It's all over now. Okay. Gu Tongtong didn't insist any further and followed Yishiaxuan back to the house. Yishiaxuan's medical skills were excellent. Coupled with the herbs on the mountain, she treated Gu Tongtong's wounds and bandaged them up. Then she dressed Gu Tongtong in a set of her own clothes. Gu Tongtong was peculiar. With so many wounds on her body, within minutes of bandaging, she removed all the gauze, and all the wounds had disappeared without a trace, leaving her skin smooth and unblemished. How did you do that? Yishiaxuan was astonished, as many women would undergo surgery to get rid of scars. Gu Tongtong had suffered many injuries, burns, and electric shocks. Immediately after the fight, her face was still black, but after washing her face, her skin was tender and smooth. How did you recover so quickly from your injuries? Isn't this a normal thing? Yishiaxuan was speechless for a moment. If this were normal, then there wouldn't be so many people disfigured and scarred in the world. Not only did the wounds heal quickly, but there were no scars left afterward, which was truly abnormal. But Gu Tantan thought it was normal, indicating that she had been like this before. Indeed, Suyi had mentioned she possessed a natural aptitude and would never gain weight. That was quite normal. She wouldn't leave scars. How could she gain weight? Someone who will never gain weight and who was that tall of a woman. Yi Xiaoxuan couldn't help but feel a little jealous, especially as they took a bath together. Standing face to face, she felt inexplicably inferior. How could there be such a woman in the world? It was so unfair. Oh right, didn't Suyi say he would give her a manual to grow bigger? She had to get it from him when she returned. The battles between Gu Tantan and the others continued on with several more rounds. Zhang Qiande had people clean up the large pit that Gu Tantan smashed, which unexpectedly turned into a specially designated venue for sparring. However, following the extraordinary performance between Gu Tantan and Yuan Haoren, the battles involving others seemed unremarkable, lacking anything praiseworthy. Nonetheless, the competition continued. As for the final match at the Qingshan bookstore, Suyi and others had spent 2 days playing on the mountain. Suyi had also watched the battles for 2 days and was almost falling asleep. The battles in the cultivation realm today were a bit dull, and the attacking methods of these people were nothing special. Yi Xiaoxuan had originally wanted to learn Gu Tantan's technique, but after Suyi explained based on his understanding, Yi Xiaoxuan had been practicing on the mountain for a long time, but could only produce a pawn wine strong enough to overturn an eggshell. It was simply impossible to achieve what Gu Tantan had done. Suyi also didn't directly give her any inheritance. Yi Xiaoxuan had progressed smoothly all along, and Suyi had to make her feel the twists and turns of cultivation. Otherwise, relying solely on him, her cultivation process would be too easy. With her master supporting her all the way, although her aptitude was ordinary, she had surpassed many people within a short period. If she were to leave Suyi, Yi Xiaoxuan would only be an ordinary person. Apart from Gu Tantan's technique, Yi Xiaoxuan suggested learning other people's skills, such as Yuan Haoren's Fengo Kaiman technique. So, Suyi tossed her a book and told her to learn it herself. How could the Fengo Kaiman technique be mastered overnight? Yi Xiaoxuan originally thought that Suyi would personally teach her, but it was obvious that Suyi at most would just briefly explain the principles of those techniques or throw a book at her to learn on her own. This was quite different from what she had imagined. With so many secret techniques to learn on her own, she had no idea how long it would take. Most importantly, this process was dull and uninteresting. Suyi didn't stick to the conventional ways. In the relationship between master and disciple, there should at least be some intimacy, such as holding hands to teach swordsmanship or transmitting power. Look at Yang Guo and Little Dragon Girl. Weren't they master and disciple? And didn't they end up as a pair later on? Why was it so difficult for her? Suyi approached Yi Xiaoxuan and casually asked, "How's the learning going?" I've learned some. Look at my sword energy." Yi Xiaoxuan waved her hand, and the wooden sword landed in her hand, with a shiny dragon tendon wrapped around her wrist, giving off a certain aura. Suyi glanced at her and said, "I was asking about the other techniques. Sword energy?" The two spirits taught her swordsmanship. If she couldn't even learn that, she might as well find a cake to smash herself with. Was this what Suyi asked about? The other. Yi Xiaoxuan stammered, "I can play with fire." Suyi raised an eyebrow, unsure of what she meant. Yi Xiaoxuan quickly extended a finger, activated her spiritual energy, and a wisp of flame shot out from her index finger. Suyi's brow furrowed deeper. "You learned this in just 2 days." I also know. Wine. Yi Xiaoxuan suddenly panicked, forming a hand gesture, and a gentle breeze blew. Suyi coldly said, "Enough." Yi Xiaoxuan trembled in fear, cautiously glanced at Suyi, and then lowered her head, not daring to speak. She could feel that Suyi was truly angry. Suyi asked, "Are you planning to knock people down with the wind or burn them with your fire?" Yi Xiaoxuan murmured softly, "It's only been 2 days, right?" Suyi said, "Then you better focus on mastering your sword before anything else. What's the point of being mediocre in everything? It lacks significance." "Got it," Yi Xiaoxuan whispered. Suyi could understand Yi Xiaoxuan's learning speed, but he also knew her aptitude. Just average talent but greedy for more. How could that work? Through these 2 days of observation, he had a rough idea of the strength of these people in the current cultivation world. Gu Tantang and Yuan Haoren could be considered the outstanding younger generation, while Zizu Cheng was also acceptable, although suppressed by the sword intent of severed souls. As long as Yi Xiaoxuan focused on sword practice, they all had the strength to fight. Su Yi's techniques and the spirit's swordsmanship he taught were among the best in the world. Why did she need to learn all those miscellaneous things? Comprehend the sword intent well. After understanding the sword intent thoroughly, the sword moves are insignificant. Su Yi looked deeply at Yi Xiaoxuan, then turned and left, leaving her standing there alone, dumbfounded. After being reprimanded by Su Yi, Yi Xiaoxuan gradually calmed down, dared not think too much, and started to comprehend the sword intent while holding her sword. The spirit of the severed soul recognized its master, and there was a connection between Yi Xiaoxuan's spiritual awareness and the severed soul. Just by holding the sword, Yi Xiaoxuan could feel the sword intent of the severed soul. The words spoken by Su Yi were also heard by the two spirits. After Su Yi left, the spirits even transmitted some fragments of their memories to Yi Xiaoxuan. In a sudden daze, she saw Su Yi wearing a long robe, holding the severed soul. A formidable ancient ferocious beast stood before Su Yi, and with just a dry and resheathing of the sword, the beast was cut in half. A celestial god in golden armor stood before Su Yi, and with a swing of a giant axe, Su Yi merely lifted his sword, causing the axe to shatter into pieces and the celestial god to kneel and ask for mercy. A strange black mist rushed towards Su Yi, enveloping a terrifying presence that made the world lose color, with even the sun, moon, and stars dimmed. Su Yi simply made a slash with his sword, a golden light piercing through the black mist, clearing the sky in an instant. Just one sword strike, truly invincible. There were no set sword techniques. Was this Su Yi's sword intent? Yi Xiaoxuan's heart accelerated, her blood seeming to ignite. She seemed to have grasped something, yet seemed to have touched nothing at all. At that moment, she finally understood how formidable her master was. Compared to Gu Tongtong and Yuan Haoren, Su Yi was unbeatable. If she could learn that sword strike of Su Yi's, then perhaps no one in the world would be her match. That was true power. Yi Xiaoxuan stood there like a statue. Her breathing seemed to stop, with only the image of Su Yi swinging his sword before her eyes. As the daylight faded, the contests on the mountain continued. Suddenly, an astonishing sword intent erupted from Yi Xiaoxuan, causing those in the midst of the contest to stop. Zhang Qiande also couldn't help but look towards Yi Xiaoxuan. Such a potent sword intent, could it be that Zizu Cheng had made a breakthrough? Even the legendary sword god of the past couldn't have surpassed this level, causing an unsettling feeling just from the sword intent alone. Zizu Cheng was already feeling frustrated. After being struck by Yuan Haoren and defeated, he was also labeled with a despicable name. To top it off, as a disciple of a sword god, he couldn't even draw his own sword, which was puzzling. In his moment of frustration, an overwhelming sword intent swept across Cloud Brocade Mountain, causing his sword to tremble uncontrollably. What on earth was happening? Had someone reached such a terrifying level of sword intent in the world? Did Zhang Qiande somehow manage to unsheathe the two immortal swords of his ancestor? In her own way, Yi Xiaoxuan also had an enlightenment on sword intent, her whole demeanor undergoing a transformative change. Holding the severed soul, she exuded a heroic aura. In that moment, her eyes also turned cold and resolute. She had comprehended a fraction of Su Yi's sword intent. Although it was merely a sliver of Su Yi's sword intent, not even 1,000th of it, in the present world, it was still shocking. I understand. Yi Xiaoxuan's eyes formed crescents as she smiled. Unable to contain her joy, the sword intent that had just emerged disappeared quickly, dissipating as if it had never happened. Su Yi also glanced in Yi Xiaoxuan's direction. Although this strand of sword intent was not very strong, considering Yi Xiaoxuan's aptitude, being able to comprehend it was quite commendable. At least now she had some self-defense capabilities for battle. Su Yi shook his head, a satisfied paternal smile on his face. Perhaps having a disciple who took a bit longer to learn was more rewarding after all. If Yi Xiaoxuan had been like his previous disciples, learning everything right away, it wouldn't have been as meaningful. The place we are about to fight for is Qingzhou University. Zhang Qiande probably also understands why an immortal from the mortal realm would go to fight for the territory of Qingzhou University. The source of the restored spiritual energy was in Qingzhou. She must have discovered something. According to Zhang Qiande's knowledge, his junior brother Zhang Luolin is still in the Qingshan bookstore. He is considered a top expert in the world, Yet he willingly hides in that place and refuses to return to the mountains, claiming not to believe that Qingzhou University has no secrets. Zhang Qiande even suspects that Yixiaxuan sword was found at Qingzhou University. Could that place actually be some ancient battlefield? In fact, many cultivators have realized this. Shijian Mountain is also in Qingzhou, and the things on Shijian Mountain have overturned the current civilization. There have appeared spiritual treasures and treasures of treasures. The area of Qingzhou University is even more popular than Lingmu Town. He had just announced that the place to fight for was Qingzhou University, and half of the cultivators standing on the test grounds above immediately jumped down. They had signed up to compete for other sanctuaries before, but this time, it was a direct competition without prior registration. This scene made Zhang Qiande a bit at a loss. A brawl with over 200 people, all cultivators, in such a small pit. This is a true melee. What are you guys doing? You didn't sign up before, but now everyone is competing. How are we supposed to fight? Zhang Qiande couldn't help but shout. Can this fight even end peacefully? Master Zhang, it was agreed before that anyone can enter before the start. We are all reasonable people. There must be some treasure or secret at Qingzhou. Is there a need to register? Yet, we are not really breaking any rules. It's okay to fight now, but if we all start fighting at Qingzhou University, the consequences could be disastrous. Someone directly pointed out the situation. While other sanctuaries and realms could be fought for, many people were determined to claim Qingzhou University. Even Yixiaxuan did not expect things to escalate to this point. She originally thought only when Qianmeng and Wang Degui wanted to fight for her bookstore, but now, more than half of the people present had set their sights on Qingzhou University. HMPH. The 13 divisions have already obtained Lingmu Town. You are not thinking of competing with me for Qingzhou University, are you? Yuan Haoran was one of the strongest among them. The only one he feared was Gu Tantan, but as long as she didn't step forward, he believed Qingzhou University would be his. Lao Yang stood next to Gu Tantang and told her, Tantang, don't step forward. The 13 divisions were originally part of a national unit, and although Gu Tantang was powerful, she couldn't claim all the benefits. Always relying on Gu Tantan to suppress these cultivators by force could lead to a backlash. Gu Tantan had no intention of stepping forward, and since Lao Yang had instructed her not to, she would follow his orders. When Yuan Haoran learned that Gu Tantan would not participate, his confidence soared. He jumped down, carrying a green pre-heaven bagua diagram. In a limited space like this, aside from facing a freak like Gu Tantan, he had basically everyone in his grasp. For him, the tactic of overwhelming the enemy with sheer numbers was meaningless. Those who know what's good for them should retreat. Otherwise, avoidable casualties are inevitable. Yuan Haoran's technique focused on attacking groups, and with everyone gathered together, they were just sitting ducks. With Yuan Haoran's presence, those who had just jumped down were frightened, their faces turning pale. This guy also showed up. It's like he's not giving us any chance to live. Some of those who were initially intimidated had already fled back up. They had witnessed Yuan Haoran's power and knew that if they, weak as they were, stepped into his trap, there would be no room for resistance. They would just be beaten senseless. A few who believed they had some strength wanted to test themselves, but soon, they realized the harsh reality of society. Yuan Haoran's power was truly terrifying. Once he unleashed his pre-heaven bagua, some were burned to ashes, others instantly frozen into ice sculptures, and some were deeply stuck in a swamp. It was almost instantaneous, with howls filling the air. Half of those still on the field had already lost their fighting capacity. Under the circumstances, Zhang Qiande had to intervene, throwing all the injured people back up. If he had let them be, many would have died in the battle. Seeing the situation was not in their favor, those with weaker abilities simply stopped playing and fled on their own. Within 10 seconds of Yuan Haoran joining the fray, only a few people remained on the field. While Wang Degui, a golden core expert, had been beaten by Gu Tantan before, he now had a somewhat damaged ancient clock that seemed to be enveloped in a faint golden light, standing unscathed among the flames. As for Wen Qianmeng, that is, Li Youayu, she stood in the Zun position with strong winds raging around her, yet she stood within the eye of the storm, unaffected by the tumult. As for Yixiaxuan, she appeared the most composed, holding the broken soul sword, standing with a slanted sword, her long hair fluttering. She was in the Zun position, surrounded by thunder and lightning, most of which was blocked by the sword energy around her. However, she dared not make any sudden movements, lest she accidentally lose control of the still unfamiliar sword energy and get electrocuted. Although some other cultivators barely managed to stay, they were all in bad shape and had lost any fighting ability. Unable to do anything, Yuan Haoran was simply too dominant. Regular cultivators had no chance to retaliate once caught in his trap. The people who had previously come with such great momentum were almost completely defeated in a short time. Yuan Haoran looked around and noticed these three people, becoming cautious. If only one person was unharmed, he might not worry much, but with all three unscathed, setting up his pre-heaven Bagua array would make him the target of all. These three people will undoubtedly be the first to take him down. After calming down, Yuan Haoran withdrew the pre-heaven Bagua diagram and stood alone, watching them coldly. With his retreat, Yi Xiaoxuan visibly breathed a sigh of relief, the sword energy around her dispersing as beads of sweat fell. Li Youayu, however, showed no sign of stopping. She took out a jade flute from her waist and slowly brought it to her lips. Although Yi Xiaoxuan had not yet come to her senses, the sound of the flute echoed, its haunting melodies filling her ears. She stood there dumbfounded, her eyes vacant, having lost her combat ability. Watching this unfold, Suyi couldn't help but think his disciple was rather foolish to let her guard down so quickly. If she wasn't affected, who would be? That the bookstore had to be protected, and Suyi was in no mood to dawdle further with them. Yi Xiaoxuan had to win. With a flick of his eyes, Suyi took control of Yi Xiaoxuan's body temporarily. Suyi's possession was actually just sending a wisp of divine consciousness into Yi Xiaoxuan's sea of knowledge. Yi Xiaoxuan instantly regained clarity, her eyes wide with confusion about what had just happened. Relax, feel my sword intent. Suyi decided to properly teach this foolish disciple. With a sword in hand, how could she still be seduced by others? It was just too embarrassing. Huh? Master? Yi Xiaoxuan looked around but couldn't find Suyi's figure. Don't look, I've sent a wisp of divine consciousness into you. Don't move, let me control your body. Suyi didn't explain much. Now understanding the strength of cultivators, he wouldn't accidentally kill someone. You're controlling my body. Yi Xiaoxuan's cheeks burned. Can you really do that? What are you thinking? Pay attention. Suyi was a bit annoyed. What was this girl thinking? Even if he could control Yi Xiaoxuan's body, could he do anything inappropriate to her? After Li Youayu made a move, Yuan Haoran and Wang Degui were on the defensive. Yuan Haoran stood in the Qian position, holding on to his principles and not daring to act rashly. Wang Degui had previously witnessed Li Youayu's strength and remained cautious, hiding in the golden light emitted by the broken bell and not moving. They didn't even have time to observe Yi Xiaoxuan's situation. In their eyes, Yi Xiaoxuan's current situation was definitely not better than theirs. But how could they think that at this moment, Yi Xiaoxuan was essentially offline, while Suyi was online? Li Youayu's flute music might have a charming effect on others, but in front of Suyi, it was no more than child's play. Even though there was only a wisp of Suyi's divine consciousness on Yi Xiaoxuan, Li Youayu's flute music had no effect. Suyi quickly analyzed the situation and decided to first deal with Yuan Haoran. Those watching from the sidelines only saw Yi Xiaoxuan rushing towards Yuan Haoran with a wooden sword at an incredibly fast speed. Yuan Haoran also noticed the situation, thinking, this woman is seeking death. How dare she initiate an attack on me? Occupying the Qian position, the blue pre-heaven Bagua diagram under his feet activated, golden light bursting out to meters from his eyes, and a faint layer of golden light enveloping him. When Yi Xiaoxuan approached within 3 meters of Yuan Haoran, he sneered, truly ignorant. Occupying the Qian position made him an absolute god in this region. With a single thought, he could make Yi Xiaoxuan fall. Last time he didn't dare let Gu Tongtong get close to him because of her strong combat power, but Yi Xiaoxuan was different. An early gold core stage cultivator daring to approach him with a wooden sword, wasn't that seeking death? In Yuan Haoran's plan, if Yi Xiaoxuan stepped half a step forward, she would surely fall flat on her face. Although it was a bit harsh on a girl, it was all because she didn't know her place. Suddenly, 1,000 times gravity. Remember the feeling of this or? Suyi raised his hand for a slash, not towards Yuan Haoran, but from below, splitting the pre-heaven Bagua diagram under Yuan Haoran's feet in half. Crack! This strike seemed ordinary, with only some rubble flying up from the ground. But Yuan Haoran's pre-heaven Bagua diagram disintegrated under this sword. The golden light dissipated from Yuan Haoran's body, and he stared at Yi Xiaoxuan in disbelief, muttering, How is this possible? His pre-heaven bagua array was not physical, so how could it be split by a sword? Yuan Haoran didn't even feel the power behind that strike. At least it was far inferior to Zizu Cheng's sword. Even if it was Zizu Cheng, after 1,000 or 10,000 strikes, he couldn't break his pre-heaven bagua array. The reason Gu Tonton won was truly due to overwhelming power. What was Yishiak Suan's sword compared to that? Yuan Haoran was dumbfounded, while Suyi asked Yishiak Suan, "Do you understand?" Not quite. Yishiak Suan truly couldn't see the subtlety of the strike. It just seemed like an ordinary sword to her. Even without Suyi, she thought she could do the same. Just a strike upwards. The movement seemed ordinary, without even a bit of sword energy. Yet, it indeed broke Yuan Haoran's pre-heaven bagua array. Sword intent, do you understand? Suyi clenched his teeth. Why did she focus on the sword moves? Wasn't that foolish? Could sword moves break invisible formations? How did you do it? Yuan Haoran was most incredulous. He even lacked the belief that Suyi's sword intent made it happen. He still couldn't discern Suyi's sword intent. Yishiak Suan also said, "Master, I still don't understand. Should we try again?" Yuan Haoran tentatively asked Yishiak Suan. Suyi unpleasantly said, "One last time, if you don't get it, let it be." Understanding sword intent took 3 attempts, Suyi finally understood what it felt like to have a dull disciple. Yuan Haoran thought Suyi was addressing him and awkwardly nodded, setting up another formation. This time, Suyi slowly raised the sword. The sword intent formed into substance, distorting the light around the wooden sword. Sword intent. Yuan Haoran finally understood. This time, the sword intent was clearly visible. Anyone could see it. Yishiak Suan faintly felt Suyi's sword intent but still couldn't grasp it. Those watching from the sidelines, including Li Yuayu, all focused on Yishiak Suan. Regardless of what they were doing, only the sword mattered now. Especially Zizu Cheng, his eyes were wide open. Wasn't that sword energy, but sword intent. Sword intent was typically understood but not expressed, yet someone condensed it into substance. How deep was their understanding of the sword? No wonder a sword broke Yuan Haoran's formation, as sword energy couldn't destroy an almost ethereal formation, but sword intent could. Yishiak Suan has not yet dropped the sword in her hand, but Yuan Haoran has already removed the innate bagua formation. Choking a sigh, if the formation is broken again, Yuan Haoran feels he might have to go home and lie down for 3 to 5 months. Since he already understands what is going on, why keep pushing it? "Miss, I don't think it's necessary to try anymore." Yuan Haoran subconsciously took 2 steps back, truly frightened. The reason he didn't see the cause earlier was probably because the 2 previous items had already reached a state of returning to basics, which was more terrifying than the sword intent solidifying into substance that he sees now. Back off. Suyi was also too lazy to continue playing with Yuan Haoran. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Yuan Haoran was already quite powerful, but in Suyi's view, he was still a bit weak. Yuan Haoran bent over and bowed to Yishiak Suan, asking, "May I ask for the young lady's family name?" "Get lost. As you wish." After Yuan Haoran finished speaking, he leapt up without saying another word. However, after he went up, his gaze never left Yishiak Suan. He muttered, "Such a woman exists in this world. Amazing." Saying this, he was not angry at all. Instead, a hint of a smile appeared on his lips. Suyi controlled Yishiak Suan's body and slowly walked to Wan Degui. Li Yuayu already stopped moving when Yishiak Suan broke Yuan Haoran's formation with her sword. At this moment, Li Yuayu was standing there, doing nothing. "Will you go up yourself, or shall I send you up?" Wan Degui was a bit embarrassed as he said, "Ni-san, you shouldn't do this. After all, we are on the same side. Moreover, that woman is not simple. Perhaps we still have some chance if we join hands." Wan Degui and Yilin were old friends, so calling Yishiak Suan a niece was not a big deal. However, now he was facing Suyi. Suyi was too lazy to waste words with him, and directly swung his sword. Wan Degui was so frightened that he quickly used a broken clock to protect himself with golden light all around. However, Suyi's sword strike was not that terrifying, as it didn't even use sword energy. Clang! Wan Degui and his clock were both lifted into the air by the sword strike. No way! Wan Degui never expected Yishiak Suan's sword to be so powerful. Before he could react, Yishiak Suan had already leapt into the air and made another sword strike, using the back of the sword this time. With a powerful pull, like hitting a ping-pong ball, she directly sent him flying out. "You're out." sent flying by a single sword strike, Wang Degui was out. Yi Xiaoxuan returned to the arena and scanned the other people with her gaze, instantly scaring off all the immortals who still clung to their last hope. Can't they just give up, breaking Yuan Heron's innate Bagua formation with one sword strike, then launching Wang Degui of the Jindan realm into the air? This kind of abnormality should be no different from Gu Tongtong, right? Moreover, her aura was even more terrifying than Gu Tongtong's. Although Gu Tongtong was strong, she looked kind of silly. At this moment, where Yi Xiaoxuan's gaze reached, people couldn't help but feel a sense of defeat. Soon, only Yi Xiaoxuan and Li Youai remained on the field. Yuan Haoran stood above and couldn't help but exclaim, such momentum should only exist in heaven. Zizu Cheng stood next to him and said, her swordsmanship is unprecedented. Yuan Haoran glanced at him coldly and sneered, are you also worthy to talk about swordsmanship? Zizu Cheng looked embarrassed and awkwardly said, Brother Haoran, you don't have to take it so seriously. In the arena, we were opponents, and doing whatever it takes to win is understandable. But off the stage, we're still friends. Yuan Haoran didn't say much and scoffed, I wonder, how does Brother Z think your swordsmanship compares to this young lady's? Zizu Cheng took a deep breath and sighed. As Brother Haoran said, her momentum should only exist in heaven, and her swordsmanship is extraordinary. Condensing sword intent into substance, not even my ancestors could achieve that. If swordsmanship could reach a divine level, then she would be that deity. Yuan Haoran smiled. Naturally, it's just that I wonder your opinion on the chances of victory between this goddess and that earthly immortal. I dare not speak, Zhu Cheng thought for a moment and said, but it seems that the goddess doesn't seem to be affected by the charms of the earthly immortal. If the earthly immortal has no other trump cards, then the goddess should have a greater chance of winning. Yuan Haoran snorted, isn't that obvious? The goddess is bound to win. Zizu Cheng slowly turned his head to look at Yuan Haoran. What's with this situation? Just now, Yi Xiaoxuan didn't even give him any face and asked him to get lost in front of so many people. Yet now he calls her a goddess. Is he acting like a sycophant? That's really despicable. However, he didn't dare to say these words out loud. Zizu Cheng had tried to draw his sword for 2 days now, but he still couldn't draw it. In this state, how would he dare to provoke Yuan Haoran? In the arena, Yi Xiaoxuan walked slowly towards Wen Quanmeng, with her sword in hand. Right now, both of them were almost using substitutes. Yi Xiaoxuan called on Su Yi, while on Wen Quanmeng's side, Li Youai was the substitute. Admit defeat or make a move. Yi Xiaoxuan's long hair floated, the wooden sword slightly tilted, her gaze coldly fixed on Wen Quanmeng. Wen Quanmeng, who was currently Li Youai, had already noticed that Yi Xiaoxuan in front of her was not right. How could a golden core realm cultivator possess such terrifying sword intent? Li Youai spun the jade flute in her hand, smiled charmingly, and said, Senior, is it you? Su Yi didn't answer and responded with a question instead. Do you want to continue? Let's not continue. Let's not continue. This junior's trivial skills are no match to show off in front of seniors. Li Youai smiled and said, I'll play a piece for you, senior, and then admit defeat. I just hope in the future, when this junior goes to the bookstore, she won't be turned away. As you wish. After Su Yi finished speaking, he withdrew his spiritual awareness completely. Yi Xiaoxuan once again regained complete control over her body and gazed foolishly at Li Youai. Li Youai picked up the jade flute again and slowly started to play. The sound of the flute slowly rippled out, the clear sound seeming to cleanse the unsettling feelings in people's hearts. Pleasant and ear-catching. This time, the sound of the flute had no charm effects and was merely a simple performance. After Li Youai finished playing, she immediately left the arena pit and loudly declared, I admit defeat. Admit defeat. You're giving up without even fighting. It seems the earthly immortal isn't that great after all. There's no way. Her sword is simply too terrifying. Just look at what happened to Yuan Haoran. Being able to break his formation with one sword strike, even an earthly immortal would find it hard to oppose her. I heard that Miss Yi is actually a temporary worker from the 13 departments. The 13 departments really have some ability. Not only Gu Tongtong, but also such a character. You guys are really naive. If the Yuan family or the earthly immortals get their hands on that area near Qingzhou University, we won't be able to set foot there in the future. But if the 13 departments get it, the situation would be different, and we can still visit. In this competition, the happiest person is of course Lao Yan. The matter regarding the cultural relics was finally settled. Although the actual whereabouts of the relics are still unknown, at least the group of old scholars were persuaded to go back. Discovering talents like Sui has also brought 13 wins to Qingzhou University. 13 wins achieved a complete victory, surpassing all other cultivators, once again establishing prestige. Marvelous. After the competition, Sui and the others decided to return to Qingzhou. However, Yi Shaxuan was a bit annoyed, not for anything else, but because she found herself becoming the center of attention. Cultivators, who went up the mountain this time one by one, showed interest in her. Yuan Haoran was the most inappropriate one. He found Yi Shaxuan, hesitated for a while, and asked, "Miss Yi, are you single?" Yi Shaxuan was directly stunned by his question. She and Yuan Haoran were not close. They had fought before, with Sui helping her out. Yuan Haoran felt embarrassed as well. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Miss Yi, do you happen to be single?" Yi Shaxuan quickly interrupted him, saying, "I have a husband, with 2 children, a son and a daughter." As she was speaking, Sui walked leisurely over. Yi Shaxuan pointed at him from a distance and said, "Look, my husband." Yuan Haoran slowly turned his head, staring at Sui for a long time with a complex expression. He took a deep breath and turned back to Yi Shaxuan with a clenched jaw, saying, "Miss Yi is a daughter of heaven. And trusting yourself to this kind of person seems too hasty. It's none of your business." Yi Shaxuan cleanly rejected him, rolled her eyes, and ran to Suyi's side, holding his hand, smiling with narrowed eyes. "Honey, you're back." While calling him honey, Yi Shaxuan appeared calm on the surface, but in reality, her heart was racing. She had really put herself out there, afraid that Suyi might rebuke her in front of everyone. Although Suyi was sometimes clueless about emotional matters, he understood the situation. Glancing at Yuan Haoran, he knew what that guy was up to. They let Yi Shaxuan embrace him as she pleased. Then, Yuan Haoran frowned even more. Suyi's attitude was too much for him. He treasured Yi Shaxuan, but someone saw her as worthless. The key was that this person was just a small cultivator in the late stage of chair refining. If it weren't for Yi Shaxuan, he wouldn't even bother to look at Suyi. Yuan Haoran looked at Suyi resentfully and coldly said, "Your attitude towards Miss Yi is a bit poor, isn't it?" Suyi also sized up Yuan Haoran like a father-in-law looking at his son-in-law. He understood that the guy was trying to pursue Yi Shaxuan, but Suyi looked down on his attitude. He was not very skilled, had a big attitude, a wide view, and lacked humility. Yi Shaxuan foolishly clung to Suyi's arm, feeling exhilarated. Her master really had a strong appeal, and he smelled good. Today, she was excited to have such close contact. She couldn't resist taking advantage of it. Little did she know, Suyi was enduring the situation. Otherwise, he would have been extremely embarrassed. Yuan Haoran thought Suyi was rude. A chair refining stage cultivator with such a huge temper behaved as if he had just won the lottery by hanging around a rich woman. He sneered, "If you are not treating Miss Yi well, I'll have to take care of you." Suyi was also displeased. Whatever Yuan Haoran's mindset was, wanting to challenge him. How could a young man always resort to violence? Suyi chuckled and said, "You can't even beat my wife. How can you take care of me?" "Damn." Yuan Haoran glared at Suyi, gritted his teeth, and said, "If you're a man, let's go for a fight." Hiding behind a woman doesn't show off any real skills. Yi Shaxuan was actually looking forward to Suyi personally teaching him a lesson. Suyi didn't move a muscle, speaking calmly, "I can at least hide behind a woman. But do you have a woman?" Yuan Haoran was struck speechless. He was hurt by Suyi's words, especially in front of Yi Shaxuan. However, he quickly recovered and asked, "I heard Miss Yi say you have a son and a daughter." Yi Shaxuan hurriedly shook Suyi's arm, indicating him to cooperate. However, Yuan Haoran saw it all. He now understood. Perhaps the son and daughter were phony, and maybe Suyi and Yi Shaxuan weren't even married yet. He was a sorcerer, keen observer of things, blinded and irrational by Yi Shaxuan before. Now he saw through her bluff. Suyi noticed the smile on Yuan Haoran's face. He shook his head inwardly. This girl couldn't even lie properly, especially with her obvious actions earlier. "Is that your business?" Suyi laughed. "Just know that whether or not Yizhuan likes you, I don't care. You have no chance." "It seems that Miss Yi's previous words were meant to deceive me," Yuan Haoran said with pride, congratulating himself on his intelligence. He smiled at Yi Shaxuan and then said to Suyi, "I don't care about your relationship with Miss Yi. From today on, I will pursue Miss Yi. As for you, It's your business. Raising an eyebrow, Suyi asked, "What if I were her father?" Yuan Haoran was speechless for a moment, looking at Yi Shaxuan and then at Suyi. If Suyi really was Yi Shaxuan's father, would pursuing her put him in conflict with his future father-in-law? Yi Shaxuan was almost choked by Suyi's words. She looked at Suyi, who seemed calm. She could only gaze at him with a hint of resentment, displaying a clear demeanor of a young girl. Yuan Haoran's mind raced through countless possibilities, analyzing them swiftly. Firstly, Yi Shaxuan and the young man in front of her did not seem to be married. They might be in a romantic relationship, but judging from the man's attitude, it didn't quite seem like it. Yi Shaxuan was affectionate towards him, but the man's speech and demeanor seemed unusually mature. If they were really a couple, her reaction wouldn't be like this after his earlier remarks. With this conclusion, the man was indeed Yi Shaxuan's father. If that was the case, he still had a chance, just that his previous rude behavior had offended the future father-in-law. Quickly performing a 180-degree turn in his attitude, Yuan Haoran humbly apologized to Suyi, saying, "Uncle Yi, I misunderstood earlier. Please forgive me." Yi Shaxuan never expected that this Yuanu person would actually treat Suyi as her father. Even Uncle Yi was called out by him. Suyi raised his eyebrows and said, "My surname is Su. You can call me Uncle Su." Uncle Su. Just now, Yuan Haoran suddenly realized that something was wrong after yelling out, his face turning red and white, pointing at Suyi angrily, grinding his teeth. "You are not Miss Yi's father." Suyi chuckled. "I never said I am really her father. Yuan Haoran, in a fit of anger, threw a burst of fire towards Suyi. Suyi didn't even lift his eyelids, and the burst of flames dissipated instantly a meter away from him. Yuan Haoran thought that Yi Shaxuan had used his invisible sword intent to block the burst of flames, feeling a bit frustrated as he glanced at Yi Shaxuan. He couldn't understand why Yi Shaxuan would lay eyes on such a loser like Suyi. "Yuanu person, what are you trying to do?" Yi Shaxuan was displeased. This person must be mentally disabled. Just after meeting once, he asked her if she was single, and now he actually started fighting with Suyi. Yuan Haoran suddenly realized he hadn't introduced himself to Yi Shaxuan yet. "Miss Yi, my name is Yuan Haoran. I don't care if you are Yuanu person or Yuan Haoran. I don't welcome you here. Please leave." Yi Shaxuan had some reservations towards Yuan Haoran earlier, but after his actions towards Suyi, her impression of Yuan Haoran had deteriorated, so she directly issued an order to expel him. Seeing Yi Shaxuan angry, Yuan Haoran quickly said, "Miss Yi, please don't be angry. I'll take my leave now. We'll meet again." "No more meetings." Yi Shaxuan rolled her eyes. She didn't want to have any connections with this eccentric who spoke and behaved like an ancient person. After Yuan Haoran left, Yi Shaxuan still clung to Suyi's arm, pouting and looking at Suyi, coquettishly saying, "Master, you didn't properly teach that lunatic just now." Suyi slowly removed her hand, saying, "A fair lady, a gentleman's company. He just has some interest in you. Why bother lecturing him?" "But I don't like him." Yi Shaxuan's hand was removed. She thought for a moment, and said, in a strange tone, "I'm thinking, could he actually like you?" Although Suyi's mindset was open, and he had encountered those with same-sex relationships before, Yi Shaxuan's sudden statement left him puzzled. Yi Shaxuan squinted her eyes and smirked. "I only met him yesterday. At that time you were helping me in the fight. I think he might like the way you wield your sword, or perhaps when you told him to get lost, it stirred something in him." Suyi gave a harsh knock on Yi Shaxuan's head and said coldly, "What are you thinking? You're so young. Stop thinking nonsense." Ouch. Yi Shaxuan winced in pain, tears almost falling. Holding her head, she pitifully said, "Why didn't I learn properly? I just feel this way. You don't even know how cool you look when you use the sword, master." "He's just interested in appearances. Avoid contact with him in the future." Suyi said and left. "It's almost time to go back." "Okay. I'll book the flight right away." Yi Shaxuan followed behind Suyi, just crying a moment ago, now smiling cheerfully. Was her master protective or jealous just now? It should be somewhat similar. Yi Shaxuan pondered while rolling her eyes. Perhaps she should flirt with other guys in front of Suyi to stimulate him. Soon, Suyi and the others set off again, heading back to Qingzhou City. On the plane, half of the passengers were cultivators, all heading towards Qingzhou City. This time's Qingyun Mountain competition resulted in some gaining their own paradise, but still, most didn't obtain any territory. However, the good news was that the 13th Division secured a piece of land near Qingzhou University. They took the opportunity to negotiate with Lao Yang, who announced that any law-abiding cultivator could visit Qingzhou University's area. Originally a coveted territory among cultivators, Qingzhou University had now become completely open. As long as they coexisted peacefully, cultivating at Qingzhou University could be a good choice, perhaps leading to unexpected opportunities. What made Yixiaxuan uncomfortable was that Yuan Haoran and Zizu Chang were on the same flight as them to Qingzhou, and he even changed seats to be not far from Yixiaxuan. Miss Yi. What a coincidence. You're also going to Qingzhou. Yixiaxuan gave him a big eye roll and then leaned on Su Yi's shoulder and fell asleep. Su Yi glanced at Yixiaxuan, didn't resist. What bad intentions could a young girl have? Yixiaxuan ignored Yuan Haoran, who didn't get angry. His current strategy was relentless pursuit. As the saying goes, a persistent man can win over even the most stubborn woman. As long as Yixiaxuan was unmarried, he still had a chance. Su Yi had read a lot of modern books recently and could probably understand some of the thoughts of today's girls. Pursuing Yixiaxuan in this manner was definitely not going to work. Approaching someone and almost confessing immediately, wasn't that suicidal? In today's era of gender equality, women were no longer as submissive as before. Making a confession right at the beginning would only make a girl lose interest. The more persistent one was, the more likely it would provoke a sense of revulsion. The younger generation was in trouble. Upon returning to Qingzhou, Su Yi noticed that there were now hundreds of cultivators in the city, with cultivators from all over the country rushing to Qingzhou. It seems that everything is because of the gathering spirit formation. Su Yi realized that the gathering spirit formation he casually drew had a significant impact on this world. Upon returning to the bookstore, Su Yi hesitated for a moment but decided to erase the formation. Yixiaxuan had made a name for herself in Qingyun Mountain, attracting the attention of many cultivators, which would also bring more attention to the bookstore. He was, after all, the source of the gathering spirit formation. Anyone with a little cultivation level could sense that the spiritual energy near the bookstore was more abundant compared to elsewhere. This would attract even more people and potentially change the world's dynamics even more. Senior, have you been to Qingyun Mountain? Zhang Luolin had been in charge of the store during these days and greeted Su Yi upon his return. Su Yi nodded and said, "Don't worry, no one will come looking for you to retrieve the things on the mountain anymore." Zhang Luolin quickly thanked him. Although Su Yi had assigned him the blame, it was still a perfect resolution, saving him from hiding like a fugitive. Su Yi walked to the large table in the bookstore, placed his palm on it, and with a swipe, the gathering spirit formation was removed. Zhang Luolin could clearly feel the spiritual energy around thinning out, but the spiritual energy converted by the formation had not dissipated completely, so it didn't instantly become extremely scarce. Su Yi wasn't very sensitive to the density of spiritual energy, so he asked Zhang Luolin, "Old Zhang, how's the spiritual energy now?" "It's still okay, but the spiritual energy around is slowly dispersing," Zhang Luolin hurriedly said. Before it felt like the spiritual energy was continuously gathering towards the store, but now that feeling is gone. "All right, that's good." Su Yi nodded slightly, satisfied with the outcome. The gathering spirit formation had been converting the star power into spiritual energy and had even awakened the dragon veins of Juzhou. In just a few days, the spiritual energy in the world had increased significantly, which would also benefit Yixiaxuan's cultivation. Su Yi thought it was best for the gathering spirit formation not to continue to exist, as it could easily change the world's circumstances once again. At this moment, the bookstore only had Su Yi, Yixiaxuan, and Zhang Luolin, with no outsiders around. Zhang Luolin had nothing to hide, and he was almost witnessing Yixiaxuan's rapid progress in cultivation. So the relationship between this young woman and Su Yi was bound to be extraordinary. Zhang Luolin pondered for a moment and suddenly had a bold idea. He asked, "Senior, is the resurgence of spiritual energy related to you?" Su Yi nodded and said, "It is somewhat related. Initially, I was trying to create a small gathering spirit array for her, but there was a slight mistake." Hiss. Zhang Luolin couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. So, Su Yi meant that the resurgence of spiritual energy this time was simply due to a small mistake he made while drawing the small gathering spirit array. A small gathering spirit array. Was this even considered a small gathering spirit array? It seemed a bit out of proportion. Just a random small gathering spirit array. The small mistake unexpectedly triggered a global resurgence of spiritual energy. How bizarre. No wonder even his ancestors had to address Su Yi respectfully as a senior. With such abilities, calling him extraordinary was not an exaggeration at all. Yi Xiaoxuan never expected that the grand event of the entire cultivation world, the resurgence of spiritual energy, was simply because Su Yi wanted to create a small gathering spirit array for her. This inevitably moved Yi Xiaoxuan a bit. Finally, Zhang Luolin couldn't help but look deeply at Yi Xiaoxuan and asked, "Senior, may I ask who Miss Yi is to you?" He figured out that although Su Yi had amazing cultivation, he wasn't the kind of person who sought nothing in his cultivation. He even flirted with some beautiful ladies. If Yi Xiaoxuan was Su Yi's Dao companion, it would carry great significance. Su Yi said, "She is my disciple. It's really good to be your disciple." Zhang Luolin sighed sincerely. As a righteous Dao practitioner, he would have definitely refused if Su Yi had wanted him as his disciple. It's just that he thought it would be wonderful to be Su Yi's disciple. To personally create such a gathering spirit array for a disciple's cultivation, the benefits were truly exceptional. Yi Xiaoxuan grinned and said, "Thank you, Master." Su Yi raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Do you know why I created this gathering spirit array? It's because you are too foolish." Yi Xiaoxuan wasn't angered. Instead, she laughed. Let her be foolish. There was luck in stupidity. If she were really clever, how could Su Yi be so indulgent towards her? "You're still laughing." Su Yi shot her a look and then picked up another book to read at the desk. Yi Xiaoxuan felt delighted in her heart and put on a slightly aggrieved look on her face, asking, "Master, would you like some milk tea?" "Sure." Su Yi still preferred his peaceful life now, reading books, having a cup of milk tea, cooking dinner when free, lying in the backyard for a while, and then going to sleep. "All right." Yi Xiaoxuan then asked Zhang Luolin, "Master Zhang, would you like some milk tea?" "It's on me." She was feeling good now, so it was fine to invite someone for milk tea. Zhang Luolin was also considered an elder. Shouldn't she treat him to a drink? After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Luolin said, "Thank you. What flavor would you like?" Yi Xiaoxuan walked over to Zhang Luolin with her phone, letting him choose a flavor, but she deliberately didn't ask Su Yi. Looking at the various flavors of milk tea on her phone, Zhang Luolin randomly ticked one. After he made his choice, Yi Xiaoxuan sat down next to him with her phone, ordering 2 new flavors. Su Yi didn't bother with these matters. He continued reading his book, not needing to get involved in ordering a cup of milk tea. He hadn't read for a long when Gu Tongtong and Wu Wen's arrived at the bookstore. Wu Wen sat down next to Su Yi and said, "Su Yi, I have something to ask you about." Su Yi slowly closed the book and asked, "What is it?" Without paying attention to Zhang Luolin and Yi Xiaoxuan, Wu Wen's asked, "Do you know the background of Lin Yun? Why do you ask about her?" Su Yi was puzzled. How did the people from Division 13 start paying attention to Lin Yun? Wu Wen's explained, "During the past few days you were away, Lin Yun's actions have been significant. She seems to be on the path to becoming the wealthiest person in Qingzhou, and her cultivation level seems quite high. I can't see through it." Su Yi fell silent. Of course, Wu Wen's wouldn't be able to discern Lin Yun's true background. Lin Yun seemed to have had some unique encounters, as she had absorbed some of Su Yi's essence blood, rapidly evolving into an expert in the Yuanying stage within such a short period. How could Wu Wen's, a early-stage golden core cultivator, possibly figure that out? Su Yi said, "She should be a descendant of the Tang family. Her mother recently took her back to the Tang family." That was all Su Yi could say. He couldn't reveal that he had fed Lin Yun a drop of his essence blood. The Tang family, the descendant of Tang Yawen. Wu Wen took out a notebook and jotted down notes, saying, "We previously thought something was amiss about the Fengjing town. However, the colleagues we sent lately reported that everything in Fengjing town was normal, with no signs of cultivation activity. Fengjing town is Tang Yaoen's hometown, and as far as I know, Tang Yaoen's cultivation level isn't high, but he's a cultivator." Listening from the side, Zhang Luolin added, "Tang Yaoen is indeed a cultivator, but he is quite reclusive and rarely shows himself. Isn't this a normal circumstance?" Gu Tongtong sat there, listening attentively, while Wu Wen's continued, No. According to our unit's instrument detection, 5 days ago, the spiritual energy in Fengjing town experienced abnormal fluctuations at night. There were definitely activities by cultivators there. What's more, I found out that the people from Lin Yun's company all seem to be cultivators with not low cultivation levels. Looking at the identities of those cultivators, they are all residents of Fengjing Town, which proves that there are issues in Fengjing Town. In such a short time, multiple cultivators have emerged among the residents of Fengjing Town, and all of them seem to be in Lin Yun's company. Plus, Lin Yun is the granddaughter of Tang Yaowen. After checking Lin Yun's information on the computer, Wu Wen's frowned and said, "A company composed of cultivators competing with ordinary people is an absolute disaster for the ordinary people. In these few days, many companies have been acquired by Lin Yun's company. The strength of the Tang family is evident." Gu Tonton pondered for a while before finally asking, "Is there a rule that cultivators cannot do business?" Wu Wen's was momentarily taken aback and then chuckled. "There is no such rule. Cultivators are also citizens of China, and they have human rights too. Even Division 13 doesn't have the authority to restrict their legal activities as long as they are engaged in legal professions." Now that the situation had arisen, Wu Wen's was somewhat at a loss on how to handle it. They couldn't possibly prevent Lin Yun from establishing a company, right? Wu Wen's contemplated for a long time before saying to Gu Tongtong, "Sis, I really suspect that there is a problem in Fengjing Town. Our colleagues sent there are very likely to be in trouble." Gu Tongtong replied, "If something happens to our people there, we can arrest Lin Yun, right?" That seems to be the case." Wu Wen's nodded slowly. Gu Tongtong's focus has always been different. Moreover, Gu Tongtong is somewhat indifferent. She doesn't have much emotion towards colleagues she is not familiar with, only caring more for friends who have good relationships. Gu Tongtong stood up and said, "Siyi, come with us." "Okay." Siyi was very curious about Lin Yun's situation. He had previously thought that Lin Yun was the reincarnation of a figure from tens of thousands of years ago in the Cloudian realm, but upon careful consideration, something seems off, especially the fact that Lin Yun possessed memories from the Western Han Dynasty. So he knew that after the Western Han Dynasty, he had encountered a few reincarnations from the Cloudian realm, and none of them had any memories. As far as Suyi knew, unless one's cultivation level was extraordinary or the attachment too deep, there wouldn't be any memories passed down after reincarnation. The first reincarnation in the Cloudian realm did not have memories, so how could there be memories after tens of thousands of years, especially from the Western Han Dynasty period? Upon hearing their conversation, Yishiak Suan also said, "I want to go too." Suyi had mentioned that Lin Yun might be her future Shifu, and their relationship with Lin Yun was actually quite good. Even if she had feelings for her own Shifu, she would not resent Lin Yun for it. Now that Gu Tongtong wanted to arrest Lin Yun, she naturally wanted to intervene. "Let's go together." Wu Wen's glanced at Lin and tentatively asked, "I wonder if Senior Zhang is interested in joining us." This was actually Wu Wen's main purpose. He had already suspected problems in Fengjing Town before coming, but due to the eerie circumstances, he didn't dare to act alone. He even felt that even if Gu Tongtong came back, it wouldn't be very secure. If they could bring Zhang along, it would definitely be different. Zhang was a real expert in the Yuanying stage. With him present, it would be much better. "I can go along. I have some acquaintance with Tang Yaowen. The actions of the Tang family might cause some trouble. If I try to persuade him, perhaps Tang Yaowen might change his mind," Zhang said, after understanding the situation. They continued their discussion, and the milk tea had already been delivered. Yishiak Suan handed a cup to Zhang and then to Suyi. There was one cup left. As a matter of courtesy, she handed it to Gu Tongtong. "Thank you," Gu Tongtong said, and picked up the milk tea, sipping it with a straw, finishing it in one go with a satisfied smile on her face. Suyi took a sip, furrowing his brow slightly, and said, "This taste ... is strange." Yishiak Suan laughed. "Of course, it's strange. Barley milk tea, known as the most difficult to drink milk tea in the milk tea world." She intentionally ordered this cup for Suyi. Isn't it clear why she had such intentions? Just as Yishiak Suan was about to ask for the milk tea from Suyi, Gu Tongtong had already reached out her hand, saying, "Where is it hard to drink? Let me try." Suyi didn't like the taste very much, so he handed the milk tea over. Gu Tongtong took the cup and sipped through the straw, emptying the cup again, smacking her lips and saying, "Indeed, it's not that great." She then shook the milk tea cup and, finding it empty, casually tossed it into the trash can. The smile on Yishiak Suan's face froze. Was she just intercepted? "Sister, that's barley milk tea. The barley grains are so big, usually after drinking, there would still be about half a cup of barley grains left in the cup. How did Gutongtong manage to suck all the barley grains empty in one go? Suyi didn't think too much about it. It seems that modern girls aren't too concerned about someone else drinking from their cup. Especially a foodie like Gutongtong, she could eat the dishes Yixiaxuan made clean, so although the milk tea had a strange taste, it wasn't too hard to drink for her. After finishing the milk tea, they got into the exclusive Wuling Homwang of Section 13, and headed straight for Fengjing Town. Upon their arrival near Fengjing Town, Zhang Luo said, "There is indeed a problem in this town. The aura of death is too heavy. There should be a powerful demonic cultivator." "I told you," Wu Wen said. "There must be a problem with Fengjing Town. If it's a demonic cultivator, could it be the Tang family?" Suyi remained silent. A demonic cultivator. In his view, there wasn't much difference between demonic and Taoist cultivators. It mainly depended on the individual cultivator. Demonic cultivators could also be harmless, just as orthodox cultivators might not show mercy when killing. Of course, some demonic cultivators needed to increase their cultivation by killing or creating death traps, which might seem extremely evil to ordinary people. But Suyi believed that as long as they didn't harm those around him, he was not willing to intervene. In his 10,000 years of life, Suyi had seen too much. What did demonic cultivators amount to? During the Great Wilderness era, those saints could cause corpses to float for miles, and how many of the dead were innocent? Yet, weren't those saints revered by thousands? Not to mention these distant matters, were fewer people dying in wars throughout history. Bai Chep pitted and killed for 100,000 Zhao troops, yet wasn't he revered in history? Suyi was never a saint, nor did he aspire to be one. From his standpoint, human life was almost as insignificant as grass. However, he was a dedicated person. At present, he was an employee of Section 13, so if innocent civilians were being killed by demonic cultivators, he still needed to do his part. While he could slack off, he respected his profession. Upon entering Fengjing Town, they didn't see any signs of decay or desolation. On the contrary, the residents here were enthusiastically constructing houses, making the place lively and prosperous. The original houses were mostly demolished, and they were rebuilding wooden structures. Suyi glanced out the car window and saw that all the residents here seemed to be possessed by earthly immortals. A small town with thousands of people, all possessed by earthly immortals. Previously, earthly immortals were few and far between, but now they were descending in the thousands. It was unknown who had such great influence and courage. Normally, those from the immortal realm, whether they practiced demonic or Taoist cultivation, were reluctant to descend to the mortal realm. Although their world was cruel, each had their own territory, existing in a spiritual body form. As long as they didn't die in battle, living for thousands of years was commonplace. However, descending to become an earthly immortal carried great risks. Upon descending, their cultivation would greatly decrease, and if their progress in cultivation couldn't keep up, living for a few hundred years would already be considered good, and if they died, their soul would truly be annihilated. Could it be that something major happened in their immortal realm, causing these beings to flee involuntarily? After Suyi and his group got off the car, the human immortals in this small town didn't show any extreme behavior towards them, as if they hadn't seen them at all. There were even human immortals studying something on the roadside while holding their phones. Although the town was filled with a lifeless atmosphere, these people seemed friendly. Zhang Luolin glanced around, his face looking grim, and he whispered, "The people around here are all human immortals, and they should all be demon cultivators." When he said this, Wu Wenzi's face turned even paler. There were at least over 30 people nearby. So many human immortals, and all demon cultivators. How could anyone handle this? "You are cultivators, right?" A childlike human immortal slowly walked up to Suyi and his group and said, "If you don't have any other business here, then don't stay in our town. This town belongs to us now." "Belongs to you?" Gutongtong asked. "Who is in charge here?" The child asked, "Do you have business here?" "I am the head of the 13 places of humanity. You human immortals occupying so many human bodies, us provide an explanation." Gutongtong also realized something was amiss in this town. Natural Tao bodies were not just for show. If these many human immortals descended and engaged in criminal activities, it would be a disaster for the world. "Explanation? What kind of explanation do you want?" The child smirked coldly, saying, If it weren't for my family's great emperor instructing not to harm the innocent, you would be a corpse by now." After he finished speaking, a few more onlookers gathered around. The people busy building houses nearby didn't pay attention to what was happening here. In their eyes, there shouldn't be anyone causing trouble in their town. Although the Blackwater Dark Emperor had instructed them not to harm the innocent, if someone actively provoked them, it was a different story. Gu Tonton had a fierce temper. She clenched her fist, ready to act. Wu Wen's, quick-witted, hurriedly stopped Gu Tonton, shouting, "Sis, don't act impulsively. Let me handle this." Previously, they had clashed with Li Youayu, and the outcome was not good. Now, with over 30 human immortals nearby, even with Zhang Luolin present, there was no chance of winning a fight. Gu Tonton quickly calmed down. She wasn't foolish. Dozens of human immortals would be a formidable opponent even for her, unless she used the Heaven Concealing Hand directly for a total wipeout. However, the original version of the Heaven Concealing Hand, although very powerful, had a slow activation speed. Besides, it would challenge her spiritual energy. These people wouldn't stand in place like in the competition on Qingyun Mountain. By the time she released her palm print, they would have probably fled. The child glanced at Wu Wen's and said, "You're a sensible kid. I don't want to bully the weak. If you want to discuss something, go to the Tang family." Though he looked like a child, in reality, he had spent hundreds if not thousands of years in the human realm. Addressing himself as an old man posed no issue. Sure, senior, you're magnanimous. We won't argue with you." Guided by Lao Yang's teachings, Wu Wen's had become smoother in his approach. After speaking, he pulled Gu Tonton towards the old Tang mansion. They didn't drive but walked slowly along the road. Throughout the journey, Zhang Luolin was increasingly horrifying. He realized that every person they encountered in this small town was a human immortal, and the authenticity of their aura was unmistakable. Ziwu, this town is full of human immortals. Zhang Luolin felt his scalp tingling. This was horrifying. They had encountered over 100 people so far. With so many human immortals, if they had started a fight earlier, wouldn't they have been torn to shreds? Although Gu Tonton was unrivaled in combat, she had to consider who she was facing. Even if Gu Tonton was formidable, she would definitely not be a match against over 100 human immortals. Zhang Luolin, an Yuanying expert, was forced into a difficult rhythm. Upon hearing Zhang Luolin's words, Wu Wen's felt a chill rising from his feet to his head. It was too terrifying. They even met their former colleagues along the way, who had also been possessed by human immortals. Faced with this situation, even Wu Wen's felt powerless. Could human laws govern immortal beings? Regardless of whether they practiced demonic or immortal cultivation, the human immortals in this town, even if all the 13 places dispatched their personnel along with all the immortal cultivation sects and an additional 100,000 elite soldiers, might not be able to restrain them. Wu Wen's had been in the 13 places for over 30 years, and this was the first time he felt fear. The situation before them was beyond their capability to handle. Wu Wen's didn't even know how the negotiation with the Tang family would go later. If it went south, he and the others might not leave Fengjing town alive. However, among the group, only Wu Wen's felt fear. Gu Tongtong simply did not know what fear was. Yi Xiaxuan and Zhang Luolin believed that as long as Su Yi was with them, things would probably be fine. As for Su Yi, he was contemplating a profound question. Regardless of the reason for the human immortals' descent, he cherished the peace in society and did not want them to disrupt the social order. However, he also didn't want to resort to widespread killing. After all, the town's residents had already been possessed by human immortals, and they didn't have any deep enmity with them. The child from before had just given them a warning, advising them not to enter the town. When Wu Wen suggested discussing matters, the child also pointed them in the right direction. Su Yi wasn't keen on resorting to mass killings. In a peaceful society, living harmoniously was key. However, he sensed that the human immortals might be getting arrogant. If Wu Wen's and the others tried negotiating like this, it might not go well. Should the weak dictate terms to the strong? That was preposterous, Su Yi thought. A modern scientist, Qian Zusen, had a saying that resonated with Su Yi. There is a difference between having a sword in your hand and not using it. For a nation to maintain peace, it must possess sufficient military strength. Currently, Wu Wen's was negotiating with human immortals to make them abide by the existing laws and rules, which Su Yi understood. If you couldn't defeat them, why would they follow your orders? If they refused to comply, what could you do? Beg them on your knees? A little intimidation might work. Yi had formulated a plan. First, let Wu Wen's negotiate with them. If the negotiations were successful, great. If not, then force would be the only option. As for the thousands of human immortals, Yi considered it manageable. If intimidation didn't work, Yi believed it was necessary to eliminate them directly. He didn't want this group of troublemakers disrupting his peaceful life. Either comply with the present laws or face death. In front of the Tang family's old mansion, Wu Wen could only brace himself and go in. This time, he didn't dare to rely on Gudantan and Zhang Luolin anymore. Instead, he called Lao Yang to explain the situation in Fengjing Town. When Lao Yang heard that there were hundreds of human immortals in Fengjing Town, he fell silent for a long time and finally said, Ziwu, do not get into conflicts with them. Staying alive is the most important thing. I know Tang Yaowen. If he hasn't been possessed by human immortals, talk to him nicely and try to ensure the safety of the ordinary residents in the town. Lao Yang advised. Wu Wen's estimated hundreds of human immortals, and even Lao Yang was alarmed. Unable to come up with a better plan, he decided to report the situation further up. Although the abilities of immortal cultivators far exceeded ordinary people, in this world, ordinary people held the dominant position. If the town was filled with cultivators solely focused on cultivation, it wouldn't be a big deal as long as the ordinary people didn't provoke them. However, hundreds of demonic cultivators were a different story. If they entered the ordinary world and started killing people, it would be a social disaster. But Lao Yang didn't show fear like Wu Wen's. Instead, he began to contact experts in the cultivation world to prepare for unexpected situations. Wu Wen stood at the entrance of the Tang family's mansion and once again warned Gudantan, Sis, you must restrain yourself later. Do not get into a physical confrontation. Gudantan was considered a trump card for the 13 sectors, but now that trump card was not very useful. Engaging in a fight would only worsen the situation. Gudantan asked, not even if it means death. After some thought, Wu Wen's reply, if they attack, you and Zhang Tianqi take them and run. I'll cover your back. Yi smiled. Are you volunteering as a sacrifice? The term volunteering as a sacrifice was something he had learned through playing games with Wang Junlin in the dormitory. Although Wu Wen's statement sounded quite self-righteous, his actual strength suggested that taking the rear position was equivalent to sacrificing himself. Wu Wen paused and said, you should all leave the town now. I don't think the human immortals in the town had any violent intentions. I'll handle this. This was his best plan. Negotiations were necessary, but involving too many people could complicate matters if things went awry. I'll go with you. Gudantan said to Zhang Luolin, Old Doused, escort them out. While Gudantan appeared foolish on the surface, she was actually quite shrewd. This time, she sensed an unprecedented crisis and believed it was a matter for their 13 sectors, in which Zhang Luolin did not need to be involved. Though Gudantan had previously regarded Su Yi as strong, recent interactions had shown him as weak. Therefore, she preferred not to let him join in the risky venture. As for Yexiaxuan, who worked on Mount Qingyun as a temporary worker, she did not officially belong to the 13 sectors and had no reason to participate in the adventure. As Gudantan expressed her thoughts, Zhang Luolin glanced hesitantly at Su Yi, wondering about his opinion. In his view, with Su Yi present, even if they clashed with the human immortals, they could safely leave the town. After all, Su Yi, who even their ancestor had to respect, impressed him the most with the global spiritual resurgence caused by a spirit-gathering formation that Su Yi casually drew. Su Yi said, Let's go together. It shouldn't be dangerous. I will handle the negotiations as I'm quite experienced. Wu Wen's mouth twitched as he stared at Su Yi and asked, Are you sure? I remember you bragging about being a great conversationalist. He recalled Su Yi claiming to be particularly skilled in chatting, but in reality, he could talk someone to death. Now, Su Yi was claiming to be adept at negotiations as well. Trust me. Su Yi cast a resolute look at Wu Wen's. Uncertain about himself, Wu Wen's hesitated for a moment before saying, All right, I'll trust you this time, and let you handle the negotiation. With everything decided, Su Yi and the others knocked on the door of the Tang family's old mansion. Shortly after, someone opened the door. The Tang family's old mansion resembled architectural styles from the late Qing dynasty. The courtyard was spacious and filled with antique charm, with many people engaged in various activities inside. After Su Yi and the others entered, Wu Wen's whispered to Zhang Luolin, Zhang Tianqi, are all the people inside human immortals too? Zhang Luolin didn't look away and nodded slightly. Wu Wen's was utterly perplexed by the situation. Encountering human immortals all the way from the town's entrance was horrifying. He had been calculating the number of human immortals he had encountered, and including those inside the mansion, he estimated a total of 326. This number was already terrifying, but it was likely there were even more. Once inside, a human immortal asked, "What is your purpose here?" Before Wu Wen's could respond, Ziyi said, "Bring out the person in charge." His tone was arrogant, giving the impression of wanting to cause trouble. Wu Wen's was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Was this supposed to be negotiation? It seemed more like a showdown. The human immortal laughed and asked, "Are you here to seek death?" Surrounded by gathering spiritual energy, they seemed ready to take action at any moment. Ziyi glanced at Yexiaxuan and said, "Suexu, draw your sword." Yexiaxuan hadn't fully grasped the situation yet, but following Su Yi's command, she raised a wooden sword in the form of the Soulbreaker. Just moments ago, Su Yi had released the seal on Soulbreaker. When she raised the sword, it resonated with a dragon-like hum, emitting a fierce and unmatched aura. "Kneel before this sword spirit, you lowly peasants." This was Soulbreaker speaking. It hadn't felt so thrilled in years. Su Yi had just used it to intimidate these human immortals, and Soulbreaker almost burst out laughing. Who were these human immortals to dare call themselves immortals when even the gods and Buddhas he had eradicated eons ago could only exist as spirits and build another world, the so-called immortal realm? Many of them shiver when they encountered the sword spirits Su Yi controlled with the strength to confront ancient deities directly. Now, some greenhorn dares to claim to be an immortal after taking over a body. Under the stern command of the Soulbreaker, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire town. The human immortals felt weak in the knees, and a chilling sensation ran down their spines. Their possession had not lasted too long, and in terms of strength, most were at the Yuanying realm or even lower. Soulbreaker, with its power capable of competing with ancient gods and standing at a level comparable to the for-killing swords, sealed by Su Yi until now, its intimidating aura posed a threat to human immortals. Who among them wouldn't be afraid? Soulbreaker didn't want to do anything foolish. Su Yi only wanted it to intimidate the human immortals, not kill them. As the full force of the sword spirit had not been unleashed earlier, some human immortals resisted the pressure. However, now that the demand had been made, and resistance was futile, "Kneel." Soulbreaker commanded once more, and all the human immortals who had been resisting fell to their knees. Soulbreaker was satisfied. It had encountered other sentient spirits before, all kneeling in respect and order. Did they think it was joking? Wu Wen's and the others were so shocked by the scene before them that their eyes almost popped out. Was it Yexiaxuan's sword that was speaking just now? Why were all the worldly immortals surrounding them kneeling there with painful expressions? Zhang Luolin also had to admit, the momentum of the sword spirit was so powerful that it made all the worldly immortals kneel. He knew that the spiritual treasures on Shijian Mountain were all in Su Yi's hands, so it didn't seem strange that Yexiaxuan's sword spirit was so fierce. Su Yi saw that everyone had knelt down, then asked, "Can I have someone come forward for a discussion now?" Negotiation, of course, requires strength to be considered negotiation. Otherwise, it can only be considered as seeking peace. You wait. That worldly immortal tried to get up but found that the pressure of the sword spirit was still there, and he couldn't move. He couldn't even mobilize the surrounding spiritual energy. His face became even more unpleasant. "I ask her to put away the sword, or else I can't get up." This statement was truly humiliating. Others couldn't even draw their swords, but he couldn't even stand up after kneeling. Su Yi then said to Yexiaxuan, "Xuanyuan, put away the sword." The moment she collected the sword, Su Yi raised his eyelids and sealed the power of the sword spirit again. "Ah, not like this again. Just as I felt good, it sealed again. Sword master, please beg your master to release the seal, and I will kill in all directions with you." The sword spirit was on the verge of collapse. After tens of thousands of years, do you know how it has spent those years? Tower sealed, trapped in the void inside the sleeve, surrounded by darkness, boredom, at most chatting with the sword sheath, who happened to be a dull person. Now, after enjoying for just a moment, the power was sealed again. It's simply inhuman. Yexiaxuan wore an embarrassed smile on her face. She had been chatting with the sword spirit these days, and the sword spirit had been boasting about how powerful it was. Before, Yi Xiaoxuan thought it was just bragging, but now she finally realized that the sword spirit was indeed powerful. On the way here, she probably knew that the people in this town were all worldly immortals, with strength similar to Li Yueyu's. However, with just one cold drink from the sword spirit, they all knelt down. The strength of the sword spirit was evident, so he actually gave her such a treasure. It was almost too good to her. With such a treasure easily given to her, what could she not be satisfied with? The seal was not so important anymore. Anyway, Suyi was by her side, so there wouldn't be any danger. Why bother unsealing it? She wasn't going to slaughter the city. After Yi Xiaoxuan put away the sword, the worldly immortal quickly walked towards the inner room. Shortly after, under the guidance of that worldly immortal, Tang Yue approached Suyi and the others. Uncle Tang, do you still remember me? Yi Xiaoxuan called out as she saw Tang Yue. It was worth noting that the Tang family and the Yi family had some connections, but Yi Xiaoxuan didn't know if the current Tang Yue in front of her had been possessed by a worldly immortal. Tang Yue smiled kindly and said, Xuan, how could I forget you? But why are you here? Yi Xiaoxuan was slightly taken aback and said, I am currently an employee of Section 13. I came to investigate Fengjing Town. Are you in charge of these worldly immortals? Tang Yue calmly smiled and said, Xuan, when did you join Section 13? Why don't I know? Wu Wen's thought that with this conversation, they should be able to come to a peaceful agreement since they were acquaintances. However, Suyi coldly said, stop with the jokes. Be honest. What is your relationship with these worldly immortals? Wu Wen's felt that he might have made a mistake. Why was Suyi so arrogant? Did he think he could do whatever he wanted because Yi Xiaoxuan was with him? Such an attitude clearly seemed like interrogating a criminal. As expected, Tang Yu's face turned cold, and he stared at Suyi, questioning, young man, I remember you. And in what capacity are you talking to me? Suyi's tone grew even colder, matching anyone's presence. He seemed like a leader, saying, I am an employee of Section 13. Since you were in charge of the worldly immortals, you talk to me. Tang Yue sized up Suyi, thinking, a Czech cultivating immortal? But he knew Gon Tonton. Gon Tonton was currently the director of Section 13. Logically, it should be Gon Tonton he talked to. Who was this young man in front of him? Was he hiding his cultivation level? Tang Yue couldn't help but be intimidated by Suyi's aura and wondered if Suyi was pretending to be weak when he was actually strong. In fact, his guess was correct. How do you want to negotiate? Tang Yue finally chose to compromise. The sword intent just now was too terrifying, and the worldly immortals beside him warned him not to be impulsive to avoid disaster. Wu Wen's finally sighed in relief. Could they finally talk now? He didn't expect Suyi to act so sternly, resembling a real leader. His tone and posture were even more authoritative than old Yang's. Suyi glanced at Tang Yue and said, first, the worldly immortals in the town must register with Section 13 and report their movements. Tang Yue pondered for a moment and said, no problem. Second, this town must be isolated from ordinary people. Suyi said, we will announce to the outside world that the town has an outbreak of a plague. Those who go out for errands must carry our monitoring devices to prevent any illegal activities. Suyi kept up with the times, having learned some technological methods of Section 13. He knew his unit had such devices. Tang Yue gritted his teeth and said, you're going too far. We haven't done anything illegal. Even as worldly immortals, we have civil rights in Huaxia. Suyi said coldly, many worldly immortals have taken possession of bodies. Can you say that the former residents weren't killed? Just somehow killing them is already being generous. If you don't agree, I guarantee not a single person will be left alive in this town. A Czech cultivating junior threatened over 1,000 worldly immortals. Tang Yue found it somewhat amusing, but he couldn't laugh. Just now, the sword spirit had roared, making all worldly immortals unable to use the spiritual energy around them. Before they could recultivate, they needed time. If at this moment they couldn't access the spiritual energy around them, they were no different from ordinary people. Faced with Gu Tongtong and Zhang Luolin, once they were suppressed, they were just waiting to be killed. So, what Suyi said wasn't entirely unreasonable. Most importantly, Suyi's tone and attitude were so resolute that Tang Yue didn't dare to question his words. Good. I agree. Tang Yue hadn't expected that with the descent of over 1,000 worldly immortals, he would be threatened like this by a Czech cultivating level cultivator. He stared at Suyi and asked, are you really at the Czech cultivating level? Suyi smiled. looking down on Che cultivating level, I'm not going to fight you. After saying that, he turned around and instructed, inform the townspeople and gather them at the east side of the town for registration. Wu Wenzig also never expected Su Yi to be able to discuss things so clearly. If it were him talking, facing Tang Yue, he might not be able to boldly propose those conditions like Su Yi did. After all, in his view, even if Yishiak Suan's sword spirit was fierce again, he definitely couldn't say something like guaranteeing that the town would not leave a survivor like Su Yi did. Even if a deal were reached in the end, it certainly wouldn't be like this result. Wu Wenzig quickly arranged for 13 staff members to come to Fengjing town to register the mortal immortals. When all the mortal immortals gathered together, Wu Wenzig was truly shocked. There were over 1,000 mortal immortals, or essentially experienced cultivators, who had reached a high level of cultivation, possessing perfect cultivation techniques, strong spiritual power, and could reach a level that normal cultivators could hardly attain in their entire lives in a short period of time. Previously, when encountering one or two mortal immortals, they could only try to peacefully coexist and not provoke them. But now, with over 1,000 of them, if it weren't for the intimidating sword spirit and Su Yi's negotiation approach, they would probably have had to choose how they wanted to die. Now, all the mortal immortals obediently lined up in 3 queues under the guidance of the 13 staff members to register and receive their monitoring devices. Soon, Wu Wenzig also called the nearby military to block Fengjing town. Facing them, Tang Yue coldly asked, I don't need to register, right? I believe that the 13 agencies already have my files. Su Yi's tone was even colder than his, saying, why not register? What was your level before? What is it now? Don't you need to report breakthroughs, kid? You've gone too far. I've tolerated you for a long time. Tang Yue angrily shouted, seeming to want to take action. Yishiak Suan raised her hand, her soul-breaking sword at an angle, and said, Uncle Tang, for the sake of our family's relationship, I advise you not to act, or you will surely die. She wasn't saying this to protect Su Yi. Su Yi didn't need her protection. She was really trying to save Tang Yue's life. If he truly angered her master, Tang Yue would definitely have a hard time, just like Xia Shan before. Tang Yue snorted and said, Xuan, for your sake, I won't argue with him, but even mortal immortals have human rights. We can always leave, right? Su Yi nodded and said, of course, you can all leave, but if a mortal immortal kills someone, as long as there is evidence, all of you will be held responsible. Don't blame us for purging the town at that time. Wu Wenzig's mouth twitched. He really didn't expect that Su Yi was such a ruthless person, bringing up terms like collective punishment. If one didn't know better, they might think he had a high cultivation level. Tang Yu's face became increasingly unpleasant. He had considered that the staff from the 13 agencies would come, and even thought about negotiating forcefully with them, even potentially taking over the entire Qingzhou territory. But how could he have expected that Yishiak Suan would join the 13 agencies and possess such a terrifying immortal sword? Especially this young Che practitioner in front of him was too arrogant. Fine. No problem. Tang Yue stared at Su Yi for a long time, a smile suddenly appearing on his face. We'll do as you say. Su Yi sensed the killing intent in Tang Yu's eyes, but he didn't care. Tang Yu's thoughts were probably quite simple now. For a Che practitioner, as long as Yishiak Suan wasn't by Su Yi's side, it should be easy for these mortal immortals to secretly kill him without anyone noticing. As for evidence of mortal immortals committing murder, do you know what an immortal is? Would killing a Che practitioner leave evidence? It would be a joke, right? Tang Yue agreed all the way through, and the efficiency of the 13 agencies improved. After the registration, a total of 1,388 mortal immortals, including Tang Yue, and a total of 1,389 people in Fengjing town. Zhang Lin, who had been standing by the entire time, couldn't help but ask at the end, Tang Yue, where is your father? Why isn't he here? He and Tang Yaowen were old acquaintances, and with such a big incident in the Tang family, why wasn't Tang Yaowen here? Even if he had been taken over by a mortal immortal, he should still come and register. Zhang Chia Shifu, my father passed away a few days ago. Tang Yue didn't fear Zhang Lin, just a Yuanyin cultivator. If it weren't for the sword spirit today, who would dare to act arrogantly in the town? Zhang Lin's expression became serious as he asked, how did your father die? My father died of natural causes. He passed away peacefully. Thank you for your concern. Zhang Chia Shifu. Tang Yu's expression was calm, showing no hint of sadness. Natural causes? May the infinite heavenly venerable rest in peace. John Lin didn't inquire further. How could it be natural causes when there were so many mortal immortals in Fengjing Town? And Tang Yaowen passed away now. He just couldn't imagine that Tang Yaowen actually died at the hands of Tang Yue. So he heard the news of Tang Yaowen's passing without much emotional fluctuation. Since the last time they parted ways, he had already cut ties with Tang Yaowen, no longer having any connection. The matters of Fengjing Town were resolved quickly and efficiently, and Wu Wenzig repeatedly thanked Yishiak Suan as they left the town. Let's go find Lin Yun now, Su Yi said. I'll talk to her. After some thought, Wu Wenzig said, all right. He didn't know whether Su Yi was good at negotiating or not. All he could say was that the negotiation results in Fengjing Town were very satisfactory. On Lin Yun's side, Su Yi seemed to have a good relationship with her, so it was best for him to negotiate with her. After leaving Fengjing Town, they soon arrived at the Xinyu building in Qingzhou. Previously, the Tang family sold off all their assets nationwide, but now Lin Yan used that money to enter various industries. She bought the entire Xinyu building for 350 million and established a company called Yan Financial Services Co., Ltd. Wu Wenzid paused, looked at Su Yi, and asked, Su Yi, are you in a romantic relationship with Lin Yan? There was no choice. Yan Financial Services. Isn't this Yan Su Yi's Yan? Not a romantic relationship. Su Yi had just started looking through the network novel that Lin Yan had written while sitting in the car. He finally guessed Lin Yan's identity. He sighed silently. Sometimes he couldn't consider everyone's feelings and his actions. He didn't expect her to have such deep persistence, retaining memories even after reincarnation, and even transforming her appearance to look like Yishiak Suan's. In the Eastern Han Dynasty, just like in the novel Lin Yun wrote, Su Yi also had an identity called Liu Zi, the founding emperor of the Eastern Han Dynasty. At that time, Yunzi was reincarnated as Yin Lihua, Liu Shu's wife, but at that time, Liu Zi followed the customs of the era and took another consort named Guo Shentan, although he didn't favor Guo Shentan much. To Liu Zi, this was entirely normal, but many people in the palace even thought Guo Shentan had been banished to a cold place. Ling Yun had memories from the Eastern Han Dynasty, and she wrote a book from Yin Lihua's perspective. This should be because Guo Shentan was jealous of Yin Lihua back then, and later fantasized that she was Yin Lihua, leading to her persistent reincarnation, resulting in Lin Yun's appearance being identical to Yin Lihua's. Su Yi's memory was good, and as he read the book, he remembered the events of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Many parts of the book didn't align with history, so it didn't seem like a memory transfer. Most importantly, Yunzi wouldn't have had Yin Lihua's memories after reincarnation, so Su Yi was sure that Lin Yun was the reincarnation of Guo Shentan. Su Yi has never considered himself a particularly sentimental person. Over the years, he has had too many women. Not every one of them is the reincarnation of Yang Xiao, but he certainly cannot be considered heartless. Although he's immortal, he still has desires and feelings. Every once in a while, when he feels tired or weary, he would fall into a deep sleep, just like 50 years ago. Upon waking, he starts a new life. It can only be said that the time he spent with Yang Xiao was probably the most comfortable and happiest for him. First love is often unforgettable, so when he meets a woman who looks exactly like Yang Xiao, it inadvertently stirs the deepest tenderness in his heart. As for Guo Shentan back in the day, he did have feelings for her, but as a person like him, it's difficult to be deeply emotional. He doesn't dare to try to divine what happened to Lin Yan, because doing so would only bring disaster upon her, based on the experiences of thousands of years. Stepping into Ruixin Tower, Su Yi encounters the first person he knows. Surprisingly, it is Ren Lanyu. At that moment, Ren Lanyu was sitting on the sofa on the first floor of Ruixin Tower, seemingly waiting for something along with many others. When Su Yi's gaze fell on her, Ren Lanyu subconsciously looked up at Su Yi, then stood up and walked over. Su Yi, what are you doing here? Ren Lanyu, with her curvaceous figure accentuated by a white professional suit, looked at Su Yi with suspicion, then glanced at the person next to Su Yi, finally fixing her gaze on Yishiak Suan. Yishiak Suan? Yishiak Suan blinked and somewhat wistfully said, Sister Ren, you recognize him, but can't recognize me. Have I changed that much? Ren Lanyu chuckled. Last time I saw you, you were only 14 or 15. Now you've grown into such a beauty. How could I recognize you at a glance? I almost thought you were some big star. You're teasing me, Yishak Suan smiled and asked, "By the way, Sister Ren, how did you end up here?" Before Suyi could answer Ren Lanyu's question, the two women had already started chatting, so he simply remained silent and listened while standing to the side. Ren Lanyu sighed and said, "What else could it be? A few days ago, a woman named Lin Yun suddenly emerged in various industries. Even before her Yi Yun live broadcast app was launched, she directly poached top bankers from major platforms. It's outrageous. What's more ruthless is that she targeted the live broadcast company in Qingzhou, claiming to unify it all. This has put me in her sights. Is Lin Yun that formidable?" Yi Xiaoxuan still remembered Lin Yun being gentle and shy. How did she become so assertive in her methods? She's quite remarkable. In just 4 days, she's made Qingzhou a center of attention. Ren Lanyu gestured towards the sofa, whispering, "Do you see those people sitting there? Not one of them has less than 1 billion in assets. They've all come to see Lin Yun, either to be acquired or to discuss cooperation." Ren Lanyu couldn't help but sigh. "Her methods and ambition make me feel inadequate. And from what I know, she now owns all the assets of the former Tang family. None of us can match wits with her." Suyi, listening from the side, wasn't surprised at all. If Lin Yun really has inherited memories or believes herself to be Yin Lihua due to obsession, her methods are definitely not something these small businessmen can compete with. Guo Shengtong was the daughter of Yangansihu Guochang back then. Although she was not favored by Liu Zhu later on, she was eventually made the Empress Dowager, showing her power and tactics. From the online content written by Lin Yun, it can be seen that she has already immersed herself into the role of Yin Lihua. After all, Yin Lihua was also an empress. Whether in terms of intelligence or ambition, Lin Yun is truly exceptional, especially now that she is already a cultivator in the Yuan infant realm. Cultivators have greatly enhanced physical potential. Not to mention other aspects, their analytical and memory abilities are far beyond ordinary people. In this state, with Lin Yun's cash assets after selling off the national assets of the Tang family, isn't it easy for her to conquer some industries in Qingzhou? According to some online discussions Yi had seen in the past few days, Lin Yun is like a cheat code activated, and her journey is like the vast starry sky. Yi Xiaoxuan didn't expect Ren Lanyu to praise Lin Yun so highly and couldn't help but feel a little fearful. Suyi had previously said that Lin Yun would be her future master. The current excellence of Lin Yun could be described as a perfect match for Suyi. Lin Yun's company is called Yun. Isn't this a potential powder keg waiting to explode? It seems the title of master has been set. Suyi has a better understanding of Lin Yun's current status, so he said to Ren Lanyu, "Let's go upstairs." Ren Lanyu chuckled, "I'm here waiting to be acquired. Should we just go up? Can't you see there are still so many people sitting on the couch?" Suyi called Lin Yun and the call connected quickly. "Suyi, are you looking for me?" Lin Yun's voice was still soft, as if she were the gentle girl from before. Suyi said, "Yes, I'm on the first floor of Ruixin Tower. Please come down. I need to talk to you." "All right. Wait a few minutes, I'll come right down." After Lin Yun hung up, Suyi looked at Ren Lanyu and said, "Let's wait. She's coming down to meet us." Ren Lanyu was slightly stunned and stared at Suyi, unsure of what to say. This young man is a bit too impressive. Previously, Yu Huiyan introduced him to work and even helped him set up his phone. Now with Yi Xiaoxuan following him around like a little sidekick. And now, with all the wealthy businessmen in Qingzhou waiting for Lin Yun, one call from him, and she's already on her way down to meet him. Could it be that Suyi has mastered the art of living off women to the extent of being a king? Ren Lanyu's heart was filled with burning curiosity and couldn't help but ask, "Suyi, what's your relationship with Miss Lin?" Suyi said, "She used to live next door to me. We're friends." "Neighbors?" Ren Lanyu's eyes narrowed slightly as she tentatively asked, "Then have you and Yin Yan broken up?" "Yu Huiyan?" Suyi frowned. "I'm just friends with her." Ren Lanyu's gaze fell on Yi Xiaoxuan again, and the meaning in her eyes was already clear. Yi Xiaoxuan also hurriedly said, "Just friends." Ren Lanyu couldn't help but laugh dryly and said, "You really have all beautiful friends?" "Huh? Not just beautiful friends, but aren't these friends around Suyi anything but simple?" In less than 10 minutes, Lin Yun appeared at the elevator entrance on the first floor, accompanied by 2 bodyguards in black suits. The wealthy businessmen, who were originally seated on the sofa, all swarmed around Lin Yun as soon as they saw her. President Lin, I am Yue Wengxi from Wengxi Real Estate. I agree to sell my family's company to Yun Group. President Lin, I arrived first. I am Liang from Big Elephant Live. I also agree to sell the company to you. President Lin, let's talk about cooperation. Ling Yun was dressed in a custom OL outfit, sexy and capable, but her face still looked a bit young and innocent, exuding charm and allure, making her a top-notch beauty. After stepping out of the elevator, the two bodyguards quickly shielded the surroundings, preventing the approaching crowd from getting too close. These two bodyguards were also extraordinary individuals. Holding back a few ordinary people was an easy task for them. Lin Yun's voice turned cold as she addressed the crowd. If you have any matters, please come back tomorrow. I have important guests to attend to now. If you have any business today, please report to the front desk first. President Lin, you can't do this. I've been waiting all day. Someone shouted, and others expressed their dissatisfaction, causing a commotion in the lobby. Lin Yun raised an eyebrow and said, those who don't want to wait don't need to discuss. Her gaze swept over the wealthy businessmen, and they all quieted down. They felt an invisible pressure from this young woman in front of them. Even the seasoned business foxes dared not speak out of turn. Yi Xiaoxuan stared at Lin Yun and felt that the girl in front of her was completely different from the previous Lin Yun. Her makeup was more exquisite, her attire more tasteful, and she looked even more beautiful than before, exuding dominance and charisma, like a bright moon in the sky or a dazzling star. After addressing the wealthy businessman, Lin Yun's gaze softened when she looked at Suyi, and she showed her usual gentle smile. Suyi, let's go upstairs to talk. Suyi remained expressionless, just nodding slightly and following Lin Yun towards the elevator. Lin Yun took a few steps, paused for a moment, turned slowly, and asked, are these your friends? Gu Tongtong's expression was as cold as Suyi's as she replied, I am Gu Tongtong, the director of Office 13. There are some matters that require your cooperation. Office 13? Lin Yun smiled faintly. You can wait downstairs for now. I have some matters to discuss with friends. We can talk later. Lin Yun evidently knew about Office 13, but she didn't take it seriously. Wu Wen's quickly said, Ziyi is also from our unit. Why don't you let him talk to you? He wasn't afraid of Lin Yun. It was just that in such a situation, if Gu Tongtong got angry or Yi Xiaoxuan drew her sword, it would pose great danger to ordinary people. Seeing that Lin Yun treated Suyi so well, having Suyi talk to her was the best option. Avoiding conflicts and resolving peacefully was the way to go. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yun looked at Suyi and asked, Suyi, did you also join their unit? Suyi nodded slightly, pondering how he should discuss things with Lin Yun. Should he tell her his speculation directly or stay silent about everything? After all, it was almost 2,000 years ago. Guo Shengtong was Guo Shengtong, and Lin Yun was Lin Yun. Suyi was clear about this distinction. If a person lost their previous memories, underwent reincarnation, and started a new life with new acquaintances, they should be considered a completely new individual, regardless of whose reincarnation they might be. Even if Lin Yun possessed all of Guo Shengtong's memories, Suyi knew that there was no chance of rekindling past relationships. These matters were clearer to Suyi than anyone else. Then let's go up together. Lin Yun didn't deliberately make things difficult for Gu Tongtong and the others. After speaking, she entered the elevator. You talk first. I'm not in a rush. Ren Lanyu was also a clever person. She could sense something strange in the current situation. Lin Yun's attitude towards Suyi was peculiar. As a woman, if she asked Suyi to negotiate with Lin Yun, it might lead to unnecessary trouble. If they couldn't handle it, they could just sell the company. If they couldn't stay in Qingzhou, they could just go somewhere else. Inside the elevator, only Lin Yun, her two bodyguards, and Suyi's group remained. Suyi, it seems that you are also a cultivator. Lin Yun was now at the Union stage and could easily discern Suyi's training level. She could also see through Yi Xiaoxuan and Wu Wen's cultivation levels. As for Gu Tongtong, she didn't have a Yuanying or Jindan stage, but her Che was extremely pure, almost reaching the state of returning to the original pure state, making her appear like an ordinary person. But since Gu Tongtong claimed to be the director of Office 13, she was definitely not an ordinary person. Suyi simply nodded, still unsure how to approach the conversation with Lin Yun. Why not come to my company? Lin Yun extended another invitation, saying, As I mentioned before, you don't need to worry about salary issues. Just name your price. Lu Wen's and Gu Tongtong's expressions changed slightly. It was a bit too much to recruit someone directly in front of them. No. Thanks, I'm doing fine on my own. So he had once considered Lin Yun's offer, but now he rejected it outright. Now that you have so many experts around you, I won't join. Lin Yun fell silent, but her gaze remained fixed on Su Yi's profile, showing some infatuation. After the elevator doors opened, Lin Yun took a deep breath and said to Su Yi, "Su Yi, come with me. I have something to tell you." Su Yi then told Gu Tongtong and the others, "Wait for me here." Lu Wen's nodded repeatedly. "Go ahead. No problem." Since Su Yi had already turned down Lin Yun directly, there shouldn't be any major issues. Lu Wen's now realized Su Yi's importance. Though Yi Xiaoxuan's sword spirit was formidable, she only acted because of Su Yi's presence. If it weren't for Yi Xiaoxuan's intimidating sword spirit, they wouldn't know how to face thousands of worldly immortals, including Lin Yun right in front of them. If Su Yi and Yi Xiaoxuan hadn't come together, they probably would have had to resort to violence to meet Lin Yun. And after resorting to violence, Lu Wen's felt there would be no chance of victory, so they had to rely on Su Yi. Su Yi and Lin Yun entered the chairman's office. The office was very spacious, covering hundreds of square meters. It was decorated with many valuable antiques, and the design was antique and elegant. It seems that Lin Yun is deeply influenced by memories from her subconscious. After entering the room, Lin Yun pondered for a moment and straightforwardly asked, "Su Yi, do you believe in the concept of reincarnation?" As she asked this question, she stared at Su Yi intently. Su Yi nodded and said, "I do." Upon hearing him agree, Lin Yun first breathed a sigh of relief, then nervously asked, "What if I tell you that everything written in my book is true, and that I am Yinhua, and you are Liu Xiu? Do you believe it?" Su Yi fell silent for a moment before responding, "How can you confirm that I am Liu Xiu? Just because I look exactly like the person in your dreams? No. It's a feeling." Lin Yun stared at Su Yi and said, "You are the reincarnation of Liu Xiu." Su Yi just smiled. He had never died, so why talk about reincarnation? Liu Xiu was himself. Even if it's true, so what? Su Yi asked. Lin Yun gritted her teeth and said, "Don't you like me? I think you should like me. Otherwise, why would you take the initiative to talk to me when we first met? And also, I feel that our meeting is fate determined by the heavens." Su Yi could have easily erased Lin Yun's delusional memories, but he chose not to. He didn't want to change Lin Yun's fate again. Fate determined by the heavens? Su Yi had lived many years, and his favorite thing was to defy destiny. "I'm sorry, I did have some feelings for you before, but those feelings are not enough for me to continue our thousands-year-old destiny." Su Yi didn't reveal his identity, but continued, "I came to see you this time as an officer from Section 13 to inquire and verify some matters." Lin Yun said, "Su Yi, let's be together." Su Yi asked, "Together? Do you like Liu Xiu or Su Yi?" I don't know. Maybe I like both. Moreover, I think we should be together." Lin Yun smiled brightly and said, "Isn't it the arrangement of fate? Still not enough for your arrogance?" Su Yi, unmoved, said, "Are you planning to keep me under your care? Let me repeat, I don't want to be with you. Please take care of yourself and try not to engage in illegal activities." "Do you think I'm crazy?" Lin Yun stared at Su Yi, unable to believe his firm rejection. "Didn't we get along well before, regardless of our past lives or present?" "That was in the past. I think you need to adjust your mindset," Su Yi said. "Remember, you are Lin Yun, not Yinhua, and even if I were Liu Xiu, that's all in the past. Things from 2,000 years ago should have been settled long ago." Su Yi's resolute rejection left Lin Yun even more agitated. "I am Lin Yun. Can you accept me?" "Sorry, I can't." Su Yi's rejection was more decisive than anyone else's, without even bothering to find a reason. Lin Yun took a deep breath and said, "All right, I am not in a hurry. Let's take it slowly. I believe that one day you will accept me." After that, Lin Yun composed herself, put on a gentle smile, and said, "I will follow your words. I will have the earthly immortals come to register now." "Thank you." Su Yi turned and walked out of the office. "I will have my colleagues in charge of this come over. You can have the registration done with them." "Of course." Lin Yun followed Su Yi out of the office with a smile as if nothing had happened. Su Yi did not quite like this calm and composed manner. He preferred the previous genuine Lin Yun. He knew that if he erased the memories related to reincarnation fixation, it might lead to unpredictable consequences, potentially harming Lin Yun. Let things take their course. After they came out, Wu Wenza came to greet them, looking at Su Yi and then at Lin Yun. Lin Yun said to Wu Wenza, "Let your colleagues come up. I will have our company's staff register one by one and ensure that no illegal activities will be undertaken." Wu Wenza finally smiled. "Chairman Lin, this is great. Everyone living peacefully, creating a harmonious society. Isn't that wonderful?" "Yes, it is." Lin Yun showed little interest in Wu Wenza and focused her gaze more on Gu Tongtong and Ye Xiaoxuan. If Sui refused a woman like her, there must be a reason. Did Sui like either of the two women? Gu Tongtong and Ye Xiaoxuan were both seen as potential rivals in Lin Yun's eyes. Lin Yun observed Gu Tongtong, who didn't smile and had no makeup on her face. It seemed like Sui wouldn't like such a woman. As for Ye Xiaoxuan, it seemed that there was a close relationship between Sui and Ye Xiaoxuan. Sui even lied before, saying that Ye Xiaoxuan was his cousin. The more you hide, the more there is to it. Yet, Ye Xiaoxuan was also involved in treating her grandfather. Lin Yun was almost certain that there was something abnormal between Sui and Ye Xiaoxuan. As for how to handle it, a plan needed to be devised. Ye Xiaoxuan saw Lin Yun staring at her, and she unexpectedly smiled foolishly at Lin Yun, saying, "Xiaoyun. No. Shouldn't I call you Manager Lin now? You're a celebrity now." Lin Yun also smiled naturally and said, "Sister Ling, you're being too polite. What celebrity? If possible, I'd still prefer to be your employee." Ye Xiaoxuan thought Lin Yun was joking and jokingly said, "If you want to come back to work at our bookstore, you are more than welcome, but with your current status." Lin Yun interrupted her and said with a smile, "Since you welcome me, I'll come to work as usual tomorrow. The salary remains the same. How about that?" Ye Xiaoxuan was momentarily at a loss for words, looking at Su Yi, hoping for a hint from him, but Su Yi turned his face away, not giving her any hint at all. What else could Ye Xiaoxuan do? She could only smile and say to Lin Yun, "As long as you want to come, you are always welcome." "Thank you, Sister Yi," Lin Yun said naturally as he reached out to hold Ye Xiaoxuan's hand. "We talked about going to the movies last time, but we haven't gone yet. How about tonight? We go to the Golden Needle Banquet and take a look. My company is currently preparing a movie, and there are many big stars involved." Ye Xiaoxuan's smile stiffened a bit. She had made plans to go to the movies with Lin Yun before, not to set him up with Su Yi, but they didn't go because Su Yi attended a dance department social event. Now, Lin Yun brought up this matter again, but instead of going to the movies, he suggested attending the Golden Needle Banquet. Was it because of his changed status and position that he was suggesting different things now? Ye Xiaoxuan was familiar with the Golden Needle Banquet, a large-scale event in the entertainment industry attended by celebrities, singers, directors, screenwriters, and investors. "I'm not interested in attending such events. I'm not into celebrities," Ye Xiaoxuan said. While she watched movies, she was not a fan of celebrities. As someone who usually stayed at home studying medicine, her idols were ancient physicians like Hua2 and B&Q. And now, Su Yi. Su Yi was her idol. As long as Su Yi was there, why would she bother with other celebrities? Those young heartthrobs? Compared to Su Yi, she used to find those pretty bows somewhat appealing, but now, it was meaningless. What was a divine face? Su Yi had a divine face, flawless from every angle, along with outstanding medical skills and even a hint of magic. Why would she bother with the Golden Needle Banquet when she could relax in the bookstore with her master? Lin Yun smiled and said, "Come on, just for tonight. Let's check it out. It's no big deal. Let's go together." Su Yi suddenly said, "I'm quite interested. What exactly is the Golden Needle Banquet for?" Ye Xiaoxuan patiently explained to Su Yi what the Golden Needle Banquet was. Su Yi slightly frowned and said, "Let's go then. Why not? I'm interested in exploring new things." Thinking about it, the Golden Needle Banquet was likely a gathering of actors and industry professionals, screenwriters, investors, movie stars, singers. All these were new professions for Su Yi to explore. "Su Yi, would you like to go?" "Let's go together," Lin Yun asked with a smile. "Do you want to be a celebrity? With your temperament, you could be a hit." "Being a celebrity is not my thing," Su Yi replied, "but checking it out is fine." Lin Yun then suggested, "Let's go choose some formal wear now." Su Yi, You don't have a proper set of clothes yet. Suyi remained expressionless as he said, "It's unnecessary. I'm fine with what I'm wearing." He had no particular requirements for his attire, especially modern clothing, which he didn't particularly like. He believed that traditional Chinese clothing, such as hanfu, was more elegant and appealing. "Choose whatever you want to wear. It's all fine," Lin Yun said. Looking at Yi Xiaoxuan, "Do you need help picking an outfit, Sister Yi?" Yi Xiaoxuan's eyes lit up at the mention of choosing an outfit. If Suyi was going tonight, perhaps she could dress up nicely. "Let's go downstairs. I have a dressing room set up downstairs with master tailors. Many of our employees are skilled in ancient clothing styles and are not accustomed to modern outfits," Lin Yun explained. Yi Xiaoxuan looked at Lin Yun in confusion. The Ruixin building was primarily an office building. Did they have dressing rooms on the lower floors? Lin Yun confirmed, "Yes, I've set up a dressing room downstairs and hired master tailors to customize clothes for the company. You may have realized that many of my employees are extraordinary individuals in their craft." Yi Xiaoxuan joked about the excellent company benefits Lin Yun provided. Considering Lin Yun's current wealth, it wasn't surprising to have clothes tailored for the employees. Wu Wenz and the others accompanied Yi Xiaoxuan to the 42nd floor. Lin Yun had personally invited several renowned designers to the area. These designers were famous abroad, and just one piece of clothing they created cost tens of thousands. It seemed that only someone like Lin Yun, with her wealth, could afford to hire them on the spot. Lin Yun located a tall, blonde man named Avishal and asked him to craft a dress for Yi Xiaoxuan for the Golden Needle banquet. Lin Yun instructed Yi Xiaoxuan to get measured while he went to get changed. Avishal was about to start measuring Yi Xiaoxuan when Suyi suggested, Xuan, why not let me make you a hanfu? I haven't made clothes in a while, and I'm itching to do so." Yi Xiaoxuan's eyes lit up with excitement upon hearing about this unexpected perk for attending the banquet. "Great. Help me make it." Yi Xiaoxuan eagerly agreed to Suyi's offer. Having Suyi personally make her clothes was a special kind of happiness for her. If Suyi personally made her an outfit, be it a hanfu or rags, she would proudly wear it everywhere. Avishal, looking at Suyi, asked in rudimentary Chinese, "Can you make clothes?" Suyi chuckled. It was not that he looked down on Avishal, but he had mastered the art of tailoring to the highest level long ago. Compared to him, these so-called masters were nothing. Avishal was already the chief designer of a big foreign brand, but couldn't resist the many benefits given by Lin Yun, so he directly became Lin Yun's personal clothing designer. Lin Yun had asked him to make clothes for Yi Xiaoxuan, but there were rumors that he was also capable of making clothes. Especially after Suyi's chuckle just now, Avishal felt that he was being underestimated by the person in front of him. Avishal had never served anyone in clothing design before, and the young man in front of him looked too young. "Are you a tailor?" Avishal stared at Suyi, looking somewhat disdainful. Previously, if someone wanted him to make a piece of clothing, they would have to make an appointment at least 3 months in advance and wait for another month or 2. Now Lin Yun had asked him to make clothes for Yi Xiaoxuan, which was already a big favor. But this young man unexpectedly planned to show off his skills in front of him. Avishal raised an eyebrow and looked at Suyi in a peculiar manner. He had thought that Suyi must come from a family of tailors and had been learning since childhood. Otherwise, how could he have the audacity to claim he could make clothes in front of him? "How long have you been learning?" Avishal asked. "Probably 3 or 4 days. Suyi pondered for a moment. Although he had worked as a tailor, he hadn't done so for a long time. As for learning, he considered himself the first humanoid creature in the world. From running around naked in the mountains to covering himself with leaves and then animal skins, he had experienced it all first. As for ready-made clothes, he had crafted the first celestial robe using silkworms. Later on, as human civilization evolved, he had witnessed the development of silk by Lizu, the Hanfu and Tang suit, and he had grasped the basic techniques just by observing them briefly. 3 or 4 days. Avishal looked at Suyi strangely. He had thought that Suyi came from a long line of tailors and had been learning since childhood. Otherwise, how could he have the courage to claim he could make clothes in front of him? "I don't remember, but does it matter? Just give me some fabric, a pair of scissors, and a needle and thread." Suyi genuinely didn't know if his experience could be considered learning. After all, humans didn't wear clothes at first and later moved on to elaborate clothing, all of which he had witnessed. Suyi noticed that there were plenty of fabrics and modern clothing tools in the room, so it shouldn't be difficult to gather the materials he needed. What kind of fabric do you want? You can choose. Avichal was actually quite curious to see what kind of clothes a tailor who had only been learning for 3 or 4 days could produce. Did Suyi really think clothing design was that simple? People who weren't in the industry couldn't even properly sew a garment, let alone make a collar or ensure sleeves were the same length. After browsing around upstairs, Suyi settled on organza. The fabric was cool, easy to wash and quick drying, dark in color and resistant to dirt. It didn't stick to the skin, was thin but not easily wrinkled, soft yet structured, making it perfect for making a chest-crossing rukun. The rukun was actually quite simple, just a top and a skirt or a top and a skirt with cross-collar. For others, making such an outfit would probably take 10 days or more, but Suyi's movements were incredibly fast. He chose a piece of pink fabric, a piece of white fabric, and then, with scissors in hand, began work immediately. Yishiak-suan couldn't help but ask, "Don't you need to measure her dimensions?" Suyi glanced at her and replied confidently, "No need, it'll fit perfectly." What did professionalism mean? With just one glance, he could already determine how to modify the clothes for Yishiak-suan's body shape. Suyi's scissors swiftly cut through the fabric, and then he quickly sewed the pieces together, leaving Avichal staring in astonishment. This efficiency was quite remarkable. As a master in the field, Avichal could easily discern Yishiak-suan's body type just by looking at her. But the speed at which Suyi was cutting and sewing, almost without hesitation, was something even he couldn't achieve. When Lin Yun emerged from the changing room, Suyi had already completed half of the outfit. Seeing Suyi crafting clothing, even Lin Yun couldn't help but be surprised. Suyi had this skill? Was he making this for her? Yishiak-suan, on the other hand, wore a silly smile on her face, her dimples showing as she gazed at Suyi. Lin Yun's eyes betrayed a faint sense of softness as she watched Suyi engrossed in his work. Suyi worked quickly, and in less than half an hour, he had finished an entire set of rukun. "Zuexu, try it on." Suyi lifted his head to look at Yishiak-suan, who quickly walked over. Upon seeing the clothes on the table, her cheeks flushed red. The hanfu was one thing, but Suyi had also made her a dudo. Could this get any more embarrassing? Yishiak-suan awkwardly glanced at Suyi, her heartbeat quickening before she hurriedly went into the dressing room. Meanwhile, Avichal stood there speechless, eyes wide as he watched Suyi. This was the person who had only been learning for 3 or 4 days. As a top-level clothing designer, how could he not know the complexity of crafting a hanfu? It may seem simple, but to do it well was no easy task. Yet this young man had managed to create an outfit within half an hour. From a technical perspective, there shouldn't be any issues. This skill was quite impressive. When Suyi and Lin Yun locked eyes, there was a hint of sorrow and wistfulness in Lin Yun's gaze. Her once pure and alluring eyes now reflected a tinge of sorrow, akin to a woman wronged. Suyi didn't see anything wrong with the situation. His feelings for others had never been clear, and the similarities between Lin Yun's appearance and Yang Xiao's had triggered a peculiar emotion within him. Such a relationship wouldn't be healthy for either of them. Although Lin Yun had developed special feelings for Suyi due to Guo Shentan's obsession, Suyi wouldn't comply. He had caused women heartache before and didn't mind doing it again. Yishiak-suan quickly changed into the clothes and came out of the dressing room. As she put on the dudo, she couldn't help but feel a little self-conscious. It had been in her master's hands just moments ago. Was it appropriate for her to wear it now? Oh God, Yishiak-suan, your thoughts are truly twisted. She decided not to dwell on it any further, fearing her feelings were more complex than mere infatuation. After Yishiak-suan changed into a new outfit, all eyes were on her. It's not that the traditional Chinese outfit was exceptionally exquisite, but rather Yishiak-suan did not wear it properly. Suyi took a glance at her and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His silly disciple couldn't even put on clothes properly. Is this the demeanor of a young lady from a wealthy family? The silliest part was that she mistook the embroidered silk draped over her shoulder as a belt and tied it around her waist. "You, come with me," Suyi said, then headed towards the dressing room. "Oh." Yishiak-suan stuck out her rosy tongue, lowered her head, and followed Suyi. Suyi stood in the dressing room and called out, "Come in." "Ha." Yishiak-suan stared at Suyi in confusion. The dressing room was quite spacious, but what was she supposed to do inside? However, since Suyi called her, she had no choice but to enter. Once inside, Suyi closed the door behind them and stood in front of her. He reached for the embroidered silk around her waist, causing Yi Xiaoxuan to stiffen and fall silent. Suyi proceeded to untie her belt. The two were standing very close, with Suyi towering over Yi Xiaoxuan, his head tilted towards her, hands resting on her back waist. Yi Xiaoxuan could feel Suyi's warm breath on her ear, which made her even more nervous. Could it be that her master liked to do such things in this place, with so many people outside? Oh my goodness, this is embarrassing. Mustn't make any noise later, or it will be too shameful. Suyi quickly finished untangling the embroidered silk from Yi Xiaoxuan's mistaken belt, adjusted her outfit slightly, then retied the waist cord properly. Stepping back and inspecting her, he said, "Now, it looks much better." Yi Xiaoxuan kept her eyes closed tightly, fists clenched, body trembling slightly. She was wondering if the first time would be painful, and if it would be too much to bear. It was only when she heard Suyi's voice that she slowly opened her eyes, seeing Suyi standing a meter away, assessing her. "Why are you so nervous? Do you think I would punish you for such a small thing?" Suyi couldn't fathom why Yi Xiaoxuan was so afraid of him just for helping her tie a waist cord. Looking at the trembling girl, Suyi realized that he might have been too strict in their usual interactions, causing the child to be a little scared. After some contemplation, Suyi remembered that he hadn't been too severe with Yi Xiaoxuan, except for one incident where he lightly tapped her head for praising Lan Yang in front of him. It shouldn't have scared her so much. Yi Xiaoxuan, feeling like a frightened quail, shrank her neck, displaying a sense of relief mixed with a little regret. She awkwardly said, "I'm not nervous. Where am I nervous?" Suyi paused for a moment, then said, "All right, almost there. Turn around." "Turn around?" Yi Xiaoxuan squinted her eyes. She didn't even know what she was thinking, all mixed up in her mind. Taking a deep breath, she pushed away distractions and turned around. Considering Suyi's conduct, even if she turned around, he shouldn't do anything to her. So she decided to stop overthinking. After a brief hesitation, Suyi revealed some high-quality hairpins and began styling Yi Xiaoxuan's long and thick hair. He created a simple hairstyle, arranging it into a small bun with the hairpins placed elegantly. Suyi then draped the embroidered silk on her, giving Yi Xiaoxuan a dignified and refreshing look. "Remember, this is called embroidered silk, not a belt. Didn't I just make a waist cord for you?" Suyi said. "Now, you're all set and can go out." Yi Xiaoxuan stood in front of the mirror, feeling as if she had transformed. Her makeup remained unchanged, but with the new clothes and hair accessories, her overall aura had drastically improved. Feeling somewhat unreal, she thought that the reflection in the mirror resembled a fairy. "Master, if you become a Tony teacher, you'll surely make a lot of money." Yi Xiaoxuan giggled, her cheeks flushed, looking charming and adorable. "Tony teacher? What's that?" Suyi encountered a new term. "Tony teacher? Is it someone who moves mud?" Not knowing what the girl was talking about, Suyi received a disdainful look from Yi Xiaoxuan and she said, "I won't tell you. Let's go out." Even the old man didn't know who Tony teacher was. When they went out, Avihara was dumbfounded once again upon seeing Yi Xiaoxuan. The traditional Chinese outfit designed by Suyi perfectly suited Yi Xiaoxuan's temperament. Despite Yi Xiaoxuan's petite figure, the attire made her appear captivating, akin to an ethereal moon palace fairy. During ancient times, girls would marry around the age of 13 or 14, and back then, their development wasn't as advanced as modern girls. Therefore, having a flat chest wouldn't detract from the beauty portrayed by the traditional Chinese outfit. Lin Yun gazed at Yi Xiaoxuan with increased resentment in her eyes, bordering on jealousy. Although her outfit was also tailored by a top master, it seemed inferior in comparison to what Suyi had created. "Sir, may I know your name?" Avihara couldn't believe that Suyi had only studied tailoring for 3 or 4 days. When Yi Xiaoxuan wore the outfit herself, it didn't look that great, but after Suyi made adjustments and added hair accessories, her entire demeanor was significantly elevated. Avihara felt that he could create such clothes himself, but Suyi's craftsmanship had left a profound impression. Interested in traditional Chinese clothing making, Avihara was eager to learn from Suyi. "Can you teach me how to make traditional Chinese outfits?" Suyi just smiled. "Call me Suyi. I don't have the time to teach you. If you want to learn, first understand Chinese culture yourself, then find another master. I believe our Chinese tailors won't disappoint you." Suyi and Yi Xiaoxuan rode in Lin Yun's car together, while Wu Wen's and Gu Tongtong stayed behind to wait for the people from 13 Courtyard to come for registration. Lin Yun had the driver take them to the east gate of Qingzhou University. Mao Mao, I'm at the east gate now, where are you? Lin Yun called Ding Miao Miao from the car. She didn't go directly to the Golden Needle banquet, but took a detour to Qingzhou University to pick up Ding Miao Miao. Suyi observed everything that was happening. The reason he followed was not only out of curiosity for the banquet, but also to see how much Lin Yun had changed. He found it hard to imagine a girl having memories from a past life, especially, and those memories or muddled obsessions. What kind of person would she become? Suyi himself had held various identities in the past, but he had always maintained a detached attitude towards the world and had no obsessions that could affect him. However, Lin Yun was different. Despite being a poor girl, she had gained memories from 2,000 years ago, overnight wealth, and extraordinary cultivation skills that were beyond an ordinary person's reach. Such opportunities were enough to drastically change someone's character. But regardless of who she became, at least she still remembered her friends from this lifetime. From that perspective, Suyi thought it was commendable. Soon, Ding Miao Miao got into the car. It was a stretch Bentley with ample space inside, even equipped with a minibar for storing red wine. The four of them plus the driver still felt spacious inside. After Ding Miao Miao got in, she greeted Lin Yun with a smile. When she saw Suyi, her smile froze, and she gave him a disdainful look before sitting next to Lin Yun and holding her arm, asking, "Ziyun, do you think I can see brothers on this time?" Lin Yun smiled and assured her, "Of course, not only will you see him, but you can also take a photo with him, and even ask for his WeChat. No problem." As the two women chattered away, Suyi and Yexiaxuan were ignored. Ding Miao Miao occasionally glanced at Suyi and Yexiaxuan, still upset. This stoic straight guy had rejected her confession last time, claiming he already had someone he liked. Was it the girl next to him? Yexiaxuan, dressed beautifully like a fairy, made Ding Miao Miao feel somewhat inferior. However, being young girls, even if Yexiaxuan was stunning, Ding Miao Miao believed she could still find flaws in her. For instance, she might be pretty, but her chest was too small. If Suyi ended up with her, their future child would surely go hungry. Humph, wasting money on milk powder. Yexiaxuan had no idea she was being questioned about whether she could feed her future children. "Miao Miao, let me introduce you. This is Yexiaxuan," Lin Yun said, introducing them. "She's my best friend." Yexiaxuan smiled at Ding Miao Miao, who nodded in greeting. They exchanged only a few words, as Ding Miao Miao didn't feel like talking to Yexiaxuan. She thought Suyi had rejected her because of this girl and didn't want to get too close. As for Suyi sitting next to Yexiaxuan, Ding Miao Miao treated him like he was invisible. Suyi didn't mind and just started playing with his phone, proficiently using Baidu to search for information. In the era of big data networks, entering keywords could provide instant answers to unknown questions. After searching for some celebrities, the top result was an article about 3 heavily made-up men. Puzzled, Suyi asked Yexiaxuan, "Are these the celebrities?" Yexiaxuan nodded and identified them, causing Suyi to remark, "Are you all obsessed with effeminate men?" Annoy. Ding Miao Miao shot back, "You're the weird one. They are actors." She then explained the concept of actors to Suyi, who had previously worked in a bar. Suyi chuckled and continued to watch the TV drama of Zonjie, which Ding Miao Miao recommended he see. As he watched, he fell into deep thought, realizing that at the end of the day, Zonjie was just an actor playing romantic roles, and he couldn't appreciate such so-called celebrities. The place where the Golden Needle banquet was held was quite familiar to Suyi. It turned out to be the former Sanhe Club. After Zia Shant passed away, the Yi family bought the club and renamed it as Sanye Club. Before the car even arrived at the entrance of Sanye Club, the 2 nearby streets were already jammed with fans of various celebrities, with many police officers working hard to maintain order to prevent a stampede. Suyi glanced out the window and couldn't help but ask Yexiaxuan, "What's going on?" Yexiaxuan probably also knew that their master was not very familiar with this society. He was not even considered an old cadre anymore, a typical old fossil. "It's because of the Golden Needle banquet," Yexiaxuan smiled. With so many celebrities attending the banquet, fans from various fan clubs come to show their support. "It's all very normal." "Oh," Suyi nodded. This scene of the deserted streets probably only happened before, with truly heinous criminals parading through, being taken to be executed. He really didn't understand where these celebrities got such great charm. However, in this new era, Suyi felt that he should keep up with the times, just as he didn't like child marriage but couldn't stop others from liking it. In this aspect, his thinking was quite open. The driver drove the car directly to the underground parking lot, thinking it would be safe, only to find that even the parking lot was filled with media personnel and celebrity support groups. Lin Yun's car was already high profile, inevitably drawing attention. As soon as they got out of the car, a large group of people rushed over and blocked the car door, wanting to know which celebrity was so grand. Lin Yun's driver was just an ordinary person who had some martial arts training. Besides being a driver, he also played the role of a bodyguard. He got out of the car first and then said to the media and fans, "Everyone, please disperse. This is not your idol in the car. How is that possible? It must be a big star. Yeah. Who else could ride in such a car? Could it be Brothers On? Only Brothers On could have such a grand presence." Fans held up support banners, shouting their idols' names loudly, as if they were crazed. Soon, a group of security personnel arrived at the parking lot, separating these fans. These security guards were not foolish. Regardless of whoever was in the car, it was definitely someone important. If these fans were to cause disturbances or even an accident, they would lose their jobs. "Let's go down." Lin Yun looked out the car window and saw that the fans had been basically isolated. With Lin Yun's current strength, she didn't really need anyone to protect her, but she didn't want to leave a bad impression in front of Su Yi. Lin Yun and Ding Miao Miao got out of the car first. When those fans saw Lin Yun, they were all dumbfounded. This woman was just too beautiful. They asked each other for a long time, but couldn't figure out who this female star was. Someone was taking pictures nearby, but Lin Yun ignored them. It was just taking photos, nothing serious, and she didn't mind being famous. Lin Yun and the others had just taken a few steps when Su Yi and Yi Xiaoxuan also got out of the car. Su Yi's temperament was quite extraordinary. Even without makeup, he could surpass all the fresh meat in the entertainment industry today. When he got out of the car, the eyes of the young female fans who were chasing stars were almost filled with hearts. And then there was Yi Xiaoxuan. Her hanfu outfit amazed everyone. When all the people in the car got out, the fans who were originally excited and nosy unexpectedly quieted down. They were shocked by the group's looks, but also somewhat puzzled. They didn't recognize any of these people. Weren't all the celebrities attending the Golden Needle banquet supposed to be stars? Logically speaking, with the looks of this group of people, they should be thriving in the entertainment industry. How could they not recognize any of them? Was it because of a lack of exposure? However, Su Yi and the others were already in the internal elevator within a short time. Lin Yun nodded silently, lost in her own thoughts. Su Yi couldn't help but feel that the crazed behavior of these young female fans chasing stars was somewhat pathological. This could be considered a pathology emerging in this society. In the past, when a general died, the whole city would mourn. People used to admire literati and scholars, but in no era, not even when admiring actors, would they be as fanatical as this. As for men wearing makeup, in the 5,000 years of Chinese history, Su Yi had rarely come across it. He never thought that in this era of scientific and cultural advancement, it had become a norm and trend. Ultimately, perhaps these people were just too well fed and had nothing better to do. In a society where entertainment was paramount, a crisis had indeed arisen. However, having seen so much, Su Yi was still relatively satisfied with the present era. At least the scene today was just a small group, and these so-called fans were just a group of immature children. He believed that one day, when they grew up and became parents themselves, they would sigh and regret their behavior today. Su Yi couldn't help but ask Yi Xiaoxuan, "Xiaoxuan, do you have a favorite celebrity?" Yi Xiaoxuan thought for a moment and said, "Are you talking about actors and singers?" Su Yi nodded. Yi Xiaoxuan said, "I don't really follow celebrities. I used to just stay at home studying medicine. If you're asking about idols, then my idol is Academician Zhong Nanshan. I want to become a person like him." Su Yi couldn't help but feel fortunate that his disciple might be naive, but at least she had her own sense of aesthetics and principles. He asked again, "A friend of mine mentioned someone called Jay Shu. Is he a celebrity too?" "Of course, he's at the king level." Yi Xiaoxuan took out her phone, pulled up a photo of Jay Shu, and handed it to Su Yi. Su Yi took a look. He seems a bit different from the previous three. As Yi Xiaoxuan swiped on her phone, a photo of Jay Shu appeared when he was chubby, holding a cup of milk tea and smiling. Su Yi suddenly realized and said, "So young girls nowadays like these uncles?" Yi Xiaoxuan wanted to roll her eyes, Come on, he's a singer, he sings. Oh, so he must be very good at singing. Suyi had never heard of Jae-shu before, but seeing this photo taken by a passerby, Jae-shu looked somewhat chubby and greasy. It was hard for him to imagine that girls like Ren Lanyu would actually like such a greasy uncle unless he sang really well. He was quite handsome when he was young. Although Yi Xiaoxuan was not a fan of Jae-shu, she felt that Suyi was insinuating that the man wasn't good looking. Alright, Suyi usually didn't judge people by their appearance. In fact, the aesthetics of each era and each country would differ. He just felt that if young people thought that a man with no trace of masculinity on him and a face caked in more makeup than a woman was handsome, it would be a terrifying thing. Golden Needle Banquet. The decoration of this clubhouse has undergone some changes, but it has become even more luxurious. After they entered for just a moment, Yi Jingshan walked over. He first exchanged pleasantries with Lin Yun, expressing great admiration for this new business elite, then asked Yi Xiaoxuan, Xuan, are you an acquaintance of Miss Lin? Yi Xiaoxuan had to say, of course, we have known each other for some time. Lin Yun also smiled and said, Uncle Yi, Miss Yi and I are good friends. I used to work in her shop before. In the future, just call me Xiaoyun. Don't worry about formalities. Yi Jingguo heard Lin Yun say this and couldn't help but smile. You young people get along well and support each other. It's good. Since that's the case, Xiaoyun, if you encounter any trouble in the future, tell Uncle Yi. Definitely, if I ever need to trouble Uncle Yi in the future. Lin Yun's face was full of smiles, completely different from the girl who was previously not good with words. Suyi also quietly observed that it was normal for Lin Yun to have such changes. After all, both Yin Lihua and Guo Shentan were not ordinary people in the past, and they had a way of handling things. With just a few words, it seemed that she had reached a small alliance with Yi Jingguo. If nothing unexpected happened, she wouldn't even need the methods of cultivators to thrive in the business circle. Xiaoyun, I heard you are Tang Lao's granddaughter. Is that true? Yi Jingguo narrowed his eyes slightly and said, previously, Tang Lao had transferred all his business, and now you've come back in full swing. I wonder what your intentions are. Yi Jingguo actually didn't know why the Tang family had transferred all their business before, but as far as he knew, it seemed to be related to the grudges of the older generation. Tang Jinkin died on Wash Sword Mountain. The Tang family became the target of public criticism, and the reasons behind it were not elaborated by his family's old man. Now that Yi Lin had passed away, perhaps only a few old men like Yu Guowen would know the truth. Lin Yun, of course, couldn't know that Tang Yaowen had previously ordered the entire Tang family to retreat from the world just because of Suyi. Tang Yu's son, Tang Jinkin, offended Zhang Changfeng on Wash Sword Mountain and died there. When the news of Suyi's survival spread, the Tang family was doomed to never rise again. Lin Yun smiled and said, the Tang family has retired, and now I am doing my own business. By the way, Uncle Yi, I am very curious. What's the reason our Tang family retreated before? Is it related to the old immortal on Wash Sword Mountain? Yi Jingguo pondered for a moment and said, there must be some connection, but it should not be solely because Tang Jinkin offended Elder Zhang. Ling Yun blinked and said, I don't care for the reason. Now it's me. And it's the Tang family. Uncle Yi shouldn't become my enemy, right? Yi Jingguo just smiled faintly. Xiaoyun, I think you should go visit Master Yu from the Yu family. If he harbors no ill will towards you, then we should become allies. Yu Guowen? Lin Yun's smile gradually froze on her face as she said, then tell Uncle Yi, whoever considers me their enemy can come at me. Visit Yu Guowen. Lin Yun's current strength was no longer afraid of any cultivator forces. Although the Yu family was wealthy, in her eyes, they were just so. Not to mention Zhang Changfeng on Wash Sword Mountain, she was not afraid of him at all. She had thousands of cultivators listening to her commands. Who could she fear? When Tang Yue wanted to harm her mother before, didn't he still kneel in front of her mother and apologize because of Lin Yun's identity? Although she was just a woman, she was the successor disciple of the great Emperor Blackwater Zhuangning. All the worldly immortals in Fenjing Town respected her. Lin Yun released a bit of her aura, making Yi Jingguo feel an inexplicable sense of oppression. Her cold and firm expression gave him chills. Yi Jingguo had experienced countless storms to reach where he was today, and he had seen all kinds of situations, but he never expected that this young girl, younger than his daughter, could bring him such a strong sense of oppression. Yi Xiaoxuan was still unaware, but Suyi said coldly, Miss Lin, You better watch your words and actions, Lin Yun looked at Su Yi with a slight surprise. She almost forgot that Su Yi was from the 13th house. I heard that you have reached an agreement with Tang Yue, Lin Yun said. Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble, but if someone else comes to bother me, I always know how to fight back. After speaking, she had already suppressed her aura, looking like the harmless girl she used to be. Yi Jingwo, with cold sweat on his back, still managed to say to Lin Yun, rest assured, I will convey your words to master you. Yi Xiaxuan stared at Lin Yun, unsure of what to say. She could already feel that the current Lin Yun was no longer the gentle girl she used to be, but now she seemed a bit scary. Yi Jingwo sneaked a glance at Su Yi. He knew Su Yi was also a cultivator, and not an ordinary one. Just one sentence from him made Lin Yun compromise, showing that he had the strength to protect Yi Xiaxuan. You young people talk, I won't disturb you any longer. Yi Jingwo didn't want to continue chatting with Lin Yun. The pressure was too much. Then, Uncle Yi, take care. Lin Yun smiled slightly and said, don't worry, I have a very good relationship with Miss Yi. After Yi Jingwo left, Ding Miao Miao couldn't help but say to Lin Yun, in a low voice, girl, you were so domineering just now. Lin Yun raised her eyebrows slightly. Let's go, I'll introduce you to your big brother Zan. Okay. Ding Miao Miao also felt that Lin Yun had changed from before, but she was even more domineering now. Challenging someone like Yi Jingwo up front was remarkable. Lin Yun glanced at Su Yi and asked, are you coming along? Su Yi responded, sure, I have nothing else to do. Lin Yun turned her head and led Ding Miao Miao into the crowd, no longer paying attention to Su Yi. She felt that Su Yi should be the reincarnation of Liu Xiu, but her mentality had subtly changed. Regardless of who Su Yi was, she shouldn't lower her stance. Once she was the empress, now she could still become the queen. As long as she had overwhelming power, shouldn't Su Yi know how to choose? Su Yi was just a small cultivator now, he must still crave power. No matter what Su Yi wanted, Lin Yun could provide it. Su Yi was standing with a cold face next to Yi Xiaxuan. Yi Xiaxuan gently tugged at Su Yi's sleeve and whispered, Master, about the future madam. She will not be your future madam. Su Yi raised an eyebrow and said, let's go, see that brother Zan. In recent years, there has been a boom in domestic boys' love literature in the country, leading many girls to become obsessed with it, finding love between men more interesting and pure. Capitalists have also seen the opportunity and adapted boys' love into TV dramas, crazily promoting and creating stars, introducing male actors packaged from South Korea, marketing heavily based on male beauty, establishing various personas and reaping countless profits. Zan undoubtedly became a tool in this profit-driven capitalism. He gained popularity through TV dramas adapted from boys' love literature, but an author from a boys' love website depicted Zan in an article as someone with gender identity disorder, derogatorily calling him intellectually disabled. As a result, one of Zan's devoted fans stumbled upon this article and couldn't stand it, prompting her to report the author and the website, leading to the website being shut down and affecting creators in anime, boys' love, and various other circles. Subsequently, people from different communities united to boycott Zan, resisting his endorsements, and giving negative reviews to any film or TV series starring him. This sparked a major battle, with fans engaging in various extremist actions, offending numerous prominent figures. Zan, benefiting from the boys' love trend, made numerous ill-considered remarks, delivered lackluster performances, and quickly tarnished his public image, receiving widespread criticism online. During this period, the capitalists behind Zan turned a blind eye, thinking that after this traffic star cooled off, they could simply create another one. However, to their surprise, the online backlash against Zan ignited his fans' counter-reaction and overwhelming sympathy, resulting in various support campaigns and rankings to defend their beloved Zan. After this bizarre battle, Zan not only didn't fade away but instead rose to even greater fame. Regardless of the underlying profit chain, at a banquet, Zan was undoubtedly the top celebrity, as he was discussing a new drama with an investor. Ding Miao Miao, upon seeing Zan nearby, couldn't help but grab Lin Yun's hand, saying, Xiaoyun, I'm a bit nervous. Can I really get Zan's WeChat? Of course. Lin Yun was somewhat confident. She never used to chase stars, but after inheriting memories, she held a disdain for celebrities, viewing them as mere tools for capitalists to make money. She believed that if her close friend asked Jozon for his WeChat, and he dared not to give it, he wouldn't be able to survive in this industry. Others couldn't blacklist him because he brought profits to the capitalists. But if Lin Young were to turn against him with her current influence, with just a word, Jozon would disappear overnight from the public eye. Apart from the investor negotiating the new drama with Jozon, there was also a slightly chubby-looking screenwriter nearby. After the investor finished talking with Jozon, he introduced, "Jozon, this is Yan Dong, the scriptwriter for this new drama. Have a good chat with director Yan." Just as he spoke, Yan Dong's face turned cold as he said, "Mr. Chin, if he's going to be the lead in this drama, count me out." This Mr. Chin was actually Chin Lin's father, Chin Yun Wang. He seemed like just a shopkeeper, as the real big boss had no interest in wasting words with Jozon. Chin Yun Lan wasn't upset by Yang Dong's words and smiled, saying, "Yang, why be so blunt? Our company likes your script, but it's not a must-buy. Jozon already has his own fanbase. With him as the lead, it's bound to be a hit. I don't know if it will be a hit, but I can't stand this guy." Yan Dong rolled his eyes and continued, "I can't bear to have him in my production. If you want him to act as a pederast, I have no objection. I could even design a character specifically for him. As for the other roles, forget about it." Yan Dong used to write online novels and later became a screenwriter, having success with several dramas. This success had elevated his status, earning him millions in annual royalties. He glanced at Jozon and said coldly, "Mr. Chin, do you think his makeup skills can bring out an extraordinary aura? We're shooting a drama, not a brothel. If you want him to play a role in the series, I have no objections. I can even design a character specifically for him. As for the other roles, let's forget about it." As an intellectual, with a bit of money, Yan Dong stood tall. Perhaps genuinely disliking Jozon, he spoke somewhat rudely. "See? Not far away," couldn't help but find amusement in Yan Dong's remarks, wondering if they shared similar views. "Yan Dong, don't be shameless." Chin Yun Long frowned, saying, "Don't forget, you've already signed a contract with our company. You've sold your copyright to us. While you have the right to suggest roles, I insist on Jozon as the lead. What can you do about it?" Yan Dong turned green. To onlookers, he was a successful screenwriter and author. Yet when faced with capital, he was in a weak position. Even though he could write great scripts, to get paid, he had to sign some harsh and unfair contracts. As Chin Yun Long mentioned, when they signed the contract, it stated that Yan Dong had the right to suggest roles, but it was merely a suggestion. If the capitalist gave him face, they would accept his recommendation. If not, it was as good as useless. Chin Yun Long used the contract to pressure Yan Dong, who found himself with no options but to comply. Jozon, with a displeased expression, said to Yan Dong, "Don't you owe me an apology for your words just now? Apologize to your mother. Do whatever you want. I've already given you the script. If you want to get a dog to act in it, I can't do anything about it." Yan Dong, an intellectual, but not a cultured person, was full of anger as he showed Jozon his middle finger and left. When he saw Lin Yan, he froze for a moment, then fixed his eyes on Suyan Yishaxuan, unable to look away. He had written a fantasy script, and Suyan Yishaxuan perfectly matched his idea of the male and female leads. "Hello." Suyi greeted Yan Dong with a smile. Yan Dong stuttered, You are actors?" His life mainly revolved around writing at the computer and playing games, so he was not familiar with these rising stars. This was also his first time meeting Jozon. However, after reading various comments from Jozon's fans and watching one of Jozon's dramas, he was blinded by the luster, feeling that having Jozon act in his script would be an insult to his work. As for these two in front of him, were they also rising stars? Yexiaxuan knew her master was a stickler for tradition, so she quickly said to Yan Dong, "We are not actors, we just came to join in the fun." "Oh. Then, goodbye." Yan Dong's emotion seemed a bit resentful and a bit lost. He had wanted to ask Suyan Yexiaxuan if they were interested in becoming actors, but after trying to gauge, he realized that these two had a unique temperament. However, he quickly realized that he was just a writer after all, with only a say in casting but not much influence, so recommending them would be pointless. Moreover, although these two had good temperaments, without being actors, just having a good image probably wouldn't be enough for filming. After all, A true actor needs to memorize lines, control their emotions in performance, and go through a lot of learning for various complex skills. While Suyi and Yexiaxuan had good temperaments, they lacked the basic skills, so it probably wouldn't work out. Goodbye. Suyi didn't stay to chat with Yang Dong. He simply found him somewhat interesting and didn't necessarily need to make acquaintances. As Yang Dong left, Lin Yun approached with Ding Miao Miao to Qing Yunlan and Zhou Zhan. Director Lin, I didn't expect you to be interested in attending this kind of banquet. Qin Yunlan also recognized Lin Yun. These days, Lin Yun was enjoying a lot of popularity, and Qing Yunlan had seen some information about her. The granddaughter of Tang Yaowen, planning to use the money from selling off the Tang family's national assets to make a name for herself in Qingzhou City, was truly a far-fetched idea. Her forceful entrance would definitely involve the interests of many big shots. For a 20-year-old young girl to use money to make a splash in Qingzhou, the final result could only be a dismal failure. The more glorious she is now, the more tragic she will be in the future. Lin Yun slightly smiled and said, General Qin, I just came to join the fun. With that, her eyes landed on Zhou Zhan. Pulling Ding Miao Miao to introduce, Zhou Zhan, this is my best friend, Ding Miao Miao. Let's get to know each other. Who are you? Zhou Zhan obviously didn't recognize Lin Yun, this new rich in Qingzhou City, but when he saw Lin Yun, there was a glint in his eyes, showing he had some thoughts. Qin Yunlan introduced from the side, Zhou Zhan, this is the granddaughter of the former Tang Group's Mr. Tang, now the chairman of Yun Financial, General Lin Yun. You represent our company, so chat with Director Lin. Director Lin, I won't disturb you. Qin Yunlan actually didn't regard Lin Yun highly and wasn't interested in discussing anything with her. Just as many people thought Zhou Zhan was hopeless, Qin Yunlan also believed Lin Yun's glory wouldn't last long. Lin Yun nodded slightly, also not taking Qin Yunlan seriously, thinking that someone who relied on the Yi family's network to do some small business everywhere had no qualifications to chat with her. Calling him General Qin was merely a matter of politeness. After Qin Yunlan left, Zhou Zhan asked, Director Lin, do you have anything you want to discuss with me? Both the former Tang Group and the current Yun Financial were heard of by Zhou Zhan. True big capitalists. If he wanted to succeed, he naturally had to establish good relations with these capital figures. Lin Yun smiled faintly and said, I have nothing, just that my friend wants to get to know you. Sure. Miss Ding, shall we exchange WeChat? Zhou Zhan wouldn't refuse. Lin Yun's best friend should also be a wealthy lady from some family. Ding Miao Miao was already excited. Her face flushed as she took out her phone and asked, should I add you or you add me? I'll add you. Zhou Zhan, portraying a gentlemanly appearance, took out his phone to exchange WeChat with Ding Miao Miao. Miss Lin, should we exchange contact numbers too? Lin Yun squinted her eyes, smiling. Let's not exchange. I don't use WeChat. Then let's exchange phone numbers. Lin Yun felt this person probably had a bit of a problem in their head. Saying she didn't use WeChat meant she didn't want to exchange contact information, right? However, to save face for Ding Miao Miao, she ended up leaving the driver's phone number for Zhou Zhan. Because Ding Miao Miao had Zhou Zhan's WeChat now, her whole face was beaming with a smile, and Lin Yun also found an excuse to leave, giving them space to be alone. For Lin Yun, besides her grandfather, Ding Miao Miao was the person closest to her. If Ding Miao Miao wanted to get to know Zhou Zhan, then she would fulfill her wish. As for whether the two of them would hit it off, it was up to fate. However, if Zhou Zhan dared to make Ding Miao Miao unhappy, he would have a very hard time. Suyi, are you interested in becoming a star? Lin Yun also approached Suyi, wanting to know his aspirations or desires. If she could help Suyi achieve these, then he shouldn't have a reason to refuse her. I'm not interested. I'm still just a student, Suyi said. All right, I'll go back to work at the bookstore tomorrow. Lin Yun didn't ask further. Her mindset had gradually undergone some changes, and she even thought that if Suyi had agreed to be with her from the start, it might have become less interesting, and she didn't seem to like Suyi that much anymore. But Suyi's attitude did ignite a competitive spirit in her. Men also enjoy the thrill of conquest with women, don't they? Lin Yun had already regarded Suyi as a future follower under her command. As for Yexiaxuan, it's only interesting when there's competition. Otherwise, with her current strength, getting whatever she wanted would just be a matter of words, lacking any excitement. It had to be said that her current mindset had some similarities with Su Yi, on a slightly smaller scale. If Lin Yun was the one unlocking a golden finger, charting a course towards the vast universe and sea of stars, then Su Yi would be the invincible protagonist, with the vast universe and sea of stars under his feet. Su Yi asked, "You're not managing all your businesses anymore." "There's not much to manage. Nowadays, with communication being so advanced, many things can be solved with just a phone call." As Lin Yun spoke, her gaze was still on Ding Miaomia and Zhou Zhan. The two were standing aside, chatting happily while holding glasses of red wine. Su Yi also glanced over there and said, "You don't happen to be matchmaking Ding Miaomia and Zhou Zhan, do you?" "I have that idea." Lin Yun smiled. "I tried to set you up with Miaomia before, but you refused before she even confessed. Regretting now." Su Yi shook his head. "Ding Miaomia is nice. Aren't you afraid of hurting her this way?" Lin Yun said, "I think they are quite suitable. They are both talented and beautiful individuals, and Miaomia really likes him." "Does she like him for his looks?" Su Yi asked. "What's the point of being good-looking alone? I think Ding Miaomia might end up getting hurt this way." Lin Yun's competitive spirit was suddenly aroused, and she chuckled. "I don't think so. If Zhou Zhan dares to make Miaomia sad, I guarantee he will regret it. Forcing someone to love you doesn't bring any sweetness. Whether it's sweet or not, you only know after tasting it, right?" Lin Yun stubbornly said, "As long as Miaomia likes him, that's enough." Today, Su Yi only briefly interacted with Lin Yun, but already noticed that in the short span of time they had been at Qingyun Mountain. Lin Yun's thoughts, behavior, and demeanor had undergone a drastic change. Su Yi could actually understand all of this. Different identities and strengths naturally lead to different mindsets, just like before with He Liao, who had won a few million and completely changed as a person. Lin Yun adapting to her current identity could not be considered right or wrong. "Su Yi, let's find a place to sit down and chat slowly," Lin Yun said, while glancing at Yi Shaxuan and smiling. "Sister Yi, join us." Su Yi nodded without saying a word and followed Lin Yun to find a place to sit. This banquet was originally a gathering in the entertainment industry, and most of the people present were handsome men and beautiful women. The location Lin Yun chose was quite prominent, and as they sat down, people started approaching them. These people were all looking for Lin Yun. With a large sum of money entering the Qingzhou business circle, Lin Yun had been moving quickly, engaging in various acquisitions and financing deals, naturally attracting many people who wanted to gain from her success. "Hello, Miss Lin, can I sit here?" A young man with dye blonde hair and overly powdered face approached Lin Yun's table while holding two glasses of red wine. Su Yi was not surprised by this anymore, and Yi Shaxuan sitting there made it difficult to say anything. In just a short while, Lin Yun had already gathered 8 wealthy businessmen and negotiated acquisition deals with 5 companies, effortlessly sealing the deals. And all the companies she was looking to acquire were worth no less than $1 billion. And these wealthy businessmen were influential figures in Qingzhou, meaning she had likely secured deals worth tens of billions in just that short time. For ordinary people, even just a deal worth a few million would be enough to make their dreams come true. Lin Yun remained composed throughout, until the young man with overly powdered face appeared in front of her. "Who are you?" Lin Yun glanced at the young man, who had delicate features but exuded a somewhat effeminate vibe. "I'm Sai Kunken. You probably haven't seen me without makeup, which is why you don't recognize me." Sai Kunken was also a famous idol star known for singing, dancing, rapping, playing basketball, and wearing overalls, popular in certain circles of young girls and gay men. Lin Yun raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at Sai Kunken's heavily made-up face, complete with eyeshadow. "And you call this no makeup? Do you have some misunderstanding about makeup? Get lost." Lin Yun had no good feelings towards Sai Kunken. His appearance even made her feel a bit disgusted. She could show some courtesy towards certain businessmen, but she found this guy repulsive and didn't bother hiding it. She didn't even consider Su Yi's feelings at that moment. "Miss Lin, what do you mean by this?" Sai Kunken's smile froze on his face as he stood there holding 2 glasses of wine. He had been ordered by his boss to seduce Lin Yun, but her attitude caught him off guard. Literally speaking, "Don't you understand?" Lin Yun's expression turned cold. She was no longer that gentle and weak girl, and not everyone could sit at her table. An idol reliant on his family background was not someone she wanted to associate with. Miss Lin, you will pay for your words. Sai Kunkin never expected a girl to be so rude to him. Wasn't he supposed to make women swoon at the sight of his face? After speaking, Sai Kunkin huffed and turned away. Shortly after, he walked over to a plump, middle-aged woman. You are Lin Yan? The woman linked arms with Sai Kunkin. Her heavy facial features seemed threatening and she stared at Lin Yan with a hostile expression. Lin Yan frowned and asked, "And who are you?" "Me." The woman let out a fake laugh, saying, "I'm Yang Yuan from Xinli Media. You should have heard of my name." "I haven't," Lin Yan said. "What's the matter?" "Hey, I sent Kun Kun to invite you for a drink, which means I look up to you." Yang Yuan sneered. "You want to enter the entertainment industry, right? I can help you succeed, but you have to apologize to my Kun Kun." "Oh, Xinli Media." Lin Yan slowly took out her phone and made a call. "In 10 minutes, I want Xinli Media bankrupt." After saying that, she hung up. Yang Yuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You little girl, what are you pretending to do? Bankrupt my company in 10 minutes? Lin Yan couldn't be bothered with her. She glanced at Su Yi, who was looking around bored and hadn't said anything yet. Being ignored by Lin Yan made Yang Yuan lose face and she was burning with anger. She picked up a wine glass from the table and splashed it at Lin Yan's face. The wine flew out, but before it could reach Lin Yan, it reversed course in midair and splashed on Yang Yuan's face instead. Lin Yan was an infant transformation cultivator. It was quite naive for a middle-aged woman to think she could splash wine on her face without consequences. With wine all over her face, Yang Yuan couldn't help but let out an angry shout. Her makeup ruined. Some people nearby looked over, but none of them intervened. Many of those present knew Lin Yan and Yang Yuan, so they didn't want to get involved in their conflict. Moreover, many of them were curious to see how much power Lin Yan actually had. Yang Yuan was the one escalating the situation, making it all the more interesting. Yang Yuan hurried to the restroom to redo her makeup, while Sai Kunkin, still standing there, pointed at Lin Yan with his trembling fingers and said, "You're in big trouble. How dare you splash General Manager Yan?" Lin Yan chuckled and completely ignored him, instead asking Su Yi, "You guys won't intervene in something like this, right?" The 13 Bureau was responsible for handling criminal activities of cultivators, but generally speaking, as long as cultivators didn't go too far, they would turn a blind eye. Su Yi asked in return, "What happened?" Though he wanted to be a law-abiding citizen and supported the work of the 13 Bureau, Lin Yan's actions didn't seem illegal at the moment. Lin Yan smiled. Less than 3 minutes later, Yang Yuan, like a rampaging boar, charged towards Lin Yan, crying out, "President Lin, I'm sorry. Please forgive me." Sai Kunkin rushed forward to pull Yang Yuan back, saying, "Manager Yang, what are you doing? Get lost. It's this scoundrel who offended President Lin." Yang Yuan slapped Sai Kunkin in the face before pleading to Lin Yan, "President Lin, it's my fault for not recognizing your greatness. Whatever you want, just tell me. Just give me a way out." It was clear that she hadn't lasted 10 minutes, and Xinli Media was already facing a major crisis. Yang Yuan realized she had offended someone she shouldn't have. Lin Yan, with her lips slightly curved, cold and radiant, pointed at Sai Kunkin and said, "I don't want to see him anywhere again. And also, Xinli Media, sell it to me for 50 million. T.S. The characters in the book are purely fictional. Please do not relate them to real-life individuals." Lin Yan's methods are indeed swift and decisive. In just 10 minutes, she threatened to bankrupt XINLI Media, and within 3 minutes, Yang Yuan was almost on the verge of begging for mercy on the ground. However, Yang Yuan is not the big boss of XINLI Media. She can only be considered a small shareholder, someone who works behind the scenes. "Mrs. Lin, XINLI Media isn't under my sole discretion," Yang Yuan hastily explained. "But I can assure you that Sai Kunkin will absolutely disappear from the public eye, blacklisted across the entire industry." Having just been harshly slapped by Yang Yuan, Sai Kunkin was still dazed. Yet now, hearing Yang Yuan's plan to completely cut him off, he immediately grabbed her arm, his voice hoarse as he exclaimed, "Sister Yuan, you can't treat me like this. I've worked hard, even if I haven't contributed much over the past 2 years." Facing Yang Yuan's unbridled violence, and thrown off by Sai Kunkin's words, Lin Yan furiously pushed Sai Kunkin away and lashed out at him, scolding, "What hard work? You're worthless in 2 minutes." Might as well disappear. Apologize to Mrs. Lin now. Confused and flabbergasted from the assault, Sai Kunken's fair face displayed a mix of indignation. This banquet was supposed to be his shining moment. How did it turn out like this? With no one stepping in on his behalf, it was evident that in the eyes of true power, stars like him were merely tools or playthings. When their interests were threatened, discarding a tool or a toe brought more satisfaction than throwing away old shoes. Lin Yun furrowed her brow slightly and glanced at Yang Yuan. Your words hold no weight. Let someone who can talk the talk do so with me. Also, you can deal with your people, but I don't want to see you both right now. Understand? Got it. Yang Yuan fawned at Lin Yun and then kicked Sai Kunken before ordering, get out. Quickly rushing to Yang Yuan's side, Sai Kunken anxiously assisted her. Since Yang Yuan was now his last lifeline, he dared not show any resentment, no matter how badly she treated him. Mrs. Lin, sorry for the disturbance. Yang Yuan respectfully bowed to Lin Yun before leading Sai Kunken away. Lin Yun made a phone call, instructing, don't move on XINLI Media yet, I plan on acquiring it. Observing Lin Yun's every move, the other bosses present felt the pressure she exuded. Though XINLI Media might not be the biggest in the entertainment industry, the fact that Lin Yun could make Yang Yuan act in such a way reflected her significant influence. Witnessing all this, Zhou couldn't help but feel conflicted. Previously, Sai Kunken had nearly as much popularity as him, with millions of followers and connections. But now, treated like a dog in public by Yang Yuan, and with just one word from Lin Yun, he was cut off. No matter what, Zhou couldn't escape the harsh reality. If he couldn't integrate himself into the real elite circles, one day, he too might end up like Sai Kunken. To truly become an elite, perhaps the girl in front of him, Ding Miao Miao, was a perfect opportunity. Lin Yun, being as dominant as she was, meant that her friend's background was likely impressive. With his abilities, if he could become close to both Lin Yun and her friend, his life would truly peak. It seemed like he was indeed destined for greatness. Thinking this, Zhou smiled, his gaze towards Ding Miao Miao becoming more intriguing. Su Yi remained silent throughout the events, while Yi Shouwan, observing Lin Yun, couldn't help but be shocked. This was the legendary fierce female lead. From Lin Yun's changing attitude towards Su Yi, it seemed like she was about to make her move. Although Su Yi had stated that Lin Yun wasn't her future mentor, who knows what could happen. In such a situation, if she stayed by Su Yi's side, would Lin Yun mistake her for a threat and act on it? Lin Yun noticed Yi Shouwan's gaze and met it with a smile, causing Yi Shouwan to startle and awkwardly smile back, not knowing what to say. This banquet had essentially become Lin Yun's personal show, showcasing her dominance to the various forces present. Later that night, news broke about Sai Kunken's various immoral activities, including being financially supported by wealthy women and allegedly involved with a high-ranking official from a certain country. With solid evidence to support these claims, the major media outlets announced a permanent ban on the morally corrupt artist. Sai Kunken quickly found himself in the crosshairs, becoming a topic of discussion for netizens and suddenly transformed from a popular star to an object of criticism overnight. Seeing the trending news on his phone, Zhou mood became complex. At that moment, he had already arranged to meet Ding Miao Miao alone. He needed to quickly secure this woman before it was too late. Still reveling in the joy of meeting her idol, Ding Miao Miao felt a bit timorous. She sat in Zhou sports car, continuously sharing her happiness with Lin Yun. Suddenly, Zhou hands landed on Ding Miao Miao's shoulders, gazing into her eyes affectionately, and asked softly, Miao Miao, do you like me? Ding Miao Miao was slightly taken aback and replied, yes, I do. Zhou followed up, would you like to be with me? Ha! Startled, Ding Miao Miao's phone fell on the seat as she stared at Zhou, stuttering. You. What did you say? Not giving her a chance to respond, Zhou acted like a domineering CEO from a TV drama, held her face, and planted a kiss on her lips. Flustered, Ding Miao Miao bit Zhou's lips, freed herself, and quickly rushed out of the car, leaving her phone behind. Miao Miao, don't you like me? Zhou had never expected Ding Miao Miao to reject him. My like doesn't mean that kind of like, Ding Miao Miao explained. It's like in a drama, the male lead belongs to the female lead. The second male lead is for everyone. You are the male lead, not mine. Zhou smirked bitterly. Whether she meant it or not, Ding Miao Miao had just rejected him. Just when he saw a glimmer of hope, it was crushed so soon. I'm sorry. Ding Meow Meow fled, forgetting even to pick up her phone. Darkening with frustration, Jozon stared at Ding Meow Meow's retreating figure and picked up her phone from the car. Her phone was still unlocked from the conversation she had with Lin Yun earlier. Jozon couldn't help but smile. With this advantage, would Ding Meow Meow still be able to slip through his fingers? On this night, the entertainment circle was in a constant uproar. It started with someone leaking photos of Lin Yun, Siyi, and others, claiming Lin Yun was a mysterious wealthy businessman, but no one could provide clear details. Leaf Xiaoxuan's photos sparked a new wave of interest in the Hanfu circle. Surprisingly, Siyi was dubbed the most handsome bodyguard of the year. Well, he was mistaken for a bodyguard by passers-by. However, these gossip topics were quickly overshadowed by the heat surrounding the Tsai Kunkan incident. Late into the night, another scandal emerged as famous writer and screenwriter Yan Dong was seen publicly flipping off Jozon and refusing to cast him in his script. Despite the late hour, the online platforms were buzzing vigorously. The Golden Needle banquet turned out to be a great source of traffic for marketing accounts and self-media. Every piece of news tonight was hot enough to stir up a frenzy. All of this happened in just one night. Siyi returned to Wadong Street and, not feeling sleepy, opened the news only to find his own photo. Most handsome bodyguard of the year. Siyi couldn't help but chuckle. Did he really look like a bodyguard? Of course, he also saw the news about Tsai Kunkan being banned, and upon checking, it seemed to be a case of piling on to the already fallen, with some interesting comments in the comment section. Besides the criticism of Tsai Kunkan, there were also negative comments about Jozon, and someone even posted a link shocking. Renowned writer Yan Dong rejects Jozon's participation, flipping him off at the Golden Needle banquet. Siyi suddenly realized that being a spectator was quite interesting. Just looking at the headlines was so captivating. Siyi couldn't resist clicking on the link. The content was well written, essentially stating that Yan Dong, a famous writer and screenwriter, refused Jozon's participation in his script at the Golden Needle banquet, and even said that even a dog could portray the male lead better than Jozon. The news was garnished with a photo of Yan Dong flipping off Jozon. Siyi was present at the event and knew that Yan Dong's actual words were not exactly as described, but the gist was similar. However, with the editor's dramatization, Yan Dong's words and actions seemed even more brutish and violent, escalating the conflict. The editor cleverly avoided taking sides and even listed works by both Yan Dong and Jozon, ending by asking readers to judge for themselves. Siyi couldn't help but browse through the comments. Initially expecting a balanced debate, he was surprised to find that 80% of the comments criticized Yan Dong for being crude and praised Jozon's acting skills. Some even uncovered that Yan Dong was not such a renowned screenwriter after all, but rather a mediocre writer with a shady past. Yan Dong's reputation took a massive hit, turning him into a boorish, lecherous uncle who started off writing explicit content. On the other hand, Jozon was portrayed as a promising, gentle, and talented emerging star in the entertainment industry. Siyi found it all quite captivating. He couldn't deny it that Yan Dong held biases against Jozon. But wasn't Jozon just an actor? Okay, performer. And Yan Dong was a writer, right? Writing his own scripts, disliking an actor, and not wanting him in the production didn't seem entirely unreasonable, not warranting such harsh backlash. Importantly, Siyi, like Yan Dong, held a similar bias against Jozon. The hottest topic in the comment section was people organizing reports against Yan Dong. Siyi found these non-combative, virtual wars rather intriguing. If Yan Dong's work was fine, what did it matter if he was reported? Authorities shouldn't act recklessly. Curious, Siyi, not one to be proficient with gadgets, surprisingly downloaded an app and searched for Yan Dong. As expected, the comment section exploded. But to Siyi's surprise, there were many supporters of Yan Dong. Some wealthy readers even started to shower him with extravagant tips. It seemed like everyone had their own turf. Siyi also noted a top-pin book review by Yan Dong. I admit that I refused Jozon to star in this adapted film not because he is not a suitable candidate, but because I believe he does not fit my vision of the character. Despite not owning the rights to the adaptation, I can only make suggestions, but not decisions concerning the actors. I still decline Jozon's casting. Below this review were various supporting and mocking comments. Jozon's fans initiated the mockery. You, a trashy writer, rejecting my brother's acting in your work. You should be grateful if my brother agreed to act in your script. The most common responses were from fellow platform web fiction authors who, without holding back, engaged in all sorts of sarcastic and mocking exchanges. The lady who threatened to report also seemed quite provoked in her typing. Suyi eventually noticed that there were 3 moderators continually deleting comments from Jo-chan's fans in the review section. Amidst the thousands of comments, Suyi leisurely observed the ongoing drama, finding these reviews far more engaging than the actual content. The funniest part was that it appeared Jo-chan's fans had attempted to collectively report Yang-don's book to ban it, only to find out that the book was purely fantasy and breached no rules, rendering their reports futile. In a fit of rage, they then proceeded to report the works of the authors supporting Yang-don. This web fiction platform had a varied range of content, and many authors loved to stir controversy, leading to Yang-don's work escaping the ban, while those cheering for him faced penalties. Consequently, the situation escalated further, with both the authors and their readers engaging in skirmishes. These readers, who were just minding their own business, suddenly found their favorite books banned, inevitably triggering them. Some authors had been diligently updating their works for years, only to have them removed due to this incident. After spending over an hour reading reviews, Suyi glanced at Yang-don's book and found it to be decent but refrained from leaving any remarks. He shut down his device, going to bed, planning to check the state of the review section the next morning. He used to think that war meant swords clashing, blood flowing, but today he witnessed the battles of the new century, a group of people hurling vicious insults online. However, upon reflection, this uproar probably stemmed from the populace having too much free time and lacking meaningful affairs, as there were no wars at home. It seemed like pure idleness had led to this chaos. The next morning, Suyi opened his phone and took a glance at the book review section of Yang-don's book, finally realizing the horror of being a celebrity in this era. He went to bed in the early morning, and at that time there were over 10,000 comments on the book review. When he woke up in the morning, it had already reached over 90,000 comments. Do these people not sleep? After briefly skimming through the book review section, he probably learned something new. There is a group of people in the book review section called the Water Army, which basically means that someone paid them to criticize Yang-don. There is also something called control posting. Even in Yang-don's own book review section, Yang-don's fans surprisingly don't have much of a say. It seems that due to too many reports, many money-making posts were forced to be shut down, and the website leaders hoped that Yang-don would keep a lower profile and calm things down, as the website was suffering heavy losses. So this war is not as simple as it seems on the surface. It's about backstage dealings and money. Looking through the news casually, the incident of Jo-zon being insulted by a third-rate screenwriter was second only to Tsai Kunkan being banned. Judging from the online voices, the majority still support Jo-zon. Suyi rummaged through the fridge and found that most of the vegetables had wilted while he was away. He found 2 tomatoes and decided to make tomato noodles. Diane held a carrot in her hand, with half a bag of soy milk in her mouth, walked into Suyi's courtyard, saw the open door, and ran in with a ding-dong, staring wide-eyed at Suyi cooking noodles, excitedly calling out, "Brother Suyi, you're back." Suyi responded with an and asked, "Had you had breakfast? Do you want a bowl of noodles?" "Yes." Diane seemed very excited to see Suyi and boasted, "While you were away these past few days, I fed the rabbit. Then you go feed the rabbit first, and I'll bring the noodles out when they're ready." Suyi noticed that the rabbit in his yard had grown quite well, thanks to Diane. However, Suyi thought the main reason Diane fed the rabbit was probably because she was afraid the rabbit would be too thin, and 1 pot of noodles might not be enough for her. After cooking the noodles, Suyi served Diane a small bowl and set up the table and chairs under a plane tree to eat leisurely. As Diane was eating, she suddenly said, "Brother Suyi, can we not eat the little rabbit?" Suyi raised his head and said, "Sure." He almost forgot that besides being particular about food, children also tend to easily get attached to little animals. If a pet like a dog or cat at home were to pass away, they would cry for days. Diane had been taking care of the rabbit for some days now, and her affection for the rabbit had surpassed mere appetite. After finishing breakfast, Suyi strolled as usual to the school. Along the way, he greeted Zhang Ting and the others. Zhang Ting's stall business wasn't great, but it wasn't bad either, enough to make a living. When he arrived at the school, Wang Junlin and the others came up to him with questions. "Pro, did you go to the Golden Needle banquet last night?" "Of course," Wang Junlin and the others were most interested in gossip like this. If others couldn't recognize Su Yi, how could they not? I did. Su Yi didn't deny it. There was nothing much to hide about such matters. I swear, the Golden Needle banquet last night was truly a feast. Wang Junlin excitedly said that Sai Kunkin was a top star last night, and in just one night, she's gone downhill. Was there some kind of insider story? Su Yi chuckled. What kind of insider story could there be? I have a feeling there is. Wang Junlin smirked. Bro, did you go with Lin Yun last night? How far have you two progressed? I heard that Lin Yun is actually the granddaughter of the Tang family's patriarch. That's what you call a genuine rich beauty. Yang Hui interjected. Seems like Su Bro surrounded by a bunch of rich beauties. To female friends around Su Yi, including the dormitory trio, were pretty well off. Yu Huiyan, Yi Shaxuan, weren't they all rich beauties? Wang Junlin couldn't help but sigh. It's really a world where looks matter. Can you really get away with anything just because you're handsome? He recalled the last time they went to the canteen to order food with Su Yi. Everyone called the canteen lady sister, but Su Yi was always given more meat by the lady, and Wang Junlin got scolded. It's no joke to say you eat by your looks. After this topic was discussed, they saw Ding Miaomia and her dorm roommate, Wang Qing, walking quickly towards them. Wang Junlin didn't know the situation between Su Yi and Ding Miaomiao, so he loudly called out, Ding Miaomiao, where are you going? Ding Miaomiao looked somewhat nervous and flustered, ignored them, and followed Wang Qing in a hurry. Where are they going? Looks like something's up. Wang Junlin, who had a soft spot for Ding Miaomiao, but she didn't seem interested in him, couldn't help but show concern. An inevitable occurrence. Let's go check it out. In case something's wrong, we might be able to help. Even though the members of the dormitory trio were considered losers by some girls, and they weren't very familiar with Ding Miaomiao, the urgency in Ding Miaomiao's expression suggested something was wrong. Since Su Yi had nothing better to do, he followed Wang Junlin and the others. Ding Miaomia and Wang Qing walked to the west gate of the school, where Ding Miaomiao got into a black Mercedes. Wang Qing tried to follow, but was stopped by a man who looked like a bodyguard. Although Su Yi and the others were about 10 meters away from Ding Miaomiao, Su Yi could easily figure out what was going on inside the car. Ding Miaomiao was being sought out by Zhou Zhan. After getting into the car, Ding Miaomiao asked, "Where is my phone?" Zhou Zhan slowly removed his sunglasses, revealing a peculiar smile, and asked, "Miaomiao, do you really not want to be with me?" Ding Miaomiao's face turned red as she said, "No, I think it's better if I just watch you from afar." Zhou Zhan's smile gradually froze, and he said with a cold face, "Fine, as long as you help me set up a meeting with Lin, I won't leak the photos from your phone. You." Ding Miaomiao was almost in tears, in desperation. She stared at Zhou Zhan, finding it hard to believe, and said, incredulously, "How could you be like this? I like you so much, like me, but you don't want to be with me." Zhou Zhan inspected Ding Miaomiao from top to bottom and realized she was actually pretty. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "Have you slept with someone before?" Ding Miaomiao clenched her fists in anger, her face even redder. Zhou Zhan, as a big star, dared to ask such a thing directly. What did he think of her? "Looks like you're still just a chick." Zhou Zhan sneered and said, "Since you like me, let's do it in this car. I'll give you the phone after. How about that?" Zhou Zhan can be said to have completely torn off the mask of hypocrisy. When he shamelessly said such words, Ding Miaomiao was ashamed and angry, gritting her teeth and cursing, "You perverted scum. I can't believe I used to idolize you." "Perverted," Zhou Zhan said disdainfully. "Ding Miaomiao, I've investigated your background. Your family is not even considered wealthy. The fact that I could be interested in you is a blessing you've accumulated over many lifetimes. Why are you still pretending to be reserved? Do you not know how many women want to be in my car? If you dare to leak my photos, I will report you immediately." Ding Miaomiao was shocked and angry, but not to the point of being manipulated. She put on a strong front and counter, "If you mess around, I guarantee your reputation will be in ruins. As a celebrity like you, if you do something like this, you'll never be able to turn your life around." Zhou Zhan, however, smirked contemptuously, "You can try. Do you have any evidence? Do you think my fans will believe you or me? Nowadays, with so much gossip and mudslinging, who knows if what you say is true? What about you? After those pictures in your phone are leaked, are you sure you can show your face in public? And who can prove it wasn't you who shamelessly spread them around?" Zhou was fearless, backed by a large fan base. With no evidence from Ding Miao Miao, whatever she said would not be believed by others. You have no shame. Ding Miao Miao was still too young, and hearing Zhou words genuinely frightened her. Yes, she had no evidence. Even if she had evidence, with Zhou's popularity, he could easily manipulate the truth. Zhou was insulted by Ding Miao Miao, but instead of getting angry, he chuckled and said, "Have you thought about it? If you don't agree, you can get off the car now. I guarantee your photos will be all over major platforms tomorrow." Ding Miao Miao was completely bewildered, not knowing what to do. Earlier, she had summoned the courage to fight back, but in her eyes, it was a strong threat. In Zhou's presence, her struggle seemed futile, but if she yielded to him, would she not become his plaything in the future? The situation became tense. Ding Miao Miao didn't want to compromise, but also didn't dare to open the car door and leave. Just 10 meters away, Suyi said to Wang Junlin and the others, "Come with me." "Where are we going?" Wang Junlin widened his eyes. "Even if Ding Miao Miao is dating someone, we shouldn't be gossiping like this." "To fight," Suyi said, and walked towards Zhou's car confidently. The three of them exchanged glances. Yan Hui said, "Someone must be bullying Miao Miao, we'll help." The trio in the dorm quickly decided to follow Suyi and join in the fight, always successful. Suyi strode ahead, and within seconds, he was in front of the Mercedes. Wang Qing recognized Suyi and asked, "Suyi, what are you doing here?" Zhou's bodyguard stared coldly at Suyi and ordered, "Step aside." Suyi smirked. This was just an ordinary person. Fortunately, he had recently controlled his power to the lowest level compared to contemporary cultivators in Qingyun Mountain. He reached out towards the bodyguard. The bodyguard had some training, but it was nothing compared to Suyi. He thought of using a joint lock to subdue Suyi, but before his hand could reach, Suyi grabbed his wrist and lightly pinched it. Crack, ah. The bodyguard let out a heart-wrenching scream as his wrist bone was crushed by Suyi's gentle pinch. He knelt in front of Suyi, his face pale, his forehead covered in sweat. His wrist bone had been shattered with a light squeeze. The intense pain made his legs weak, and he couldn't stand. Suyi let go of his wrist, muttering to himself, "I used a bit too much force." The bodyguard almost cried. "Big brother, you call this a bit too much? My hand is completely useless now." However, it was clear that the person in front of him was not someone he could match. Sensing the situation, the bodyguard lay down and pretended to faint. For someone who could casually crush bones, how could he be dealt with? It seemed he was causing trouble for Zhou. The scum who followed Zhou was also asking for trouble. It served him right. He was just a worker and didn't need to fight for someone like Zhou. Suyi didn't trouble the bodyguard further but knocked on the car door. Ding Miao Miao had already seen Suyi's face, and she witnessed the confrontation with the bodyguard. Zhou locked the car door, intending to drive away with Ding Miao Miao. Before starting the car, Suyi swiftly pulled Ding Miao Miao out of the car and sat in the passenger seat, closing the door. Zhou was almost petrified. His bodyguard was supposedly skilled, capable of handling 10 people at once, but he couldn't last a second against Suyi. Now, sitting in the car with a bizarre person like Suyi was dangerous. "Where do you think you're taking me?" Suyi smiled and asked Zhou, "To find a good feng shui spot for yourself." Zhou shuddered at Suyi's smile. A feng shui spot? Could this guy want to kill him? Terrified, he slammed on the brakes, spat out a shaky response. "What do you want?" "Hand over Ding Miao Miao's phone." Suyi extended his hand. Zhou shrank away, but Suyi said, "You'll remember where it is." As he reached out and touched Zhou's arm, Zhou recoiled, but Suyi's grip tightened. Zhou, known for his delicate nature, was easily hurt and teary. In pain, he couldn't bear the pressure applied by Suyi's fingers. Suyi was testing how much force an ordinary person could handle. It was a perfect experiment in front of him. "I don't know about any phone. If you dare hurt me here, you won't get away." Zhou, fearing the pain, yelled, "If I leave alive today, I promise you'll spend the rest of your life in prison." Zhou wanted to open the car door and escape, but his arm was being pinched by Suyi, as if it had been welded with steel bars, completely unable to struggle. Strangest of all, he clearly wasn't driving, yet the car was moving on its own. Suyi couldn't drive, but it seemed like making the car move wasn't a problem either, considering Zhou had started the ignition and hadn't pulled the handbrake. Suyi was able to drive solely based on his consciousness, without needing to step on the gas pedal. This situation deepened Zhou's fear, especially as the force on his arm was increasing bit by bit. Don't. What do you want? Jozon said. I'll give you money. How much do you want? Suyi remained silent, watching Jozon, incrementally increasing the force, while remembering this level of force so that he wouldn't accidentally injure someone in the future during a confrontation with an ordinary person. 50,000. How about 50,000? Jozon watched as the car slowly moved without the steering wheel turning, which was terrifying. The pain in his arm became increasingly clear, his eyes filled with fear, sweat continuously dripping from his face. He only hoped that Suyi would let him go now, as seeking revenge later with others would be acceptable. 1 million. Jozon shouted loudly. I'll give you 1 million. Suyi remained quiet, sensing that a little more force would likely tear the muscles in Jozon's arm. Jozon gasped for breath, tears streaming down his face, pleading. What do you want? I'll give you my phone. Okay. Suyi finally stopped. Jozon quickly took out his phone from his pocket and handed it to Suyi. Suyi took the phone, put it in his pocket, then took out his own phone, opened the camera, switched to video recording mode, aimed the camera at Jozon, and asked, say out loud into the phone what you plan to do to Ding Meow Meow, then I'll let you go. Jozon's pupils suddenly shrank. If this matter were to get out, he would really be finished. Without evidence, he could deny the accusation, but if it were recorded and posted online, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Don't worry, I promise it won't be posted online. Suyi smiled. Why should I trust you? I didn't do anything. I just wanted to be friends with Ding Meow Meow. Jozon cried, trying to justify himself. Suyi increased the force on his arm again. Ah. Jozon let out a heart-wrenching scream, tears and snot covering his face. Terrified. I'll talk. Suyi finally released his arm. It was almost disabled, but with current medical technology, it could still be treated. I mainly wanted Ding Meow Meow to invite Lin Yun out. I'm not interested in her. Really? Jozon said pitifully. I truly didn't do anything to her. He probably thought Suyi hadn't heard what he had said to Ding Meow Meow in the car earlier, attempting to deceive him first. Suyi nodded slightly. I see. Why bother with all this trouble? I'll just call Lin Yun. After saying that, he dialed Lin Yun's number directly. Lin Yun picked up the phone and asked, Suyi, are you looking for me? Suyi said, Jozon wants to invite you. He actually came to you to find me. Lin Yun chuckled. You know I'm not interested in him. A person like him, it seems I need to talk to Meow Meow. He actually wanted to threaten Ding Meow Meow with photos to invite you, but I found out, Suyi explained. Lin Yun fell silent on the other end, asking, what photos? I don't know what photos. Ding Meow Meow's phone was in his hands, but I took it back earlier, Suyi replied. I understand. Lin Yun's tone turned cold. You don't need to worry about him. I know how to handle this. All right. Then I'll let him go. Suyi understood that Lin Yun wouldn't be less capable in managing this situation. He decided to be honest and straightforward and wait for Lin Yun to take care of Jozon's fate. I'll release him, Lin Yun said, and hung up the phone, showing no further interest in talking to Suyi. Suyi released Jozon and then got out of the car, without saying much to the guy. The car didn't drive far. Ding Meow Meow, although a strong girl, was still scared and crying due to today's events. Wang Junlin and others surrounded her, trying to comfort her and asking her what had happened. Ding Meow Meow was sobbing, looking at the Mercedes-Benz that was slowly coming to a stop. When the car finally stopped, Suyi got out, and Ding Meow Meow rushed over to him. Suyi closed the car door and handed Ding Meow Meow's phone to her, saying, Don't worry, I believe he won't come to bother you again. Thank you. Ding Meow Meow realized that Suyi might not be as detestable as she thought. At least he refused straightforwardly, leaving no room for her to reconsider. When a girl takes the initiative to pursue a relationship with a boy, those with slightly shady characters would usually not refuse, as it's usually the girl who gets the short end of the stick in the end. You don't need to thank me. I've informed Lin Yun about this, and she will take care of it for you, Suyi said, not wanting Ding Meow Meow to feel indebted to him. It was best if the damsel in distress situation didn't happen to him. All credit goes to Lin Yun for handling the situation. It was only natural between friends. Suyi also felt Lin Yun's affection for Ding Meow Meow, a sentiment that would likely remain unchanged regardless of Lin Yun's achievements or status. This is good. Did you tell Ziyun? Ding Meow Meow clutched her phone and asked Suyi. Anyway, I want to thank you. Thank you is enough, Suyi smiled. If there's nothing else, I'll go to class. Wang Qing stood there cluelessly, not knowing what had happened. She only received a call from Ding Miao's phone, and the person on the other end asked her to pass the phone to Ding Miao. She had no idea who was in the car. However, she was a bit scared from the scene earlier when Suyi had dealt with the bodyguard. The bodyguard was still lying on the ground, surrounded by a group of onlookers who didn't know the truth. Please take her back to the dorm, Suyi told Wang Junlin and the others. These three may not be very capable, but they had pure intentions. Being protectors of the flower was a noble task best given to them. Yan Hua quickly said, I have to go to class. Su, let's go together. Zhang Ga also added, Little Lin, you take Miao, I'll help you call. The trio in the dorm had a good understanding. Given Ding Miao's current mood, accompanying her back, comforting her on the way, would surely earn them some positive feelings. Since three of them couldn't accompany her together, they agreed tacitly to leave this opportunity to Wang Junlin. On the way back, Ding Miao received a call from Lin Yang. Miao, are you okay? Ding Miao initially wanted to say she was okay, but the more she thought about it, the more aggrieved and depressed she felt. Suddenly, she burst into tears, leaving Wang Junlin dumbfounded. He had no idea how to comfort a girl, especially, and she was crying. He was like a panicked, clueless dog, not knowing where to put his hands. Don't cry. His feeble attempt at consoling her had no effect. On the other end of the line, Lin Yan asked, Are you in the dorm now? I'll come over. Yes. Ding Miao sniffled and replied before hanging up and continuing to walk, while crying. Wang Junlin walked alongside, not knowing what to say. He didn't even have a tissue to offer at that moment. As they walked, people around them looked at Wang Junlin with strange eyes, as if saying, This guy actually made a girl cry like this. He must have cheated. Making your girlfriend cry like this, you must have done something shameful. Darling, don't worry. I won't give you a chance to cry. Me cried? I'll make you cry first before I do. God knows how unjust Wang Junlin felt. Damn it, she wasn't even his girlfriend. There were also snide comments and displays of affection nearby, making life unbearable. When they reached the dormitory entrance, Ding Miao was still crying but said, I'm going up. Okay. Wang Junlin scratched his head and dumbly replied, I didn't do anything. Ding Miao went upstairs, leaving Wang Junlin standing at the entrance of the women's dormitory. The dormitory supervisor glared at Wang Junlin, almost wanting to grab a broom and give him a few whacks. Little Miao, what's wrong? Do you want Auntie to help you teach him a lesson? The dormitory supervisor had a good relationship with Ding Miao and stood up for her, pointing at Wang Junlin and scolding, You, this little brat, how did you provoke our Miao? Auntie, what I do? Still not apologizing. The supervisor had a fiery temper, thinking the boy was simply stupid. She was there to help out, thinking that if this kid apologized with a sincere attitude, it would be fine. Auntie, it's not him. Ding Miao tugged at the supervisor's arm, said a few words, then walked into the dormitory, but not forgetting to turn back and say, Thank you. Wang Junlin scratched his head, chuckled, No problem, I didn't do anything. Then Ding Miao went upstairs, and Wang Junlin was still standing outside the women's dormitory. The dormitory supervisor, with an unfriendly look, said to Wang Junlin, Why are you still standing here? Aren't you leaving? Although it was a misunderstanding about the bow, apologizing was definitely out of the question. Men were all the same. After all, as Lin Yun was on her way, she had already gathered all the information about Zhou Zhan, including details about all the bosses behind him. She wanted it all. Zhou Zhan had made Ding Miao so heartbroken, he would have to pay a price. In the morning, Suyi and others attended an open class, sitting in the back row. Yang Hui and Zhang Bao sat on either side of Suyi, continuously asking what had happened and who the people in the car were. Suyi didn't have much to hide and directly told them that the person in the car was Zhou Zhan. Zhang Bao asked in surprise, Zhou Zhan, the mustache guy? Yes, that's him. Suyi had also received a lot of new knowledge last night. Zhou Zhan had many fans on the internet, but also many who disliked him. Saying Zhou Zhan is finished seemed to be everywhere. Heck, what did he do to Miao? Although Zhang Bao didn't particularly like Ding Miao, she was friendly and cute. If Zhou Zhan, that scumbag, had done something to her, it wouldn't be good. He didn't do much, Suyi said, but that Zhou Zhan is really in trouble. Before, Netizens had been saying that Jozon was in trouble, but he was getting more and more popular. This puzzled many netizens, but Suyi was sure that Jozon was really done for this time. He had angered Lin Yun. If it had been the soft Lin Yun from before, it might not have mattered, but the current Lin Yun. Right after Suyi's words, Yang Hui opened a news article on his phone and exclaimed, "Look." Suyi took a glance. It was an announcement from the media company, Sea Lion Entertainment, terminating all cooperation with Jozon. Sea Lion Entertainment is the largest media company in the country, covering animations, movies, and TV series. The TV series Jozon previously starred in were all distributed by Sea Lion Entertainment. Yang Hui continued. Strictly speaking, Jozon was launched by Sea Lion Entertainment. The only reason he wasn't in trouble before was because of their support. Now that Sea Lion Entertainment has cut ties with him, he's probably done for. Yang Hui was an otaku and often followed gossip news. Darn it, I've been hating that guy for a while now. He turned a good anime into garbage. If he doesn't get into trouble now, it would go against justice. Zhang Bao nearly clapped. Yang Hui scrolled through the news again and his smile turned somewhat strange. Jozon seems to be really finished. Over a dozen media companies have simultaneously announced the termination of cooperation with him, and various scandals are flying all over. There's no trace of the PR team. Suyi took out his phone and looked as well. It was indeed full of scandals. Some leaked Jozon's makeup-free photos, others revealed his embarrassing photos from certain events, and some accused Jozon of having underage grass fans, with solid evidence. More surprisingly, some were about tax evasion and various disrespectful remarks towards fans. In just a few minutes, the whole internet was filled with negative information, which was terrifying. Even faster, judicial authorities started investigating certain matters. Suyi couldn't help but sigh. No matter the era, if an entertainer offended the real powerful figures, there was only one way to go: downfall. Lin Yun had become a true powerhouse now. With thousands of immortal beings, even with surveillance in place, the people at the 13th Bureau couldn't oversee everything. Suyi had previously threatened Tang Yue in Maple Town, but it was just a threat. As long as those immortal beings didn't go too far, he didn't like to meddle too much. With Lin Yun's current wealth and power, even without using those immortal beings, dealing with someone like Jozon would be a piece of cake. Opening Yan Dong's book again, the number of book reviews had exceeded 130,000, and the top-rated comment was, "Jozon is finished, congratulations." This comment was made 3 minutes ago and had already received over 10,000 likes. It was truly horrifying. Suyi flipped through his phone again and found that things had become more interesting. When he woke up in the morning, Yang Dong was still being called a third-rate screenwriter, a trashy online writer, while Jozon was still a top star, ranking first in various aspects of film, TV, and music, being the most popular. But in just a short while, Jozon became the target of public criticism, with major platforms announcing the removal of his works and a full-scale ban on him, even harsher than the treatment towards Tsai Kunken. The wall collapses with everyone pushing. Major platforms are rushing to distance themselves from Jozon. Meanwhile, Yang Dong, who had previously been criticized by many, suddenly turned into a hero figure. Many media outlets and public accounts praised him for being straightforward, talented, and a role model for resisting the trend of idolizing young and unethical entertainers. Even the things he previously wrote were now hailed as masterpieces. Suyi couldn't help but smile when he saw all this. He did not particularly like Jozon, but the sudden change in sentiment seemed too fast. As for the works Yan Dong had written before, Suyi had also read them, clearly just some articles meant for quick gratification. Being exaggerated as masterpieces was going too far. However, from this, Suyi could also see Lin Yun's methods. From the phone call he made to Lin Yun until now, it was only 20 minutes, yet he managed to make so many people give up on Jozon directly. Suyi put away his phone and started reading. He must admit that nowadays people prefer things to be more straightforward, more pleasing compared to earlier times. But in Suyi's view, it's not just about being satisfying, but also about depth and talent. These writers nowadays lack that. As he immersed himself in reading, Yu Xingge unexpectedly walked into the classroom and sat down beside them. "Yu Xiao, you're here." Zhang Bao greeted Yu Xingge, sounding quite familiar with him. "Hey, I'm here." Yu Xingge nodded with a smile and said to Suyi, "Brother-in-law, where have you been these days?" Haven't seen you in class. Su Yi frowned and whispered, I'm not your brother-in-law. Stop calling me that. Well, sooner or later, Yu Xingge grinned and said wisely, if you think I changed my title too quickly and my sister would be upset, I'll just call you Brother Su for now. Call me whatever you want. Su Yi replied lazily, not wanting to argue with the young Yu Xingge. Having been reprimanded by Su Yi before and scolded by his father enough, Yu Xingge understood that Su Yi was not to be trifled with. Though born into the Yu family, and somewhat spoiled, they were not entirely stupid. Since the last time he invited Su Yi for a meal and managed to bamboozle his father, Yu Xingge understood that to thrive, maintaining a good relationship with Su Yi was the way to go. Brother Su, do you have plans for tonight? Yu Xingge, now friendly with the members of the dormitory trio, used to addressing each other with brotherhood, spent each day mingling with them. Yu Xingge was studying economics and management, but often came to their history class to be closer to Su Yi and strengthen their bond. Not really, Su Yi stated casually, without feeling the need to make excuses. Whether Yu Xingge invited him somewhere or not, he could always decline outright, without the need for excuses. If not, how about we go to the newly opened Japanese dojo tonight? Yu Xingge suggested enthusiastically. Those little Japs are getting too cocky. Kicked a Kingshen martial arts hall while Master Zhang was away. I've enlisted a few skilled fighters, but they couldn't handle them. Japanese? Su Yi raised his eyebrows, frowning. Shouldn't your grandfather have some experts around? Aren't they a match for those people? Exactly. Even with my grandfather's bodyguards, they couldn't match that weird old man in their dojo. I even got my grandfather's bodyguards, and they still couldn't beat him. It's so embarrassing. Several of my senior brothers were seriously injured. If I don't avenge this, I can't swallow this humiliation. Yu Xingge gritted his teeth, determined to settle the score. Su Yi had initially thought Yu Xingge would invite him to some entertainment venue, but listening to him, he became somewhat interested. While the bodyguards around Yuanguo were likely cultivators, facing Japanese opponents, Su Yi, having traveled and gained experience, felt a sense of belonging to the Huaxia land. As for the Japanese, descendants of Sufu during the Qin dynasty, who later due to ethical reasons became shorter in stature, during times of turmoil became extremely brutal and heartless, Su Yi harbored no warm feelings toward the Japanese. The involvement of Japanese masters in causing trouble in Huaxia was likely connected to the resurgence of spiritual energy. Let's go. Su Yi had no particular interest in fighting with the Japanese, but this could be a good opportunity for Yishiaxuan to hone her skills and teach these Japanese individuals a lesson. Huaxia was improving and could not tolerate the Japanese causing havoc on their land. With you involved, Brother Su, we will make those dogs beg for mercy on their knees. Yu Xingge, accustomed to being the one bullying others, could somewhat accept being bullied by Su Yi, but being bullied by a few little Japanese was a disgrace to his family's reputation. Su Yi didn't say anything, immersing himself in his reading. To him, it was just a few Japanese individuals. He had erased countless lives with a single blow back in the day, not worth his attention. What are you reading, Brother Su? Recommend something. Yu Xingge continued trying to get closer to Su Yi. Dominating CEO falls in love with me, Su Yi replied, causing Yu Xingge's lip to twitch as he dryly responded, really good. Su Yi didn't bother to explain. He just found it inexplicable. The plot was too melodramatic. Emperor Tai Niu falling in love with the neighbor's Sukuihua. I don't mind playing taboo games with you. A white bed blooming with a snow lotus. Snow lotus? What kind of stuff was this? Why do young people nowadays enjoy reading such things? Compared to this piece, Yan Don's work was already considered good. So he flipped through and discovered these toxic articles were strangely addictive. Then he read a piece about a disciple falling in love with their master. Ow. Both the master and disciple were male. When he saw many readers suggesting they should get together, so he couldn't help but shudder. It seemed integrating fully into this society was indeed a challenging task. After reading to pieces, Sui messaged Yishiaxuan, asking her to come to the bookstore in the afternoon. Yishiaxuan thought there was some urgent matter Sui needed her for, so she hurriedly dressed up and rushed to the bookstore. At that moment, Sui was already waiting inside, with 20 or so cultivators standing around, including Yuan Haoren and Zizu Cheng. When on the Qingyun Mountain, Qingzhou University had already become a coveted feng shui treasure for all the cultivators. After the competition on the mountain, many cultivators didn't secure their own territory, and since 13 places allowed them to cultivate at Qingzhou University, of course, they all came running over joyfully, especially Yuan Haoren. He wasn't just there to cultivate at Qingzhou University. When these cultivators arrived at the Qingshan bookstore, upon entering, they saw Zhang Luolin. Each of them respectfully bowed to Zhang Luolin, and then quietly sat inside the bookstore to read and cultivate. In fact, ever since Suyi wiped away the gathering spirit array on the table, the spiritual energy inside the bookstore was not much different from that on the campus, but they couldn't resist doing what Zhang Luolin did inside the store. The thoughts of these cultivators were very straightforward. The first person to enter thought that if someone like Zhang Luolin was working in the bookstore, then there must be something unusual about it, perhaps some secret cultivation technique hidden among the bookshelves, so they sat down to read and cultivate. The second person to enter saw Zhang Luolin there, and other cultivators reading inside, so they assumed there must be something special about the books there. As more cultivators enter, following the trend, if Zhang Luolin didn't drive them away, most of them would likely settle in the bookstore. At this moment, Zhang Luolin's mood was quite complicated. He knew Suyi was an extraordinary person, and he had gained some benefits from Suyi, such as the calligraphy that greatly benefited him. But why did so many cultivators suddenly come to the bookstore? Did Suyi invite them? He couldn't bring himself to drive them away, but he also feared the complications that would arise if they were to claim their territories. Only when Suyi arrived at the store did Zhang Luolin realize the intriguing attitude these cultivators had towards Suyi. When Suyi entered the store, Yuan Haoren actually looked at him coldly, and Zizu Chen also appeared indifferent towards Suyi. Other cultivators who were reading looked up when someone entered, glanced at Suyi, then continued reading. It seemed they already knew Suyi was an extraordinary person but pretended not to recognize him. Was it an act, or did they truly not know how powerful Suyi was? If it was acting, Zhang Luolin felt that acting skills still needed improvement. When Yi Xiaoxuan arrived at the store's entrance, both Yuan Haoren and Zizu Cheng greeted her at the same time. Zhang Luolin silently watched from the side, pondering why all these people had gathered at the bookstore. "Miss Yi, you're finally here. I've been waiting here for a long time." Yuan Haoren finally dropped his previous self-identifying manner and adopted a slightly more refined approach, a lesson he learned from Zizu Cheng. He even settled the past grievances with Zizu Cheng. Upon hearing Yuan Haoren's words, Yi Xiaoxuan felt a heavy feeling in her chest, not a sign of growth but genuine depression. Especially the part about "I've been waiting here for a long time." Oh my god. Was this going to be a period drama shoot? She could only awkwardly smile at Yuan Haoren and then ask Suyi, "Where are we going?" "Let's go. I'll take you to challenge some experts," Suyi said, and walked out of the bookstore. Yu Xingye and Zhang Bai and the others followed closely behind. They had seen Yi Xiaoxuan before and thought Suyi was just showing off in front of a beautiful woman. Without knowing Yi Xiaoxuan, Yuan Haoren and Zizu Cheng still followed along. Yuan Haoren was excited to hear Suyi's words and eagerly asked, "Which place are we challenging?" He was curious why Suyi invited such a skilled person as Yi Xiaoxuan to challenge some place. It seemed a bit arrogant. After all, every sect had its own treasure or senior figures who might not have ascended yet. Even though Yi Xiaoxuan was powerful, challenging an entire sect's entrance was a bit too presumptuous. Yi Xiaoxuan didn't pay attention to Yuan Haoren and continued walking at her own pace, thinking that when Yi Xiaoxuan challenged a place later, if she encountered a formidable opponent, he could also lend a hand to show his heroic side. Even if he couldn't win, the sect leader would probably not hold it against him given the prestige of the Yuan family. Regardless, he was determined that this time would be his moment to shine, surely surpassing the waste that was Suyi. As for Zizu Cheng, upon hearing that Yi Xiaoxuan was going to challenge a place, he felt as if he was meeting a god. It was a must to go and pay his respects if Yi Xiaoxuan was going to challenge a place. He believed that watching a master wield a sword would lead to enlightenment. If he could gain some insight, his swordsmanship would inevitably reach new heights. The group made their way to the karate school that Yu Xingye mentioned, each with their own thoughts. "Su, you've gathered quite a crowd with just a wave. Should I call a few more brothers over?" Yu Xingye glanced at Yuan Haoren and Zizu Chen. Though Yuan Haoren spoke strangely, compared to Zizu Chen, he seemed more composed. Zizu Chen was dressed in a long robe, his long hair flowing, and a 3-foot ancient sword hanging at his waist, attracting 100% of the attention. Even the actors in Hengdian couldn't match his style. "No need," Suyi was relaxed, just having Suan clean up some garbage. Why would he need so many people? That's true. Su, you alone are enough, Yu Shingei flattered Su Yi with a smile on his face. However, Su Yi pointed to Suan and said, I won't make a move, she will. Yu Shingei subconsciously stopped in his tracks and looked at Su Yi with a bewildered expression, his eyes clearly saying, Brother, are you kidding me? Walking behind them, Yuan Haoran sneered. A man who had reached this point was truly worthless, to the point that he had to get Suan to stand up for him. A man like that really had no need to live. Qingzhou Karate Gym. Yuan Haoran and Zizu Chen looked up at the signboard above. Both of them were stunned for a moment. Then they exchanged glances. Challenge this gym. Although they were isolated from information, they had heard of karate before. It was said that their martial arts skills were quite mediocre. Were they, as cultivators, really coming to challenge a karate gym? Was this bullying or insulting themselves? Su Yi, did you bring Missy here to challenge this place? Yuan Haoran frowned slightly. Suan was a strong fight even compared to him. It was quite absurd for Su Yi to bring her here to challenge the gym. Su Yi turned around and asked back, is it not allowed? Yuan Haoran gave a cold smile and said, I remember you are from the 13th department. There are rules. Don't you know? There were clear rules in the 13th department that cultivators should not fight with ordinary people without reason, nor participate in challenges or competitions. The reason was simple. In today's society, ordinary people still dominated, and if cultivators became too involved in their disputes, society would be difficult to prosper and stabilize. Of course, I know. Su Yi smiled. I also act according to the rules. Su Yi was not someone who disobeyed the rules. On the contrary, he was willing to abide by the rules of this world. However, obviously, there must be someone similar to a cultivator in this gym who violated the rules of Huaxia by challenging the Qingshan martial arts gym. As a staff member of the 13th department, Su Yi had to give them a small warning. Nothing wrong with that. Well, both Zi and I can testify for Miss Yi on this matter. If that woman blames you, you can explain yourself. Yuan Haoran was also a talented person, but he had to admit that Gu Tonton, that woman, was someone to be reckoned with. If Gu Tonton found out that Su Yi, as a staff member of the 13th department, violated the rules and brought Suan to fight, it would be a difficult situation. Su Yi smiled and led Suan and then directly into the dojo. As soon as they enter, a burly student asked, Are you here to register? Come fill out a form first. Su Yi smiled and said, No need to fill out the form. We are here to challenge. The student stared at Su Yi and then at Yu Shingei, laughed heartily and said, It's you again? Couldn't get enough last time, so you brought someone new this time? Yu Shingei, as a young master from the Yu family, had never been humiliated like this before. Su Yi, however, remained calm and asked, Yes. Someone new. Can we fight? Of course. The student sneered, but our coach said, if anyone wants to challenge, they must first sign a life and death agreement. Otherwise, you weaklings would come frequently, who has time to deal with you. All right. Su Yi smiled faintly. In the past, it was a rule to sign a life and death agreement before a challenge, but in this era, it seemed that it had no legal effect. However, if they wanted to sign, then so be it. Wait here. I'll call our coach. The student didn't take Su Yi seriously at all, but instead looked deeply at Zizu Cheng behind him, carrying a sword and all. Quite a show. Su Yi was in no hurry and let him go call their so-called coach. Soon, a middle-aged man in a karate uniform came to them. He spoke broken Mandarin and said, You want to challenge me? The student behind him quickly said, Yes, Coach Daxiang. It's him. This man was muscular, at only about 1.60 m tall, with thick lips and a beard. He looked at Su Yi and sneered. Li Yejun has already told you, to challenge me, you must first sign a life and death agreement. Fighting on the stage, injuries don't matter. As soon as he finished speaking, the student behind him took out the life and death agreement and a pen and slammed them on the table. Su Yi looked at the life and death agreement on the table, turned to Suan and gestured with his mouth, saying, Let's sign. Oh. Suan pouted, somewhat unwillingly took the pen and signed her name on the agreement. She dressed up beautifully to meet Su Yi, but never expected that he would ask her to sign a life and death agreement with someone. You want to fight me? Daxiang stared at Suan with a strange expression, his smile full of implications. Obviously, What he meant by not bad was quite sinister. Even Yushinge couldn't bear to watch anymore and stepped forward, pulling Suyi aside, whispering, "Bro, Sister Yi has trained in some self-defense, but she can't beat this kid in a real fight. You let her sign a life and death agreement." Suyi extended his hand, indicating he didn't need to say more. In front of him was just an ordinary man, and with Yishiakuan's strength, she could easily handle this guy. Zhang Bai and the others were also worried. They approached and asked, "Brother Su, are you sure about this?" Yishiakuan was straightforward and said to Daxiang in front of her, "Are we fighting inside or out here?" "Of course inside." Daxiang sneered repeatedly, his eyes full of sinister intentions. Yishiakuan felt his gaze and was disgusted, saying, "You haven't even signed the agreement yet. Do I have to sign too?" Daxiang smirked, "Sure." He then signed his own or country name on the life and death agreement. Yuan Haoren looked coldly at Daxiang. He could see the man's strength, and in his opinion, such a person wasn't worthy of fighting Yishiakuan. The group quickly entered the gym, where many students heard that someone was challenging their coach and gathered around, kneeling on the side, watching. "Oh, this time, it's actually a girl. This girl is quite bold. They say she even signed a life and death agreement. Coach Daxiang shouldn't go too hard on her." The students were discussing, and Yishiakuan and Daxiang were already standing in the middle. "Let's begin." Yishiakuan didn't underestimate Daxiang's intentions. She had trained too quickly and had limited contact with cultivators, and so he hadn't taught her the rules, so she didn't know how to assess people's abilities. What if this man in front of her was very skilled? If she lost, wouldn't it be embarrassing? "I'll let you make 3 moves first." Daxiang stood there proudly, not taking Yishiakuan seriously at all, even thinking about how to take advantage of the beauty in front of him later. Yishiakuan took a deep breath. This arrogant man must have some skills, so she had to go all out. 3 moves. Yishiakuan didn't immediately use her soul-severing technique. Instead, she slowly clenched her fists, and the energy in her body surged madly. As a high-level golden core stage cultivator, once all her energy was mobilized, the surrounding students instantly felt the pressure increase, their hearts stopping. Those students in a row, along with Zhang Bai and his gang, rolled their eyes and fainted on the spot. Daxiang had some practice, but he also felt short of breath, trembling all over, full of horror as he looked at Yishiakuan. Even before this woman made a move, he was terrified, his legs went weak, and he actually knelt in front of Yishiakuan, unable to utter a word. Yishiakuan watched the scene in front of her, feeling completely confused. Why did everyone around suddenly collapse in unison? She hadn't even made a move yet. And what about Da Shan across from her? He had promised to exchange just 3 moves, but now he seemed like he was about to kneel down. But looking at him, he didn't seem like he intended to. His sweaty appearance and terrified expression didn't match his behavior. Yishiakuan raised an eyebrow and suppressed the chair around her. In that moment, Da Shan couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground, kneeling. Just this. Yishiakuan didn't know what to say. Was this what a duel was like after signing a life and death contract? Suyi remained silent and walked towards the training ground. Yishiakuan glanced at Suyi with some confusion. Wasn't this opponent a bit too weak? Inside the training ground, there was a separate room. Suyi walked towards the entrance of that room and stopped. Yuan Haoren smirked. He had sent someone inside the room when he entered, and that person's strength seemed formidable. Suyi's cultivation level was high, so it might be dangerous for him to enter. He didn't plan to take action and preferred to let Suyi embarrass himself in front of Yishiakuan. "Come out." Suyi also showed no intention of acting. The person inside was likely in our country's yin-yang master, and regardless of their cultivation level, they were not worthy of Suyi's attention. The 2 doors in front of Suyi slowly pushed open from the sides, revealing an old man with a hunched figure sitting behind a table. A chilling aura pervaded the room, making it eerie. "Kid, we shouldn't have come here." The old man slowly opened his eyes, which had more white than black, resembling dead fish eyes. As he spoke, the temperature in the entire training ground suddenly dropped by 10 degrees. Suyi only spared him a glance before turning to Yishiakuan and saying, "You come and capture him alive." Suyi didn't have strong killing intent at the moment and tried to abide by contemporary laws and regulations. "All right." Yishiakuan found the old man somewhat eerie, but she wasn't too afraid. Despite her limited self-knowledge of her own strength, the competitions on Qingyun Mountain had boosted her confidence a bit. With a sinister smile, The old man exposed his decaying teeth. Suddenly, the room filled with eerie shadows as he extended his palm towards Suyi, summoning a five-eyed monster that lunged at Suyi's back. The creature let out a terrifying roar and attempted to bite Suyi's head off with its gaping mouth. However, Suyi didn't even flinch. Yixiaxuan, feeling disgusted by the creature, channeled her spirit energy and appeared behind Suyi in the next moment. With a swift sword strike, she cleaved the monster in half, unleashing a burst of dark blood. To avoid the repulsive creature's fluids from staining her clothes, Yixiaxuan unexpectedly learned to create a 5-foot sword che that the sword spirit had taught her. The sword che formed a protective barrier 5 feet away from her, impenetrable by any means. Suyi smiled slightly. He suddenly thought that to awaken Yixiaxuan's ultimate sword che, he could just throw her into a dung pit. That would surely unlock all of Yixiaxuan's potential. Meanwhile, dozens of monsters formed from the eerie shadows in the training ground, aiming to attack Yuan Haoran and Zizu Chen. Yuan Haoran sneered and remarked, "Tricks on inconsequential creatures." Activating his innate Bagwood diagram, he swiftly obliterated the creatures within seconds. Our country's yin-yang arts are derived from China's yin-yang 5 elements theory, and Yuan Haoran was well versed in it. The Bagua formation was his ancestral skill, and using it in front of him was like showing off to an expert, making the old man's display seem laughable. Summoning low-level Shikigami, the old man attempted to challenge Yuan Haoran, but within 3 seconds, Yuan Haoran had eradicated them all. Yixiaxuan acted even more swiftly, enveloping the room in sword che and reducing the furniture to splinters as she approached the old man. Before the old man could retaliate, Yixiaxuan's sword was already at his neck. From the moment the wooden doors opened to the end, only half a minute had passed. This yin-yang master had decent abilities, but his luck was poor to face the likes of Yixiaxuan and Yuan Haoran. Suyi called Gu Tongtan on his phone. "Director Gu, there's a yin-yang master at Qingzhou Karate Hall whom I've captured. Do you want to take him? Just wait for me." Director Gu responded before hanging up. Standing behind, Yuan Haoran grimaced upon hearing Suyi's words. This guy hadn't done anything at all. It was he who had dealt with the Shikigami, and Yixiaxuan had subdued the yin-yang master. Yet, he shamelessly wanted to take the credit. Approaching Suyi coldly, Yuan Haoran sneered and suggested to Yixiaxuan, "Miss Yi, it's better to deal with such a person with finality. If you're unwilling, I can take care of it." The 13th Division certainly valued achievements, and they couldn't let Suyi take advantage. Killing the yin-yang master outright, the consequences wouldn't matter much. Even Gu Tongtan wouldn't reprimand him. "You can't kill me. This will cause a diplomatic shutout." "I don't care." Yuan Haoran's aura surged, his eyes flashing with determination as he stared at the old man. Trembling, the old man sensed the terror the pressure Yuan Haoran brought. He realized the abundance of powerful individuals in China, and he regretted showcasing his abilities here. Yixiaxuan intervened, stating, "We can't kill him." Killing had never been part of her nature, even after ascending as an immortal. If the man had committed a crime, the legal system should hold him accountable. Taking a life was something she couldn't bring herself to do. Moreover, since Suyi had spoken, they couldn't kill the man. Why not? He's just an our countryman. Killing him would be no big deal, given the Shikigami he summoned must have taken lives in China. Yuan Haoran questioned. "In any case, we can't kill him." Yixiaxuan refused to elaborate, keeping her sword pointed at the old man's neck. The old man remained silent, hoping to survive.